Gambling addict Li Rue has been granted a second chance at life. Having obtained a supernatural fishing perspective system, he resolves to abandon gambling entirely and strives to create a joyful and fulfilling life for his wife and child. Shellfish, sea clams, yellow croakers, and shrimp all come to his table. Balancing the pursuit of wealth and caring for his child is his new ambition. Chapter 1. Divorce. Let's get divorced now. There are only 800 yuan left in the house. I cannot give you this money. Li Rue, if you continue gambling, we will have no future. In a dilapidated old house, the striking yet simply dressed Su Xiangyue screamed at her husband, Li Rue, her eyes brimming with tears. One hand clutched the 800 yuan, while the other embraced their 3-year-old daughter, Guo. Life had become unbearable, more bitter than the most acrid of herbs. Ever since Li Rue fell into the abyss of gambling 2 years ago, both she and their daughter had been plunged into a bottomless pit. In just 2 short years, Li Rue squandered all their savings and amassed considerable debts. Desperate to escape this torment, she contemplated divorce, but her daughter's tender age made her hesitate. Guo trembled in her arms, her bright eyes fixed on Li Rue, filled with an indescribable fear. At that moment, Li Rue was engulfed in confusion. Shaking his head vigorously, he could hardly believe his eyes, his heart swirling with doubt. Hadn't a truck just struck him? Pinching his thigh, reality dawned upon him had been reborn, transported back to the time he regretted the most. In his previous life, his reckless gambling led to his wife's departure, marrying the wealthy Su Hailong, a hypocrite who feigned being a good father while mercilessly abusing. Guo behind closed doors. One fateful rainy night, overwhelmed by pain and humiliation, Guo took her own life, and it was only after discovering her letter that Su Xiangyue learned of Su Hailong's true nature. Seeking vengeance for her daughter, Su Xiangyue confronted Su Hailong, resulting in her tragic demise at his hands. Before her death, she had sent Li Rue a text message revealing the truth. Enraged, he sought revenge, but was struck down by a truck orchestrated by Su Hailong. Li Rue, what's wrong with you? Su Xiangyue's concerned voice broke through his thoughts. Daddy, please don't hurt Mommy anymore, Guo pleaded, her small voice trembling. Overcome with joy, Li Rue inhaled deeply. Once his emotions settled, he approached Su Xiangyue and Guo step by step. Panic swept through Su Xiangyue. Guo, small and fragile, curled up like a little dumpling. Li Rue, if you want think of me, at least think of our family and our daughter. Su Xiangyue cried, feeling helpless and furious. How could a woman stand against a man like him? Suddenly, Li Rue halted. Despair flooded Su Xiangyue's heart. Surely, this would end as it always had, with Li Rue snatching away her money to gamble. Was she destined to divorce him? Gathering her courage, Guo exclaimed, Daddy, you can't hurt Mommy. She spread her tiny arms protectively in front of Su Xiangyue. The sight was both absurd and heart-wrenching to Su Xiangyue, her tears welling up. Unexpectedly, Li Rue did not seize the money. Instead, he struck himself across the face. Stunned, Su Xiangyue could only stare. Guo's bright eyes were filled with confusion. Xiangyue, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I will never gamble again. I will work hard to provide a good life for you, and Guo, Li Rue vowed, raising his hand, his words resolute and unwavering. It is only upon losing that one learns to cherish in his previous life. After Su Xiangyue left him for Su Hailong, he drowned his sorrows in indulgence, attempting to fill the void left by their absence. The memory of them brought him unbearable pain, but to his astonishment, fate had granted him another chance. This time, he would cherish every moment with his family and strive to create a beautiful life together. Su Xiangyue's expression was one of disbelief. Could it be that Li Rue had truly changed today? Guo's chubby face blossomed with a radiant smile as she asked, Daddy, are you telling the truth? Li Rue knelt down, gently brushing Guo's shiny nose, and replied, of course, from now on, Daddy will be a good father and husband. Am I dreaming? Su Xiangyue's disbelief was evident, her eyes wide open. Guo, what do you want to eat for lunch? Daddy will make it for you, Li Rue said, scooping her up and tenderly stroking her little head. Haunted by Guo's past suffering, Li Rue felt a surge of regret, guilt, and anger. He vowed to make amends in this life. Su Hailong would not escape his wrath either. However, at this moment, he could not confront Su Hailong directly. Upon hearing about food, Guo the little glutton raised her chubby hand and shouted, I want mapo tofu, cucumber with ham, steamed eggs, and hairy crabs. Su Xiangyu's face darkened as she glared at Guogua, scolding. Eating so much. Aren't you afraid of bursting your little belly? Guogua isn't afraid. She giggled, patting her round tummy, her laughter ringing sweetly like silver bells. A faint smile appeared on Su Xiangyu's face, rendering all flowers pale in comparison. In that instant, Li Rue was entranced, his heart swelling with contentment and reassurance. Xiangya, in this life, I will protect you both and ensure you lead a happy and fulfilling life. Li Rue silently resolved, his fists clenched tightly. Just then, with a loud bang, a fashionable middle-aged woman burst through the bedroom door. This was Su Xiangyu's mother, Chun T51. She was known for her fiery temperament, sharp tongue, and mercenary nature, having long opposed her daughter's marriage to Li Rue. Behind her stood her husband, Su Jiangwo, both wearing displeased expressions to Li Rue. If you're still a man, divorce my daughter right now. I have found a better match, for her wealthier and more handsome than you. Chun Yi shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Though Su Xiangyue had been married for years and had a child, she remained as beautiful as ever, attracting numerous suitors, including many affluent men. Mom, Li Rue began, only to be ruthlessly interrupted by Chun Yi. Don't call me Mom, I'm not her mother. All you do is gamble, and gamble, and my daughter has endured enough to stay with you. Divorce. You will take my daughter to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce her right now. Chun Yi insisted, her demeanor dominating. Su Jiangwo sighed. Li Rue, we have given you opportunities. Let her go. Allow Xiangyue to pursue her own happiness. You cannot provide happiness for either Xiangyue or Guogua. Just as Li Rue was about to respond, Guogua looked up, tears streaming down her face as she cried, I don't want Daddy and Mommy to separate. I want to be with Daddy and Mommy forever. Guoguo's sorrowful lament echoed profoundly. Tears streamed down her petite face, which was no larger than a palm. Li Rue observed her with an uneasy heart. Su Xiangyue felt equally distressed. Taking a deep breath, Li Rue, with unwavering determination in his gaze, declared, Father, Mother, I will not divorce Xiangyue. I will ensure her happiness, and I will provide happiness for Guogua. Please trust me one last time. Chapter 2 In this life, no one shall harm my daughter again. As Li Rue's words fell, the sharp and acrid voice of Chun Yi pierced through the air like an unwelcome noise. Li Rue, you bastard, how long will you drag my daughter down with you? I have given you opportunities before, yet did you seize them? Enough with the nonsense. You must go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Xiangyue and finalize the divorce. Chun Yi glared at Li Rue with utter disdain, viewing him as nothing more than refuse on the street. She never wished to have any association with him again in this lifetime. Upon hearing her words, Li Rue's expression turned icy. In his previous life, it was this very woman who coerced Xiangyue into marrying that beast Su Hailong. The tragedies of Xiangyue and Guogua in the past were inextricably linked to this woman. If it weren't for the fact that she was Xiangyue's mother, Li Rue would have long since launched himself at her in a fit of rage. Li Rue, what kind of look is that? Are you planning to hit me? Come on, do it. Chun Yi taunted, advancing towards him defiantly. Su Jianfeng, witnessing the scene, stepped in to block Chun Yi. Frowning, he advised, enough with the trivial matters. There's no need to continue this conversation. Turning to Li Rue, he added sternly, Li Rue, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. My daughter has no desire to continue this marriage. Why persist? It will only lead to mutual destruction. Su Jianfeng hoped for an amicable resolution for his daughter, Su Xiangyue. Previously, Su Xiangyue had mentioned to her parents that she wished to end her relationship with Li Rue. Li Rue turned his gaze to Su Xiangyue, pleading, Xiangyue, please trust me one more time, will you? Guogua's chubby little hand patted Su Xiangyue's shoulder as she flailed her arms anxiously like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Mama, I don't want you to separate from Baba. Children without a father are often bullied. I see it all the time at kindergarten. Shut up. Chun Yi glared venomously at Guogua, resembling a wicked witch in that moment. Guogua shrank back in fear. Li Rue gently patted Guogua's back, softly reassuring, don't be afraid, Guogua. Daddy is here to protect you. He then turned to Chun Yi, reprimanding. Mother, please do not speak to the child like that. In this life, no one shall harm his daughter again. Su Xiangyue shot a reproachful glance at Chun Yi and said, Mom, Guogua is still so young. How can you yell at her? Chun Yi immediately retorted fiercely, Xiangyue, how can you speak to your mother like that? Everything I do is for your own good. If it weren't for your happiness, would I play the villain? Hearing this, Li Rue couldn't help but smirk coldly. Chun Yi was not acting in her daughter's best interest. She was clearly looking to sell her daughter for a good price. Xiangyue, make your stance clear. Su Jianfeng wished to end the commotion and not linger any longer. Chun Yi perked up immediately. Yes, Xiangyue, Declare your stance. If you want a divorce and Li Rui refuses, we will sue him. With that, she cast a mocking glance at Li Rui. My daughter has long since wished to part ways with you. It is futile for you to speak any further. Guogua looked up at Su Xiangyue with wide eyes. Pouting in a pitiful manner, Li Rui felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. In that moment, all eyes in the room were on Su Xiangyue. After careful consideration, she bit her lip and softly said, Dad, I want to give Li Rui one more chance. As soon as Su Xiangyue spoke, Chun-Yi looked at Li Rui with a triumphant expression. Did you hear that, kid? My daughter, said she. But then Chun-Yi's expression shifted to disbelief as she stared at Su Xiangyue. What did you just say? Xiangyue, are you out of your mind? Why would you want to give Li Rui another chance? After all these years, haven't you seen enough of his true nature? Chun-Yi was at a loss for words. Li Rui was a gambler. Over the years, he had done countless despicable things for the sake of gambling, and Su Xiangyue knew this better than anyone. Xiangyue, is this really necessary? Su Jianfeng felt a pang of heartache for his daughter. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xiangyue bit her lip and nodded firmly. It is necessary. For Guogua's sake, I must give Li Rui one last opportunity. Fine. If you wish to continue wasting time on Li Rui, then so be it. Su Jianfeng frowned. He had lost count of how many chances his daughter had already given Li Rui. Thus, he did not agree with her decision, but he respected it nonetheless. Chun-Yi pointed an accusatory finger at Li Rui, declaring angrily, Xiangyue, you cannot help a rotten clay figurine. No matter how many chances you give him, he will remain the same. Dad, Mom, I will change, Li Rui said, locking eyes with Su Xiangyue before turning to her parents, his voice unwavering. Do you expect me to believe that? Chun-Yi scoffed. Su Jianfeng shook his head instinctively, clearly aligned with Chun-Yi's thoughts. He too believed that Li Rui would not change. In their view, if he were capable of change, he would have done so long ago. Li Rui, listen carefully. The death you owe will not be recognized by my daughter one bit. If you dare drag her down with you, I will tear you apart. I am giving you 1 month. If you remain the same as before in this month, my daughter will surely divorce you. Chun-Yi warned, and with that, she stormed out, dragging Su Jianfeng along with her. After Chun-Yi left, Guogua finally dared to turn her head. Pouting her rosy lips, she timidly said, Baba, Mama. Grandma is so fierce. Guogua doesn't like it. Su Xiangyue held Guogua's little hand, her expression stern as she said, Guogua, do not say such things. All right, Guogua pouted, looking quite displeased. Do not be unhappy, Guogua. Daddy will cook. Don't you want to eat mapo tofu, cucumber with ham, steamed eggs, and hairy crabs? Daddy will make them for you. Li Rui gently ruffled Guogua's little head. Upon hearing this, Guogua clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Yay, yay, as she cheered. A bit of drool slipped from her mouth, and her little pink tongue quickly caught it. Entering the kitchen, Li Rui tied on an apron and began to busy himself. In the living room, Su Xiangyue sat on the old wooden sofa, feeling a sense of unreality. Soon, Li Rui emerged from the kitchen carrying a fragrant spread. Smells so good. Guogua closed her sparkling eyes and inhaled deeply, revealing a look of bliss on her cherubic face. Once the family of 3 was seated, Li Rui placed a hairy crab in Su Xiangyue's bowl, smiling as he said, Xiangyue, eat more. You've suffered quite a bit over the years with me, and I feel guilty towards you. It is said that a man does not easily shed tears. Yet, in this moment, Li Rui's eyes were rimmed with red. He had wronged Su Xiangyue far too much in this life. Just then, Guogua crossed her arms and huffed. Baba is biased, giving Mama food but not Guogua. Guogua is angry. Chapter 3 Blood is thicker than water. A father-daughter duo goes into battle. Su Xiangyue and Li Rui burst into hearty laughter. Guogua, do not be upset. Li Rui chuckled as he picked up a crab for himself, then earnestly began to peel the shell. Once he finished, he offered the meat to Guogua. Come, open your mouth. Daddy will feed you crab meat. Guogua, seeing this, proudly declared, now that's more like it. With that, she opened her little cherry blossom mouth and happily chewed on the crab meat. Li Rui, you are biased. Why don't you peel the crab shell for me? Su Xiangyue pouted, pretending to be upset. Li Rui had yet to utter a word of comfort when Guogua, with an air of innocence, exclaimed, Mama, how old are you? Why do you still act like a child? Su Xiangyue remained silent. Li Rui could not help but burst into laughter, feeling a profound sense of happiness. In his previous life, how could he have squandered such a wonderful existence by indulging in gambling? Observing his wife and child, a wave of introspection washed over him. After their meal, Li Rui began to tidy up the dishes and made his way to the kitchen to wash them. Su Xiangyue quietly followed him in. Li Rui, what are your plans moving forward? Our family is burdened with considerable debt. Guogua is starting kindergarten, and we have ongoing expenses, she asked with a serious expression. This question momentarily left Li Rui in a state of confusion. At this juncture, earning money was of utmost importance to him. They resided in Yuya Island's Xingfu village. a quaint fishing village where most residents had sought employment elsewhere, leaving behind those who relied on fishing for their livelihoods. I will go fishing shortly, Li Rui replied after a moment of contemplation. All right. Su Xiangyue sighed deeply, her eyes filled with concern for the future. Nowadays, relying on fishing was becoming increasingly unsustainable. How much could his husband earn in a day of fishing? However, she quickly adjusted her mood and compassionately said, Li Rui, as long as you sincerely repent and refrain from gambling in the future, I will support you in leading a good life. I believe that through our collective efforts, we will have bread and flowers. Hearing her words warmed Li Rui's heart. He felt fortunate to have such a supportive wife, especially in a world where some women only valued wealth, demanding exorbitant bride prices and threatening divorce if their husbands failed to earn enough. He felt lucky and content to have Su Xiangyue, who was willing to share both joys and hardships with him. Xiangyue, I will strive to improve, he declared, embracing her. At that moment, Guagua, with her little arms and legs, stumbled into the kitchen holding a remote control. Baba, Mama, how do I adjust the volume? After speaking, she noticed her parents in an embrace. Covering her eyes with her chubby hands, she peeked through her fingers and giggled, so shy. Su Xiangyue promptly pushed Li Rui away, straightened her clothes, and approached Guagua, gently lifting her up, saying, Mama will teach you how to adjust the volume. Left alone in the kitchen, Li Rui finished washing the dishes and checked a tidal app on his phone. He discovered that low tide was approaching in half an hour. Thus, he rummaged through his tool shed for the necessary fishing equipment: rake, shovel, bucket, net, gloves, and non-slip shoes. Baba, are you going to fish? Guagua's little head peeked in from the doorway. Yes, Li Rui nodded. Guagua excitedly ran in, rubbing her little hands together, her sparkling eyes brimming with anticipation. Baba, can you take me with you? She pleaded sweetly. A father-daughter duo is a formidable team, she added, grasping his arm tightly. Baba, please? Li Rui chuckled. Wow, Guagua, you seem to know quite a bit. Where did you learn the phrase about a father-daughter duo being a formidable team? Guagua pointed towards the living room. I learned it from the TV. All right, I will take you along, he replied, playfully patting her little nose. Yay, Guagua exclaimed, jumping with joy. Before heading out to fish, Li Rui ensured proper preparations. He first applied sunscreen on Guagua, then helped her into non-slip shoes and gloves. He even placed a cute pink rabbit-eared hat on her head. Baba, will we catch a lot today? Guagua asked excitedly as they made their way to the beach. Although uncertain, Li Rui confidently replied, definitely. Times had changed, once. The people of Yuya Island could rely on the sea for sustenance, but now, few remained who could do so. The ocean's resources were finite, and due to years of overfishing, they had dwindled significantly. As they approached the entrance of Xingfu village, they encountered two middle-aged women also heading to fish. Oh, isn't that Li Rui? What are you doing fishing instead of playing cards? You, with your delicate skin, don't seem suited for fishing, teased Aunt Hoa. Beside her, Sister Hohat added, Li Rui, how many years has it been since you last fished? Do you even remember how? Fishing was no longer what it used to be. Nowadays, even seasoned fishermen like them struggled to catch much. You will find it even harder, they remarked. Li Rui felt a bitter pang in his heart, but maintained a calm facade. In front of his child, he could not show any weakness. Guagua, holding his hand, looked up and confidently declared, My Baba is amazing. He will definitely catch a lot today. Aunt Hoa and Sister Hohat exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Does this child really think her father is a skilled fisher? They chuckled, moving forward. Hearing their remarks, Guagua shouted, My Baba is very capable. Up ahead, Aunt Hoa and Sister Hohat's laughter grew louder. This little one truly believes in her father, doesn't she? How could someone who can barely lift a load be a skilled fisher? Before long, Li Rui and Guagua reached the seaside. At that moment, a little girl nearby excitedly yelled, Daddy, you're amazing. You found such a big stone crab. The girl, Chen Yaoyao, was Guagua's good friend. They had grown up together. Chen Yaoyao's father, Chen Xiong, was renowned in Xingfu village for his fishing prowess. When playing together, Chen Yaoyao often shared stories of the seafood her father caught, leaving Guagua envious. Guagua, how did you come here with your father? Chen Yaoyao asked, surprised to see Li Rui, as it was usually Su Xiangyue who brought Guagua fishing. Su Xiangyue worked at a seafood processing factory on Yuya Island, often taking Guagua fishing during her leisure time. Since their marriage and the birth of their child, Su Xiangyue had endured considerable hardship. Li Rui's heart ached at the thought. He had never taken Guagua to fish before. It was always Su Xiangyue who did. He felt like an inadequate father. My Baba is taking me fishing, Guagua said proudly, shaking her head. Li Rui, fishing is not the same as playing cards. There are many tricks to it. Do you know what seafood can be found under certain rocks? Chen Xiong, muscular and confident, scrutinized Li Rui with a teasing gaze. He was a celebrated fisherman on Yuya Island, earning 200 to 300 a day on average, admired by many in Xingfu village. Li Rui had become a mere gambler. In recent years, he had not fished at all. My Baba definitely knows, Guogua proclaimed loudly, gazing up at her father. Li Rui felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment. In Guogua's eyes, he seemed all-powerful. Yet, realizing this, a heavy weight settled in Li Rui's heart, and his gaze dulled. He was not adept at fishing. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Li Rui's ears. Host Li Rui, the binding of the fishing perspective system has commenced. 321, binding successful. From this instant, Li Rui could perceive any catch within his view. The initial range was 12 meters. Li Rui was utterly bewildered. Was he not merely dreaming? Had he truly bound a system? This was akin to a scene from a novel. Your father is silent. He surely knows nothing of this. Chen Yaoyao's voice jolted Li Rui back to reality. As she spoke, Chen Yaoyao proudly raised her thumb in front of Guogua, declaring, "My father excels at beach fishing. Your father cannot compare to mine." Guogua retorted defiantly, "My father is the best." The two little girls squabbled incessantly. Li Rui, look at this. These are all the catches I gathered at the beach, Chen Xiong proclaimed, kicking the water bucket beside him. He raised his head, beaming with pride as he looked at Li Rui. The bucket beside Chen Xiong was filled with a bounty from the sea, including green mussels, sand clams, spicy snails, and a few shrimp gobies and stone crabs. At that moment, Li Rui's gaze drifted to the receding beach. Suddenly, an array of catches appeared before his eyes. Within approximately 12 meters, he could discern them all vividly. Whether hidden in crevices or buried in sand, none could escape Li Rui's keen sight. Could it be that I have truly bound the fishing perspective system? Li Rui's pupils dilated in astonishment. With such a remarkable system, beach fishing would feel akin to collecting money. As he pondered, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Beneath his feet was a clam king, slowly wriggling. Spotting it, Li Rui quickly bent down and swiftly used a shovel to clear away the sand above. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Guogua inquired, squatting down and fixating her gaze on Li Rui's actions. "I am catching the clam king," Li Rui replied with a grin. Chun Xiong scoffed, "Li Rui, the clam king is not that easy to catch. Once they sense danger, they retract swiftly into their shells and burrow into the sand to escape. You are just digging a hole. There's no way you'll catch any clam kings." Li Rui hadn't gone beach fishing in over 2 years. He had come with the ambition of catching a large clam king, a daunting task indeed. At this moment, he clearly saw the clam king frantically attempting to flee in the sand. "You think you can escape?" Li Rui smirked inwardly. Simultaneously, he hastened his movements, shoveling the sand away rapidly. "Daddy, hurry up, don't let the clam king get away," Guogua exclaimed eagerly from beside him. "Uncle Li Rui, can you really catch the clam king?" Chen Yaoyao, her cheeks flushed, looked up at her father, Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong chuckled softly. The difficulty is not small. No sooner had he spoken than Li Rui successfully unearthed the clam king from the sand and tossed it at Guogua's feet. Gazing at the clam king now so close, Guogua scooped it up with both hands, exclaiming dramatically, "This is the clam king. It's so big and long." The clam king, generally referring to the large bamboo clam, is a bivalve mollusk known for its long shell, reaching around 14 centimeters. The clam king in Guogua's hands measured a remarkable 15 centimeters, a true specimen indeed. Clam kings are delicious and nutritionally rich, thus not inexpensive, typically costing around 100 yuan per pound. It truly is a clam king. Chun Xiong's expression darkened slightly. Nevertheless, he stubbornly remarked, "So what if you've caught one clam king? I just caught many clams and crabs." Chen Yaoyao rolled her eyes. "Puffed. It's just one bamboo clam. Nothing to be astonished about. My father caught many things earlier." Guogua, unwilling to concede, declared, "We just arrived. My daddy will surely catch more soon. Guogua, follow me. There might be a nest of shrimp gobies under that big rock." After binding the fishing perspective system, Li Rui's confidence soared. Within a 12-meter radius, he could see everything. Li Rui set down the shovel, picked up the tongs, and began to collect small fish, crabs, and shells with remarkable efficiency. The catches were swiftly tossed into the bucket. "Daddy, you are better than Mommy now. When I went beach fishing with Mommy, it would take her a long time to collect this many things. Yet you've gathered so much in such a short time. You're amazing." Guogua gazed at Li Rui with admiration. Her judgment was impeccable. She had indeed chosen the right father. "Huh, here's a little crab," Guogua exclaimed, noticing a small crab and reaching out to grab it. "Be careful," Li Rui cautioned promptly, but it was too late. The little crab pinched Guogua's pinky finger. "Ouch," she cried out in pain, her round little face scrunching up. Li Rui dropped the tongs and placed Guogua's hand in the water, preventing her from moving it. He understood that crabs feel secure in water, encouraging them to release their grip. Sure enough, the crabs soon let go. "You'll pay for that." Li Rui stepped down, crushing the crab beneath his foot. Anyone who harmed his daughter would face consequences. Afterward, He removed Guogua's glove and examined her finger, relieved to find only a slight redness without injury. I'm fine, Daddy. Guogua giggled, her spirits high. Li Rue placed the glove back on her hand, saying, I'm glad you're okay. Just be careful when catching crabs in the future. Ensure your safety first. Do you understand? Guogua nodded earnestly. Guogua understands. Chapter 5. Come, let us celebrate with a high five. Yet Li Rue remained somewhat uneasy. It was inherently risky for a child like Guogua to catch crabs with her hands. If she were pinched, the consequences could be severe. With this in mind, he gently advised, Guogua, do not catch crabs with your hands anymore. It's too dangerous. You can use the tongs. However, Guogua found little joy in using tongs, as she preferred the thrill of catching little crabs with her hands. With her round, sparkling eyes, she exclaimed, but using tongs isn't as fun. All right, you may catch little crabs with your hands, but do so with caution, Li Rue conceded, unable to persuade her otherwise. The little crab's pincers were not particularly strong and would not pierce through the protective gloves. Hence, every time they went beach fishing, Guogua would simply wear her gloves. At that moment, Guogua spotted a small swimming crab scuttling near her feet. With quick reflexes, she pinned its back down. Haha, Daddy, I caught another crab. Am I impressive, or what? Guogua tossed the swimming crab into the bucket, clapping her hands and looking up at Li Rue with delight. Impressive, very impressive, Li Rue exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Subsequently, Li Rue began to fish earnestly. With the system's support, his efforts at beach fishing flowed effortlessly. Guogua, let us move. There might be a nest of shrimp gobies under that large rock. Spotting a group of shrimp gobies joyfully playing beneath a sizable rock, Li Rue's mood instantly lifted. He quickly approached the rock, with Guogua cautiously following behind. Daddy, how did you know there would be a nest of shrimp gobies under that rock? Guogua's little head brimmed with curiosity. A gut feeling, Li Rue pondered briefly before responding. He could never tell Guogua that he had just activated the fishing perspective system, which allowed him to see the gobies hidden beneath the large stones. Li Rue pried open the stone, and in an instant, a multitude of gobies came into view for both Guogua and Li Rue. So many fish. Guogua blinked her big, watery eyes, pointing her chubby little hand at the gobies, and curiously asked, Daddy, are all these gobies? While catching the gobies, Li Rue patiently explained to Guogua, yes, indeed, these are all gobies. Gobies are a collective term for fish belonging to the Gobiidae family within the order Perciformes. They are relatively small, typically ranging from 100 to 150 millimeters in size. Look, these gobies are all quite small, perfectly fitting within that range. To help Guogua understand better, Li Rue picked up one of the gobies and held it in front of her. Guogua extended her little hand, measuring the length of the goby. So this is how long it is, between 100 and 150 millimeters. Guogua murmured to herself like a curious little one. Exactly, Li Rue replied. At that moment, Li Rue felt an extraordinary sense of happiness. He could earn money by fishing while also educating Guogua, thereby strengthening their parent-child bond. Truly a win-win situation. Li Rue graduated from an ordinary university, where he majored in marine biology, granting him a general understanding of marine life. Guogua, following in Li Rue's footsteps, began to catch gobies herself. Soon, her chubby little hands managed to grasp a goby. Daddy, I caught a goby too, Guogua exclaimed with excitement. However, before she could finish her sentence, the goby wriggled free from her grasp and slipped back into the water. Gobies are quite slippery, Li Rue chuckled. Guogua, determined not to let the goby escape, leaned down, her little hands splashing in the water as she attempted to catch another. This time, luck was not on her side. After several attempts, she failed to catch a single goby. Gobies, don't run away. Let Guogua catch you, she said in a sweet voice. Yet, contrary to her wishes, she soon straightened up, panting heavily. Don't be discouraged, Guogua, Li Rue said as he placed a goby into the bucket, then handed her a small net. Here, Daddy will teach you how to use the net to catch gobies. Yay. Guogua clapped her hands in excitement. Li Rue made a gesture for silence and whispered, Guogua, be quiet. Don't scare the gobies away. Okay, Guogua replied softly. When using the net, you must be quick and steady, Li Rue instructed, firmly holding Guogua's little hand. Just as he finished speaking, the net swiftly entered the water, capturing a goby. Seeing the goby in the net, Guogua was ecstatic. It's real. Following this, Guogua began to use the net independently. Initially, she struggled and caught nothing. However, on her fifth attempt, she successfully netted a goby. Daddy, I did it, Guogua exclaimed, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Come, let us celebrate with a high five, Li Rue quickly responded. Guogua eagerly raised her little palm. Li Rue smiled and gave her a high five. This brought a broad smile to Guogua's face. Not far away, Qin Yaoyao and Qin Xiong, who were also fishing, noticed the commotion and looked over at Li Rue and Guogua. Qin Xiong shook his head, saying, Li Rue is too unreliable. He has not even focused on fishing properly. I estimate he won't catch much today. After saying this, he glanced at the bucket by his feet, a smug expression appearing on his face. Today, he had been fortunate, catching over 2 kilograms of mantis shrimp. Mantis shrimp are not cheap, costing around 50 yuan per kilogram. Daddy, it looks like Guogua and her father are having a great time, Chen Yaoyao remarked, resting her chin on her hand. Just a poor kind of happiness. When fishing, one should appear serious about fishing. If he wants to play, why even bother fishing? Chen Xiong scoffed. Chen Yaoyao bit her lip and said, but I want to be as happy as Guogua. Chen Xiong immediately adopted a stern expression. Yaoyao, we are here to fish, not to play. We should act like we are fishing. The atmosphere here contrasted sharply with that of Li Rue and Guogua. Auntie Hohat and Auntie Hua were fishing together, quietly murmuring. What is that Li Rue up to? Look at Chen Xiong. He is working diligently. I estimate that by the time the tide rises, Li Rue won't have even half of what Chen Xiong has caught. Sighing, she added, poor Su Xiangyue. How did she end up with such an incompetent husband? Meanwhile, Li Rue noticed a large conch beside a small rock. The conch, known as the horned conch or golden silk conch, is a unique mollusk endemic to Huaxia. It has a nearly rhombic shape and a relatively hard shell, prized for its delicious taste and high market value. Wow, that conch must weigh over 3 kilograms. Li Rue gasped inwardly, astonished. Daddy, what is wrong? Guogua asked, noticing Li Rue staring intently at a spot. Guogua, come, let us go over there, Li Rue said, suppressing his excitement as he took her little hand and walked toward the conch. If not for Guogua by his side, he would have rushed over. The conch is quite expensive. A 3-kilogram conch could sell for over 2,000 yuan. Estimating in his mind, Li Rue couldn't help but feel exhilarated. With this fishing perspective system, fishing felt akin to picking up money. Soon, they reached the conch. Daddy, what is this? Guogua exclaimed, her big, watery eyes nearly popping out as she pointed at the conch. It's so big. I've never seen such a shell before. This is a conch. Li Rue squatted down to pick it up. Examining it closely, he continued. Conch is a broad term. Generally, conchs are edible. But there is a type known as the protected conch, which is a second-class protected species and not edible. This conch in my hand is a common one. Not the protected type. In fact, I believe calling the protected conch prison conch is more fitting. Who would dare touch a second-class protected animal? Daddy, I want to hold it. Guogua said, her eyes filled with anticipation. All right, give it a try. Li Rue bent down and placed the conch in front of her. Guogua attempted to lift it but struggled, saying, it's too heavy. I can't lift it. When I grow up, I'll be able to. Li Rue then placed the conch into the bucket, saying, let us continue fishing. The tide will rise soon. Li Rue spotted a few blue crabs not far away. He picked up a pair of tongs, caught a blue crab, and placed it into the bucket. Daddy, you're amazing. Guogua exclaimed, showering Li Rue with praise, filling him with motivation. 10 minutes later, Chen Xiong, holding Chen Yaoyao's hand and carrying a bucket half full of catch, proudly walked ashore, resembling a triumphant general. On the shore, Auntie Hohat and Auntie Hua noticed Chen Xiong and approached him with cheerful smiles. Chen Xiong, you've got quite the haul, haven't you? Auntie Hohat craned her neck to look at the bucket he was carrying. It was a sight to behold. Upon seeing the contents, Auntie Hohat couldn't help but squeal in delight. Chen Xiong, you caught so many mantis shrimp. You're incredible. Auntie Hua, upon hearing this, hurried over to inspect the bucket Chen Xiong was carrying. She peered inside and was instantly astounded. There must be over 2 gene of Pai Pai Xia. Indeed, Chen Xiong was renowned as a master of coastal fishing on Yuya Island. Nowadays, with marine resources dwindling, making a living through coastal fishing has become exceedingly challenging. The men in her family have all ventured out to work. Yet, Chen Xiong, this stalwart figure, remains on Yuya Island, leading a remarkably prosperous life. How could they not feel envious? If one could sustain themselves at home, who would wish to toil away externally? Hee, my father is truly formidable. Chen Yaoyao beamed with pride. Gui Fei and Halai, upon hearing this, chuckled. Chen Xiong did not refute it. He glanced at Li Rue and Guogua, who were ambling towards the shore, and smiled, wondering how much Li Rue had gathered during this fishing venture. The thought of Li Rue having a stunning wife left Chen Xiong feeling rather unsettled. He worked diligently every day, focused solely on making money, and had indeed accumulated a fair sum, yet he had married a plump, unremarkable woman. Meanwhile, Li Rue indulged in merriment, yet had a wife of exquisite beauty. It seemed life was dreadfully unfair. Li Rue hadn't gone fishing for over 2 years, and today, on a whim, he had come to the coast. Estimating that he had caught no more than Chen Xiong, Gui Fei sniffed disdainfully. Li Rue, a grown man, doesn't behave like one at all. While other men earn a living, he spends his days gambling. Card games are his forte. As for fishing, he is better off resting. Halai coldly remarked. Both Gui Fei and Halai felt sympathy for Su Xiangyue. Such a wonderful woman, and Li Rue did not cherish her at all. Let us go over and take a look. Chen Xiong suggested with a smile. I think it's better to skip it. There's nothing to see, Gui Fei replied with indifference. Halai echoed her sentiments, stating that during the fishing earlier, she saw Li Rue and his daughter frolicking, completely oblivious to the task at hand. How much could he possibly catch? At that moment, Chen Yaoyao waved at Guogua, saying, Guogua, hurry and bring your father over to see whose dad caught more this time. Not far away. Guogua tilted her little head and giggled. Okay. The competitive spirit of children far surpasses that of adults. It's getting late. We should head home. Li Rue noted the time, wishing to return to prepare dinner as his wife was still at work. He hoped to have a delicious meal ready for her upon her return. In his previous life, he felt he had wronged Su Xiangyue the most. Now, having been granted a second chance, he vowed to rectify his past mistakes and treat her well. Daddy, let us go over. Guogua implored, her eyes filled with longing. All right, if you insist. After all, you are my precious little darling, Li Rue conceded, unable to resist her charm. As the father and daughter conversed, Chen Yaoyao had already dragged Chen Xiong to Guogua's side. Guogua, look at how much your dad has in that bucket, Chen Yaoyao declared, puffing out her chest in pride, her little head bobbing. As Guogua approached for a closer look, she frowned and remarked, that is not much at all. Chen Yaoyao was taken aback. This was not the response she had anticipated. Humph, Guogua, from your tone, it sounds like your dad caught quite a bit, Chen Yaoyao huffed. The two little girls began to compete. Guogua boasted, my daddy exploded the bucket. Chen Yaoyao scoffed, you're just blowing smoke. Chen Xiong couldn't help but scoff internally. Exploded the bucket? What a joke. Nowadays, achieving such a feat is no small task. Even he seldom experienced such luck. Out of curiosity, Gui Fei and Halai approached, carrying their own buckets. Li Rue, you should ask Chen Xiong for guidance. He is a master at coastal fishing. The catch he made this time is worth several of your previous attempts. Gui Fei advised Li Rue in a tone of an elder. If it weren't for her concern for Su Xiangyue, she wouldn't waste her breath on him. Li Rue, let me see how much you caught this time. Halai said with a playful grin. Surely, a grown man like you wouldn't fare worse than me, an old woman. Chapter 7. My little friends were astonished. If you wish to see, then look for yourselves, Li Rue replied with a smirk. He was no longer the same Li Rue of old. He had received the system's blessing. Let me take a look, Gui Fei said coldly. As she took a few steps forward, she was instantly struck dumb. Heaven's mercy. Li Rue really had exploded the bucket. Even more astonishing was the fact that the bucket he held contained a giant conch weighing over 3 jin. Just how much could that fetch? It can't just be a few small fish and shrimp. Halai leaned in for a closer look, equally stunned. Goodness, how did Li Rue manage to catch so many fish? The bucket was brimming with shrimp, crab, and fish, packed tightly to the brim. What a marvel! Chen Xiong scoffed disdainfully. As he approached and witnessed Li Rue's bounty, his face changed colors like a chameleon, shifting from red to purple to white. He thought he must be seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet the sight remained unchanged. Yaoyao, come and see. Guogua exclaimed, laughing. All right, I'll come. Chen Yaoyao pouted, taking several steps forward until she stood beside Li Rue's bucket. She was instantly petrified. Guogua's father was incredible, far surpassing her own. Daddy, my friends are all astonished, Guogua beamed, taking in the expression on Chen Yaoyao's face, then looked up at Li Rue, grinning. Haha, it was always Yaoyao boasting about her father's fishing prowess in front of me. This time, it's finally my turn. What a delightful feeling. No wonder my friends always brag about how amazing their fathers are. This is a shrimp goby. Guogua explained to Chen Yaoyao about the shrimp goby and the conch. Chen Yaoyao listened, utterly captivated. How does Guogua know so much? She wondered, her curiosity piqued. Guogua, how do you know all this? Upon hearing this, Guogua immediately tugged at Li Rue's arm, tilting her head with pride as she replied, my daddy told me all of this. Isn't he amazing? Chen Yaoyao's expression fell. She glanced up at her father, her feelings of envy intensifying. Guogua's father was truly remarkable. All right, Guogua, let us go. I still have to hurry home to prepare dinner. Your mother has worked hard all day. Li Rue gently ruffled Guogua's hair with a smile. Gui Fei, Halai, and Chen Xiong were left in a state of shock. Had Li Rue truly changed? He was actually beginning to care for his wife. In the past, he had berated Su Xiangyue and constantly demanded money from her to gamble. Now, was this truly the Li Rue they once knew? Yaoyao, goodbye? Guogua politely waved farewell to Chen Yaoyao, who remained silent, her face a mask of bitterness, feeling a touch of disappointment. Did I just hear that right? Li Rue just said he was hurrying home to cook for his wife? Gui Fei looked incredulously at Halai and Chen Xiong. He just said that. Even now, Halai found it hard to believe. Chen Xiong felt a twinge of frustration as he held the bucket and took Chen Yaoyao's hand, leaving with a scowl. Li Rue must have been incredibly lucky to have caught so much. Chen Xiong indignantly remarked, Dad, what does it mean to have dogshit luck? Chen Yaoyao, filled with confusion, inquired. Chen Xiong, exhibiting impatience, replied, it simply means to have good fortune. Chen Yaoyao pondered for a moment and then muttered to herself, you are right. Guoguo's father must have had good luck today to catch so many seafood. Chen Xiong was unconvinced. However, Chen Yaoyao was equally unconvinced. After work, Su Xiangyue returned home, utterly exhausted. Currently, the family was burdened with over 200,000 yuan in debt. She earned 4,500 a month, while Li Rui was unemployed. How long would they be shackled by this debt? Guoguo had resumed her studies. The weight of these pressing matters made Su Xiangyue's head spin. She held no hope for Li Rui earning money by fishing. On Crescent Moon Island, so many young men had gone out to work. What did that indicate? It implied that relying on fishing for income on Crescent Moon Island was utterly impractical. When Li Rui returned, she would have a word with him, urging him to find a job. At that moment of turmoil, her mother, Chen Yi, called her. Xiangyue, you should divorce Li Rui. We have both seen the kind of life you are living. With your current beauty and figure, finding a wealthy man would be a matter of moments. I have already identified several candidates for you, each of whom surpasses Li Rui by tenfold. Chen Yi chattered on. From the very beginning, she had never thought highly of Li Rui. Mom, didn't I tell you before? I want to give Li Rui one last chance, Su Xiangyue responded, somewhat speechless. She had not yet divorced Li Rui. How could her mother have found several suitable men for her? This was simply outrageous. Xiangyue, are you not aware of Li Rui's character? Even if you give him 1,000 chances, he will never change his gambling habits. Chen Yi's expression was filled with disdain and disgust when speaking of Li Rui. Mom, this afternoon, Li Rui took the child to fish. Su Xiangyue attempted to alter her mother's perception of Li Rui. Chen Yi chuckled derisively and retorted, fishing? How much can one earn in a day? The money he makes in a day wouldn't even cover your family's daily expenses. Such a man is worthless. Xiangyue, while you are still young, you should quickly find someone else. Li Rui is nothing but a useless waste. Chen Yi was about to continue when Su Xiangyue interrupted. All right, Mom, no more. Li Rui and the child are back, and it would be inappropriate for them to hear this. Chen Yi, seemingly indifferent, replied, Li Rui is a useless waste. Even if he hears it, what difference would it make? With that, Su Xiangyue abruptly ended the call. In a 2-story house in Pinggang Town on Crescent Moon Island, Chen Yi was fuming. Su Xiangyue's father, Su Jianfeng, frowned deeply. Why does Xiangyue never heed advice? Even if Li Rui ceased gambling, how much success can he achieve through fishing? I must devise a way to ensure Xiangyue divorces him swiftly. A glint of cold determination flickered in Chen Yi's eyes. Her son was eager to marry and needed money urgently. This matter was causing her immense distress. Chapter 8. The Little Jealous One. Chen Yi anticipated that her daughter would remarry after the divorce, hoping to gain some financial relief. Let her be, she thought. If she wished to suffer, she could endure it alongside Li Rui. Su Jianfeng was somewhat irritated. Li Rui had become such a person, yet his daughter still considered giving him another chance. There must be something contemptible about such a pitiful person. No, I must escalate matters to ensure my daughter divorces him quickly, Chen Yi declared with a steely tone. Tomorrow was her birthday. Using this as an excuse, she would demand money from Li Rui, putting him in an uncomfortable position. Yes, that is the plan. In Happy Village, Li Rui returned home, exclaiming, Wife, come out and take a look. Su Xiangyue, curious, stepped outside. Guoguo bounced over to her mother, excitedly pointing to a bucket. Mama, look at the seafood that Guoguo and Daddy caught today. She emphasized her own involvement. What do you have in there? Su Xiangyue inquired, her interest waning. However, the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, the bucket has overflowed. Today, Li Rui's luck was truly extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiangyue hurried over, her eyes fixated on the contents of the bucket. This is a conch. She gasped in astonishment at the 3-kilogram conch, her mouth agape in shock. Li Rui observed her expression, and a wave of happiness surged within him. With the system's support, he finally felt confident in providing a better life for his wife and daughter. At that moment, Li Rui felt the air was sweet, and the sky was strikingly blue. Joy begets vitality. Husband, you are amazing. In her excitement, Su Xiangyue dashed to Li Rui and planted a passionate kiss on him. How embarrassing. Guoguo chimed in, her voice sweet. Li Rui embraced Su Xiangyue, gazing tenderly into her eyes, and softly said, Wife, please believe in me. I will ensure you live a good life. Su Xiangyue seemed quite content. As long as you are diligent and earnest, I will be satisfied. Daddy, are you only going to let Mama live well? Guoguo pouted adorably, placing her hands under her armpits. Why are you such a little jealous one? Li Rui chuckled, squatting down to lift Guoguo into his arms. Such a delightful life. In his previous life, he had failed to appreciate such moments. In this life, He vowed to cherish them doubly. Yet Guogua persisted. Daddy, you still haven't answered my question. Are you only going to let Mama live well? If you don't answer, I will really be angry. She pouted, looking irresistibly cute. Su Xiangyue gently poked Guogua's nose, smiling. Guogua, you are truly a little jealous pot. Daddy, you must speak. Guogua urged anxiously. Seeing this, Li Rue felt both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, he replied with a smile. Daddy will also ensure Guogua lives well. That is more like it. Guogua's chubby face lit up with a sweet smile. Li Rue set her down and released Su Xiangyue's waist, saying, I will go prepare dinner. Tonight we shall feast on seafood. Su Xiangyue, understanding, replied, Li Rue, don't worry about dinner. I will handle it. You should sell the seafood. If we keep it here overnight, it may lose weight. They were still burdened with over 200,000 yuan in debt. It was not yet the time for them to enjoy life. Today, Li Rue was fortunate. He had caught an abundance of seafood. However, such luck would not always be his. As she contemplated these harsh realities, Su Xiangyue's mood soured, and her delicate face fell. Hurry, she urged. All right, Li Rue acquiesced, recognizing her seriousness. He then took Guogua's hand and headed toward Yu Tao's house at the village entrance, who specialized in purchasing various seafood. Guogua, what are you and your daddy going to do? Along the way, Guogua encountered her little friend Bai Jiaming, who was also only 3 years old. Being from the same village and of similar age, Guogua often played with him. I'm going with daddy to sell seafood. Guogua proudly pointed to the bucket, boasting, these are what I caught with daddy. Am I impressive? Isn't daddy amazing? Dressed in immaculate white attire. Bai Jiaming craned his neck to gaze into the barrel brimming with marine delicacies. Instantly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, so much. Guogua, it seems your father is even more formidable than Yao Yao's dad. Bai Jiaming, in disbelief, lifted his gaze towards Guogua. In Xingfu village, Guogua, Chen Yao Yao, and Bai Jiaming formed an inseparable trio, frequently indulging in playful escapades together. Previously, Chen Yao Yao often boasted to Guogua and Bai Jiaming about her father's prowess in gathering seafood. At times, she would brandish her phone, showcasing images predominantly featuring her father's catches. Jiaming, isn't that obvious? My dad is undoubtedly far superior to Yao Yao's father. Guogua proclaimed proudly, her chin held high. It seemed that in every child's heart, their own father was the most remarkable. Guogua's pride was particularly pronounced. At that moment, Chen Yao Yao rushed over, cradling a children's bowl adorned with a Peppa Pig design, her mouth full as she debated, Guogua, when it comes to gathering seafood. Your father pales in comparison to mine. Today, it's merely luck that allowed your father to catch so much. He won't always be this fortunate. My dad possesses genuine skills. Li Rue, overhearing their exchange, wore a bemused expression. It appeared that the children were even more competitive than he had anticipated. That's not true. My dad has real skills too. Guogua retorted, engaging in the argument alongside Chen Yao Yao. Meanwhile, Bai Jiaming felt overshadowed. His father, Bai Kai, worked away from home, and the thought of his friend's fathers being present only deepened his sense of inadequacy. Before long, Li Rue and Guogua arrived at Yu Tao's residence. Yu Tao was busy sorting through the seafood he had collected in his yard, surrounded by a throng of people eager to sell their catches. Upon Li Rue's arrival, a few individuals began to jest. Oh, isn't this Li Rue? Could it be that the sun is rising in the west today? Li Rue is here to sell seafood too? This isn't where he belongs. The chess room is where he should be. Li Rue chuckled coldly, refraining from responding. As he drew closer to the crowd, their demeanor shifted to one of excitement. Wow. Li Rue went out to gather seafood and actually filled his barrel. His luck is off the charts. From this day forward, I, Li Rue, shall turn over a new leaf and refrain from gambling, he declared loudly. The crowd erupted in disbelief. None took his words seriously. Previously, Li Rue had made similar vows, only to return to gambling shortly thereafter. A dog can't change its nature, they murmured. Li Rue paid little mind to their reactions. Li Rue, here, have a smoke, Yu Tao said, noticing the abundance of seafood in Li Rue's possession. He grinned broadly and offered him a cigarette. Glancing at the impressive conch in Li Rue's bucket, Yu Tao instinctively swallowed hard. Goodness. He had seldom encountered a conch of such size in his years as a seafood merchant. My dad doesn't smoke, Guogua interjected, scrunching her adorable nose and pouting. Yu Tao burst into laughter at her boldness. After a brief moment, he pushed the cigarette towards Li Rue again, bemused. This little one dares to meddle in adult affairs? Uncle Yu, I've told you, my dad doesn't smoke. Why do you insist on this? Guogua's face darkened as she stamped her delicate foot in frustration. In Xingfu village, most residents were related, and according to familial hierarchy, Guogua referred to Yu Tao as Grandpa. Li Rue quickly waved his hands, declining. Uncle Yu, I've quit smoking. Please take it back. Yu Tao blinked in surprise, then exclaimed, Li Rue, this isn't like you. In our village, who doesn't he know you indulge in everything? Why the sudden change? The surrounding onlookers regarded Li Rue with astonished expressions. Was this truly the Li Rue they once knew? People do change. A weathered smile crossed Li Rue's face. In his past life, he had choices but failed to become a good father and husband. In this life, he chose to embrace that role wholeheartedly. His greatest desire in reliving his life was to rectify the regrets of his previous existence. See, Grandpa, I wasn't mistaken. My dad truly doesn't smoke, Guogua chimed, shaking her round little head with satisfaction. Yu Tao conceded, tucking the cigarette back into his pack. Very well. If you don't smoke, you don't smoke. After a few awkward chuckles, Yu Tao began calculating the total value of the seafood. The conch weighs 3 jin 6 liang, priced at 506 per jin, totaling 2,016 yuan. The green crabs weigh 3 jin, at 70 per jin, totaling 210. The razor clams weigh 2 jin, at 100 per jin, totaling 200. In total, your haul earns you 3,650 yuan. Upon hearing the figure, the crowd gasped in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. Most of them wouldn't earn such a sum in a month of gathering seafood. Li Rue had made such a profit in a single outing. Incredible. Li Rue, I'll transfer the money to you now, Yu Tao said with a hearty laugh, sending 3,650 yuan to Li Rue. Simultaneously, a notification chimed on Li Rue's phone. WeChat payment of 3,650 yuan received. Hearing this, Sister Hohot rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. Li Rue, you must not squander this money on gambling. You know what kind of life Xiangyue has with you. Don't worry, Sister Hohot. I won't gamble again, Li Rue replied with a smile. In his previous life, Sister Hohot and his wife, Su Xiangyue, had supported each other, leaving him with a favorable impression of her. Sister Hohot continued to worry, Li Rue, please don't deceive me. Now you have a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter. You must cherish them. Don't let regret be your only companion. Li Rue grinned. Thank you for your concern, Sister Hohot. I will certainly treasure my life now. After saying this, he bent down and pinched Guogua's little face, asking, would you like to ride on Daddy's shoulders? Guogua remained silent, but her actions answered the question. She quickly climbed onto Li Rue's neck, gripping his head tightly to avoid falling. Let us go, Li Rue said, standing up and moving forward. Guogua wobbled with delight, humming a cheerful tune. Daddy's daddy is called Grandpa. Daddy's mommy is called Grandma. As they stepped outside, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Li Rue's mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,650 points. 3,500 points can be exchanged for a lucky shovel for gathering seafood. Would you like to exchange now? Li Rue was taken aback by the sudden voice, quickly replaced by excitement and joy. Incredible. This system is truly remarkable. Earning money not only grants points, but also allows for exchanges. Fantastic. Can I choose the color? Li Rue inquired earnestly. Yes, the system responded. Instantly, a virtual interface appeared before Li Rue, displaying several color options for the lucky shovel. After a brief glance, he settled on a pink shovel. That's the one. He communicated again with the system. In an instant, a pink seaside lucky shovel appeared in Li Rue's bucket. Upon returning home, Guogua hurriedly dashed into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Su Xiangyue, clad in an apron, was busy stir-frying vegetables. She glanced at Guogua and smiled, saying, slow down. However, Guogua, with a serious expression, insisted, Mama, from now on, you must supervise Baba with me and ensure that he does not smoke. Why? Su Xiangyue asked casually. Mama, how can you, an adult, ask such a childish question? I truly doubt you are a grown-up, Guogua pouted, explaining, smoking is harmful to health. Besides, I really dislike the smell of smoke. It is too unpleasant. Su Xiangyue found Guogua's seriousness amusing and burst into laughter, saying, Mama understands now. Guogua, why do you say Mama is childish? Li Rue approached from behind Guogua. Mama just asked me a very childish question, which is why I said Mama is childish, Guogua responded earnestly. Mama actually doesn't know that smoking is harmful to health. Li Rue shook his head, turning to Su Xiangyue. Darling, you have worked hard. I just sold some seafood and earned 3,650 yuan, which I have already transferred to you. Before he finished speaking, the money had already been sent. Upon hearing the WeChat notification, Su Xiangyue's eyes glistened with tears. She had been anticipating this day for over 2 years. Finally, she had awaited the moment when the clouds parted and the sun shone through. Suddenly, Guogua rushed to Su Xiangyue's side, speaking in a hurried tone, Mama, turn off the fire quickly. Su Xiangyue was bewildered. Li Rue also looked puzzled. What happened? Su Xiangyue asked in confusion. Mama, hurry. Turn off the fire. Guogua urged. Su Xiangyue promptly extinguished the gas flame. Guogua waved her chubby little hand from above, saying, Mama, you must squat down. Su Xiangyue was further perplexed by Guogua's actions. And Li Rue was equally confused. Mechanically, Su Xiangyue squatted down. Phew. Guogua blew towards Su Xiangyue's eyes. In the past, when her eyes were red and moist, Mama often helped her by blowing on her eyes. Oh, so that's it. Su Xiangyue chuckled through her tears, wiping her eyes and saying, Mama's eyes did not get sand in them, so Guogua doesn't need to blow on Mama's eyes. Guogua's eyes widened in surprise. With exaggerated innocence, she exclaimed, Mama, does that mean you were crying? How could an adult cry? Adults crying is so shameful. At that moment, the expression on Guogua's round little face resembled Columbus discovering a new continent. Su Xiangyue laughed again. Guogua, Mama didn't cry. Guogua pointed at the tears in Su Xiangyue's eyes and stated earnestly, Mama, why are you lying? You clearly cried. You always teach me to be honest. Why aren't you honest? Guogua, you truly are a curious little one, Li Rue remarked, coming over to scoop Guogua into his arms. Baba, did you bully Mama? Guogua probed. Su Xiangyue quickly stood up, smiling as she explained, Mama cried because she was touched by your father's actions. Guogua scratched her little head, a large question mark forming on her forehead. What does it mean to be touched? It means that when one is deeply moved by something external, it evokes strong emotions that are expressed through tears, Li Rue patiently explained. Oh, is that so? Guogua appeared somewhat confused. Seeing this, Su Xiangyue elaborated, Guogua, Mama just cried because Baba was incredibly kind to Mama. Mama's heart was deeply moved, and that is why she cried. Do you understand now? At this, Guogua nodded earnestly. Guogua understands. Li Rue watched the scene unfold, feeling a profound sense of warmth and fulfillment. In his previous life, he had been devoid of patience with Guogua, causing her significant psychological harm. In this life, he vowed never to leave any psychological scars on her. People are products of their environment. He believed that in a loving atmosphere, Guogua would grow to be both physically and emotionally healthy. Xiangyue, take Guogua outside. The kitchen is filled with smoke and not suitable for women to stay in, Li Rue said, rolling up his sleeves, preparing to turn on the gas to continue cooking. Su Xiangyue feigned anger, pushing Li Rue out of the kitchen, saying coldly, seaside work is physically demanding. You must be tired. Go rest. If you continue to argue with me about cooking, I will be angry. With no choice left, Li Rue exited the kitchen. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? In his previous life, he had taken his wonderful wife for granted, indulging in gambling, which ultimately led to the destruction of their family. He felt deeply remorseful for his past actions. Entering the living room, Li Rue glanced around and found it devoid of furnishings except for 4 chairs, a table, and an old, worn-out sofa. He felt a pang of discomfort. Su Xiangyue had endured so much hardship. Meanwhile, Guogua had entered her curious mode again. Baba. Baba's father is called Grandpa, and Baba's mother is called Grandma. What are Baba's brothers and sisters called? What is Baba's maternal grandfather called? Li Rue, interrupting Guogua's barrage of questions, calmly replied, You ask one question at a time, and Baba will answer them one by one. Okay, Guogua beamed. Thus, the father and daughter engaged in a delightful question-and-answer exchange. Both Guogua and Li Rue reveled in the moment. If it weren't for the painful lessons of his previous life, Li Rue would not have the patience to educate Guogua as he did now. In that past life, Guogua, just like now, had been an incessantly curious child asking countless questions, while he had been impatient. To keep Guogua from bothering him, he had handed her his phone, leading her to develop the habit of staring at screens. By the age of 8, Guogua had already needed glasses. Reflecting on that, Li Rue wished he could give himself a good scolding. Before long, Su Xiangyue emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming array of dishes. Seeing the harmonious interaction between Li Rue and Guogua, a smile of happiness graced her face. Her desires were modest, a family filled with joy, safety, food, and drink. Both partners working hard to earn money, while the child grew up healthy and strong. Just as the family of 3 picked up their chopsticks, Li Rue received a phone call from his mother-in-law, Chen Yi. Li Rue picked up the phone, frowning. Who is it? Su Xiangyue inquired. Your mother, Li Rue replied, then answered the call. The next moment, Chen Yi's sharp voice pierced Li Rue's ears. Li Rue, tomorrow is my birthday. How much red envelope are you planning to give me? I've married my daughter to you. You should at least show some gesture for my birthday. He thought to himself. You, a gambler, what money could you possibly have? I am doing this to make you uncomfortable. You, a broke gambler, what can you provide for my daughter's happiness? You should divorce my daughter as soon as possible, or I will continue to be a thorn in your side. If it weren't for Su Xiangyue's sake, Li Rue would have hung up the phone by now. Mom, since it's your birthday, I will naturally send you a red envelope, Li Rue replied gently. Though inwardly he had already cursed Chen Yi's entire ancestry. Chen Yi directly asked, how much are you planning to give? It wouldn't be just 100 or 200. Would it? You are unable to retrieve even 300 or 500. I suggest you consider divorcing my daughter as soon as possible. After your divorce, My daughter will undoubtedly find someone better. Li Rui no longer wished to hear the voice of that old witch. Thus, he pretended that the signal was poor. Hello, hello? Hello, Mom. The signal here is terrible. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Rui hung up the phone. On the other end, Chun-Yi was furious. You bastard. You actually hung up on me. If you don't send me a large red envelope tomorrow, I will come to your house and make your life miserable. Chapter 11, A Tangent. Li Rui, I am truly sorry for putting you in this situation, Su Xianyue said, looking at him with a face full of embarrassment. Her mother was exactly that kind of person, fixated solely on money, constantly thinking about how to profit from her divorce. It's all right. It's not your fault. Your mother is your mother, and you are you. I can clearly distinguish between the two, Li Rui reassured as he gently caressed Su Xianyue's delicate face. Sighing deeply, Su Xianyue lamented, after all, she is my mother. I cannot sever ties with her completely. At times, it caused her considerable distress. Li Rui suggested, Xianyue, perhaps we can reduce our contact with your mother. What do you think? Gua Gua, who was sitting on a chair, immediately stopped swinging her chubby little legs upon hearing this. She exclaimed, Gua Gua doesn't tea like Grandma. To her, Grandma resembled the old witch from a fairy tale. But she is still my mother. Su Xianyue bit her lip and replied, Mommy, Gua Gua doesn't tea want to see Grandma anymore. Gua Gua pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. Understanding the significance of a nurturing and loving environment for a child, Li Rui gently reasoned, for Gua Gua's healthy development, we must also limit our contact with your mother. Today, your mother came to our home and made Gua Gua silent. That is harmful to the child. I do not want your mother to treat Gua Gua this way. Owing to his past regrets, he would not allow anyone to harm his daughter in this life. Su Xianyue proposed a compromise, saying, in the future, you and Gua Gua should have less contact with my mother. Does that work? Li Rui agreed, all right. Pushing too hard may have adverse effects. After glancing at the tidal forecast app, Li Rui noted that tomorrow morning from 6 to 9 would be suitable for gathering seafood. Darling, I plan to go shellfishing at 6 tomorrow morning. After dinner, I will head to the town to purchase some shellfishing tools, he said enthusiastically. For him, his wife and child were his motivation to strive forward. Going to the town? Su Xianyue felt a sudden pang of anxiety, her expression darkening. In the past, whenever Li Rui went to town, it was often for gambling, as many gaming halls had opened there. Hearing that Li Rui intended to go to town made her heart tighten. Don't worry, my dear. I have truly quit gambling. If I gamble again, you can divorce me. Li Rui quickly reassured her, recognizing her concern. After all, those who quit gambling often found it challenging to succeed. You should leave early. Our tricycle's headlight is broken. Su Xianyue said understandingly. Daddy, Gua Gua wants to go with you, Gua Gua shouted. Su Xianyue immediately adopted a stern demeanor, saying, you cannot go. It's unsafe for a little child like you to sit on the tricycle. Gua Gua's little face fell at her seriousness, but soon she perked up again. Our family of 3 can go together. Su Xianyue's expression softened considerably. She stroked Gua Gua's little head and gently replied, Mama still needs to wash the dishes and do housework. Unable to resist, Su Xianyue added, you've led Mama astray. It's Mama, not Mama. Gua Gua attempted to mimic, though her pronunciation was unclear. Su Xianyue patiently corrected her numerous times, but to no avail. Before long, Gua Gua had fallen asleep. This child takes after me. She gets sleepy easily when studying, Li Rui remarked as he set down his bowl and chopsticks. Lifting Gua Gua onto the sofa and covering her with a thin blanket. Li Rui, be quick and return. I have chores to do and need to take care of the child, Su Xianyue urged as she realized time was running late. Li Rui nodded and went to the shed, taking out their tricycle and heading straight to Pingyang Town. 15 minutes later, he arrived at Pingyang Town. Chun-Yi and her husband, Su Jianfeng, were strolling leisurely. By chance, Chun-Yi caught sight of Li Rui, and she froze momentarily. Honey, what's wrong? Su Jianfeng asked. Puzzled. Isn't that Li Rui? What is he doing in town so late? Chun-Yi asked, her curiosity piqued. Su Jianfeng instinctively remarked, he must be here to gamble. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi became infuriated. It must be true. This morning, that bastard Li Rui swore to us that he would never gamble again. Yet, less than a day later, he has returned to town to gamble. With a cold expression, she hurriedly followed. Su Jianfeng trailed behind, panting. Soon, Li Rui stopped the electric tricycle. Just as Su Jianfeng and Chun-Yi arrived, they saw Li Rui enter a grocery store. What is he doing in that store? Chun-Yi wondered, perplexed. Inside the store, the owner asked, what would you like to sell? Li Rui found numerous shellfishing tools, a shrimp trap, a double-sided hoe, a headlamp, a folding stool, rain boots, and shellfishing gloves. How much for all of these? Li Rui inquired. You're buying so many items. I'll give you a discount. The shrimp trap is 80, the double-sided hoe 30, the headlamp 100, the folding stool 20, the rain boots 50, and a pair of gloves 8. the store owner replied cheerfully. After carefully calculating, Li Rui found the prices reasonable and paid up. Upon exiting the store, he encountered Chun Yi and Su Jianfeng. Li Rui, what are you buying these things for? You can't possibly be planning to make a living from shellfishing. Chun Yi interrogated him coldly. Su Jianfeng scrutinized Li Rui intently. With confidence, Li Rui responded, yes, I intend to make a living from shellfishing. Hearing this, Chun Yi became acerbic. What era are we in? You still think you can make a living from shellfishing? On a good day, you might make around 200, but on a bad day, you could earn only a few dozen. Can this amount sustain my daughter and Guagua? Su Jianfeng shook his head in disappointment. Li Rui was utterly unreliable. In this day and age, only the elderly, weak, and ill remained on Yuya Island, while the young and strong had all gone out to work. Li Rui, you are young. Instead of earning money outside, you stay on the island, which is akin to waiting for death, Su Jianfeng remarked. Dad, Mom, it's getting late. I must return home. Xian Yue and Guagua are waiting for me, Li Rui announced as he prepared to leave. However, Chun Yi continued to chatter in his ear. Li Rui, you should hurry and divorce my daughter. Do not delay her happiness any longer. As he pressed the accelerator, the tricycle sped up to its maximum speed, releasing a cloud of choking smoke that made Chun Yi cough. Chapter 12, Experience Prevails. Cough. Chun Yi's face darkened, and she scolded. That little brat Li Rui is truly despicable. Su Jianfeng looked grim. Li Rui is complacent. Even if he has quit gambling, he should not remain on Yuya Island. What future can he possibly have here? Undoubtedly, both Chun Yi and Su Jianfeng believed that Li Rui could not support a family while staying on Yuya Island. Upon returning home, Li Rui found it was just getting dark. Daddy, did you bring back something delicious for Guagua? Guagua, upon hearing the sound of the electric tricycle, hurriedly hopped on her short little legs into her family's small courtyard, her face radiating with happiness. Inside the living room, Su Xiangyue rushed out after her, exclaiming, slow down. With a slight pout, Guagua truly was a little glutton, constantly thinking about food throughout the day. Li Rui halted the vehicle, his expression one of regret as he said, I'm sorry, I forgot to bring you something delicious. Instantly, Guagua's little face fell, her lips pursed, and her nostrils flaring in discontent. Just then, Li Rui, noticing her disappointment, magically produced a tonghalu from behind him and placed it in front of her. Guagua, look what this is. In an instant, a sweet smile blossomed on Guagua's chubby little face. She eagerly snatched the tonghalu with both hands, gleefully exclaiming that Daddy would always bring her tasty treats. Her large eyes sparkled like crescent moons. The following day, before dawn, Li Rui rose from his bed, followed closely by Su Xiangyue. Wife, why are you getting up? Li Rui asked, bewildered. To prepare a bowl of noodles for you, Su Xiangyue replied while dressing. Going to the sea is physically demanding. You must eat well. A warm current flowed through Li Rui's heart as he insisted, I can handle it myself. You should sleep a bit longer. Su Xiangyue smiled. But I'm already awake and can't fall back asleep. After getting out of bed, she made her way directly to the kitchen while Li Rui headed to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. When the steaming bowl of noodles was ready, Su Xiangyue brought it to Li Rui, offering him a pair of chopsticks. The aroma wafted towards him, tantalizing his senses, revealing 2 poached eggs atop the noodles, garnished with fragrant scallions. Just by looking at it, his appetite was ignited. Li Rui picked up the bowl and relished the noodles, finishing every last bite, including the eggs. Your noodles are simply exquisite, he declared, placing his chopsticks down earnestly. Su Xiangyue felt a surge of joy in her heart. Though she modestly responded, they're just ordinary noodles. How good can they be? They are extraordinarily delicious, unmatched in taste, Li Rui generously praised. Dressed in his seaside attire, with a headlamp perched on his head and a bucket in hand, Li Rui stood at the entrance of his home. Su Xiangyue adjusted his clothing and cautioned, be careful while you're at the sea. Safety first, don't get hurt, understood? Li Rui smiled and nodded in affirmation. As he walked away, Su Xiangyue's expression turned somber. The family was currently in dire financial straits, burdened by over 200,000 yuan in debt. Her husband's ventures to the sea were not a sustainable solution. Although he had lucked out yesterday, today would likely be different. If her husband could earn 200 yuan today, she would be satisfied, yet doubts clouded her mind. If the average was 200 yuan a day, the able-bodied young men on Mingwei Island would not need to seek work elsewhere. Meanwhile, Li Rui had arrived at the shore, where the tide had just receded. Chen Xiong was diligently using pliers to catch crabs in the shallows. Hey, I'm having good luck today. I've already found several stone crabs, Chen Xiong exclaimed, his spirits high. Stone crabs, a common variety, typically inhabit rocky or gravelly sea beds. Upon noticing Li Rui approaching, Chen Xiong teased, Li Rui, yesterday was merely luck, today won't be the same. Li Rui calmly spotted a blue crab near Chen Xiong's feet and, with a steady hand, lifted it with the pliers, and placed it in his bucket. Whoa! A blue crab. Chun Xiong's eyes widened in astonishment. This crab must weigh at least 1.5 pounds. At market prices, stone crabs fetch 8 yuan per pound, while blue crabs are valued at 70 yuan. The blue crab Li Rui had just caught could sell for over 100 yuan. Relying on luck is unreliable. Experience is key in this field, Chun Xiong scoffed, pushing aside a large rock in the water. Instantly, several large stone crabs came into view, which he swiftly captured and tossed into his bucket. Li Rui said little. Instead, he reached down and skillfully grasped a wild sea urchin from behind Chun Xiong's heel. Look at me, brother. In no time, I've caught several pounds of stone crabs. Chun Xiong boasted proudly, only to turn and find his expression turn pale. What? A wild sea urchin? Chun Xiong exclaimed, envious as he watched Li Rui's remarkable luck. While he had toiled for a while to catch a fair number of stone crabs, Li Rui had effortlessly snatched a wild sea urchin, which held high culinary value and could fetch over 100 yuan per pound. The sea urchin Li Rui had caught weighed at least 8 taels. Chun Xiong watched, his eyes fixated on the sea urchin, swallowing hard in envy. Here's an even larger sea urchin, Li Rui murmured to himself, then swiftly snatched another nearly pound-sized sea urchin. The sound of it landing in Li Rui's bucket startled Chun Xiong from his stupor. Chun Xiong, you should continue catching your stone crabs, Li Rui remarked nonchalantly. In truth, Li Rui had spotted the stone crabs but had no interest in them. They were too cheap compared to the blue crabs and sea urchins. After surveying the area and finding nothing else of value, he decided to leave. Chun Xiong, are you blind? Those blue crabs and sea urchins are right beside you. Yet you can only see the worthless stone crabs? Chun Xiong's face fell as he looked at the stone crabs in his own bucket. Feeling disheartened when he recalled the blue crabs and sea urchins Li Rui had caught, he suddenly found his own catch unappealing. I'll keep searching. Perhaps I can find some blue crabs or sea urchins, he muttered, rummaging around his feet, but only managing to catch a few more stone crabs. In Chapter 13, as he searched for skeleton shrimp, Chun Xiong cursed under his breath, frustrated that all he could find were stone crabs. After searching for quite a while without a sight of sea urchins or blue crabs, he felt enraged. These past 2 days have been cursed. Li Rui has been on a lucky streak. After venting his frustration, he kicked a small reef rock, wincing in pain. Once he regained his composure, he reminded himself to stay calm. Good fortune is merely temporary. True skill is everlasting. He relied on his abilities to catch fish, while Li Rui depended on luck. It was clear who could truly make a living from this. Meanwhile, Li Rui arrived at a muddy flat where he spotted a relatively large skeleton shrimp beneath a small breathing hole. The hole was tiny and easily overlooked. But with Li Rui's keen observation, he could see even the smallest openings. Skeleton shrimps typically inhabit muddy areas rather than sandy beaches. Using a shrimp extractor, Li Rui made 3 attempts before successfully extracting the skeleton shrimp. The skeleton shrimp was tiny, measuring only a few millimeters in length, slender and transparent, resembling a diminutive skeleton. Hence its name. This muddy flat was teeming with skeleton shrimps. Li Rui beheld an innumerable array of skeleton shrimp, his adrenaline surging rapidly. The skeleton shrimp, renowned for their exquisite flavor, commanded a hefty price of approximately 180 yuan per pound. On this muddy expanse, Li Rui methodically employed his shrimp extractor, capturing the elusive crustaceans with ease. I refuse to believe that Li Rui can continue to reap such bountiful rewards, Chun Xiong murmured from a distance, fixated on Li Rui. Fortune cannot perpetually favor him. With that, Chun Xiong kicked aside a stone at his feet. In an instant, several shrimp gobies came into view. Goodness, so many shrimp gobies. It seems luck has finally graced me, Chun Xiong exclaimed with great excitement, seizing his net to diligently gather the fish from the water. In a short while, he had amassed over 3 pounds of shrimp gobies. Just then, dawn broke, and Sister Ho Hot and Aunt Hua arrived together. Upon seeing Chun Xiong's half-full bucket of seafood, their eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my, Chun Xiong, you are truly impressive. Each time we go to the sea, your harvest is abundant. In our village of Xingfu, only you can rely on fishing for a living. Others simply cannot. Chun Xiong, flattered, felt a bit light-headed from the praise, yet humbly replied, I'm just average. I'm not as remarkable as you say. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, a hint of envy creeping in as he remarked, unlike Li Rui, who managed to fill his bucket yesterday. Upon hearing this, Sister Ho Hot immediately scoffed. He merely stumbled upon good luck. Aunt Hua concurred. Yes, it was purely luck. Relying solely on fortune does not suffice in fishing. Only seasoned veterans like us can consistently reap rewards. I suspect that during this outing, Li Rui will find nothing of value. Chun Xiong couldn't help but smirk at this. Earlier, Li Rui had indeed found a 1.5-pound blue crab and several wild sea urchins. Much to Chun Xiong's disbelief, Sister Ho Hot and Aunt Hua, we won't chat with you any longer. There are plenty of wild oysters over there. Sister Ho-Hot exclaimed upon spotting a patch of shallow water teeming with wild oysters, her eyes lighting up as she rushed over. Aunt Hua waved goodbye to Chen Xiong and followed suit. The two seasoned fishermen reveled in gathering wild oysters, fully aware that only the plump specimens held culinary value, while the thin ones were largely devoid of worth. The sound of their efforts echoed as they tossed the robust wild oysters into their buckets. As they continued, they approached Li Rue. Li Rue, what treasures have you unearthed? Sister Ho-Hot teased. Sister Ho-Hot shared a close bond with Su Xiangyue. Over the past 2 years, Li Rue had succumbed to gambling, leading to Su Xiangyue's hardships, which fostered a sense of animosity from Sister Ho-Hot. I haven't found anything worthwhile, Li Rue replied as he continued to extract skeleton shrimp from the muddy substrate. Li Rue, that contraption in your hand is a shrimp extractor, I assenti it? Aunt Hua rolled her eyes at him, remarking how prohibitively expensive it was and questioning its utility. Before she could finish, Li Rue pulled the extractor with force, and a skeleton shrimp was swiftly drawn out. Aunt Hua was left dumbfounded. Sister Ho-Hot's eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, that's a skeleton shrimp. They are quite valuable, fetching around 180 yuan per pound in the current market, while the wild oysters we are gathering barely sell for 3.5 yuan per pound. In the blink of an eye, Li Rue extracted 2 more skeleton shrimp. After exchanging glances, Sister Ho-Hot and Aunt Hua picked up their buckets and hurried to Li Rue's side. They saw the air holes and frantically began to dig. The skeleton shrimp, sensing danger, darted away, eluding their grasp. Attempting to catch them by hand proved exceedingly challenging. The skeleton shrimp were diminutive, only a few millimeters long, and adept at navigating through the tiniest crevices. Despite their strenuous efforts, Sister Ho-Hot and Aunt Hua, akin to dogs paddling, failed to catch a single skeleton shrimp. Meanwhile, Li Rue, with his extractor, effortlessly captured one after another, creating a stark contrast. Exhausted and breathless, Sister Ho-Hot and Aunt Hua found themselves empty-handed, while Li Rue, without breaking a sweat, had already collected over 4 pounds of skeleton shrimp. This disparity only fueled their frustration. I refuse to believe that I cannot catch a skeleton shrimp by hand, Aunt Hua muttered defiantly, intensifying her efforts as she dug with all her might into the muddy terrain. Sister Ho-Hot seized a shovel, swiftly excavating the sand. Though they worked with great speed, the skeleton shrimp moved even faster. Before long, both were panting heavily, seated on the mud, utterly spent. Aunt Hua, Sister Ho-Hot, are skeleton shrimp truly that difficult to catch? Li Rue remarked, extracting yet another skeleton shrimp with ease. Isn't it simple? Aunt Hua and Sister Ho-Hot echoed. Observing Li Rue's effortless success in capturing skeleton shrimp, they felt envy boiling within them. They were acutely aware that the skeleton shrimp lay just within their reach, yet they could not manage to catch a single one. This sensation was akin to a cat scratching the soles of their feet, excruciatingly frustrating. Sister Ho-Hot, let us buy shrimp extractors later, without one. It's nearly impossible to catch skeleton shrimp, Aunt Hua proposed. Previously, she had dismissed the extractor as costly and useless, but now she realized how mistaken she had been. Sister Ho-Hot quickly agreed, insisting, yes, we must buy one. As they spoke, Li Rue managed to capture yet another half a pound of skeleton shrimp. Perhaps the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. With the aid of his extractor and enhanced perception, Li Rue found catching skeleton shrimp exceedingly easy. Aunt Hua and Sister Ho-Hot attempted once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. They toiled exhaustively, yet failed to catch a single skeleton shrimp, deepening their frustration. Aunt Hua sighed. Let us continue gathering oysters. Sister Ho-Hot expressed her discontent. If we keep this up, we shall incur significant losses during this outing. Aunt Hua sighed deeply. All right then. Let us go gather oysters. The thought of the numerous skeleton shrimp lurking just beneath the muddy surface, eluding their grasp, weighed heavily on them. Meanwhile, Su Xiangyue arrived at the shore with Guogua. I will call your father and ask him to come over, Su Xiangyue said, pulling out her phone. Each morning at 8 o'clock, she had to be at the seafood processing factory for work, and there was still over half an hour until that time. At that moment, Chen Yaoyao's mother, Su Lanji, arrived with Chen Yaoyao as well. Xiangyue, why did you bring your daughter here? Su Lanji inquired. Su Lanji was quite robust, her face marred with blemishes. Sometimes, when she wished to engage in intimacy with her husband, Chen Xiong, he would rebuff her advances. Li Rue had gone to fish at dawn, and I came to entrust Guogua to him. Su Xiangyue replied politely with a smile. Li Rue fishing? Su Lanji laughed heartily, as though she had heard the most absurd joke. How could someone as frail as Li Rue, who spends his days gambling, possibly go fishing? In comparison to Su Xiangyue, Su Lanji felt fortunate. Her husband, Chen Xiong, was a renowned fishing expert in the area, earning tens of thousands of yuan each year solely from fishing. In contrast, Su Xiangyue's husband was merely a gambler. Although Su Xiangyue was more beautiful, with a superior figure and poise, her fate seemed far less fortunate than Su Longji's. Aunt Su, what is so funny about my dad fishing? Guoguo retorted, tilting her head defiantly and glaring at Su Longji. What a terrible aunt. She dared to mock Guoguo's father. Upon hearing these words, Su Longji's smile faded slightly. However, she still covered her mouth and laughed, saying, Guoguo, I am simply curious as to why your father would venture out to the sea. A man who is perpetually engrossed in the game room suddenly decides to go fishing. It must be a fleeting whim. My dad said he wants to be a good father and husband, and he has given up gambling, Guoguo proudly retorted. Xiangyue interjected. If Li Rue truly wishes to change, I believe he should seek employment elsewhere rather than relying on fishing as a livelihood. In our village, the only one who can make a living from fishing is my husband. Su Longji boasted with a sense of pride. Little Chen Yaoyao shook her head and proclaimed, Hee. My dad is a master at fishing. Guoguo immediately countered, my dad is the true fishing expert. In fact, the vanity of children often surpasses that of adults. My dad is better, Chen Yaoyao shouted softly. My dad is better, Guoguo retorted defiantly. Xiangyue and Su Longji exchanged glances, both amused and exasperated. Guoguo asserted loudly. Yesterday, my dad and I went fishing, and we caught a bucket full. That was just a coincidence, an accident. It was luck, not skill, Chen Yaoyao huffed. Convinced that her father, Chen Xiong, was unrivaled in fishing prowess. Luck is a form of skill, Guoguo glared at Chen Yaoyao. Xiangyue's expression darkened. She too believed that Li Rue had merely been fortunate yesterday. In her view, for their family to escape their current predicament, Li Rue truly needed to find work elsewhere. Relying on fishing was too dependent on luck, which could not always favor Li Rue. Chen Xiong was able to do well at home because he possessed genuine fishing skills. Observing Xiangyue's somber demeanor, Su Longji felt a twinge of satisfaction. Xiangyue, you know your family's situation better than anyone. If Li Rue genuinely wishes for you and Guoguo to have a good life, he should seek work soon. Working during the day and delivering at night is the way to go. Not everyone can earn 300 to 500 each day from fishing like my husband. Su Longji continued, her pride swelling. I'll discuss it with Li Rue later, Xiangyue thought, reluctant to be separated from him. Yet often, circumstances were beyond her control. Meanwhile, Guoguo and Yao Yao continued their debate, both asserting their father's superiority. Su Longji looked down at Guoguo and smiled slyly. Guoguo, don't argue with Yao Yao. In terms of fishing, who in our happy village can match her dad? Guoguo immediately responded, my dad can. Su Longji burst into laughter. Since you say that, let us see who gathers more when we go fishing later. Chen Yaoyao was determined to compete with Guoguo. Who is afraid of whom? Guoguo matched her enthusiasm. After saying this, Guoguo silently prayed, Dad, please don't let me down. Before long, Li Rue appeared in their line of sight, carrying a bucket and fishing tools. Dad, Guoguo exclaimed, bouncing and waving at Li Rue, who was approaching them. She was overjoyed. Xiangyue smiled as well, but Su Longji remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Li Rue has quite the array of tools for fishing, but that shrimp catcher he has, we still haven't bought one. She was unsure of how successful he would be this time. Previously, her husband Chen Xiong had told her that shrimp catchers were more show than substance. Hence they had not purchased one. Guoguo, Li Rue waved at her from the shallows. My dad is here. Guoguo excitedly told Chen Yaoyao beside her. Chen Yaoyao pouted. Your dad probably didn't catch much this time. My dad told me that someone who hasn't fished in over 2 years will always get a beginner's luck on their first outing. After that, it's unlikely they'll be as lucky. Guoguo crossed her arms and swayed her little body, dreamily saying, well, let us wait and see. In her eyes, Li Rue was the most formidable of all. We shall see, Guoguo affirmed, undeterred by Chen Yaoyao's cold retort. Seeing Guoguo so excited, Xiangyue sighed inwardly, thinking that perhaps greater hopes led to greater disappointments. Let us go take a look, Su Longji chuckled, stepping forward. Guoguo eagerly ran ahead. Dad, how much did you catch in your bucket? Let me see. Guoguo was brimming with anticipation. As Li Rue approached, he feigned a glum expression and said despondently, there is not much in the bucket. Upon hearing this, Guoguo's enthusiasm deflated as if struck by frost. She slowed her pace, feeling uncomfortable. How could this be? Guoguo thought, troubled. Chen Yaoyao's voice reached her ears just in time. See? I told you so. Guoguo, your dad's luck yesterday was just a fluke. My dad analyzed it with me last night and said someone who hasn't fished in so long can't expect to catch much. There are many little tricks to fishing that only seasoned fishermen know. Guoguo pouted and fell silent. On the shore, Su Longji looked at Xiangyue, boasting, Xiangyue, see? I was right. Your husband trying to make a living from fishing is nearly impossible. Not everyone can earn like my husband does. In fishing, I only respect my husband. At that moment, Su Longji's vanity soared. You, Xiangyue, may excel in many things, but you married a useless man, while I, Su Longji, married into a good family. Comparing people can be infuriating, she thought smugly. Xiangyue laughed awkwardly. Li Rue, don't be disheartened. Fishing is like this, sometimes one can catch a lot, and other times nothing at all. Su Longji consoled him as she approached. Xiangyue followed suit. At this moment, Xiangyue, Guoguo, Su Longji, and Chen Yaoyao all stood before Li Rue. Li Rue, it's really no big deal. Fishing is inherently a gamble of luck, Xiangyue genuinely comforted him. Not much is still something, right? Guoguo pouted, her lips forming a frown. Suddenly, Li Rue smiled and placed the bucket in front of Guoguo. As Guoguo looked inside, her eyes widened in delight. The bucket was overflowing. "Ah, Dad, you tricked me. You caught so much again," Guoguo exclaimed, her happiness soaring. "You're amazing, Dad," she declared, filled with childlike joy. Xiangyue gazed at the contents of the bucket, astonished. The catch was predominantly valuable items: blue crabs, sea urchins, and skewer shrimp, all worth a considerable sum. Su Longji stammered, pointing at the seafood. This. She struggled to articulate her disbelief. Chen Yaoyao blinked her bright eyes, murmuring, "Why is Guoguo's dad so lucky again today? Your dad is just joking with you. He-s impressive, isn't. Li Rue squatted down and gently tapped Guoguo's glistening nose with his finger, smiling. "Dad, you're incredible," Guoguo exclaimed, raising her thumb in admiration. Chen Yaoyao scoffed. "Unimpressed, it's just luck." Guoguo immediately retorted at Chen Yaoyao. "Didn't I just say that? Luck is indeed a form of strength. If you're capable, then your father, like mine, should also strike gold. Today, my father is surely destined for success," proclaimed Chen Yaoyao with unwavering conviction. Much like Guoguo, she too believes her father to be the most formidable. Su Xiangyue had yet to fully recover from her astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Li Rue, I can't be dreaming. Yesterday, Li Rue gathered seafood and earned 3650. Today, he has already made several thousand more. The sum he earned from 2 days of gathering seafood surpasses my monthly salary and nearly approaches 2 months' worth. Dear, our good days are ahead of us," Li Rue said, playfully pinching Su Xiangyue's delicate face. "What is so impressive about gathering seafood successfully? Our family Qinxiong has done it before." Su Longji, standing nearby, wore a particularly sour expression as she spoke, envy evident in her tone. Gazing at the bounty in the bucket, she felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. 1.5 pounds of blue crabs, wild sea urchins, and skeleton shrimp. These valuable treasures had eluded her husband Qinxiong for quite some time. Li Rue must have struck it lucky. "Aunt Su, my father gathering seafood and hitting the jackpot is indeed remarkable," Guoguo declared, unabashedly defending her father. In an instant, Su Longji's expression darkened further. Chen Yaoyao contested, "My father might also have struck gold this time." Just then, Qinxiong limped over, holding a bucket and gathering tools. "What happened, dear?" Su Longji rushed forward, filled with concern. "I'm fine," Qinxiong waved dismissively. Over an hour ago, Li Rue had been beside him, gathering 1.5 pounds of blue crabs and wild sea urchins, while he had caught nothing at all. This infuriated him greatly. In a fit of rage, he kicked a small rock and injured his foot, resulting in his current limp. "Daddy, you must have struck gold too," Chen Yaoyao exclaimed excitedly as she looked into her father's bucket. However, the bucket contained nothing but relatively worthless items: mud snails, spicy snails, wild oysters, and goby fish. These could fetch only a little over 100 yuan. "Darling, I knew you could do it too," Su Longji said with high hopes. But her expression fell drastically when she peered inside. "What are these worthless things? Wild oysters are only a few yuan per pound. Mud snails a few yuan as well. Spicy snails, 12 yuan per pound. Only the goby fish hold some value. The rest is entirely negligible. This whole bucket is worth less than a single pound and a half blue crab. What a letdown. Li Rue, the time is getting late. I need to head to work. Please take care of the children." Su Xiangyue glanced at the time, realizing she had only 10 minutes left before her shift, and hurriedly departed. As she left, her heart was lighter than honey. "Wait." Li Rue waved his hand in a gesture of farewell. "Li Rue, let us see what you've caught. I'm sure your haul this time cannot compare to mine," Qinxiong remarked, leaning over to inspect Li Rue's bucket. Upon seeing its contents, his jaw dropped in astonishment. "Goodness, Li Rue's bucket is brimming with skeleton shrimp." Qinxiong swallowed hard with envy. "I may not have as much as you, but your bucket is completely full," Li Rue replied with a knowing smile. To be honest, many of the items in Qinxiong's bucket were beneath Li Rue's notice. Wild oysters, mud snails, and spicy snails were hardly worth the effort. "Guoguo, come gather seafood with your father." Li Rue offered the lucky gathering shovel to Guoguo. This shovel was exchanged from the system, and its effectiveness was yet to be determined. Guoguo picked up the lucky gathering shovel and, with a casual dig, unearthed a half-pound blue crab. In excitement, she shouted, Daddy, look at this huge crab. Quickly catch it. Chapter 16. The Power of the Lucky Gathering Shovel. Li Rue thought to himself, wow, this lucky gathering shovel is truly extraordinary. Guogua, with a mere flick of her wrist, had managed to dig up a blue crab weighing over a pound. Incredible. Daddy, quickly catch it before it escapes. As Li Rue stood in awe, Guogua chased after the large blue crab as it scuttled towards the sea, calling out loudly. Li Rue swiftly grabbed a pair of tongs and managed to catch the crab, depositing it into the bucket. Chen Xiong's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. He made his living by gathering seafood, braving the elements each day without fail. He knew all too well the rarity of encountering a large blue crab. Yet, just moments ago, a 3-year-old girl had casually dug one up right in front of him. What luck! Recently, both Li Rue and Guogua had been remarkably fortunate. Su Longji was filled with envy. She kicked Chen Xiong and pointed at the spot where Guogua had just dug, urgently exclaiming, "You must dig here. There may be more big blue crabs." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong was instantly invigorated. He seized the shovel and began to frantically excavate the area where Guogua had just been. At that moment, he resembled a frenzied bull. Soon, he had dug up a considerable patch of sand. Exhausted and gasping for breath, he finally stopped. Why is there nothing here? Su Longji was taken aback. Right. Why is there nothing here? Chen Xiong plopped down onto the sand, utterly disheartened. In the same spot where Guogua had casually dug and found a blue crab weighing 1.5 pounds, he had excavated nearly half an acre without yielding anything. Who could he complain to? Chen Yaoyao looked at Guogua with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Guogua squatted down and once again dug with her lucky gathering shovel, unearthing yet another crab. Guogua found another crab. She stood up, trembling with excitement as she pointed at the crab she had just dug up, shouting joyfully. Witnessing this, Chen Xiong cursed under his breath. Damn, this is truly bizarre. I've dug half an acre and found nothing, yet Guogua just casually digs and finds another crab. Frustrated, he punched the sand, wincing in pain. Chen Yaoyao's mouth fell open in astonishment, her face a picture of disbelief. Li Rue chuckled, realizing the incredible potential of the lucky gathering shovel. He used the tongs to place the blue crab into the bucket once more. Move aside, useless tools. Su Longji shoved her husband Chen Xiong aside, swiftly grabbing the shovel from his hands and racing over to Guogua, eager to start digging herself. She simply could not believe that a child of merely 3 years could outperform her. After some time of digging, Su Longji still found nothing. Cursed luck. How can it be this strange? In the same spot, Guogua had casually unearthed 2 large blue crabs, while she and her husband had exerted themselves to no avail over a vast stretch of sand. Su Longji squatted on the ground, panting heavily. Guogua, you are just too lucky. Chen Yaoyao gazed at Guogua with starry eyes. Guogua smiled with delight. At that moment, a crowd began to gather. Sister Hohot exclaimed, "What is going on? Is there something good here? This large patch of sand has been dug up completely. If there is nothing valuable, that would be impossible. Hohot, enough with the chatter. Let us dig quickly. If we wait any longer, we may not even get a taste of soup." And he picked up a gathering shovel and began to search eagerly. Others quickly followed suit. Li Rue glanced at the sandy ground and discerned that beneath it, apart from a few oysters, there was nothing else of value. Oysters, also known as ML, typically affix themselves to shallow marine objects or rocks, filtering plankton and organic debris from the water through the opening and closing of their shells. Their shells can grow to a length of 30 to 40 centimeters. They are relatively inexpensive, costing around 10 yuan per jean. Before long, a crowd had gathered in the area. Li Rue reclined on a dry patch of land. Taking a moment to rest, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a cigarette from his pack. At such times, Li Rue often enjoyed a smoke to alleviate his fatigue. After all, he was a man, and those who understand, understand. Suddenly, a smooth and plump little hand pressed down on his hand that held the cigarette. "Baba, smoking is harmful to health. Did you not say you had already quit?" Guogua squatted beside Li Rue. Her face darkened and her lips pouted in a questioning manner. "Daddy won't smoke," Li Rue chuckled. For Guogua's sake, he was determined to quit smoking entirely. The dangers of second-hand smoke are greater than those of first-hand smoke. Upon hearing this, Guogua's cherubic face immediately brightened with a cheerful smile. "Baba, you must be tired. Let Guogua help you with a leg massage." "Oh, you can give leg massages?" Li Rue was taken aback. "Of course." Guogua tilted her little head proudly. "Guogua knows how to massage legs. I learned it from watching TV." With that, she began to knead Li Rue's legs. Li Rue gazed up at the sky, a look of bliss radiating from his face. In his previous life, he had a wonderful daughter whom he failed to cherish, instead succumbing to the vice of gambling. How foolish he had been. "Is the pressure just right?" Guogua asked as she continued her massage, her voice clear and melodious, reminiscent of silver bells. Li Rue smiled. "The pressure is just right. In truth, The strength of Guogua's tiny hands was quite gentle. What force could a 3-year-old girl possibly muster? At this moment, Li Rui was savoring the precious time spent with his daughter. Su Hailong, just you wait. In my past life, you caused my family to fall apart, leading to Guogua's demise and the deaths of Xiang Yue and me. In this life, I will ensure you pay in blood for your sins. Li Rui's gaze was as sharp as a freshly unsheathed blade. Having been granted a second chance at life, this was his ultimate goal. For now, he must bide his time and develop discreetly, refraining from provoking Su Hailong. Su Hailong was a titan in the seafood industry, and Li Rui's current strength was insufficient to confront him. Even if he stealthily eliminated Su Hailong, he would ultimately face dire consequences. That was not the outcome he desired. Baba, let Guogua massage you some more. Guogua scampered behind Li Rui, her chubby little hands squeezing his shoulders. So comfortable. Li Rui beamed brightly. Nearby, other villagers toiling by the sea were visibly exhausted. Chen Yaoyao pointed at Li Rui's bucket, pouting as she asked, Daddy, why did Guogua's papa fill his bucket again? He seems really impressive. It's just luck, Chen Xiong replied dismissively. Luck cannot favor him forever. Just wait and see. Next time Guogua's papa comes to gather seafood, he won't fill his bucket again. Chapter 17, Practical Application. Chen Xiong observed Guogua massaging Li Rui's neck and turned to his daughter, Chen Yaoyao, with a grin. Yaoyao, I'm tired. Why don't you give your papa a leg massage too? With that, Chen Xiong found a dry spot and plopped down. Suddenly, the round figure of Su Longji delivered a sharp smack to the back of Chen Xiong's head, startling him. You boast about how skilled you are at gathering seafood, yet you can't even compare to a little child. How dare you expect your daughter to massage your legs? Su Longji shouted. Those nearby erupted in laughter. Chen Xiong was notoriously known in Happy Village for his fear of his wife. The villagers were well aware. Hearing the laughter, Chen Xiong shrank his head and muttered softly, Wife, why don't you learn from Su Xiangyue? She's so gentle. Ouch. Chen Xiong winced. He wanted to continue speaking, but Su Longji had already seized his ear, making him yelp in pain. With a dark expression, Su Longji inquired, Am I gentle now? Not gentle, Chen Xiong blurted out. The moment he uttered those words, Su Longji twisted his ear with such force that it felt as if it might come off. Laughter erupted from the crowd of seafood gatherers. Su Longji roared like a lion. Now tell me, am I gentle or not? It was akin to someone holding a gun to your head while questioning you, leaving no room for choice. Gentle, gentle, Chen Xiong hastily replied. Wife, you are the gentlest, far gentler than Su Xiangyue. If you dare to compare me to Su Xiangyue again, I will tear your mouth apart. Su Longji shouted in fury. Chen Xiong quickly promised. I will never compare you to Su Xiangyue again. After soothing Su Longji for a while, she finally relented. Guogua, let's go home, Li Rui said as he stood up, dusting off his rear. The bucket is full. If we continue gathering seafood, there will be no place to store anything else. All right, Baba, Guogua replied cheerfully. On the way home, Li Rui's mother-in-law, Chen Yi, called. He did not answer. On the other end, Chen Yi was fuming. She slammed her fist on the table, exclaiming, Li Rui is so audacious as to ignore my call. After several attempts, she finally managed to reach him. As soon as the call connected, she unleashed her fury. Li Rui, you are so disrespectful. I am your mother-in-law, and you dare to ignore my call. What are you planning? Do you no longer wish to live happily with my daughter? Li Rui was unyielding, retorting, Mom, please speak to me respectfully. Let us communicate properly. If you continue to act condescendingly, I will hang up. Beside him, Guogua, with her chubby little hands resting on her chin, looked puzzled and murmured, What does acting condescendingly mean? Hearing this, Li Rui quickly covered the phone and squatted down to explain patiently. Acting condescendingly means to flaunt one's seniority and look down on others due to age. Let me give you a vivid example. Some elderly people on public transport insist that young people give up their seats, claiming their age entitles them to special treatment. Do you understand, Guogua? Guogua's little head bobbed as she processed this information. After a moment, she nodded. Baba, I think I understand. Grandma seems to enjoy acting condescendingly. She often says she is the elder and expects you and Mama and Guogua to do this or that. The mere mention of her grandmother caused Guogua's round little face to darken. She did not like her grandmother and even felt a bit resentful toward her. Grandma spoke too loudly and often scolded her. Oh, Guogua, you are so clever. You're applying what you've learned, Li Rui praised her. Hee, Guogua giggled at the compliment. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Chen Yi continued her tirade. Li Rui paid no attention to her at all. If you have something to say, just say it. He responded impatiently as he lifted the phone back to his ear. It's my birthday today. You should at least acknowledge it. Chen Yi declared with indignation. At the very least, send me a red envelope of 2,000 yuan. With that, Li Rui promptly hung up the phone. This woman has quite the appetite. Shortly after, Chen Yi called again. Li Rui did not answer and set his phone to silent mode. Were it not for the fact that she was his mother-in-law, he would have long since blocked all her contact information. In Li Rui's courtyard stood a woman with a troubled expression etched across her face. This elderly woman is Li Rui's mother, Li Fong. Li Fong possesses a straightforward and honest disposition. Alas, this child, Rui, truly gives one cause for concern. Surely he would not take Guogua to the chess room, would he? Li Fong paced back and forth, sighing deeply, her face etched with the weariness and bitterness of life. In her existence, the one she worried about most was her second son, Li Rui. For over 2 years now, he had been ensnared by the vice of gambling, incessantly borrowing money from others. As a mother, she felt powerless and could offer little assistance. Just moments ago, her daughter-in-law, Su Xiangyue, had mentioned on the phone that Li Rui had taken Guogua to the sea. She did not believe a word of it. That good-for-nothing Li Rui had most likely taken Guogua to the chess room instead. Just then, Li Rui and Guogua returned. "Rui, what on earth happened to you?" Li Fong exclaimed, noticing her son covered in mud, her face a picture of astonishment. "Oh, I just went to the sea," Li Rui replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Fong was momentarily at a loss for words. "You went to the sea? Is that even possible? Has the sun risen in the west?" After a long pause, she finally managed to voice her disbelief. Guogua, bouncing with excitement, approached Li Fong and looked up at her, grinning widely. "Grandma, my daddy really went to the sea just now." Guogua can testify. To assure her grandmother of her words, Guogua raised her right hand, holding it aloft. At that moment, Li Fong could no longer contain her emotions. Wiping away tears, she said, "Rui, you have finally grown up a bit." Since Li Rui had fallen into the trap of gambling, she had spent her days in tears, often urging him to turn back before it was too late. But he had not heeded her pleas. Instead, he scolded her and demanded money. When she refused, he resorted to taking it by force. This heartache was something only a mother could truly understand. "Mom, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I should not have immersed myself in gambling. Nor should I have asked you for money," Li Rui said, approaching his mother, a lump forming in his throat. In his previous life, he had been utterly reckless, causing immense suffering to those close to him, with his mother among them. The prodigal son returning is worth more than gold, as long as you turn back. That is sufficient. Li Fong's tears flowed like a dam bursting, streaming down her face as she wiped them away. Chapter 18, Parenting Concepts Across Generations. "Mom, please don't cry." Li Rui gently wiped the tears from his mother's face. "Mom, won't he cry anymore?" Li Fong's sorrow turned to a smile. But then her expression became serious. "Rui, you truly quit gambling?" Li Rui replied earnestly, "I have truly quit. In the days to come, I will work hard to earn money and ensure you all live well." Upon hearing this, Guogua's big, watery eyes widened in astonishment. She blinked and asked, "Daddy, does that mean we can go?" "Of course," Li Rui said, gently patting Guogua's little head. Remembering Guogua's previous life experiences filled Li Rui with guilt and remorse. If only he had not gambled, how could Guogua's fate have been so tragic? "Later, Daddy will take you to town to buy new clothes and enjoy delicious food." A radiant smile lit up Li Rui's face. Upon hearing this, Guogua bounced with excitement. Guogua wants to eat KFC, chips, spicy burgers, chicken wings. A flood of delectable treats surged into her mind, and she could not help but drool at the thought. Previously, when she had gone to town with Li Rui and Su Xiangyue standing outside KFC, she had been envious, drooling at the sight. She had expressed her desire to eat there, but neither Li Rui nor Su Xiangyue would take her. Li Rui had no heart for it, and Su Xiangyue found it too expensive. "No problem," Li Rui snapped his fingers. "Yay, that's wonderful." Guogua joyfully wiggled her little bottom. At that moment, however, Grandma Li Fong frowned and said, "Rui, KFC isn't cheap." The older generation seems to place great importance on money, and Li Fong was no exception. "If Guogua wants something delicious, I can make it for her. Why spend that money?" Li Fong was getting anxious. In her view, eating KFC was simply not worth it. Guogua wants to eat KFC. "A few days ago, Yao Yao's parents took her to eat KFC," Guogua said, shaking her chubby little hands and pouting. "Since Daddy said he would take you to eat KFC, I will indeed take you there," Li Rui affirmed. Unwilling to go back on his word in front of Guogua, the things one desires as a child are meaningful only when obtained in childhood. Acquiring them later in life loses its significance. Li Fong stomped her foot in frustration. "Rui, why are you so indulgent with the child? A meal at KFC costs a small fortune. Do you know how many pounds of rice that could buy? How long would it last?" "Mom, times have changed. We can no longer raise children solely by ensuring they are fed and clothed. Material scarcity leads to spiritual deprivation," Li Rui patiently explained. "Material conditions shape consciousness. A person who grows up in material poverty will likely develop a spirit of inadequacy and timidity." "All right, I cannot argue with you," Li Fong ultimately conceded, though she still felt a pang of regret. Just then, she noticed the bucket filled with seafood. Goodness, how many treasures are there? Li Fong exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Guogua and Daddy caught these at the sea. Aren't I amazing? Guogua boasted proudly. Li Fong squatted down to examine the seafood in the bucket closely. She swallowed hard before saying, there are mantis shrimp, blue crabs, and sea urchins. None of these are cheap. To her knowledge, mantis shrimp cost around 180 yuan per pound, while blue crabs were 81 yuan. The blue crabs in the bucket were all large ones, likely priced at more than 80 yuan per pound. Wild sea urchins also fetched around 180 yuan per pound. How much could all this seafood sell for? Mom, take these shrimp back and fry them up, Li Rui said, fetching a plastic basket from the kitchen and selecting a dozen mantis shrimp to put in it. Mantis shrimp are renowned for their exquisite taste. Perfect for frying. Once cooked, a sprinkle of salt and pepper makes them exceptionally delicious and tender. Li Fong immediately poured the shrimp back into the bucket. What are you doing? Mantis shrimp are such an expensive delicacy. How could your father and I ever afford to eat them? Sell them instead, Li Fong said sternly. In her youth, she had tasted mantis shrimp, and their flavor was simply divine. Mom, just take them, Li Rui insisted, continuing to fill the basket. Li Rui, if you keep this up, I will be angry, Li Fong warned, her expression darkening. Reluctantly, Li Rui had to return the shrimp to the bucket. The older generation is often characterized by their frugality. In their era of scarcity, they developed a strong appreciation for money. Seeing that Li Rui had acquiesced to her wishes, Li Fong's expression softened. She grasped Li Rui's hand and spoke earnestly. Rui, you know the conditions at home better than anyone. You must work hard to earn money. Your mother-in-law often stirs trouble between you and your wife, and I am truly worried. When this matter was brought up, Li Fong's face clouded with concern. She could only hope that this time, Li Rui would genuinely turn over a new leaf and quit gambling for good. With unwavering resolve, Li Rui replied, I will. The tragedies of his past life would not be permitted to repeat in this one. Rui, you and your wife should find stable jobs too. Relying on fishing is not a long-term solution. Today you may be fortunate, but what about tomorrow? Tomorrow you might be left with nothing, Li Fong advised, patting Li Rui's hand. In the village of Xingfu, nearly all the young and able-bodied had gone out to work. Those who remained either worked at factories on the island or were engaged in other labor. In this day and age, it is exceedingly difficult for the men of Crescent Moon Island to sustain themselves through fishing alone. Li Rui responded with a hint of indifference, suggesting they might revisit the matter later. All right, you can decide for yourself. Li Fong refrained from pressuring him too much, as she believed that being overly insistent might dampen Li Rui's ambition. Nonetheless, she felt that relying on the tide was not a sustainable plan. Babier, Guogua is hungry, Guogua pouted, placing her hands on her small belly, looking quite pitiful. At that moment, her empty stomach let out a growl. How about we buy these things first, and then I'll take you to the town for KFC? Li Rui asked with a smile. Okay. Guogua rubbed her chubby little hands together, eagerly anticipating chips and hamburgers. Li Fong grimaced slightly. Guogua, what is so special about KFC? Your grandmother makes delicious food, doesn't she? Upon hearing this, Guogua shook her little head vigorously, adamantly refusing. No, Guogua wants KFC. Li Fong playfully tapped Guogua's forehead, smirking, little glutton. She then exchanged a few words with Li Rui before taking her leave. Upon arriving at Yutao's residence, Yutao immediately noticed the seafood in Li Rui's bucket and quickly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Li Rui with a grin. Here, have a smoke. Yutao was always prepared, carrying 2 packs of cigarettes, one of Li Kun and the other of Huazi. Grandpa, my dad doesn't smoke, Guogua said, waving her hands in disapproval, feeling frustrated. Hadn't she mentioned this to him yesterday? Why can't Grandpa remember? With a cold glance at Guogua, Yutao dismissed her remarks and continued to smile at Li Rui. Ruizi, this is Huazi. I don't offer this to just anyone. Take it. He pushed the cigarette toward Li Rui's chest. Despite the quality of the cigarette, Li Rui had no intention of smoking. Uncle thank you, but I truly quit, he replied with a smile. Guogua beamed at this response. Ruizi, this isn't like you, Yutao said, reluctantly putting the cigarette back. Uncle, let us settle on a price for these items. Li Rui shook the bucket in his hand, signaling Yutao to quote a price. The last time he visited, Yutao had given him a price, and he felt it was slightly unfair. For the average blue crabs, at 71 per gene, I'll give you 80 for these. Sea urchins at 160, and skeleton shrimp at 150, Yutao deliberated before speaking. Li Rui squinted slightly, a smirk on his lips. Uncle your prices are exceedingly low. Not low at all, Yutao exclaimed dramatically. Uncle, a one-off transaction isn't worthwhile, Li Rui replied, his lips curling in dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Yutao feigned a look of agony. All right, I'll add a bit more. 90 for the blue crabs, 170 for the sea urchins, and 170 for the skeleton shrimp. Li Rue quickly countered, 100 for the blue crabs, 180 for the sea urchins, and 180 for the skeleton shrimp. A smile crept onto Yu Tao's face. Rue Z, your price is too high. I can't accommodate that. Uncle, that's the price. If you don't want to buy, I'll sell elsewhere. Li Rue's tone grew firmer. He had inquired about prices beforehand and knew his offer was reasonable. Rue Z, no one else will buy these elsewhere. Yu Tao chuckled. The seafood vendors on Yuya Island formed a community of mutual benefit, with each village designating specific vendors for their seafood. This arrangement allowed small vendors to suppress prices and gain more profit. The larger vendors in town typically would purchase small quantities of seafood. Baikuan, the largest seafood vendor on Yuya Island, was adept at negotiation. Buyers from several coastal cities in Zhejiang province primarily recognized Baikuan. Other vendors might purchase seafood from the island, but selling it elsewhere proved challenging. Each year, all small seafood vendors on Yuya Island had to pay tribute to Baikuan. Previously, Yuya Island had no such restrictions. Vendors could sell their seafood wherever they wished. However, after Baikuan consolidated resources, he established this rule. There were once 2 seafood vendors in Xingfu village, but one could not compete with Yu Tao and eventually quit. Li Rue lifted the water bucket and turned to leave, declaring, I'll set up a stall in the town. Quality goods 1T struggled to sell. However, he was contemplating visiting Laiwang village to find Air Junzi, a good friend and card-playing companion. Seeing Li Rue about to depart, Yu Tao grew anxious. Rue Z, what are you doing? Shouldn't we negotiate properly? He hastily intercepted Li Rue, putting on a face suggesting he was sacrificing something. If Li Rue truly left, Yu Tao would suffer significant losses. He had to devise a way to secure Li Rue's business. Uncle, it seems my price is still too low. Li Rue scrutinized Yu Tao, narrowing his eyes slightly. What's low? I can barely make a profit buying these from you. Yu Tao replied while sorting the seafood. Yu Tao glanced at the skeleton shrimp that had been crushed by the blue crabs, feeling a pang of sympathy. Rue Z, next time you go to the shore, remember to tie up the large crabs with rope. Look at these skeleton shrimp that have been crushed. They can't be sold. He selected the deceased skeleton shrimp. Li Rue nodded, pondering whether to bring 2 buckets or some rope on his next trip to the shore. Freshness is paramount with seafood. Dead skeleton shrimp lose their appeal and naturally drop in price. Blue crabs at 10 jin, 1001. Sea urchins at 3 jin 5 liang, 603. Skeleton shrimp at 10 jin 6 liang, 1908. I want to take these dead skeleton shrimp. You can fry them up to eat. Yu Tao calculated the total price using a calculator, arriving at 3,638. I'll transfer the money. Yu Tao promptly sent the funds to Li Rue. At that moment, Chen Xiong, Su Lanji, and their daughter Chen Yaoyao approached. Upon hearing the amount of the WeChat transfer, Chen Xiong was left dumbfounded, while Su Lanji was equally astonished. Chen Yaoyao, however, showed little reaction, as she was still too young to grasp the concept of money. Yaoyao, you're here. My dad just sold the seafood, Guogua exclaimed as she bounced over to Chen Yaoyao. Chen Yaoyao appeared somewhat displeased. Guogua then boasted, Yaoyao, my dad is amazing. He is so skilled at gathering seafood. Yesterday he caught a bucket, and today he did it again. Chen Yaoyao raised her head proudly. But Guogua's gaze shifted to the bucket in Chen Xiong's hand. With her chubby little finger pointing at the contents, she huffed, mud snails aren't worth much. And oysters aren't either. My dad doesn't even pick those up when he gathers seafood. Chen Xiong's face turned pale upon hearing this. His wife had already been nagging him on the way here, and now he was struck by another blow. My dad just had a bit of bad luck today, Chen Yaoyao said, defiantly lifting her chin. The competitive spirit of children often surpasses that of adults. As soon as Chen Yaoyao and Guogua met, they were eager to outdo one another. Guogua shook her head and confidently remarked, Yaoyao, luck is also a form of skill. At that moment, she resembled a triumphant young general returning from battle. Chen Yaoyao's face flushed with indignation, leaving her at a loss for words. All right, Guogua, let us head to the town, Li Rue said as he walked over, taking Guogua's hand and leading her outside. After taking a few steps, Guogua looked back at Yaoyao and cheerfully declared, Yaoyao, my dad is taking me to town for KFC. Guogua is going to eat hamburgers. Previously, it had always been Chen Yaoyao boasting about her parents taking her for treats. Today, the tables had turned. Mom, I want to eat KFC too. Upon hearing Guogua's words, Chen Yaoyao looked up at her mother, Su Lanji, with hopeful eyes. What are you talking about? Your dad didn't make any money gathering seafood today. Let out an angry shout. Chen Xiong shrank his head, not daring to meet Su Lanji's gaze. Chen Yaoyao held her breath, refraining from mentioning KFC again. After Li Rue and Guogua walked away, Chen Xiong murmured quietly, that rascal Li Rue has gone to the town. Most likely to gamble. The little money he earned today won't even cover his losses. With this thought, Chen Xiong felt a sense of relief in his heart. Su Lanji pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Indeed, a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement, given Li Rui's nature. He is bound to squander any money he acquires on gambling. The mere thought of Li Rui heading to the town to waste away his earnings brought Su Longji a sense of satisfaction. Su Xiangyue was the most beautiful woman in their village, yet her life was far more miserable. All the money her husband earned was given to her, while Li Rui, her husband, squandered everything on gambling. Not only that, but sometimes Li Rui would even ask Su Xiangyue for money to support his gambling habit. Reflecting on this, Su Longji felt even more at ease. Human nature is inherently such. One harbors resentment towards those who possess what they lack. I just saw Li Rui driving his family's tricycle towards the town. He is undoubtedly off to play cards again. He remains incorrigible. Just watch. It won't be long before Xiangyue will divorce him. Sister Hohot and others arrived at Yu Tao's yard, where Yu Tao shook his head and sighed. Good men cannot find good women, and good women cannot find good men. Xiangyue is too stifled being with Li Rui. He too believes that Li Rui will squander away today's earnings. Gambling is a game where 9 out of 10 players lose. On the way home, Li Rui was lost in thought about the system. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have earned 3,638 points, which can be exchanged for a lucky shovel for beachcombing at the cost of 3,500 points. Li Rui was not interested in the lucky shovel for beachcombing at the moment. Thus, he inquired, can I exchange for something else? Unfortunately, there are no other options available due to insufficient points, the system replied. Do you have a fishing rod? Li Rui wished to go fishing. If the lucky shovel is so impressive, the fishing rod generated by the system must be equally remarkable. We do have a lucky fishing rod, but it requires 10,000 points, and currently, the host has 3,788 points. If the host desires the lucky fishing rod, he must strive harder, the system encouraged. Li Rui calculated carefully, and the system's calculations were indeed accurate. Last time, he earned 3,650 from beachcombing, exchanged for the lucky shovel, and used 3,500 points, leaving him with 150 points. Adding this time's points, his total was indeed 3,788. After concluding the conversation, Li Rui contemplated how much money to transfer to his wife, ensuring he kept some for himself and Guoguo's expenses. Meanwhile, on Yuya Island, at the Humei seafood processing factory, a group of middle-aged women were chatting. The day before yesterday was my birthday. My husband bought me a gold necklace that cost over 1,000. This year, for my birthday, my husband got me a jade bracelet. He always transfers his salary to me each month. In a place filled with women, competition was rampant. A prevalent trend. This was highly probable. Su Xiangyue silently focused on her work. Xiangyue, your husband Li Rui is truly despicable. Not only does he not buy you gifts, but he also asks you for money to fund his gambling. A middle-aged woman besides Su Xiangyue, named Xiao Rong, nudged her side with her elbow, expressing her indignation on Su Xiangyue's behalf. Whenever she thought of Li Rui, she felt a surge of anger. Another middle-aged woman next to Su Xiangyue chimed in. Xiangyue, your mother is right. You should divorce Li Rui. Given your looks and figure, finding a man 100 times better than him would be a piece of cake. The speaker was Li Yuping. Li Yuping, Xiao Rong, and Su Xiangyue shared a close bond. Li Rui was in the process of changing. Su Xiangyue defended him momentarily. Changing one's nature is a difficult endeavor, Xiao Rong scoffed. Li Yuping coldly added, Xiangyue, how many times has Li Rui said that? Why do you still believe him? In my opinion, a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. Su Xiangyue contemplated. This is the last chance. Guoguo is still young. She does not wish for Guoguo to grow up without a father. Most importantly, she still harbors a glimmer of hope for Li Rui. During their wedding, she vowed to stand by Li Rui through sickness and health. She meant every word. Xiangyue, you must remember this was your promise, Xiao Rong interjected hastily. My husband will receive his salary soon, and once he does, he will transfer the money to me via WeChat, Li Yuping said with a sweet smile. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of a WeChat transfer notification rang out. A sum of 3,500 arrived. Li Yuping was taken aback. Why is her husband's salary half this month? This defies logic. The surrounding women working nearby began to tease. Which husband earns so little in a month? Just over 3,000? How can that support a family? A grown man earns less than we do. Employees at the Humei seafood processing factory typically earn around 4,000 a month. Xiao Rong looked at Li Yuping, puzzled, and asked, what happened? Why did your husband earn so little this month? I'll call to find out. Li Yuping, furious, pulled out her phone, only to be dumbfounded. Her husband hadn't transferred any money to her. Su Xiangyue checked her phone and smiled, saying, Li Rui just transferred me 3,500. This statement left the women around her speechless for several seconds. This was truly unprecedented. Xiangyue, Li Rui actually gave you money, Li Yuping exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor in disbelief. Xiao Rong was equally astonished. Su Xiangyue smiled gently. Li Rui is indeed changing. Li Yuping sincerely felt happy for Su Xiangyue. Li Rui is showing signs of improvement. However, she quickly shifted the conversation. 3,500 is a bit low. My husband gives me 7,000 a month. Li Yuping said, somewhat smugly. Xiao Rong was envious. Li Yuping, your husband is quite capable. Mine only gives me 5,000 a month. As the topic shifted, the group of middle-aged women began to discuss how much their husbands contributed to the household each month. Some said 3,000, others 5,000, and some even 8,000. These past few days, Li Rui has had good fortune while beachcombing. Just yesterday, he transferred me 3,600. Su Xiangyue was not bragging, but hoping to change the perception of Li Rui and Xiao Rong and Li Yuping's eyes. Xiao Rong and Li Yuping always encouraged her to divorce. Such comments were not what she wished to hear. What? Li Rui transferred you 3,600 yesterday, and then 3,500 today? In just 2 days, he has given you 7,100, Li Yuping exclaimed, dumbfounded. Xiao Rong looked on with envy. As soon as Li Yuping finished speaking, the other middle-aged women began to spread the news. Yesterday, Li Rui earned 3,600, and today, he earned 3,500. No way. Li Rui lost 7 or 8,000 in a day. How could he possibly be so irresponsible, losing that much in a single day? Observing the expressions on Xiao Rong and Li Yuping's faces, Su Xiangyue felt a sense of small vanity satisfied. Meanwhile, Li Rui was driving his family's electric tricycle, holding Guogua in his arms as he made his way to Pingyang town. The chilly wind whipped against Guogua's face, making her shiver. Daddy, I'm so cold, Guogua said in a sweet, childish voice. Li Rui's heart trembled. He slowed the vehicle and held Guogua even tighter. Are you feeling better? Li Rui asked. I'm still a bit cold, Guogua pouted her rosy lips. Li Rui felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. If he were cold, it was of little consequence. However, as Guogua followed him, freezing in the cold, how could Li Rui possibly feel at ease? Just a little longer, and they would soon reach the town. Li Rui smiled faintly, resolutely determining in his heart that he would acquire a small car in the shortest time possible. Once they had a car, Guogua would no longer have to suffer from the cold. If he could not provide a good life for his wife and child, then what was the point of his rebirth? Guogua nodded eagerly, resembling a little chick pecking at rice, and then said, Baba, Guogua will hold you tight. Let us keep each other warm. With that, her chubby little hands wrapped tightly around Li Rui's body. Her small face nestled against his chest. Hee, it is no longer cold. How warm it is. Chapter 21. Indulging in joy and delight with Guogua. The road to the town was barren on both sides. On that morning, the sea breeze felt a bit chilly against their skin. Li Rui felt a warm current flow through him as he embraced the little one. Baba, drive faster, Guogua urged. Yao Yao always spoke highly of the deliciousness of KFC in her presence. Just thinking about eating KFC made her mouth water. You little rascal. You must be craving it again, Li Rui chuckled. Hee, Guogua's round little face radiated a brilliant smile. Upon arriving at Pingyang town, just as Li Rui parked the tricycle at the entrance of KFC, a phone call came through. Rui Gu, are we going to play cards? Song Jun said with a mischievous laugh. Song Jun, nicknamed Air Junzi, was from Laiwang village and used to play cards with Li Rui frequently. Their bond was exceptionally strong. I've quit, Li Rui replied decisively. Quit? Song Jun exclaimed in disbelief, as if he had heard a fantastical tale. That's impossible. You must be joking. I said I've quit, and I'm not discussing it further. I have things to attend to, Li Rui stated, ending the call. In his past life, the bloody lesson was still fresh in his mind. How could he still be entangled in gambling? Air Junzi was left utterly bewildered. This is unscientific. It's just too unbelievable. For the past 2 years, Rui Gu had spent nearly every day in the card room. Suddenly, he had quit gambling? Entering KFC, Guogua's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her little tongue darted out to moisten her lips. Baba, I want to eat fried potato strips, burgers, spicy chicken wings, and so many delicious things, she exclaimed, spreading her arms wide. I'll go order for you, Li Rui replied with a smile. Before long, the staff brought out fried potato strips, burgers, spicy chicken wings, Portuguese egg tarts, and 2 cups of fruit juice. Guogua quickly extended her chubby little hands. Don't rush. Baba will put on disposable gloves for you. Li Rui gently took Guogua's hands and patiently adorned them with the gloves. Baba, why do we need to wear disposable gloves? Guogua asked, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity. Li Rui replied, for health reasons. Before eating, we should wash our hands, right? It's also for health. Guogua nodded. Guogua understands. Once the gloves were on, Guogua could no longer contain her excitement. Seizing a spicy chicken wing with both hands and taking a big bite, she savored every morsel while Li Rui watched. The food at KFC seemed delightful for a first-time visit, but frequent visits dulled its charm. Baba, open your mouth, Guogua said, noticing Li Rue had yet to eat. She kindly picked up a French fry and urged him to open his mouth. Ah! Li Rue leaned down and opened his mouth wide. Guogua fed him the fry, and it tasted exceptionally sweet. Baba, there's a slide over there. I want to play, Guogua exclaimed, spotting a small slide in the corner. You can play after you finish eating, Li Rue replied sternly. Guogua looked a bit disappointed. All right. She then took big bites of her burger. At that moment, Li Rue recalled the events of his past life. In that life, Guogua had often expressed her desire to eat KFC, yet he had paid her no heed, being entirely absorbed in gambling. This neglect had ultimately led to the tragedy of his previous existence. Once they were full, Guogua eagerly asked, Baba, can I go play on the slide now? I'll go with you. Li Rue removed the disposable gloves from Guogua's hands, wiped the remnants of food from her mouth, and led her to the slide. Guogua dashed in, playing with unrestrained joy. Baba, this is so much fun. It was Guogua's first experience on a slide, and she was filled with wonder. 20 minutes later, Li Rue and Guogua exited KFC. Oh look, there are rocking cars. Baba, I want to play. Guogua pointed at the 4 rocking cars at the entrance of KFC, which she had overlooked earlier. I'll put in the coin, Li Rue said as he inserted a coin and placed Guogua on one of the rocking cars. Immediately, delightful music filled the air. Baba's father is called Yi. Baba's mother is called Nai Nai. Guogua's little body swayed with the rocking car, and she hummed along to the nursery rhyme. Baba, why aren't you riding the rocking car? It's so much fun. Suddenly, Guogua looked up at Li Rue. This small rocking car can't fit Baba. Li Rue couldn't help but chuckle. Guogua scrutinized the situation and realized the car was indeed too small for her father's frame. Why isn't there a rocking car for adults? She pouted. After a moment, Li Rue lifted Guogua from the rocking car. Baba, I want to eat candied hawthorn, she said, pointing at the treat with a sweet voice. Let us buy it. Li Rue replied without hesitation, purchasing a skewer of candied hawthorn. Guogua exclaimed as she ate. It's so sour and sweet. It's delicious. When we go back, I'll tell Yao Yao and Jimming about the taste of candied hawthorn. They then entered a children's clothing store, where Li Rue had Guogua try on several outfits. He was particularly taken by a pink dress. Excuse me, how much is this dress? Li Rue asked the shopkeeper, pointing at the garment. 280, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. Li Rue couldn't help but grimace. Why are children's clothes so expensive? The shopkeeper immediately discerned his thoughts and quickly added, this dress is made from high-quality fabric. It's very comfortable to wear. Adults can wear ordinary fabric, but children have delicate skin, and ordinary fabric might not be suitable. If you truly wish to buy it, I can let it go for 240. Seeing Li Rue's expression, Guogua pouted, Baba, I don't like this dress. Li Rue understood her feelings. Earlier, she had instantly fallen in love with the pink lace dress she was wearing. Now, her declaration of dislike was undoubtedly her way of saving him money. Guogua was so considerate, it tugged at his heartstrings. How about 120? Li Rue negotiated. 120? That's impossible, absolutely not. I can't even get it for that price. I want to sell it for less than 220, the shopkeeper insisted. 180. If you want to sell, I'll buy. If not, I'll look elsewhere, Li Rue said, crouching beside Guogua and pretending to remove the dress from her. The shopkeeper sighed, fine. For today's first sale, I'll give you a discount. 180 it is. Li Rue then carefully selected a pair of shiny black leather shoes for Guogua. Stand up and spin around, he instructed. Guogua promptly stood and twirled before the mirror. Sir, your child looks like a little princess in this outfit, the shopkeeper praised. Guogua beamed, her round face adorned with 2 shallow dimples. She too felt like a princess from a fairy tale in her new attire. After a round of bargaining, Li Rue successfully acquired a dress and a pair of leather shoes for 300 yuan. In this day and age, raising a child is indeed no easy feat. He reflected. Chapter 22. Kindness must carry an edge. Lacking sufficient cash, Li Rue made a payment via a scanning app. Daddy, tomorrow when I go to kindergarten in this outfit, my little friends will surely compliment my beauty, Guogua giggled. Li Rue bent down and pinched her little face, assuring her, that is certain. A child raised in a materially deprived environment, amidst parental discord and devoid of love, may easily develop a timid and self-deprecating character. He certainly did not wish for Guogua to embody such traits. A troubled childhood often requires a lifetime to heal. After exiting the children's clothing store, Li Rue proceeded to the market, purchasing over 2 pounds of ribs and more than 2 pounds of potatoes, spending a total of 90 yuan. This prompted another lamentation from him. Life is easy to come by. Living is simple, yet the experience of life is fraught with difficulty. The current prices are absurdly high. Ribs cost 38 yuan per pound, and potatoes are also costly. Let us go home, he said, placing the groceries in the back of his tricycle. Cradling Guogua in one arm while steering the vehicle towards Xingfu village. At that moment, a group of villagers congregated at the village entrance, gossiping. Some claim that rural folk are simple. However, that reflects a lack of understanding. Those who do not work outside the village often find themselves idly gossiping about others' affairs. Recently, Li Rue had been fortunate, earning a bit of money from the sea, only to squander it at cards. Townsfolk remarked upon his poor skills, labeling him as both inexperienced and overly fond of gambling. Yesterday, he had claimed to have quit, and at that moment, the townsfolk found it hard to believe. As the villagers conversed, Li Rue returned on his electric tricycle. Upon seeing him, Chen Xiong grinned and quipped, "Oh, back so soon? You didn't lose that 3,000 yuan, did you?" This remark drew scornful glances from the villagers. Li Rue's words seemed as though they were uttered in jest. Just yesterday, he had claimed to have quit gambling, yet today he had ventured into town to gamble again. Hearing this, Li Rue slammed the brakes and stopped beside Chen Xiong. "Chen, whether I gamble or not is none of your business. Mind your own affairs," he retorted angrily. "Li Rue, how can you speak like that?" Chen Xiong, taken aback, responded. Li Rue chuckled coldly. "Why shouldn't I? It's fine for you to mock me, but I can't retaliate." Chen Xiong's face flushed as he stammered. When did I mock you? You know in your heart," Li Rue replied icily. He then rode away on his tricycle, heading home. Chen Xiong forced a couple of awkward laughs to mask his embarrassment. Observing his earlier demeanor, it was clear he had lost all his money again. If he had any skill at the card table, he should not take out his frustrations on Li Rue. After Li Rue had left, Chen Xiong felt emboldened to speak freely. "Chen, perhaps you should tone it down. We are all from the same village. And you just openly mock Li Rue. Who didn't he hear that?" reprimanded Grandpa Hu, glaring at Chen Xiong. It was not surprising that Li Rue had lashed out at Chen. The blame lay solely on Chen for seeking trouble. Whispering a few disparaging remarks behind someone's back may be excused, but mocking someone to their face invites retaliation. How can a grown man be so petty? Akin to a woman, constantly gossiping? Sister Ho Hot also stepped forward to chastise Chen Xiong. With a dejected air, Chen Xiong returned home. Once inside, he wore a glum expression. In his view, Li Rue's recent fortune from gathering valuables at the sea should have been his. Hence, he had mocked Li Rue earlier. "Get to cooking," Su Lanji commanded Chen Xiong with a stern face. "I'm not in a good mood," he attempted to protest, only to receive a sharp slap on the back of his head. As if anyone is in a good mood. "Get going." Chen Xiong capitulated, responding with a forced smile. "I'll go cook." Meanwhile, at the end of the village, at Li Rue's home, Guogua, having just disembarked from the tricycle, timidly remarked, "Daddy, you were really fierce just now. Don't be afraid, Guogua," Li Rue said, squatting down to meet her gaze with a smile. "When others bully you, you must fight back." He did not wish for his daughter to grow into a soft and overly agreeable person. It seemed that nowadays, when others referred to someone as a good person, it was often a veiled insult. We do not bully others, but we must not allow ourselves to be bullied either. He conveyed his philosophy of navigating life. "But what if the person bullying me is bigger and stronger than me?" Guogua inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Rue promptly took her hand, his eyes resolute as he declared, "Then you tell Daddy, and I will always be your strongest support. If anyone bullies you, I will confront them." Li Rue was exasperated by parents who instructed their children to avoid trouble when they ventured out. Avoiding conflict does not mean that others will not instigate it. The more submissive one appears, the more they invite bullying. Raising a child should not equate to nurturing a slave. "Daddy, I understand that if anyone bullies me in kindergarten, I will fight back," Guogua said with a giggle. "Remember, one can be kind, but kindness must be accompanied by an edge," Li Rue gently advised. Guogua blinked her big, watery eyes in confusion and asked, "Daddy, what does having an edge mean?" Li Rue patiently explained, "It means having principles and boundaries, as well as the capability for self-protection, courage, and decisiveness. You can be kind, but you cannot indulge or compromise to the point of losing your own principles. When you are bullied, you must bravely stand up for yourself and retaliate. Just like I did earlier." Guogua pondered, her finger resting on her lips, murmuring, "I understood some of it, but not all." Li Rue smiled and lifted her into his arms. "No rush. Learn at your own pace. You're still young and have plenty of time." "Daddy, I feel empowered now. If you hadn't spoken to me like that, I would have only known to tell the teacher if someone bullied me at kindergarten," Guogua said earnestly. "When you are bullied, you should retaliate immediately and then inform the teacher. You must not allow others to perceive you as weak," Li Rue advised. "People tend to bully those who appear meek. This understanding is universal. Schools may only teach you to be a good person and an honest individual, but family education is indispensable." Suddenly, Guogua raised her tiny fists, her sweet voice ringing out, "I don't want to be a coward. I want to be brave. If anyone bullies me in kindergarten, I will fight back and then tell the teacher." "That's right," Li Rue said with a smile of satisfaction. Glancing at the time, he realized he had over 5 hours until his next trip to the sea and decided to take a short nap. He then took Guogua to his mother's house. Upon seeing Li Rue, his father, Li Dafu, immediately adopted a stern expression. Who allowed you to come here? Grandpa. Guogua chirped brightly. Instantly, Li Dafu's demeanor softened. He bent down, arms wide open, and said, It's Guogua. Come here for a hug. The bond between grandparents and grandchildren is truly special. Chapter 23. The wind is strong. Pat, pat, pat. In the blink of an eye, Guogua dashed into Li Dafu's embrace with her little legs. Guogua, Grandpa missed you so much. A day without seeing you feels unbearable, Li Dafu exclaimed. Lifting Guogua high, his face radiating warmth and affection. Grandpa, your beard poked me, Guogua remarked, her tender cheeks having been pricked by her grandfather's white beard several times. Li Dafu's face was filled with concern as he gently slapped his own cheek, lamenting. It's all the grandfather's fault. He didn't clean his beard properly. Li Fong brought over a chair and placed it beside Li Rue, urging him to sit. Sit. What are you sitting for? Li Dafu shot Li Rue an irritated glare, exasperated by this inept child. What a wonderful daughter-in-law. What a lovely daughter. And yet, he shows no appreciation, constantly consumed by thoughts of gambling. Li Rue hesitated to take a seat and instead placed a bag in front of his mother. Mom, these skeleton shrimps are dead, but they're still fresh. You can fry them up. Upon hearing this, Li Fong became flustered, her face wrinkling in distress. Why are so many skeleton shrimps dead? They could have sold for over 200. Li Rue chuckled as he explained, they were pinched to death by the blue crabs. I went to the beach this morning and caught quite a few blue crabs without tying them up. Li Fong lightly smacked Li Rue's arm. Why are you so careless? My child, skeleton shrimps are worth about 180 per pound, and these dead ones must weigh over a pound. The more I think about it, the more it pains me. This is all money. Next time you go to the beach, remember to bring some string, she admonished. Got it. Li Rue replied with a smile. He then shifted the conversation to a more serious matter. Mom, I haven't slept well these past few days since Xian Yue went back to work, so I need you and Dad to look after Guogua. Li Dafu, with a twisted nose, shoved Guogua into Li Fong's arms. Take Guogua inside to play. I need to speak with this rascal. Li Fong opened her mouth, ready to interject on behalf of her son, but was silenced by a single glance from Li Dafu. All right, I'll take Guogua inside. After saying this, she carried Guogua into the living room. At this moment, only Li Dafu and Li Rue remained in the small courtyard. Did you go gambling in town again this morning? Li Dafu asked coldly. News travels fast in the village, and he had heard that Li Rue had taken Guogua to gamble again. That's not true, Li Rue calmly explained. This morning, I took Guogua to town to play and bought him a set of clothes, along with over 2 pounds of pork ribs. Do you expect me to believe that? Li Dafu raised an eyebrow. Li Rue replied earnestly, Dad, I've recognized the mistakes I've made in the past. I will never gamble again. I want to work hard to provide a good life for Xian Yue and Guogua. Li Dafu looked at Li Rue in disbelief. Is what you say true? Has this child suddenly changed? Li Rue nodded. Of course it's true. If I continue gambling day and night, my family will eventually fall apart. And I will drag you and Mom down with me. The lessons from my past life are too deeply etched in my memory. In his previous life, his incessant gambling led to his family's ruin, leaving his mother in tears and his father despondent. It's good that you can turn back, Li Dafu sighed with relief. The heavy weight on his heart finally lifted. He looked into Li Rue's eyes and asked, What are your plans moving forward? Going to the beach, Li Rue replied. Going to the beach? That's rather unreliable. Not many on Crescent Island make a living from beachcombing anymore. Li Dafu then patted Li Rue on the shoulder, speaking gently. Rue Z, I suggest you find a job. Work during the day, deliver food at night. That way, you can pay off your debts quickly. In the past 2 years, Li Rue had squandered over 200,000 due to gambling. To turn his fortunes around quickly, he needed to work harder than others. Dad, I believe I can do well by beachcombing, Li Rue asserted confidently. With the system supporting him, he felt as if he were a fish in water while beachcombing. Li Dafu glared. Where does your confidence come from? In our village, the only one who makes a decent living from beachcombing is Chen Xiong, a master fisherman who is naturally suited for this work. Can you do it? Dad, if others can succeed, so can I. Li Rue smiled, his confidence unwavering. In the last 2 days, I earned over 7,000 by beachcombing. I know that, but that was purely luck. You cannot expect to have such good fortune consistently. Li Dafu still disapproved of Li Rue relying on beachcombing for his livelihood. There were some things Li Rue could not share. He couldn't tell his father about the system he had acquired. Dad, I give myself a month to see how much I can earn from beachcombing, Li Rue said. That's what you said. After a month, if you cannot support your family through beachcombing, you must find a job and earn a proper living. Do not entertain such unrealistic notions again, Li Dafu replied immediately, fearing Li Rue might change his mind. All right, Li Rue smiled. Seeing Li Rue so confident, Li Dafu couldn't help but scoff. Ruizi, I truly cannot comprehend where you find your confidence. Do you think you are Chinxiong? Dreams are grand, but reality is stark. In no time, you will realize how unreliable it is to depend on beachcombing. Dad, I didn't sleep well last night. I'm going back to catch up on sleep. I still need to beachcomb tonight, Li Rue yawned. Beachcombing is arduous labor, and those from the inland may think it enjoyable, not having experienced the toil involved. Go on, Li Dafu waved his hand. I'll check on Guoguo first, Li Rue said. And then he went to his mother's bedroom. At that moment, Guoguo lay peacefully asleep in bed. Li Fang peered inside, and upon not seeing Li Dafu, she pulled out 500 yuan from her pocket and stuffed it into Li Rue's hand. Take this money. Don't take your father's words to heart. That's just how he is. Regardless, Li Rue refused the 500 yuan. Mom, I can't accept this. I am already grateful for you and Dad looking after Guoguo. Not wanting to prolong the matter, he dashed outside. As Li Rue reached the small courtyard, his father, Li Dafu, caught him by the arm. Your mother and I are managing just fine. Here's a bank book with 5,000 yuan. Don't think it's too little. Live well, and don't let us worry, Li Dafu said sternly. For some reason, Li Rue's eyes became misty. Perhaps it was the wind. I can't accept this money, Li Rue insisted resolutely. His parents had toiled for most of their lives, raising him and even spending money to help him marry. They were finally free from worry, while he had indulged in gambling, causing them endless distress and tears. Ruizi, you owe so much to online lenders. You must pay it back. Li Dafu sighed deeply, aware of their limitations. Don't look down on us. I will repay my debts myself. You and Mom don't need to worry, Li Rue thought bitterly, wishing he could slap himself for being so reckless. What good has gambling ever brought him? He had been addicted for over 2 years, amassing debts exceeding 200,000, causing those around him to lose sleep. Thinking of this filled Li Rue with guilt and remorse. Take it, Li Dafu shouted softly, forcibly shoving the 5,000 yuan bankbook into Li Rue's hands. Fine, I will take it for now. Li Rue looked at his father's wrinkled face and head full of white hair, feeling a pang in his heart, his nose tinged with sadness. Upon hearing his words, Li Dafu finally released his grip. Li Rue quickly tucked the bankbook into his father's pocket and fled. As he ran, he called back, Dad, I can handle my own affairs. Please don't worry about me. Taking care of yourselves is the greatest help you can give me. Watching Li Rue's retreating figure, Li Dafu smiled with satisfaction. He murmured, this child has finally grown up. In the past, Li Rue always sought ways to extract money from them. Now, even if they offered him money, he would refuse it. It seems Li Rue has genuinely transformed. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto the living room sofa without even changing his clothes and fell asleep. At 5:30 in the afternoon, his wife, Su Xiangyue, returned. On such a cold day, how could you sleep on the sofa without a blanket? She remarked, approaching him and covering him with a blanket. At that moment, Li Rue yawned and sat up from the sofa. Su Xiangyue smiled and asked, are you awake? Yes. Li Rue gazed at Su Xiangyue, unable to take his eyes off her. Is there something on my face? You've been staring at me, Su Xiangyue teased. My dear, you are simply too beautiful. I can never tire of looking at you, Li Rue replied with a chuckle. Su Xiangyue's expression turned serious as she said, Li Rue, I need to tell you something. Today is my mother's birthday, and I transferred 500 yuan to her. In a marriage, there should be openness and clarity. One should not hide matters from each other. As Su Xiangyue believed, that is only right. Although Li Rue did not have a favorable impression of his mother-in-law, Chen Yi, he recognized that she was his wife's mother, and he could not be excessively disrespectful. If he crossed certain lines, it would create difficulties for Su Xiangyue, caught in the middle. You're not angry, are you? Hearing Li Rue say this, Su Xiangyue felt relieved, as she had worried he might be upset. After all, she is your mother. Li Rue pinched Su Xiangyue's delicate face and said, if I were to be angry over such trivial matters, it would make your position quite uncomfortable. Su Xiangyue beamed. Thank you for your understanding. Li Rue then shifted the conversation. Xiangyue, how about joining me to go clamming tonight? With the system he had acquired, clamming felt akin to gathering money. The more hands, the greater the bounty. But I have to work tomorrow. Su Xiangyue hesitated, doubting the profitability of clamming. Just take a day off tomorrow. I have a feeling we will have a great harvest tonight, Li Rue replied enthusiastically. Su Xiangyue shot him a skeptical glance. You don't think your luck will always be this good, do you? Clamming relies on weather conditions, and it cannot be relied upon as a job. If it were truly profitable, why would I bother with work? It's not freeing, it's tiring, and the pay is minimal. I believe it will be. Li Rue stated unwaveringly. What makes you think that? Su Xiangyue inquired, intrigued. A gut feeling, was Li Rue's reply. All right. I will take the day off tomorrow and go clamming with you tonight. Su Xiangyue finally agreed, encouraged by Li Rue's confidence. However, Her expression turned serious as she continued. Let me make this clear. If we do not find anything worthwhile tonight, you cannot bring me along on future clamming trips. Clamming left her feeling uncertain, and only by adhering to a steady job could she find peace of mind. Li Rui chuckled. No problem. Su Xiangyue took out her phone and called her supervisor, managing to secure a day off after some negotiation. In the eyes of their superiors, ordinary workers were often treated as mere beasts of burden. At 7 in the evening, Li Rui and Su Xiangyue set out for the seaside. They encountered Sister Ho Hot, Aunt Hua, and her husband, Uncle Yu, who were also armed with shrimp-catching tools. Sister Ho Hot, Aunt Hua, Uncle Yu, are you here to clam as well? Su Xiangyue greeted them with a smile. The tide has receded, and we plan to catch skeleton shrimp in that muddy area, Sister Ho Hot said, pointing to a patch of mud with a grin. Earlier that morning, Li Rui had caught several pounds of skeleton shrimp in that very spot, leaving Sister Ho Hot and Aunt Hua envious as they watched helplessly. They had rushed to town to buy shrimp-catching tools, eager to seize the opportunity. After all, skeleton shrimp were worth 180 yuan per pound. The muddy area was only 5 or 6 meters away. With his enhanced vision, Li Rui quickly discerned that there was nothing beneath that patch of mud. Li Rui, haha, we have shrimp-catching tools too. You won't be able to hoard all those skeleton shrimp. Aunt Hua boasted, waving her tool in the air. Uncle Yu, a quiet man, felt a surge of excitement, eager for a successful night. Sister Ho Hot, Aunt Hua, since you have a good relationship with my wife, I'll be honest with you. There are no skeleton shrimp left in that muddy area, Li Rui said with a slight smile. At this, Sister Ho Hot could not suppress a mocking grin. Li Rui, are you trying to keep all the shrimp for yourself? We saw you catch shrimp there this morning. Now that the tide has receded, how could there be none left? I refuse to believe you've caught them all, she retorted, snorting as she made her way toward the muddy area, with Aunt Hua and Uncle Yu hastily following. They feared missing out on a lucrative opportunity. Li Rui shook his head and continued along the coastline. As he walked, he spotted numerous piglet snails on the side of a large rock. Wife, let us go over there, he urged, excitement bubbling within him. Su Xiangyue followed closely behind. Soon, they reached the large rock, where an abundance of piglet snails awaited. Also known as black star snails, these marine gastropods have an oval shape and a sturdy shell, characterized by a light white or pale yellow base with dark brown spots. Their unique appearance lends them a certain ornamental value. So many piglet snails, Su Xiangyue exclaimed, kneeling down to gather them into her bucket. The sound of the snails plopping into the bucket echoed delightfully. Li Rui, hurry and collect some. Su Xiangyue's face was lit up with excitement. This feels just like picking up money. It's exhilarating. Although she had gone clamming before, she had never encountered such an abundance of piglet snails. Am I not collecting them? Li Rui chuckled. At that moment, Chen Xiong raced toward the muddy area, one hand holding a bucket and the other wielding a newly purchased shrimp-catching tool. Sister Ho Hot and Aunt Hua, they are really fast. As soon as the tide receded, they rushed to catch skeleton shrimp, he muttered to himself, running with all his might. In his eyes, arriving late meant losing out on a significant catch of skeleton shrimp, which were extremely valuable. Before long, Chen Xiong reached the muddy area. Chen Xiong, what brings you here? Sister Ho Hot glanced at him while continuing her work with the shrimp-catching tool. Just like you. I'm here to catch skeleton shrimp, Chen Xiong replied, dropping his bucket and locating an air hole to start his endeavor. As they spoke, more villagers arrived, eager to catch skeleton shrimp. The muddy area, not exceeding 300 square meters, quickly filled with people, all scrambling to use their tools on the bubbling air holes. Observing this scene, Li Rui shook his head, unable to suppress his thoughts. The villagers were always quick to follow trends. The skeleton shrimp beneath that mud had long been cleared out by him, and now they were merely wasting their efforts. Why are there so many people? Su Xiangyue stood upright, astonished at the sight of Sister Ho Hot and the others. Goodness! Everyone from the village, young and old alike, has come out. Each person has a shrimp-catching tool to catch something in that muddy area. Disregard them. Let us proceed. This morning, I caught a considerable number of skeleton shrimps beneath that mudflat, and they are undoubtedly eager to catch some as well. Li Rui's lips curled into a subtle smile. Skeleton shrimps are significantly more expensive than piglet snails. Su Xiangyue felt a flicker of desire. Li Rui, perceiving her thoughts, remarked, there are no skeleton shrimps left beneath that mudflat. Su Xiangyue expressed her disbelief. Surely there must be a few. Piglet snails cost 20 yuan per pound, while skeleton shrimps are priced at 180. Collecting 9 pounds of piglet snails equates to merely 1 pound of skeleton shrimps. This thought intensified Su Xiangyue's yearning to catch skeleton shrimps. Dear, don't look there. It's so crowded that we won't be able to move when we get over there. Li Rui waved a hand in front of her. He was right. One should not be overly greedy. What is secured in the bucket is the tangible reward. Su Xiangyue smiled softly, and continued to collect piglet snails. Li Rue glanced around and noticed a considerable number of scallops behind him. Darling, you continue with the piglet snails, and I shall gather scallops. Li Rue took a few steps forward, picking up scallops and placing them into the bucket. Scallops, also known as jinyezi, open their shells while feeding. They typically range in size from 15 to 25 centimeters or more, with varied shell colors including purplish-brown, light brown, yellowish-brown, reddish-brown, apricot yellow, and grayish-white. The inner shell is white. Their meat is exquisite and rich in nutrition, priced at approximately 35 yuan per pound. Where are the scallops? Su Xiangyue looked up at Li Rue. Upon witnessing him tirelessly gathering scallops, her eyes sparkled with delight. So many scallops? Li Rue, your luck has been extraordinary these past few days. Su Xiangyue exclaimed with excitement. When they set out, Li Rue had suggested she carry a bucket too, but she deemed it unnecessary at the time. Now, however, it was abundantly clear that it was essential. In a short while, Su Xiangyue had collected over 3 pounds of piglet snails, while Li Rue had amassed over 4 pounds of scallops. Meanwhile, at the mudflat, Sister Ho Hot and her companions, who had been brimming with enthusiasm just moments ago, were now deflated. Why are there no skeleton shrimps? Damn. I drew countless air holes with my shrimp extractor and didn't catch a single skeleton shrimp. This is truly bizarre. I distinctly saw Li Rue pull one out from a hole this morning. Isn't that the truth? My shrimp extractor was just purchased today from the town. Mine too. Sister Ho Hot and her friends continued to complain. Many were so exhausted they sat on large rocks. The men smoked, while the women sighed heavily. Chen Xiong, did you catch any skeleton shrimps? Aunt Hua inquired of Chen Xiong, who was renowned as a skilled coastal fisherman from their village. Chen Xiong grimaced as he replied, I only found a few green mussels. I didn't even see a trace of skeleton shrimps. Green mussels possess relatively large shells, measuring around 13 to 14 centimeters in length, with a length twice that of their height. The apex of the shell is located at the very front. They have thin, smooth shells and are not expensive, costing about 12 yuan per pound. What? You only found a few green mussels? Chen Xiong, you weren't like this before, Aunt Hua said, slightly taken aback. Damn it. I refuse to believe that I can't catch even one skeleton shrimp on this mudflat, Chen Xiong muttered angrily. Earlier, Li Rue had caught several pounds of skeleton shrimps from this very mudflat. Li Rue is not clairvoyant. How could he possibly deplete all the skeleton shrimps beneath it? Competing with himself, Chen Xiong saw an air hole and vigorously employed his shrimp extractor. Nothing. Still nothing. After toiling for half the day, Chen Xiong had not even glimpsed a shadow of a skeleton shrimp. Ho Hot, let us head back. Li Rue was right. There are no skeleton shrimps left on this mudflat. Aunt Hua gasped, conversing with Sister Ho Hot. Now, she sat on a large rock, unwilling to move. Before coming, she had envisioned a grand haul of skeleton shrimps, but now felt utterly disappointed and exhausted. Her old limbs were beginning to give out. Aunt Hua, let us go, Sister Ho Hot replied, panting. The two supported each other as they made their way towards the village. As they departed, others gradually followed suit, returning to the village. Li Rue, it seems Sister Ho Hot and the others are leaving. I vaguely heard them mention that they shouldn't have come to the coast, Su Xiangyue remarked while collecting snails. I told them that there are no skeleton shrimps left beneath that mudflat, but they refused to believe it, Li Rue scoffed. Su Xiangyue, puzzled, asked Li Rue, how did you know? Li Rue jested, I have clairvoyance. Nonsense, Su Xiangyue naturally didn't believe him. I see you're just joking. Thankfully we didn't go over. Had we gone, we would have surely ended up like them, not catching any skeleton shrimps and being utterly exhausted. Xiangyue, come here quickly. I found something marvelous, Li Rue called, taking a few steps towards a rocky outcrop and gesturing for his wife to join him. Upon seeing what lay beneath the rocks, Li Rue's eyes widened, and his adrenaline surged. Oh dear, I haven't finished collecting the piglet snails here. I can't come over now, Su Xiangyue replied, her hands still working tirelessly. After a considerable time, she felt no fatigue at all. Collecting the densely clustered piglet snails felt akin to gathering money. Who would feel tired while collecting money? Xiangyue, I truly have something extraordinary here. You need not collect any more piglet snails. Li Rue looked at the impressive claws of the creature before him, regarding the piglet snails and scallops with disdain. What extraordinary thing! Su Xiangyue's attention was piqued, and she quickly moved to Li Rue's side. He pointed at the creature, grinning. Look at this. Su Xiangyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Trembling with excitement, she exclaimed, this is a tiger crab. It's enormous. This tiger crab must weigh over a pound. The tiger crab, also known as Huaxing Xie or frog crab, is a uniquely shaped marine crab with vibrant colors. Its carapace resembles that of a frog, being longer than it is wide, with a pronounced dorsal surface. It is highly valued for its culinary use, boasting health benefits such as relieving blood stasis, nourishing tendons, and moistening the liver. Common methods of preparation include steaming, boiling, stir-frying, or consuming it raw. Quick, quick, grab it. Su Xiangyue shouted at the sight of the tiger crab. Such a large tiger crab could sell for 300 or 400 yuan. Li Rui bent down, extending the claw towards the crab. Instantly, the large crab waved its formidable claws, and its body arched slightly, retreating its rear. Timing his move perfectly, Li Rui managed to seize it and presented it to Su Xiangyue. I'll bind it. Su Xiangyue grasped the crab's back, flipping it over. From her pocket, she retrieved a piece of twine, wrapping it around one side of the claws, threading through the legs, and finally crossing and knotting it at the back. The motion was fluid and seamless, showcasing her expertise in binding crabs. Let me weigh it. After securing the crab, Su Xiangyue weighed it in her hands. Then exclaimed in astonishment, Li Rui, this tiger crab you caught must weigh around 1.5 pounds. A crab of that size could fetch nearly 400 yuan. As she spoke these figures, Su Xiangyue felt a little dizzy. Working in a factory, her daily wage was barely over 100. Don't be too hasty in your joy. Li Rui smirked, a hint of amusement in his tone. What's wrong? Su Xiangyue did not comprehend the significance of Li Rui's words. After all, catching a 1.5-pound tiger crab during a coastal venture was surely a cause for celebration. As Su Xiangyue found herself engulfed in bewilderment, Li Rui, wielding his tongs, grasped a hefty tiger crab weighing over a pound. Ding ding ding, look what this is! Li Rui exclaimed, placing the crab before Su Xiangyue. Her mouth slightly agape, she nearly gasped aloud. Yet again, it was another tiger crab exceeding a pound. Had they inadvertently disturbed the lair of the tiger crabs tonight? Li Rui, your luck is simply remarkable. Su Xiangyue relinquished the tiger crab she had bound earlier and, following suit, secured the one presently before her. Still caught in the euphoria of their find, Li Rui seized yet another tiger crab. Beneath the large boulder before him, numerous tiger crabs dwelled. Indeed, they had stumbled upon the nest of the tiger crabs this evening. Keep your voice down. We mustn't attract any attention and draw others over, Li Rui cautioned. His expression one of vigilance. At the mudflat, most individuals had departed, yet a few remained, wielding shrimp extractors and persistently probing the bubbling apertures. Chun Xiong was among them. His frustration palpable. I refuse to believe that Li Rui could have cleaned out this massive stretch of mudflat of all the skeleton shrimp this morning, he grumbled. Typically, he was the one to gather the most during their coastal forays, yet in recent days, Li Rui's extraordinary fortune had led him to abundant treasures. Envy and resentment surged within Chun Xiong. If Li Rui could succeed, so too could he. The individuals still lingering on the mudflat appeared dejected, muttering disheartening remarks. It seemed they would continue their search for skeleton shrimp here, yet one could hardly expect to find even a single specimen. We might as well explore elsewhere. We cannot return empty-handed. Li Rui and his wife, Su Xiangyue, were tirelessly engaged in their quest. You are right. We must indeed keep our voices low, Su Xiangyue replied, her eyes betraying her excitement, though her voice was barely above a whisper, fearing they might draw attention to themselves. The duo worked in perfect harmony. Li Rui would occasionally grasp a tiger crab, while Su Xiangyue swiftly secured it and placed it in their bucket. As the pile of tiger crabs grew ever higher, Su Xiangyue felt as though she were in a dream. She had ventured to the coast numerous times, but never had she encountered such a bounty of tiger crabs as she did today. Just then, Chun Xiong straightened his posture and called out loudly, Li Rui, why are you and your wife just standing there? Have you found something good? Su Xiangyue trembled slightly, a pang of panic striking her. They had not yet finished capturing the tiger crabs. Chun Xiong, please don't come over. What good could we possibly have? My legs are tired. I'm just taking a breather here, Li Rui replied with remarkable calmness. As he spoke, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket to smoke. At that moment, feeling somewhat fatigued, he decided to take a break. Hearing this, Chun Xiong perked up instantly. Li Rui, you can't be serious. How can you be tired after such a short while? I'm still bursting with energy. Observing Li Rui sitting atop a large stone, smoking, Chun Xiong genuinely believed that Li Rui had found nothing of value. Chun Xiong, it seems you have been quite busy. You must have gathered a considerable haul. Li Rui stifled a laugh. Beneath that stretch of mudflat, there was nothing to be found. Previously, Li Rui had employed his X-ray vision to ascertain this fact. His current remarks were merely intended to vex Chun Xiong. Chun Xiong's expression stiffened as he kicked the bucket beside him, gazing at the few green-lipped muscles within. His face a portrait of bitterness. Yet, in the next moment, he lifted his head and retorted loudly, I've gathered quite a lot, actually. You keep picking up your treasures. I'll leave you to your chat and smoke a bit. Li Rui wore a smile, but internally he scoffed at Chun Xiong's stubbornness. Li Rui, you truly are useless. Not a shred of endurance in you, he muttered softly, secretly pleased with himself. He then resumed using the shrimp extractor to probe the apertures. Su Xiangyue exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Chen Xiong had not approached. Should he decide to, he would undoubtedly snatch up a fair share of their tiger crabs. With a pat on her full chest, she resolved not to share this bounty with anyone else. Chapter 27. Another step too late. Chen Xiong toiled for a considerable time, yet still failed to capture a single skeleton shrimp. This is impossible, he lamented, frustration evident in his tone. Logically, given that Li Rue had caught numerous skeleton shrimp in this very mudflat earlier, there should still be some lingering about. Just as Chen Xiong paused to catch his breath, Li Rue's teasing laughter echoed towards him. Xionggo, why have you stopped? Did you not just claim to be bursting with energy? You mentioned finding a plethora of treasures beneath your feet. Why the sudden halt? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong stretched and replied, when did I stop? I merely stretched my back. I have inexhaustible energy. With that, he resumed his laborious efforts with the shrimp extractor. Witnessing this scene, Li Rue thought to himself, may you tire yourself out, you foolish fellow. Even if you scoured that mudflat thoroughly tonight, finding a few skeleton shrimp will prove a daunting task. Chen Xiong must have found something decent, Su Xiangyue suggested. Hasn't he found anything worth mentioning? Let us ignore him and continue our work, Li Rue said, bending down to peer into the crevices of the rocks, where he spotted a pair of extraordinarily large crab claws, bringing him immense joy. Su Xiangyue glanced around, not spotting any remaining tiger crabs, and remarked, it seems we have thoroughly cleaned out the tiger crabs here. At that moment, as Li Rue attempted to grasp the tiger crab within the crevice with his tongs, he failed to extract it successfully. Xiangyue, there's a tiger crab weighing over 2 pounds inside, Li Rue exclaimed, his face aglow with delight. He set aside the tongs and cautiously pressed down on the crab's back, taking care not to get his fingers caught in its formidable claws. A 2-pound crab? Su Xiangyue's jaw nearly dropped. She bent down to look inside and indeed beheld the enormous tiger crab. Instantly, her breathing became heavy with excitement. Li Rue, be cautious. Do not let it pinch your fingers, and be careful not to break its claws. If the claws are lost, the value will diminish significantly. First, it will lose meat. And second, it will appear incomplete. The crevice was narrow, and just as Li Rue reached for the crab's back, it swiftly retreated, causing him to grasp at nothing. Don't let it escape, Su Xiangyue exclaimed, her heart racing. A crab weighing over 2 pounds could fetch a handsome price. In a swift motion, Li Rue pressed down hard and successfully pulled the crab out. As he caught the tiger crab, his face had nearly brushed against the rock, leaving his lips smeared with algae. What a magnificent specimen. Gazing at the 2-pound tiger crab before them, Su Xiangyue's eyes sparkled. Quick, bind it. Without waiting for Li Rue to speak, Su Xiangyue had already produced a length of cotton rope. All right, she said, just as before, securing the crab firmly. Li Rue, we have already captured 30 to 60 pounds of tiger crabs. Su Xiangyue's voice brimmed with excitement. In her years of coastal foraging, she had never amassed such a bounty. 30 to 60 pounds of tiger crabs would easily yield 3 to 4,000. With this thought, Su Xiangyue felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, she was invigorated. Is that all? Li Rue scoffed. What do you mean by that? The old tiger crabs weighing 20 to 30 pounds are still few. Su Xiangyue playfully patted Li Rue on the back. Even in the realm of Versailles, one should not be so ostentatious. While they were conversing, Chen Xiong quietly approached. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. Chen Xiong shone his headlamp onto Su Xiangyue's bucket, and he was immediately taken aback. Gazing at the mountainous pile of tiger crabs within the bucket, he thought he had misperceived the sight. Rubbing his eyes, he exclaimed, so many tiger crabs. Chen Xiong's eyes sparkled with envy. Chen Xiong, how did you get here? Su Xiangyue thought to herself that it was bad news. Chen Xiong had surely seen the tiger crabs in her bucket and would want to catch the nearby ones. Coming back to his senses, Chen Xiong glared at Li Rue, scolding, did you not just say there was nothing good here? Li Rue smirked, shrugged, and replied, indeed, there is nothing of value here. Tiger crabs are not as valuable as skeleton shrimp. Compared to skeleton shrimp, tiger crabs hardly qualify as anything noteworthy. Brother Xiong, you must have caught quite a few skeleton shrimp after working hard for a while. Chen Xiong's expression stiffened as he glanced at the few pitiful green mussels in his bucket, mumbling, I caught quite a few skeleton shrimp earlier. Out of curiosity, Su Xiangyue peeked into Chen Xiong's bucket and immediately questioned, Chen Xiong, how come there isn't a single skeleton shrimp in your bucket? Her words struck Chen Xiong like a slap to the face. In an instant, his face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Where are the shrimp? Where did they go? Su Xiangyue asked, puzzled. Li Rue, you are really inconsiderate. With so many tiger crabs here, why didn't you mention it to me? Chen Xiong hastily shifted the topic. With that, he bent down to begin searching for tiger crabs. Su Xiangyue was in a state of anxiety. Why should we inform you that we found tiger crabs? Li Rue sneered. Li Rue, stop talking. Let us continue searching for tiger crabs and make the most of our time, Su Xiangyue whispered, pulling on Li Rui's arm. Li Rui, having just used his X-ray vision, discovered that there were no mature tiger crabs left in the area, only some that were the size of fingers. As someone from the seaside, Li Rui understood the principle of sustainable fishing. Let us go. We'll leave this place for Qinxiong. It's better to share the joy than to enjoy alone. Li Rui chuckled. Hearing this, Su Xiangyue stamped her foot in frustration. No way. Seeing her reaction, Li Rui whispered in her ear. All the mature tiger crabs have been caught clean by us. Only those tiny ones remain, which are of no use. Moreover, we will not stop hunting the sea in the future. Qinxiong, upon hearing Li Rui say they were leaving and planning to leave the area for him, couldn't contain his joy. To prevent Li Rui and his partner from competing for the tiger crabs, Qinxiong urged, Li Rui, didn't you say you were leaving? If you're going, hurry up. I think this place has run out of tiger crabs. You should go to other places to hunt the sea. As he spoke, Qinxiong couldn't help but smirk internally. There were surely still many tiger crabs left. It was impossible for Li Rui and his partner to have caught all the tiger crabs in this area. All right, we'll leave. Brother Xiong, if you manage to catch any tiger crabs here, don't forget to treat me to a drink later. I was the one who discovered this spot first. Li Rui said, his face full of smiles. No problem. Qinxiong gestured with his hand, already envisioning the scene of catching numerous tiger crabs. How delightful. Chapter 28, Butter Crab. After seeing Li Rui and Su Xiangyue had moved far away, Qinxiong began to mock them. Li Rui is truly a fool. It's rare to encounter a nest of tiger crabs in a decade, and that fool ended up giving it to me. Qinxiong rummaged through the crevices of the rocks for tiger crabs. Initially, he was full of enthusiasm and excitement. However, after searching for a long time and failing to find a single tiger crab, he began to feel dejected. What is going on? How is it possible that there isn't a single tiger crab? I just saw Su Xiangyue's bucket filled with tiger crabs of various sizes. Doubts crept into Qinxiong's mind. Meanwhile, Su Xiangyue took a few steps, turned back, and looked at Qinxiong. She frowned, saying, I have a feeling there are still tiger crabs in that area. If we just leave, it's too unfair to Qinxiong. We found that spot first. At that moment, Su Xiangyue felt as if she had missed out on billions, a sensation quite unpleasant. There are definitely no mature tiger crabs left there. Li Rui reassured his wife. Li Rui, how can you be so certain? Su Xiangyue asked curiously, raising an eyebrow. Li Rui chuckled and teased. Didn't I mention before? I have X-ray vision. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangyue could not help but roll her eyes. Such a child. Are you thirsty? Li Rui stopped, unscrewed a bottle, and offered it to Su Xiangyue. Before their outing, Li Rui had brought a large jug of water. Typically, a hunt at sea lasts anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, making water essential. Su Xiangyue, not one to be polite, took the jug and drank heartily. I'm a bit hungry, she said, patting her stomach. Before leaving, she had only prepared a meal and hadn't had time to cook any dishes. However, the next moment, upon glancing at the mountainous pile of tiger crabs in her bucket, her smile returned. Tonight's hunt at sea was worth it. With this many tiger crabs, I could sell for at least 3,000 or 4,000. My monthly salary is only a little over 4,000. If I could make this much every day from hunting the sea, why would I need to work? Working is so restricting. And if I don't do well or make a mistake, I might get scolded. Dear, you should really consider quitting your job. It would be so much better for you to join me in hunting the sea. Li Rui suggested at the right moment. No way, absolutely not. I'm the only one with a stable income. You can't expect to have such good luck every day while hunting the sea. Su Xiangyue pouted. Li Rui smiled, but remained silent. Some matters should not be rushed. They require a gradual approach. Li Rui, why are you walking so fast? When hunting the sea, one must look carefully. Being so careless is unacceptable. Su Xiangyue scolded when she noticed Li Rui moving quickly without paying attention to his surroundings. Having been married for several years, she knew that hunting at sea requires patience, perseverance, and physical strength. At this moment, Li Rui was merely glancing around as he walked ahead. This would not do. I was paying attention, Li Rui replied. Possessing the ability to see fish catches, he could easily discern where there were catches and where there weren't. The stretch of water they had just passed contained nothing valuable, just some spicy snails and green mussels. In the past, he would have valued spicy snails and green mussels. Now, however, he found them unworthy of his attention. You weren't. Su Xiangyue gritted her teeth. How could Li Rui lie so blatantly? Li Rui slowed his pace, glanced at Su Xiangyue, and said, next time we hunt at sea, we should bring some food. It's a physical job, and when you're out for hours, it's easy to get hungry, and without energy, it becomes difficult. Yeah, next time we go, we should bring some eggs and bread. Su Xiangyue nodded in agreement. As they spoke, Li Rui suddenly stopped at a brackish water area. Su Xiangyue crouched down and carefully examined, spotting many oysters. Li Rui, There are so many oysters, she exclaimed, pulling out a small knife to begin prying open the oyster meat. Meanwhile, Li Rui's attention was entirely focused on a butter crab. He spotted a small butter crab hiding beneath a patch of seaweed. Li Rui, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and pry the oyster meat, Su Xiangyue urged. Their luck during tonight's hunt at sea was simply extraordinary. The abundance of sea oysters provided enough work for her and Li Rui for over an hour. Dear, I think I spotted a butter crab, Li Rui whispered. Nonsense, butter crabs are quite rare. How could you possibly encounter one? Su Xiangyue replied dismissively. The butter crab has stringent environmental requirements for growth, typically residing in brackish waters where salt and fresh water converge. Such areas are rich in plankton and benthic organisms, which constitute the primary diet of butter crabs. The currents and temperature in these regions are also highly conducive to their development. In recent years, due to the soaring prices of butter crabs, they have been nearly wiped out along the coast. Few people can manage to catch one during their shoreline excursions. Come quickly and pry open the oysters, Su Xiangyue urged, noticing Li Rui's hesitance. Li Rui, however, inched closer to the butter crab. He swept aside the seaweed, revealing a butter crab weighing around 2 taels before his eyes. Upon spotting the crab, Li Rui swiftly seized it. Dear, look what I found. He crouched before Su Xiangyue, presenting the butter crab to her. This is a butter crab, Su Xiangyue exclaimed excitedly, her voice slightly stammering. She gazed at the butter crab, almost wishing to kiss it. Hastily, she withdrew a piece of cotton rope from her pocket and expertly bound the butter crab tightly. Why are you tying it up so firmly? It's not a delicate flower, Li Rui teased, observing her meticulous binding. After carefully placing the butter crab into a bucket, Su Xiangyue looked up at him and retorted, in my eyes, it is indeed a delicate flower. Do I seem like an ancient tyrant to you? Meanwhile, not far off, Chun Xiong had rummaged through almost every crevice of the nearby rocks, but had yet to catch a single tiger crab. Damn, what's the matter? Why is there nothing good where Li Rui passed? Chun Xiong cursed in frustration. After his tirade, he finally discovered a tiger crab beneath a small stone. It's a tiger crab. I knew Li Rui couldn't have cleaned this place out. Chun Xiong burst into laughter, but his joy was short-lived. The tiger crab he had caught was no larger than his pinky finger and was hardly worth anything. Get lost, he growled, tossing the tiny crab back into the sea. A pinky-sized tiger crab wouldn't even suffice as a snack, and a dealer likely wouldn't accept it for sale. I'll continue searching. There must be a larger tiger crab around here, as this is their haven. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chun Xiong resumed his search among the rocks, feeling the crevices with his hands. Chapter 29, a neatly organized family. Li Rui, you actually caught a butter crab. Your luck is extraordinary, Su Xiangyue exclaimed, unable to take her eyes off the bound butter crab. After examining it for a moment, she sighed. It's just a bit small. A larger butter crab could fetch several hundred. This one might only sell for about 100. Just as she finished her lament, Li Rui noticed a hole beneath his feet, about the size of a wrist. Peering inside, he was astonished to find 2 larger butter crabs. His breath quickened with excitement. After taking a deep breath, he skillfully extracted one of the crabs with his tongs. The ability to see the catch was indeed exhilarating, allowing him to easily retrieve crabs from their hiding spots. Another butter crab. This one is enormous. Su Xiangyue's eyes widened, her heart racing. Li Rui pinched the sides of the crab shell with his thumb and index finger, immobilizing its pincers, and then flipped it over to examine its underside. He was determining whether it was male or female. A male butter crab has a triangular abdomen, known as a pointed navel, with longer and denser hairs on its legs, while a female has a round or oval abdomen, referred to as a round navel, with shorter and sparser hairs on its legs. This particular butter crab in Li Rui's grasp was a female. It's a female butter crab, he confirmed. How do you know? Su Xiangyue asked, her curiosity piqued. Li Rui pointed to its abdomen and legs, patiently explaining, as he had studied marine biology in college and thus possessed a certain understanding of these matters. I've learned something new, Su Xiangyue remarked, taking the butter crab from Li Rui's hands. Weighing it, she estimated it to be around half a kilogram. With that, her breath grew heavier with excitement. A half-kilogram butter crab could sell for 500 to 600. They had struck gold on this shoreline excursion. It was no wonder Su Xiangyue was so thrilled. Her monthly salary was only around 4,000 yuan, and they had already earned several thousand from their outing. There seems to be another butter crab in this hole. I'll get it out, Li Rui said, using the tongs to extract the second crab, which appeared even larger, weighing around 6 to 7 taels. Generally, male butter crabs are larger than their female counterparts, with a more robust body and a sturdier shell. At this moment, Su Xiangyue finally regained her composure from the excitement. I'll bind this female butter crab first. She deftly retrieved another piece of cotton rope from her pocket and carefully secured the female crab, moving slowly and gently to avoid breaking its legs. Li Rue closely examined the crab caught in the tongs and realized it was a male. Oh, this is a male butter crab. We have a complete family here. He chuckled. Indeed, it is a male butter crab, Su Xiangyue confirmed, gently placing the female crab into the bucket before returning to bind the male. Li Rue leaned against a large rock, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket to smoke. Meanwhile, Su Xiangyue searched nearby for more butter crabs, paying no attention to the sea oysters scattered around. Oysters can't compare to the allure of butter crabs. Stop looking. There shouldn't be any butter crabs left in this vicinity, Li Rue advised, wanting to spare Su Xiangyue any futility. Humph. Su Xiangyue pouted, saying, just because you say there are none doesn't mean there aren't. If you can find one nearby, I might find one too. Li Rue smiled but said nothing further, allowing her to search as she pleased. He certainly couldn't tell Su Xiangyue that he possessed the ability to see the catch and already knew there were no more butter crabs around. After searching for a while, Su Xiangyue truly found no more butter crabs. You were right. I didn't find any more butter crabs nearby, she admitted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She turned back to Li Rue and asked, why have you been so lucky lately? What is the reason? In recent days, Li Rue had caught a king clam, a blue crab, a tiger crab, and now a butter crab. His luck seemed almost miraculous. Li Rue casually offered a reason. I've been diligently paying homage to Ma Zu. His home displayed a statue of Ma Zu. In coastal areas, many households have various deity statues, and there are indeed customs associated with placing a statue of Ma Zu. The Ma Zu statue in Li Rue's home is placed high in the living room, facing the front door, surrounded by fresh flowers, fruits, and incense burners. Li Rue holds a deep reverence for Ma Zu, often offering incense and tidying up the area around the statue. So that's how it is. Su Xiangyue believed in it wholeheartedly, thinking to herself that she would also devote time to worship Ma Zu. The tide is about to rise. Let us head back, Li Rue remarked after finishing his cigarette. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangyue immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, no, no, no. Your luck is so good tonight. We should continue our beachcombing. Who knows if our luck will be as good next time. This evening, she had accompanied Li Rue to the beach, feeling as if they were collecting money. She certainly did not wish for it to end so soon. Look at our buckets, Li Rue chuckled, shaking his head. Su Xiangyue glanced down and gasped. Both of our buckets are full. Li Rue scoffed. Only now do you realize? She sheepishly admitted, I should have brought a snakeskin bag with me. Li Rue teased. What did I tell you when we came? I suggested you bring an extra bucket, but you insisted one was sufficient. Su Xiangyue retorted sternly. Who knew we would be so fortunate tonight? Afterward, she silently regretted, next time I come beachcombing with you, I'll definitely bring a snakeskin bag. Do not fret. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. One must take life one step at a time, Li Rue said as he hefted one of the heavier buckets and began walking home. Speaking of which, I am indeed hungry. I wonder if Guogua has had dinner. Su Xiangyue remarked, carrying a lighter bucket beside Li Rue. We'll find out when we return, he replied. Glancing at the contents of her bucket, Su Xiangyue chuckled. This is so light. Li Rue, bemused, responded, the bucket you're holding must weigh at least 20-odd pounds. And you dare call it light? Su Xiangyue lifted her chin and declared, it is indeed light. Chapter 30, Emotional Outburst. The heavier it is, the more money it brings, Su Xiangyue teased. I want to be a little rich lady. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt her stomach rumble. With a beaming smile, she turned to Li Rue, asking, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook for you, and we can enjoy a couple of drinks later. Didn't we just catch 3 butter crabs? Let us make butter crab for dinner, Li Rue joked. Before he could finish, Su Xiangyue playfully slapped his back, exclaiming, don't be ridiculous. Butter crabs are precious. We can't eat them. Rolling her eyes, she added, tonight we'll have oysters. They're delicious. While she thought about it, she kept her thoughts on how oysters were not only tasty, but also inexpensive. Let us steam 3 tiger crabs instead. Seafood is all about freshness, Li Rue suggested. Guogua is at a growing stage and needs nutritious food. No, 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 3 tiger crabs will cost quite a bit, Su Xiangyue quickly responded. As the two conversed, they arrived at the doorstep. The atmosphere was delightful, in stark contrast to Qin Xiong, who was beachcombing with a grim expression. Why are there only tiger crabs the size of a fingertip? When Li Rue had vacated that spot earlier, Qin Xiong thought him foolish. Now it seemed Li Rue might have known that there were no mature tiger crabs there. Damn it, I worked hard for nothing. As the tide began to rise, Qin Xiong hurried to an area where he picked up worthless spicy snails. Being a married man is tough. Earning money is one thing. Failing to earn it means returning home to a wife who often scolds you. Qin Xiong felt this deeply. Tonight, I wasted too much time on that mud flat and the tiger crab den, leaving me with little to show for it. How would he explain this to that nagging wife of his? This thought weighed heavily on him. The door isn't locked. Mom must be home. Li Rue observed as he noticed the front door ajar, indicating his motherly fawn was inside. Upon entering the house, they were greeted by the tantalizing aroma of simmering bones. Approaching the kitchen, Li Rui saw his mother, Li Fong, ladling the cooked bones and potatoes into a large bowl. "Mom, why are you cooking?" Li Rui asked, feeling a pang of concern. "I just wanted to do something within my means for you." Li Fong replied with a warm smile. "I don't have much money to give, but I can at least prepare a little something for you and Xiangyue." Li Fong placed the pot down and carried the bowl of bones and potatoes towards the living room. Over the past 2 years, her son had become quite the disappointment. Consumed by gambling, she felt grateful that Xiangyue had not left him. No matter what, she wanted to do something for Xiangyue. "Mom, let me help." Su Xiangyue, ever perceptive, stepped forward with open arms. "You and Rui should wash up first. You're both covered in mud. How can you serve the food?" Li Fong stepped back and then bypassed Su Xiangyue, heading into the living room. Li Rui looked at Su Xiangyue and said, "Come on. Let us wash up quickly so we can eat." Su Xiangyue shot him a glare, saying, "All you think about is food." With that, she dashed into the living room. "Mom, where's Guobo?" Su Xiangyue asked with genuine concern. "She's sleeping in the other room. Your dad is watching over her. You don't need to worry." Li Fong replied with a smile. Li Fong felt 100% satisfaction with her daughter-in-law. Beautiful, capable, kind-hearted, and very thoughtful. Most importantly, she remained steadfast by her son, Li Rui's side. It was a blessing for Li Rui to have married Su Xiangyue. Hearing this, Li Fong quietly entered the inner room, softly greeting her father-in-law Li Dafu before glancing at the sleeping Guobo. At that moment, Li Rui also walked in. The little one slept peacefully. "Let us step outside," Li Rui whispered to Su Xiangyue. She replied, and together they exited the room. In the living room, Li Fong had already prepared the meal for Li Rui and Su Xiangyue, setting out chopsticks. Upon seeing them, Li Fong beamed. "You two wash up, and then we can eat." "Mom, what about you and Dad?" Su Xiangyue asked, puzzled. "Your dad and I have already eaten at home," Li Fong responded with a smile. She understood that young people generally preferred not to dine with the older generations. "Mom, you and Dad should eat a little more," Su Xiangyue urged. "Xiangyue, don't worry about me and your dad. You and Rui hurry up and wash up," Li Fong insisted, her tone slightly firm. Li Rui tugged at Su Xiangyue's arm. "Let us go. Don't dawdle. It's getting late, and your stomach has growled several times." At this, Su Xiangyue's cheeks flushed crimson. She retorted, "I haven tea." Soon, they quickly washed up and returned to the living room. "Xiangyue, let us have a couple of drinks tonight," Li Rui said, settling down. He fetched a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. The wine was reasonably priced. A Great Wall Cabernet Sauvignon. "But your parents are still here." Su Xiangyue hesitated, not wanting to drink in front of the elders. "What does it matter? They're not strangers," Li Rui replied as he poured each of them half a glass. "Xiangyue, tonight I must toast you a few times." Su Xiangyue, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "We've been married for several years. Why do you still behave like this?" Li Rui insisted, "You eat first." Su Xiangyue picked up a piece of bone and began to munch on it. She was genuinely hungry. After a while, Li Rui raised his glass, stood up, and gazed affectionately at Su Xiangyue, saying, "Xiangyue, you've worked hard over the years. If it weren't for your tolerance, your understanding, and your generosity, this family would have fallen apart long ago. I drink this glass to you. You may drink as you wish." Li Rui downed the wine in one gulp, causing tears to well up in Su Xiangyue's eyes as she listened to him. Over the past 2 years, Li Rui's gambling addiction had caused him to neglect his family, resulting in significant losses and numerous misdeeds. The grievances she bore were hers alone to understand. "Don't cry, my dear," Li Rui said, his eyes glistening with moisture. He picked up a tissue from the dining table and gently wiped away the tears from Su Xiangyue's face. As she pounded her fists against Li Rui's chest, she choked out, "Li Rui, do you have any idea how much of a scoundrel you were?" "I know," Li Rui replied, nodding heavily, and then poured her half a glass of red wine. "Do you realize how atrocious your gambling behavior was?" "I know." "Do you understand how difficult it was for me to support this family alone?" "I know." Li Rui's attitude in admitting his mistakes was commendable. Su Xiangyue wiped her face and continued to punch Li Rui's chest playfully. "Everyone around me advised me to divorce you, but I didn't. Do you have any idea how much pressure I endured?" I know everything," Li Rui said as he used a tissue to dry her tears. Then, Li Rui raised his glass of red wine once more. "Darling, this glass is a toast to your unwavering loyalty to me. From now on, watch my performance. I will do my utmost to provide you and Guoguo with a good life." Having said that, Li Rui downed the wine in one gulp. In Chapter 31, Is Tomorrow Here? After Li Rui's heartfelt words, Su Xiangyue was already in tears. "You must remember what you said," she insisted, her fists continuing to tap against Li Rui's chest. "Stop crying. It won't look good if you keep it up," Li Rui said, struggling to wipe the tears from her face. Su Xiangyue suddenly widened her eyes and angrily asked, Are you saying I don't look good? The atmosphere turned tense. Noticing this, Li Rue quickly waved his hands and said, I didn't mean that. You did. You definitely did, she insisted, hitting him harder, the sound echoing against his chest. Indeed, no matter how one tried to explain that a woman was less than attractive, the consequences were severe. After several playful punches to Li Rue's chest, Su Xiangyue finally stopped and wiped her own tears. If you dare say I look bad again, I will still hit you. She raised her head, sniffed, and huffed. Li Rue couldn't help but chuckle. So, you aspire to be the champion of the Northwest? You guessed right. I truly want to be the champion of the Northwest, Su Xiangyue replied coldly. Li Rue, if you treat me too well, I will still hit you. Having said that, she could no longer hold back her laughter. Let's eat. The food will get cold. Li Rue placed a piece of bone into Su Xiangyue's bowl. You should eat too. You worked harder than I did tonight. Su Xiangyue reciprocated, placing a piece of bone into Li Rue's bowl. They enjoyed their meal and drank wine together. Outside, Li Fong was astonished to see 2 buckets filled with seafood. Goodness, how did we overflow the buckets again? She bent down to examine the contents more closely. When she spotted the butter crabs in the bucket, her surprise grew. Butter crabs, these are quite expensive. A half-kilogram butter crab could cost several hundred, even over 1,000. She fetched a chair and began sorting the items in the buckets. Li Fong was not one to sit idle. She preferred to keep herself busy, a stark contrast to the younger generation. The older generation often had to endure hardships, while the younger ones seemed to enjoy life without worry. At that moment, Guoguo woke up and bounced into the living room. Little darling, why are you awake? Li Rue exclaimed as he quickly set down his bowl and rushed over, lifting Guoguo into his arms. Since he hadn't fully cleaned himself, he refrained from holding her too close. Guoguo wrinkled her nose and pouted. Daddy stinks. You smell like smoke. You don't keep your promises. Li Rue was amused by her words. Children have such sensitive noses. As soon as Li Rue approached Guoguo, she detected the lingering scent of smoke on him. Don't be upset, Guoguo, he laughed. To ensure Guoguo's happiness, all he had to do was agree to buy her an ice cream and a lollipop. Seated at the dining table, Su Xiangyue teased, Guoguo is so easy to please. Li Rue immediately agreed. All right, Daddy will buy you ice cream and a lollipop tomorrow. Hearing this, Guoguo extended her chubby little pinky. What does that mean? Li Rue asked. Confused. Come on, let's make a pinky promise, forever and ever. Whoever breaks it is a little dog, Guoguo said earnestly. Li Rue smirked. Is there no basic trust between people? Guoguo insisted, hurry up, or I might really get mad. Seeing her determined expression, Li Rue exchanged glances with Su Xiangyue, thinking that their child had a temper. Nevertheless, he hooked his pinky with Guoguo's. Together, they chanted, Pinky promise, forever and ever, whoever breaks it is a little dog. This satisfied Guoguo's heart. Remember, Daddy, tomorrow you must buy me ice cream and a lollipop. If you don't, you'll turn into a little dog, Guoguo reminded. Li Rue set her down, crouched to meet her gaze, and reassured her, don't worry, tomorrow Daddy will definitely get you ice cream and a lollipop. Upon hearing those words, Guoguo stuck out her tiny tongue, as if savoring the thought, her mouth watering at the prospect. Li Rue, come eat. Su Xiangyue called out. At that moment, Li Dafu emerged from the bedroom, stretching lazily. Rue, go eat. I'll keep an eye on Guoguo. He gestured for Li Rue to take his seat. All right, I'll go eat, Li Rue replied as he sat down, not yet picking up his chopsticks. Suddenly, Guoguo dashed over with an eager stride, her chubby little hands patting Li Rue's thigh. With wide eyes, she looked up at him. Daddy, is tomorrow here yet? At her young age, Guoguo had no sense of time. Li Rue chuckled. Not yet. Oh, not yet. Guoguo looked a bit disappointed. She then ran to the corner of the living room to play with her toys. But it wasn't long before she returned, her eager eyes seeking Li Rue's again. Daddy, is tomorrow here yet? Not yet. Li Rue shook his head, smiling. Guoguo, it will be tomorrow when the sun rises. Su Xiangyue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Guoguo, thinking that the little glutton was probably only thinking about ice cream and lollipops. Not here yet. Guoguo hung her head and pouted. This back and forth continued until Guoguo grew tired and began to doze off, mumbling, is tomorrow here yet? Li Dafu scooped Guoguo into his arms and approached Li Rue, his face stern as he warned, if you dare not buy Guoguo ice cream and a lollipop tomorrow, watch out. Li Rue quickly replied, Dad, I will definitely buy Guoguo ice cream and a lollipop tomorrow, I won't forget. Hearing this, Li Dafu carried Guoguo into the inner room. After finishing their meal, Li Rue and Su Xiangyue began to clear the table together. As they exited the living room, they saw Li Fong categorizing the items they had gathered from the beach that night. Mom, it's so late. You and Dad should head back. You don't need to keep working. Li Rue and I can manage, Su Xiangyue urged. It's all right. Your father and I are older and can't sleep at night. We're just wide awake now. If I don't do something, I'll feel restless, Li Fong said, her face glowing with a bright smile. As the elder generation, she found joy in being able to help the younger ones. Li Rui also encouraged Li Fong to return quickly, but she insisted on sorting the items they had collected. Rui, next time you sell seafood with Yutao, make sure not to mix everything together, or he will shortchange you, Li Fong advised, showing her shrewd side. Life in this world necessitates a certain shrewdness to avoid misfortune, a sentiment deeply understood by those of her age. Chapter 32, Neverending. Mother, with your vast experience, what classification do those 3 yellow butter crabs belong to? Li Rui inquired with palpable excitement. His desire to clarify this matter stemmed from a wish to avoid being duped. The fishmonger in their village, Yu Tao, was notoriously cunning. He feared being taken advantage of when selling their seafood. The quality of yellow butter crabs directly influenced their market value. A top-tier yellow butter crab, weighing about half a pound, could fetch between 1,000 to 1,500. Larger specimens might even reach 2,000. In contrast, a special-grade yellow butter crab of similar weight would only cost between 800 to 1,000. The first-grade yellow butter crabs were more affordable, priced at 300 to 400 for a half-pound crab. I'll take the dishes to the kitchen. You can converse with Mother? Su Xiangyue stated as she accepted the dishes from Li Rui and made her way to the kitchen. As time was of the essence, she aimed to complete her tasks swiftly to rest early. Li Rui nodded in acknowledgement. Li Fong then picked up a yellow butter crab, pointing out its various features as she explained. Rui Zi, observe the color of this yellow butter crab. It is a rich golden hue. From the shell to the legs, it is laden with butter, exhibiting an even and bright sheen. Its heft is substantial, indicative of the ample butter within, and the flesh is firm. These attributes align perfectly with those of all top-tier yellow butter crabs. Hence, this is indeed a top-tier specimen, priced around 1,300. The larger one is approximately 1,800. Li Fong spoke slowly, and Li Rui listened intently. The smaller crab, however, was considerably cheaper, selling for a maximum of 500. The classification of yellow butter crabs can be assessed through 3 criteria: the color, the fullness, and the weight. The more vibrant the yellow, the higher the quality. The fuller the crab's body, the better the quality, and the heavier the crab, the more butter it contains. Li Rui nodded, committing his mother's insights to memory. A radiant smile adorned Li Fong's face as she added, Rui Zi, you are indeed fortunate. You have stumbled upon top-tier yellow butter crabs. It has been several years since our village has found such a catch. As she spoke, Li Fong began categorizing the contents of the bucket. Her hands barely paused. Li Rui sat beside his mother, assisting in the sorting. Alas, the fishermen of Yuya Island suffer greatly. After much effort to gather valuable finds, the fishmongers squeeze the prices. Our village's Yutao delights in this practice, Li Fong sighed. Mother, if Uncle Yu offers an unfair price tomorrow, I will seek alternative avenues for selling. I refuse to believe that without Zhang the butcher, we cannot find a way, Li Rui expressed, aware of Yutao's character. The island did not boast the multitude of sales channels available on the mainland. Li Fong chuckled wryly, Rui Zi. We have an unwritten rule on Yuya Island. Seafood from one village may only be sold to designated fishmongers. Finding other avenues is quite challenging. Just then, Li Dafu emerged from the living room. Guogua is asleep. Do not concern yourselves, he interjected before Li Rui could inquire about Guogua. Rui Zi, you must refrain from gambling in the future, do you understand? Li Fong admonished sternly. Upon hearing this, Li Rui felt a mix of emotions. In his previous life, his gambling addiction led to the ruin of his family. In this life, how could he possibly fall prey to such vice again? Mother, I understand, he replied. An ancient saying rings true. A couple united in purpose can transform dirt into gold. Li Fong's words aimed to encourage Li Rui and Su Xiangyue to collaboratively nurture their household. As someone with experience, Li Rui recognized the immense difficulty in maintaining a harmonious family life. It was indeed rare for Su Xiangyue to offer him repeated chances. Mother, rest assured, I will cherish my life with Xiangyue. She is a wonderful woman, and I shall never betray her. I will treat her with double the kindness, Li Rui declared. Glancing at Su Xiangyue, who was washing dishes in the kitchen. That is more like it, Li Fong responded, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Li Dafu remained taciturn, diligently attending to his tasks. He observed his son's transformation, taking pleasure in the change. Previously, he had worried that Su Xiangyue might not tolerate Li Rui and take Guo away from him. While they were engaged in conversation, Junzi called Li Rui. Wiping his hands dry, Li Rui answered the call. Rui Gu, we are 1 player short. Hurry and join us for a game. Junzi urged impatiently. Li Rui retorted. Get lost. From now on, I will never play cards again. Junzi snorted dismissively. Rui Gu, do not jest with me. Your addiction is even greater than mine. How can you quit gambling? Hurry up. Before Junzi could finish, Li Rui hung up. Rui Zi, that was the right choice, Li Fong praised him. They worked tirelessly until 10 in the evening before finally finishing their tasks. Li Rui placed the sorted crabs into a large basin, ample in size and height, ensuring the crabs could not escape. "Mother and father, you may return. I will add some water to the basin," Li Rui said. "All right, we will head back," Li Fang replied. After his parents departed, Li Rui poured a small amount of water into the basin, ensuring it was not too deep, allowing the crabs to breathe properly. To store live crabs for an extended period, this method was essential. Excessively deep water would suffocate the crabs, while too shallow water would leave them without sufficient drinking water, leading to their demise. He stored the oyster meat in the refrigerator. "Li Rui, what should we do with the piglet snails and scallops?" Su Xiangyue inquired beside him. "I will fetch some seawater," Li Rui responded, grabbing a bucket and stepping outside. Piglet snails and scallops are marine creatures and require seawater to survive. If placed in freshwater, they would perish swiftly. "I will stay home and watch the child. Return quickly," Su Xiangyue called after him. "Understood," Li Rui replied. During the evenings on Yuya Island, the challenge lies in the timing of selling gathered items, as they are sometimes not sold promptly. Early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Guogua opened her large eyes. She swiftly dashed to Li Rui's chest. Daddy is tomorrow here?" The little gourmand, Guogua, had not forgotten Li Rui's promise from the previous night. Her mind was solely fixated on ice cream and lollipops. Li Rui, still groggy, opened his eyes and smiled. "Once Daddy gets up, I will buy you ice cream and lollipops." "How long is once?" Guogua's big eyes were filled with confusion. "Once is not a specific time. It simply means a short while," Li Rui explained, gently patting her little head. Last night, he had vaguely heard Guogua whispering in his ear, Daddy, is tomorrow here?" He had not anticipated her repeating it first thing in the morning. It seems one should not hastily agree to a child's requests, for they will incessantly remind you until you relent. Chapter 33, Fulfilled. "Daddy, Guogua wants to ride a horse, he." Guogua climbed onto Li Rui, her little body swaying as she sang, "My grassland, my horse, I want to juggle." Li Rui could not help but laugh. "Where did you learn that?" he asked curiously, speaking softly to avoid waking Su Xiangyue. "I learned it from my phone," Guogua replied with a grin. "Daddy, Guogua has grown up and wants to ride a horse. When you grow up, Daddy will take you to ride," Li Rui casually promised. Guogua extended her little pinky. "Come on, let us make a pinky promise. 100 years without change." Li Rui gently tapped Guogua's little head with his fingertip, saying, "You only know the promise of 100 years without change." While he uttered these words, he proceeded to hook his pinky finger with Guogua's. "If anyone changes, they are a little dog," Guogua stated earnestly. A bemused smile graced Li Rui's face. This little one was far too serious. In Guogua's world, the prospect of growing up and riding horses held great significance for her. "Daddy, are we there yet? When can I have ice cream and lollipops?" Guogua's thoughts drifted back to the treats. As long as she had not tasted the ice cream and lollipops, she would incessantly inquire. This was of utmost importance to her. Suddenly, Su Xiangyue, lying on the bed, opened her eyes and shot Guogua a glare. With an irritable tone, she remarked, "When will you be done? Daddy promised to buy you ice cream and lollipops, and he will keep that promise. Why the rush?" She had been awakened from a fitful sleep and was in a foul mood, yet Guogua's desire for treats was unwavering. Guogua immediately showed a defeated expression, slumping on Li Rui's shoulder, pouting, and weakly murmuring, "It's not bright yet. Let's wait until morning." Su Xiangyue maintained a stern demeanor, responding, "If you keep asking, you won't get any ice cream or lollipops today." Guogua, frightened, quickly covered her mouth with her little hands. This simply wouldn't do. She resolved to stop asking, exasperated in her heart. "Time for bed." Su Xiangyue's tone remained harsh. "Okay," Guogua replied, resembling a child caught in mischief as she carefully crawled off Li Rui's lap and laid down on the bed. She ceased talking but did not fall asleep, her eyes wide open, eagerly anticipating the dawn. An hour later, the sun finally rose. Su Xiangyue sat up, stretched lazily, and yawned. Sitting on the bed, she inwardly chastised herself. "If I hadn't spent last night gathering clams, I could have collected something else. The clam meat is far too cheap. Only about 10 yuan per pound. There will be more opportunities. We can go clam digging again today." Li Rui chuckled. "You've been fortunate lately. Seize the chance to gather clams, for opportunities like this do not come often." Su Xiangyue was excited. She had taken a day off and didn't have to work today. Guogua looked up at Li Rui with hopeful eyes, and he instantly understood her unspoken request. "Let us get up and wash up. We'll head to the shop to buy you ice cream and lollipops right away." Upon hearing this, Guogua was overjoyed. She quickly sprang from the bed and gracefully slid from the edge to the floor. "Daddy, here are your slippers. Put them on," Guogua exclaimed, finding Li Rui's slippers and neatly placing them in front of the bed. Li Rui was both amused and exasperated by this little one. Su Xiangyue shook her head and remarked, "You little glutton." After they finished washing up, Li Rui took Guoguo's hand and walked toward Tian Xiaoyu's home. The only shop in the village. Daddy, why are you so slow? Hurry up, Guoguo exclaimed as she pulled away from Li Rui's hand, scampering ahead with her short legs. Upon arriving at Tian Xiaoyu's, Guoguo called out sweetly, Aunt Xiaoyu, I want to buy something. The little girl showed no signs of timidity. Tian Xiaoyu was in the kitchen preparing fried rice when she heard Guoguo's voice. Tying her apron, she lowered the flame on the stove and stepped out of the kitchen. Oh, it's Guoguo. Your mother has brought you to buy things again. Tian Xiaoyu opened the small room where she kept various groceries and walked inside. It's not Mama. It's Daddy. Guoguo proudly wiggled her little bottom, closely following Tian Xiaoyu. Tian Xiaoyu paused, surprised. How could it be that gambler, Li Rui, who seemed to gamble day and night, had never brought Guoguo to her shop before? Xiaoyu, please get me one ice cream and one lollipop, Li Rui requested as he entered her shop. Li Rui, is it really you? Tian Xiaoyu exclaimed, taken aback, her mind racing with astonishment. The sun must be rising in the west today. Li Rui understood the reason behind Tian Xiaoyu's expression, and his heart sank. He had never before brought Guoguo to her shop. Let me clarify, no credit, Tian Xiaoyu said firmly, as Li Rui had already accumulated a debt of several hundred yuan at her shop. Xiaoyu, I will settle the debt I owe you today, Li Rui replied. Really? Tian Xiaoyu blinked in disbelief. Li Rui couldn't help but chuckle. Of course it's true. Is my character really that poor? It seemed that, indeed. His reputation had been tarnished, and it was no wonder she doubted him. Moments later, Tian Xiaoyu retrieved an ice cream from her freezer and handed it to Guoguo. Ice cream. Guoguo's eyes sparkled with delight as she quickly grasped the ice cream cone with both hands and took a hearty bite. This brought her immense satisfaction. As Tian Xiaoyu prepared to fetch a lollipop, Guoguo, still munching on the ice cream, chimed in, Aunt Xiaoyu, don't forget the lollipop. I won't forget. Tian Xiaoyu replied with a smile, picking up a lollipop and presenting it to Li Rui. Xiaoyu, how much do I owe you for the previous debts? Li Rui asked as he took the lollipop. Tian Xiaoyu pulled out a small notebook from a drawer, flipping to the 8th page. After glancing at it, she looked up at Li Rui and said, You owe a total of 563 yuan, and with today as purchase, it comes to 567. Without hesitation, Li Rui scanned the payment for 570 yuan. I apologize for having such a long-standing debt at your shop, he expressed, hoping to maintain good relations with the villagers. What are you talking about? Tian Xiaoyu beamed as she received the payment. We're all from the same village. Helping each other is only natural. Li Rui lifted Guoguo into his arms and bid farewell to Tian Xiaoyu. All right, you have cooking to do. We'll take our leave now. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiaoyu caught a whiff of something burning. My fried rice. She hurried back to the kitchen, having thought she would return quickly after lowering the flame. Chapter 34, trying to keep a low profile but failing. After exiting Tian Xiaoyu's home, Guoguo, while enjoying her ice cream, gestured for Li Rui to crouch down. Daddy, hurry and squat down. Guoguo wants to ride on your neck, she giggled. Li Rui shrugged and chuckled helplessly. You have quite the demands, little one. As soon as he finished speaking, he crouched beside her. Daddy, I'm coming up. Guoguo's eyes sparkled with joy as she spread her legs and climbed onto Li Rui's neck. Li Rui stood up and began walking home, while Guoguo began to hum a tune. My shoes are torn, my hat is torn, and my fan is torn. Li Rui couldn't help but think how knowledgeable this little one was. At 8 o'clock, the kindergarten bus arrived promptly at their doorstep. Before boarding, Guoguo, with her backpack on her back, waved her little hand and signaled for Li Rui to crouch down again. Daddy, hurry up and crouch. What do you want to do now? Li Rui asked, curiosity piqued, while obediently crouching beside her. Without warning, Guoguo planted a quick kiss on Li Rui's right cheek. Daddy, goodbye. After the kiss, she scampered up the steps of the kindergarten bus with her short legs. On the school bus, the kindergarten teacher helped Guoguo onto the vehicle. Li Rui, filled with reluctance, waved goodbye to Guoguo. Just as he approached his yard, Su Xiangyue excitedly exclaimed, Li Rui, let us sell those seafood items and see how much we can earn. The mere thought of making several thousand yuan made the smile on Su Xiangyue's face impossible to conceal. Come on, let us sell those seafood. Li Rui responded eagerly. After loading the butter crabs and other items onto their tricycle, Li Rui stood beside it, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Su Xiangyue, puzzled, asked, Li Rui, what's wrong? Is it too ostentatious for us to head to Uncle Yu's like this? Li Rui stroked his chin and replied, if it's ostentatious, then so be it. What does it matter? Su Xiangyue dismissed his concerns. As the saying goes, silent wealth is the best. If the villagers see us hauling so much seafood, they will undoubtedly feel envious, Li Rui pondered. Envy those who have, scorn those who do not. This is the reality of rural life. Su Xiangyue, however, remained unfazed. What does it matter? We collected all the seafood ourselves. If others feel envious, That is their business, not ours. It is best to keep our wealth quiet. I wouldn't want to go sea gathering next time with a crowd trailing behind us, Li Rui insisted. Hearing this, Su Xiangyue felt a pang of anxiety. If a large group followed them the next time they went to gather seafood, it would be disastrous. Li Rui found a piece of gray cloth and covered the seafood in the tricycle basket. Let us go to Uncle Yu's, he said, hopping onto the vehicle. All right. Su Xiangyue climbed into the basket. Before starting the ride, Li Rui asked, are you holding on tight? Su Xiangyue chuckled, I'm secure. Life finally seemed promising. Upon hearing this, Li Rui twisted the throttle, and the tricycle sped off. Meanwhile, in Yutao's yard, several individuals were selling items they had gathered the previous night. Chen Xiong stood among the crowd, his head hung low, looking dejected. Chen Xiong, did you find anything good last night? Show me. Hu Eryi approached Chen Xiong and peered into the bucket he held. It was disheartening. Upon seeing the contents, Hu Eryi was left speechless. Why do you only have a few green-lipped mussels and some spicy snails? Chen Xiong, you gathered fewer items than I did. Hu Eryi smiled, revealing a few of his remaining teeth. Chen Xiong was known in Xingfu village as an adept sea gatherer. Last night, however, luck did not favor him. Just as Hu Eryi finished speaking, several middle-aged women encircled Chen Xiong, chattering incessantly like sparrows. Indeed, last night, Chen Xiong only collected a few green-lipped mussels and several kilograms of spicy snails. His luck was truly abysmal. I found a few crabs last night. The villagers' remarks left Chen Xiong feeling utterly humiliated. At that moment, he recalled the events of the previous night and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. On the muddy shore, he had used a shrimp pump to catch ghost shrimps but had not managed to catch a single one. Then, he spotted Li Rui and Su Xiangyue in a rocky area, gathering 20 to 30 kilograms of tiger crabs. At that moment, he had felt elated. Yet, in that rocky region, he only managed to catch a handful of thumb-sized tiger crabs. Such small crabs were practically worthless. There was an unwritten rule in Xingfu village that any crabs the size of a thumb must be released. Upon returning home, his wife, Su Longji, berated him for not bringing back anything valuable. Last night, I was just unlucky. Chen Xiong scratched his head awkwardly. If this continues, my wife will inevitably push me to find work elsewhere. As they spoke, Li Rui rode his tricycle, carrying Su Xiangyue to Yutao's small yard. Su Longji happened to walk in just then. Li Rui, Xiangyue, you gathered quite a bit last night. You even brought your tricycle to Yutao's house. Su Longji remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the yard turned towards Li Rui and Su Xiangyue. Seeing the crowd, Li Rui thought to himself, well, so much for keeping a low profile. Sister Longji, I didn't gather anything either last night, Li Rui replied with a smile. If that's the case, why did you come to Uncle Yu's so early on a tricycle? Su Longji seemed to buy into his words. Li Rui was just a mediocre person, always playing cards. Gathering seafood was not his forte. Li Rui detected the mockery in Su Longji's tone and retorted. I do as I please. It's none of your business. You should focus on your own, Chen Xiong. How dare you speak like that? Su Longji's expression darkened immediately. Mind your own affairs. Li Rui jumped off the tricycle. Su Longji was nearly beside herself with rage. She shouted, I want to see how much you will sell today. This time, Li Rui chose to ignore Su Longji. Why are you silent? Did you not gather much last night either? Su Longji scoffed. None of your concern. Li Rui was not one to be easily intimidated. He would not indulge those who provoked him. Su Longji gritted her teeth in frustration. Chen Xiong glanced at his wife, thinking, my wife, last night, Li Rui and Su Xiangyue really did gather a substantial amount. Just in tiger crabs alone, they must have collected 20 to 30 kilograms. Xiangyue, how did you end up gathering seafood with Li Rui last night? Sister Hohot asked with concern. Last night, Li Rui asked me to take a leave and go with him to gather seafood, so I requested time off from our supervisor, Su Xiangyue replied, jumping off the tricycle. Upon hearing this, Sister Hohot was taken aback. Isn't that a bit reckless? You can hardly earn anything gathering seafood now. Taking time off just for that is not worth it. Chapter 35, Dishonesty and Irresponsibility. Su Longji cast a cold glance at Su Xiangyue. Before Su Xiangyue and Li Rui could respond, Sister Hohot retorted angrily, Su Longji, how can you speak like that? Xiangyue at least has a job. And what about you? You spend your days eating and sleeping at home. How dare you criticize her for being irresponsible? Aunt Hua also chimed in, Su Longji, don't go looking for trouble. Su Xiangyue was quite well liked in Xingfu village, and her reputation was favorable. Thus, when she encountered difficulties, people were willing to support her. Su Longji's face flushed with anger. Su Longji, my wife can do whatever she wants. Who are you to say anything? Li Rui admonished Su Longji. Chen Xiong, why are you silent? Are you blind to the fact that these people are bullying your wife? Su Longji tugged at Chen Xiong's arm, speaking fiercely. Chen Xiong forced a smile. Don't stoop to their level. Su Longji was even more irate. She directly lashed out, Useless fool. I asked you to address them, not to defend me. In the small yard, most people who had sold their gathered seafood did not leave. They wanted to see just how much Li Rue had collected the previous night. While others brought buckets to sell seafood, Li Rue arrived with a tricycle, greatly piquing their curiosity. Chen Xiong, green-lipped mussels are 10 yuan per kilogram, and spicy snails are 15. You have a total of 3 kilograms of green-lipped mussels and 4 kilograms of spicy snails, which amounts to 90 yuan. Yu Tao placed 90 yuan in front of Chen Xiong. Su Longji stepped forward, snatched the 90 yuan from him, and stuffed it into her pocket, in front of everyone. She scolded Chen Xiong. If you earn this little today, you'll be sleeping on the sofa tonight. 90 yuan is hardly enough for a meal. Chen Xiong shrank his head, feeling quite aggrieved. Li Rue glanced at the vendor who had just finished selling seafood and asked in confusion, "Why haven't you all left yet?" He truly did not wish for others to witness the bounty he had collected from the sea the previous night. Accumulating wealth quietly was a means to avoid inciting envy. Just earlier, Su Longji had repeatedly troubled their family due to her own jealousy. Over the past 2 days, he had gathered a considerable amount of good finds from the shore. "We want to see just how much you and your wife collected last night," Su Longji said, her eyes filled with derision. At that moment, Yu Tao stood up from a small stool and approached Li Rue with a smile, saying, "Ruizi, let me see what treasures you have hidden behind your tricycle." Yu Tao then lifted the gray cloth covering the tricycle, revealing the seafood in all its glory. The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, Rue and Xiang Yu managed to gather so much last night. There were piglet snails, scallops, tiger crabs, and the legendary butter crabs. Heavens! Butter crabs. It's been years since anyone from our village has found any." Su Longji was left speechless. Chen Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ruizi, here. Have a cigarette," Yu Tao said cheerfully, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Li Rue. This purchase would certainly earn him a handsome profit. However, Li Rue did not accept the cigarette. Seeing this, Yu Tao chuckled. "Ruizi, Guwa has gone to school, so what are you afraid of? Just take it. I'll light it for you." "Uncle, not so fast. First, give me a price," Li Rue replied, unhurried to sell. "Ruizi, we're from the same village. I assure you, my offer is completely fair," Yu Tao said smoothly. He walked over to the tricycle and began quoting prices for the seafood. Piglet snails at 15 yuan per jean, scallops at 5 yuan per jean. The smaller tiger crabs are 50 yuan per jean, the medium ones 100, and the large ones 200 per jean. As for these 3 butter crabs, for the small one, I'll offer 100, for the slightly larger one, 800, and for the biggest one, 1,000. The crowd listened in shock to Yu Tao's prices. Su Longji pushed her husband Chen Xiong, exclaiming, "You useless thing, look at how much they collected from the sea." "Uncle, your prices are too low," Li Rue said, giving Yu Tao a sidelong glance. This fellow was a seafood dealer and could undoubtedly assess the quality of those butter crabs at a glance. The prices offered were not just low, they were unreasonably so. "Not low, truly not low," Yu Tao insisted earnestly. "Ruizi, it's only because it's you. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't offer such high prices." "Uncle, since you say so, I'll take my leave," Li Rue stated, preparing to mount his tricycle and head home. Seeing this, Yu Tao quickly grasped Li Rue's arm. "Wait, I'll add a bit more. I can give you 5 yuan more for these. I might even lose money buying them at this high price." Upon hearing this, Li Rue wasted no time and hopped onto his tricycle. "Xiang Yu, get in," he called out. "Okay." Su Xiang Yu replied as she climbed into the basket of the tricycle. Yu Tao grew anxious. "Ruizi, what are you doing? I've offered such a sincere price. Why aren't you selling?" Li Rue wished to hear no more of Yu Tao's nonsense. He twisted the throttle of the tricycle, speeding out of Yu Tao's gate. "I'll be waiting for you to bring the goods back to me," Yu Tao thought coldly. Yesterday, he had dined with several seafood dealers from nearby villages. During the meal, they had all agreed not to overstep and purchase seafood from one another, even if Li Rue enlisted Air Junzi from Wang Village to sell for him. The seafood dealers from Wang Village would not buy Li Rue's catch. To make matters worse, the prices offered by those dealers were even lower than his own. Others murmured quietly, "Li Rue has been extraordinarily lucky these past couple of days. Next time he goes to the shore, we should follow him. He eats the meat, and we can drink the soup. Yes, next time he goes to the shore, we'll follow along." On the way home, Su Xiang Yu expressed some doubts. "Li Rue, if we don't sell these to Uncle Yu, who else will we sell them to? Can a living person really be choked by urine? That fellow Yu Tao is truly a con artist. His prices are utterly insincere. I'll think of a way to sell these to someone else." Li Rue contemplated the best route for selling the seafood. "We need to be quick. These goods shouldn't linger with us too long. I fear they may spoil." Su Xiang Yu was mindful of the practical issues at hand. Fresh seafood is all about its freshness. Dead seafood would drastically reduce in value. After returning home, Li Rue settled on his sofa, preparing to call Air Junzi. Just then, the lanky Air Junzi rode up on an electric bike and arrived at Li Rue's house. Rue go, let us go play cards. He exclaimed as he approached the living room, rubbing his hands together, urging Li Rue to join him in a game. Junzi, if you mention playing cards again, do you believe I'll kick you? Li Rue's expression turned cold as he raised an eyebrow. Rue go, what is going on with you these days? You used to be the one taking me to play cards, and you said it was better than being a living deity. Junzi remarked, confused by Li Rue's demeanor. Li Rue waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on the past. He then shifted the conversation back on track. Junzi, I need your help. Before Li Rue could finish, Junzi thumped his chest proudly, declaring, Rue go, you should know me by now. I am your loyal little brother. You say east, I want to go west. You tell me to chase ducks, I want to chase dogs. Though his words were somewhat cheesy, they rang true. My wife and I caught some seafood last night, and I'm worried I have no place to sell it. Can you help me sell it? Li Rue stated. As soon as he finished, Su Xiangyu placed a cup of tea in front of Junzi. She had no particular fondness for him, but she still played her part. Supporting her husband was tantamount to supporting herself. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. Junzi chuckled as he accepted the teacup, then looked at Li Rue with astonishment. Rue go, you're not joking, are you? Didn't you say dogs don't catch seafood? How did you and sister-in-law end up at the shore last night? What are you talking about? Li Rue kicked Junzi's calf lightly. Junzi scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. I misspoke, my bad. Li Rue maintained a stern expression. Everyone makes mistakes. I've turned over a new leaf. A grown man should not be playing cards day and night. What kind of behavior is that? You should stop playing cards from now on. What? Junzi was taken aback. What nonsense. I said you should stop playing cards. You ought to heed my words. Li Rue said, standing up and giving Junzi a kick. 7 or 8 years ago, Junzi and Li Rue attended the same high school in the city. Once, when Junzi was bullied by classmates, Li Rue rushed in to chase off the bullies. From that day on, Junzi became Li Rue's loyal follower, doing whatever Li Rue did. For him, Li Rue's words held more weight than those of his own parents. Rue go, I'll listen to you. I want to play cards anymore. Junzi nodded obediently. Back to the point. Can you help me sell the seafood in your village? Li Rue asked, somewhat impatiently. Junzi slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Rue go. Chen Ergu from our village is a heartless dealer. Why would you sell seafood to him? My sister is the owner of Ju Fu Lu now. She can buy your seafood. However, as he spoke, Junzi lowered his gaze and his voice softened. But my sister has high standards for seafood quality. She doesn't want wild oysters, spicy snails, or green-lipped mussels at all. Upon hearing the news, Li Rue let out a long sigh of relief. Ju Fu Lu, the largest restaurant in Haigang Town, attracts many visitors from the mainland who come to enjoy the delicacies of Yuyu Island. With Junzi's sister now managing the establishment, matters would be much easier. In the living room, Su Xiangyue also breathed a sigh of relief, deeply concerned that the seafood they had gathered the previous night might spoil and go unsold, which would break her heart. Brother Rue, now that you've found me, I will certainly help you. Regardless of what you caught, I will have my sister purchase it. Junzi said, displaying his loyalty. I want to put your sister in a difficult position, Li Rue replied, patting Junzi on the shoulder before leading him to inspect their catch from the night before. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Yu Tao felt a surge of excitement at the thought of the seafood Li Rue and Su Xiangyue had collected. He fervently hoped that none of it had spoiled, especially the butter crabs. As he muttered to himself, he hurried towards Li Rue's home. Rue, Xiangyue, I'll give you a fair price. Add 3 yuan for each pound. How does that sound? Yu Tao feigned a pained expression, claiming it was the best he could offer, already suffering a significant loss. Uncle Yu, how could I let you suffer as a younger generation? You should go back. Li Rue retorted with a smirk. Yu Tao was increasingly anxious. He approached Li Rue, incessantly chattering. Rue, those 3 butter crabs are of average quality. As a seafood vendor, I can tell at a glance. The high price I offered is solely because we come from the same village. Li Rue chose to ignore Yu Tao. Those butter crabs were top tier, with a market value of at least 3,000. Yu Tao offered only 1,900. His greed knew no bounds. Now, he was attempting to deceive Li Rue again. Uncle Yu, we are leaving. Please excuse us. Li Rue politely indicated it was time for Yu Tao to depart. Hearing this, Yu Tao's temper flared. He stomped his foot and exclaimed, fine, let us see who will buy your seafood. Greed knows no bounds. In Yu Tao's view, Li Rue likely intended to sell his seafood to Lai Wang Village, a route that was not permissible. Previously, he had agreed with Chun Ergu from Lai Wang Village that seafood from Xingfu Village should not be purchased by him. With that, Yu Tao stormed off. Brother Rue, who is that old man? Should I teach him a lesson? Junzi emerged from the living room, glaring at Yu Tao's retreating figure. Li Rue promptly gave him a light smack on the head. Ouch! Junzi winced, covering his head. Li Rue shot him an irritated look. You only think of violence. If you hurt him, Can you afford the consequences? Let us just ignore him. Brother Rue, I only wanted to stand up for you. Junzi chuckled. Go to Ju Fu Lu first. Your sister-in-law, and I will join you later, Li Rue said with a stern expression. Understood, Junzi replied, saluting before hopping on his electric scooter and heading towards Pinggang Town. As he passed Yu Tao, the latter squinted and remarked, Isn't that Junzi from Lai Wang village? I see now, Li Rue is indeed planning to sell his seafood there. Thankfully, I was prepared. With a sense of smugness, Yu Tao pulled out his phone and called Chen Ergu, the seafood vendor from Lai Wang village. Old Yu, why don't you trust me? When have I ever gone back on my word? We all operate in this circle. Would I violate the rules? Chen Ergu responded impatiently. Ending the call, Yu Tao smiled to himself, feeling assured. At the village's edge, Li Rue and Su Xiangyue were preparing to head to town when Li Fong rushed through the door, carrying a large bag. Rue, Xiangyue, did you manage to sell the seafood you gathered last night? She asked, wary of Yu Tao's scheming nature. She was all too familiar with his greed. Not yet, Li Rue smiled. That's good, Li Fong replied, visibly relieved. She raised the bag, saying, I brought you some vegetables. Inside were spinach, celery, and shepherd's purse, the latter of which is less commonly known. Shepherd's purse is a wild vegetable, notable for its height and nutritious value, often used in various dishes. Many older villagers can identify it at a glance. Mom, why did you bring this? Li Rue asked, his expression softening. With the cost of living so high, we should save where we can. Rue, don't spend excessively. Think more about your wife and children. Li Fong advised in a maternal tone. She had always been restless, and as she aged, her energy only seemed to increase. If not for her constant care towards Su Xiangyue, the couple might have faced divorce by now. This illustrates the importance of a good mother-in-law. I understand, Mom, Li Rue said, taking the bag from her. Peering inside, he exclaimed, shepherd's purse. I love this in cold dishes. Soon, he placed the bag in the kitchen and returned to the yard. Unlike urban life, rural families often have their own small yards. Rue Xiangyue, let us go to Yu Tao's house, Li Fong insisted, determined to prevent any exploitation of her son and daughter-in-law, as young people often feel shy and lack bargaining skills. She, however, had no qualms about negotiating. Mom, we're not planning to sell the seafood to Yu Tao, Li Rue explained. What? Li Fong was taken aback. If not to Yu Tao, then where? The town doesn't buy seafood from individual sellers, and other villages wouldn't purchase from us either. Li Rue chuckled, Mom. Remember Junzi? Upon hearing his name, Li Fong's expression darkened. Don't mention him. Isn't he just your card-playing buddy? He used to follow you around all the time. She had a very poor impression of Junzi, viewing him as a bad influence. Mom, Junzi, like me, has quit gambling. His sister is now the owner of Ju Fu Lu, and I plan to leverage that connection to sell our seafood there. Li Rue explained with a smile. Really? Li Fong asked, her face brightening with surprise. How could it be otherwise? She checked the time on her phone and looked up at her mother. Mom, it's getting late. We need to sell the seafood before I head back to gather more. Li Rue hurriedly boarded a tricycle, while Su Xiangyue climbed into the cargo area. Mother, we must hurry, so I won't serve you food or pour water. Su Xiangyue waved her hand at Li Fong. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office at Fisherman in Pinggang Town, Junzi explained his intentions to his sister Song Ling. Tall and slender, Song Ling possessed an alluring figure and striking beauty. Today, she donned a fitted black business suit, her fair neck exposed, adorned with a large jade pendant, unmistakably a woman of wealth. Junzi, go away, stop bothering me, Song Ling sighed as she saw her brother. She recalled the last time he had tried to sell her seafood, boasting extravagantly only for her to find it was merely common shellfish of poor quality. As the owner of Jufu Lu, an upscale dining establishment, she had no interest in subpar seafood. Sister, this time is different, Junzi insisted, growing anxious. In his eyes, the matters concerning his friend Rue Gu were of greater significance than his own. Before he could finish, Song Ling interrupted him. Stop talking about your friends. What can they do besides eat, drink, and play cards? With that, she pushed Junzi toward the door. Leave me be. I am overwhelmed with work and have no time for you or your friends. Seeing this, Junzi resorted to stubbornness, flopping onto the sofa in his sister's office. If you don't agree to buy the seafood Rue Gu brought, I won't leave. Infuriated, Song Ling stomped her foot, glaring at him. Junzi, how can you behave this way? If you continue, I'll have the security throw you out. He shook his head defiantly. If you're not afraid of embarrassment, do it. I certainly am not. Frustrated, Song Ling realized he was indeed her younger brother, and her harsh words were merely venting. Yet, she never expected him to be so unyielding. Sister, please don't be angry. Just take a look at the seafood Rue Gu brought. Consider it a favor to me. Seeing her irritation, he climbed off the sofa, throwing his arm around her shoulder with a grin. Then, he pleaded with a childish tone, Sister, please? Rue Gu will arrive soon. And if you refuse to even glance at the seafood, how will I face him later? Junzi had successfully used this tactic on her before, but this time, Song Ling remained unmoved, replying firmly, if the seafood from your friends were of good quality, would they come through you to sell it to me? Please, I'm begging you. Junzi pleaded, clasping her arms and pouting. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Song Zong. Bai Zong has failed to deliver the seafood we ordered for today. The anxious chef, Su Haibin, stood outside, drenched in sweat. They were expecting important clients for lunch. And without ingredients, they were in a dire predicament. How could Bai Kuan be so unreliable? Song Ling's brows furrowed with frustration. Bai Kuan was the largest seafood merchant in Pinggang town, supplying many local restaurants, making him a vital link for their business. She abruptly shoved Junzi aside and commanded, "Stop it. Su Chu, come in." With an air of authority, she summoned the chef, exuding the presence of a formidable CEO. Su Haibin, a stout chef in his white uniform, entered cautiously. Noticing his sister's serious demeanor, Junzi ceased his antics. Song Zong, we are in a difficult position, Su Haibin said gravely, fully aware of the significance of the guests arriving that afternoon. Taking a deep breath, Song Ling dialed Bai Kuan's number. Suppressing her anger as she inquired sweetly, Bai Zong, what happened? Why hasn't the seafood we ordered been delivered? Song Zong, I'm sorry, but the ingredients you ordered yesterday were intercepted by someone else. They had considerable influence, and I couldn't stop it, Bai Kuan replied. Feigning regret, while seizing the opportunity to manipulate Song Ling for future gains, coveting the profits from Jufilu's growing popularity. Bai Zong, how can you be so untrustworthy? She fumed, clenching her fists. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do, Bai Kuan replied, adopting a charming demeanor. Eager to resolve the issue, Song Ling asked, do you have any remedies for this situation? With a heavy sigh, Bai Kuan responded, you know how difficult it is to catch wild tiger crabs nowadays. I'll have my staff deliver the other ingredients as soon as possible, but I truly have no wild tiger crabs today. I'm afraid I can't help you. With that, he abruptly hung up. That scoundrel. He's clearly trying to take advantage of me, Song Ling exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. The distinguished guests had specifically requested wild tiger crab, and now they faced a crisis. Junzi, hearing this, chuckled. Sister. But before he could finish, Song Ling snapped, silence. Su Haibin hung his head, realizing they could be offending the important guests, leading to disastrous consequences for Jufilu. Sister, let me finish. Junzi pleaded, now sensing the urgency was on her side. At this moment, Song Ling paced her office, her patience wearing thin. Go away. Can't you see I'm already stressed? No matter what you say, I won't purchase the seafood from your friend. She glared at him, exasperated by his incessant presence. Fine, if you want me to leave, I will, he said, crossing his arms and heading for the door. I suppose I'll have to take the wild tiger crabs my friend brought with me. His words struck Song Ling like a jolt of electricity, and Su Haibin's expression shifted to one of excitement, realizing that perhaps Junzi was being reliable for once. As Junzi reached the door, Su Haibin called out, Song Zong, your brother is leaving. At that moment, Song Ling snapped back to reality. She hurried in her high heels to block Junzi's path. Did your friend really bring wild tiger crabs? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Sister, didn't you just tell me to leave? Move aside. I'm going, he teased, trying to push past her, secretly amused. Song Ling, however, swiftly smacked him on the head. Confess now, she demanded sternly. Junzi remained silent, extending his hands for money. Without hesitation, she pulled out 200 yuan and placed it in his hand. Quickly, tell me. Junzi gestured to his sister, signaling her for more money. I'll give you 300 more. If you don't keep quiet after taking this money, I'll crack your skull. Song Ling promptly produced another 300 yuan and placed it in Junzi's hands. Sister, my friend will soon bring wild tiger crabs, and oh, there will also be wild butter crabs. Junzi accepted the money with a cheerful grin. Song Ling hurriedly inquired, is it a lot? It can't be just one or two, right? The fishing ban is in effect now, and wild tiger crabs and wild butter crabs are incredibly hard to catch. If luck is on your side, you might catch one or two, but generally, it's just one or two. 1 or 2 tiger crabs will not resolve the predicament I am facing. Noticing his sister's urgency, Junzi tilted his head towards the sky, shaking it as he once again extended his hands for more money. Speak quickly. This time, Song Ling directly seized Junzi's ear and twisted it vigorously, causing him to yelp in pain. Sister, please let go. I'll tell you everything. Humph. Song Ling scoffed, feeling triumphant. Junzi rubbed his ear and said, a green bamboo snake's mouth, a wasp stinger, both are not venomous. Yet the most venomous is a woman's heart. I merely asked you for some money. Is it that serious? Seeing Song Ling about to twist his ear again, Junzi stepped back and hurriedly added, my friend Rui will bring 2 to 3 dozen pounds of wild tiger crabs and 3 butter crabs. Wonderful. The heavy stone in Song Ling's heart finally eased. Brother, My Rue is like my reborn parents. When he arrives, you must offer a fair price, understand? Junzi warned with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Song Ling nearly slapped Junzi across the face. Her expression darkened as she growled. What nonsense are you spouting? Your parents are still alive. If your Rue is your reborn parent, what should I call him when he arrives? It was just a metaphor. Junzi awkwardly scratched the back of his head and then reiterated seriously, Sister, when my Rue arrives, you must offer a fair price. Got it, got it. Song Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes. At that moment, Li Rue was riding his family's tricycle, carrying Su Xiangyue, and happened to pass by the entrance of Yu Tao's house. Yu Tao stood at his doorstep, witnessing this scene with a smirk. Unable to suppress his mocking laughter. Li Rue, you think you can sell seafood in Laiwang village? Chen Ergu from Laiwang village will not accept it. I am waiting right here for your return. He anticipated that it wouldn't be long before Li Rue would come back, and at that time, he would drive the price down, forcing Li Rue to sell his seafood at a low price. Uncle Yu, why are you so unhurried? Chun Xiong approached with his arms crossed. Yeah, Uncle Yu, why are you not anxious at all? Chun Xiong's wife, Su Lanji, who was munching on sunflower seeds, also joined in. Yu Tao smiled confidently. He extended his right hand and performed a dramatic flip, then stated, the monkey cannot escape the palm of the Buddha. Uncle Yu, how can you be so confident? Chun Xiong asked as he pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Yu Tao. You're a smart guy? Yu Tao replied with satisfaction as he took the cigarette and placed it in his mouth. Chun Xiong then produced a lighter and ignited it for him. Yu Tao inhaled deeply, exhaling the smoke. I have made arrangements with seafood vendors from nearby villages. None of them can purchase the seafood that Li Rue brings over. We have formed an alliance. They won't break the rules. Just wait. Before long, Li Rue will obediently bring his seafood here to sell. Chun Xiong flattered, Uncle Yu. You have such a wide network and skills. In the future, when you buy seafood from my family, can you offer a higher price? Upon hearing this, Yu Tao wrapped an arm around Chun Xiong's shoulder and chuckled. Chun Xiong, since you know how to please, I have no reason not to offer a high price when you bring seafood from my family. Let us make promises first. This was his usual way of conducting business. No deceit, no trade. If one is not cunning, how can one be a merchant? Uncle Yu, we thank you for that. Su Lanji beamed with a radiant smile, but her eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. Earlier that morning, Li Rue and Su Xiangyue were causing a commotion and would unlikely be able to sell the seafood they had collected the night before. Their efforts were futile and unappreciated. Meanwhile, Li Rue and Su Xiangyue arrived at the entrance of Jufu Lu. As Li Rue took out his phone, the lobby manager, Chen Shichong, approached and inquired. What brings you here? We're here to sell seafood, Li Rue replied with a smile. Sorry, but Jufu Lu does not purchase seafood from individual vendors. Chen Shichong said with a disdainful glare and unfriendly tone. What were these two thinking? How could such a large restaurant possibly buy seafood from individual vendors? Li Rue remained cheerful. We are Chen Shichong interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Leave quickly. Don't disrupt our business. We have important guests coming today, and your presence here is unacceptable. At that moment, Junzi called. Rue Gu, have you and your sister arrived? He asked cheerfully. We're here at Jufu Lu, but they won't let us in and are trying to kick us out, Li Rue replied truthfully. Seeing Li Rue and Su Xiangyue still lingering, Chen Shichong's expression darkened as he barked. Get out now? We are coming over soon, Junzi said, feeling displeased. After hanging up, Li Rue parked his tricycle in a corner. Noticing this, Chen Shichong frowned. Why are you still here? I told you, our hotel does not purchase the seafood you brought. Li Rue retorted angrily. We parked here. It's none of your business. Is this your restaurant's property? How dare you speak to me like that? Chen Shichong pointed at Li Rue. How dare you speak to me like that? In the next moment, the icy voice of Song Ling, the owner of Jufu Lu, echoed through the air. With her black high heels clicking against the ground, she sprinted over, followed closely by Junzi and Su Haibin. Song Zong, Chen Shichong turned, quaking in fear. That's my Rue Gu. You better treat him with respect. Junzi patted Chen Shichong on the head. Chen Shichong clasped his hands in front of his chest, hunched over, and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. Song Ling approached the tricycle, inspecting the seafood in the back, and her face lit up with a smile. There are indeed so many wild tiger crabs, and some are quite large. Sister C, I didn't deceive you, Junzi boasted, walking over. Su Haibin wiped the sweat from his forehead upon seeing the seafood in the tricycle, simultaneously letting out a sigh of relief. Song Ling looked up at Li Rue and politely asked, what should I call you? My name is Li Rue. Just call me Li Rue, he replied. Li Rue, let us wait here for a bit, Song Ling said with a smile, then turned to Su Haibin, her expression turning stern as she instructed, what are you still doing here? Hurry and call someone to bring this seafood into the kitchen. Yes, yes. Chen Shichong nodded repeatedly, then dashed towards the kitchen. Li Rui seized the opportunity to ask, "How will the pricing work?" Junzi interjected, "Sister, you must offer a fair price." Song Ling shot Junzi a glare before turning to Li Rui with a smile, indicating the seafood in the tricycle. "This seafood looks quite good, so I will offer a reasonable price. For piglet snails, I'll give 30 yuan per pound. For scallops, I'll also offer 30 yuan per pound. For small tiger crabs, 80 yuan per pound. For medium-sized tiger crabs, 180 yuan per pound. And for large tiger crabs, 300 yuan per pound." Regarding the 3 exquisite yellow crabs, they are indeed top-tier specimens, with the crab legs exuding rich butter. The smallest one is priced at 150, the medium-sized one at 1,500, and the largest at 2,000. After stating the prices, Song Ling lifted her gaze to Li Rui and inquired whether he was satisfied with her offer. After a moment of contemplation, Li Rui nodded in agreement, expressing a degree of satisfaction. The price offered by Song Ling far surpassed that of Yu Tao. It is ironic that Yu Tao, whom he affectionately referred to as Uncle Yu, displayed such camaraderie, yet harbored ulterior motives. Su Xiangyue beamed with delight, whispering to Li Rui, "It seems Junzi has finally proven reliable." Before long, the seafood from the tricycle was transported to the kitchen. The piglet snails weighed 35 pounds and were sold for 915. The scallops weighed 21 pounds and 8 ounces, fetching 654. The tiger crab sold for a total of 5,332, while the 3 yellow crabs brought in 3650. Altogether, they amassed a remarkable sum of 10,551. Upon hearing this figure, Su Xiangyue felt dizzy with disbelief. Goodness! Last night, she and Li Rui had managed to earn over 10,000. This was utterly astonishing. For context, her monthly salary was merely around 4,000. Li Rui, consider this your reward of 1,600. Take the receipt to the finance department. Song Ling placed the approved receipt before him. "Darling, you hold on to it," Li Rui replied, glancing at Su Xiangyue, who still appeared a bit dazed. After a moment of hesitation, she nervously took the receipt into her grasp. "Li Rui, in the future, should you come across any good catches, remember to bring them to Ju Fu Lu for sale. Here is my business card." Song Ling presented her card to Li Rui. This time, he accepted it, tucking it into his pocket. "Thank you, Song Zong. We shall be on our way now." Li Rui expressed his gratitude. With Ju Fu Lu willing to purchase his seafood, he felt reassured that he would have a marketplace for his future finds. "Go ahead. And I hope we can collaborate frequently," Song Ling responded with a polite smile. "Rui Gu, do not be too courteous with my sister. If there is anyone to thank, it should be her. Without you, my sister would have faced considerable challenges." Junzi chimed in after exiting Song Ling's office, his face lit with joy. "Here is 200 yuan for you," Li Rui said, slipping the money into Junzi's pocket. "I cannot accept this," he protested. "What are you taking me for?" Li Rui shot him a stern look, prompting Junzi to hastily stuff the money back into his pocket. "Take it. This is a referral fee. Brothers should be clear about accounts," Li Rui insisted. Hearing this, Junzi grinned widely. "Rui Gu, do you truly consider me a brother?" Li Rui rolled his eyes at the excessive banter. "Rui Gu, are you really done with gambling?" Junzi asked, rubbing his hands together, feeling the urge to play. Li Rui halted, glaring at him fiercely. Junzi instinctively recoiled, for he feared Li Rui more than anything else. "If you gamble again, I shall break your head," Li Rui warned, giving Junzi a playful kick that nearly sent him tumbling. "I won't gamble anymore. I promise," he chuckled sheepishly. On their way to the finance office, Li Rui turned to Junzi and asked, "Do you have any dreams?" Without a moment's hesitation, Junzi replied, "I want to become you." "That is not merely a dream. It is 5 dreams," Li Rui retorted shamelessly. "Your aspirations encompass looks, physique, charm, talent, and allure." He then sighed, reflecting, "Human greed knows no bounds. One must not be overly covetous." Junzi nodded vigorously in agreement. Su Xiangyue, unable to contain herself, playfully tapped Li Rui's back and stifled a laugh. "Could you possibly be any more narcissistic?" "Sister-in-law, my brother is not at all vain. He speaks the truth." Junzi defended, his tone earnest. In his eyes, Li Rui truly embodied these qualities. "Your Rui Gu is not as exceptional as you claim," Su Xiangyue teased. "He is." Junzi insisted with unwavering conviction. As they continued to joke and laugh, they arrived at the finance office of Ju Fu Lu. The attendant, upon seeing the receipt, asked Su Xiangyue if she preferred cash or a bank transfer. Feeling that cash would draw too much attention, she opted for a bank transfer to her WeChat. 1,600 has been credited. Upon receiving the funds, Su Xiangyue felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Earning over 10,000 in a single outing was something she had never dared to imagine. She glanced at Li Rui, contemplating how much to transfer to him. Aware of his gambling debts and maxed-out credit cards, she hesitated to inquire about the exact amount he owed. Junzi, you are getting older. It is time to find a job. How about joining me for clam digging in the future? Li Rue suggested, feeling a sense of responsibility for Junzi, knowing that his previous gambling habits were influenced by him. However, this would only work if Junzi was willing to endure the labor of clam digging, which could be quite taxing. Clam digging? Junzi scratched his head, pondering, and then smiled broadly. Sure. From now on, I'll accompany you. Rue-gu, whatever you do, I am willing to follow. Soon, they reached the main hall of Ju Fu Lu, where the manager, Chen Shichong, upon seeing Li Rue, quickly approached with a respectful demeanor. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. Please do not take it to heart. Forget it. I have already moved on, Li Rue replied, preferring to avoid conflict, especially since Chun was now attempting to make amends. A wise person once said that cultivating friendships is beneficial for personal growth. Junzi then stated earnestly, Manager Chun, my Rue-gu will be frequently bringing seafood to our hotel for sale. Please treat him with the utmost courtesy in the future, understood? Of course, Chen Shichong nodded vigorously. After leaving Ju Fu Lu, Junzi hopped on his electric bike and gestured as if making a phone call. Rue-gu, if you need anything, feel free to call me. I'm heading home, he said, intending to show off the 200 yuan Li Rue had given him to his parents. Take care, and thank you for today, Li Rue waved dismissively, while Su Xiangyue exclaimed loudly, without you, we would not have known where to sell the seafood we gathered last night. Junzi chuckled, sister-in-law, you are too kind. My brother's matters are my own. I am off now. With that, he rode away. On their way home, Su Xiangyue turned to Li Rue and asked, how much do you owe from your gambling? Li Rue fell silent, his heart aching. Over 200,000. Why had he squandered his money on gambling? Seeing Li Rue hesitate, Su Xiangyue reassured him, Li Rue, regardless of how much you owe, as long as you sincerely repent, I will stand by you through thick and thin. Do not carry any burdens. You can tell me how much it is. I will not blame you. Everyone makes mistakes. Since I have chosen you, I will not easily give you up. My vows during our wedding were not mere words. Her gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Upon hearing Su Xiangyue's words, Li Rue slapped himself across the face in a moment of realization. He had taken for granted such a wonderful wife. Neglecting to cherish her while indulging in gambling instead, he truly felt worthless. I owe a total of 218,000, Li Rue murmured. That money was all borrowed online. Without hesitation, Su Xiangyue transferred 8,000 yuan to him. First, repay 8,000. As for the rest, we shall pay it back bit by bit together as a couple. Remember, this is your final opportunity. If you continue to indulge in gambling, I will. Su Xiangyue couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. Li Rue quickly raised his hand, swearing, I swear to the heavens, if I gamble again, I, Li Rue. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangyue promptly covered his mouth with her small hand. That's enough. Your determination is commendable. There's no need for malicious oaths, she said softly. You are truly wonderful, my wife, Li Rue mumbled. At this moment, in Xingfu village, at the village entrance, Yu Tao sat at his doorstep, occasionally glancing at the road leading back to the village. Chun Xiong squatted beside him, the two engaged in casual conversation. Why haven't Li Rue and his wife returned yet? Chun Xiong wondered aloud. Logically, they should have been back by now, he added. Yu Tao chuckled. I suspect they went to Laiwang village. Chen urged their wound tea by their seafood, so they probably went to another village. Su Lanji, munching on sunflower seeds, sneered, no matter how far they run, they won't be able to sell their seafood. They end up working in vain, and in the end, they have to sell to Uncle Yu. Yu Tao nodded slightly in agreement. Suddenly, Sister Ho Hot hurried over. She approached Yu Tao and advised, Yu Tao, since we are all from the same village, when Li Rue and Xiangyue come back to sell seafood, please don't pressure them on the price. Sister Ho Hot, do you think I am that kind of person? Yu Tao replied with a smile, though inwardly he was smirking, thinking he indeed was that kind of person. Sister Ho Hot internally scoffed, knowing well his true nature. But she wouldn't dare voice such thoughts. As they conversed, Chen Xiong spotted Li Rue and Su Xiangyue returning in the distance. He pointed at Li Rue's tricycle and shouted, Li Rue and his wife are back. They look like they've had a tough time. At this remark, the others craned their necks to see. Finally, they are back, Yu Tao thought to himself, feeling mischievous. Chapter 41. An empty promise. Xiangyue, they really are back. Sister Ho Hot said anxiously as she jogged over. Yu Tao lounged at his door, casually smoking a cigarette. Chen Xiong whispered to him, Uncle Yu, you really need to bargain hard this time to teach that kid Li Rue a lesson. Su Lanji concurred. Having seen Li Rue gather so many good items from the sea in the past few days, she felt envy towards the couple. Yu Tao smiled faintly. Having already planned to take advantage of the situation, Chen Xiong noted Yu Tao's smile, thinking that it signaled trouble for Li Rue. Not far away, Sister Ho Hot reached the tricycle. Xiangyue, I just spoke to your Uncle Yu and asked him not to haggle too harshly when you sell him seafood. Our island is isolated, and there aren't many channels for selling seafood. Plus, it's monopolized by a few people. It's tough for us small fishermen to sell our catch. After a brief moment of catching her breath, Sister Ho-Hot continued. From the tricycle, Su Xiangyue smiled. Sister Ho-Hot. Seeing her smile, Sister Ho-Hot assumed Su Xiangyue intended to thank her. There's no need for thanks between us, Sister Ho-Hot interrupted. You've helped my family before. It's only right we assist each other. Li Rui couldn't hold back a laugh. Sister Ho-Hot, everything we caught last night is sold. On our way back, we agreed not to disclose how much we earned. He knew there were many envious villagers, especially someone like Qin Xiong, who would be green with envy if they learned they made over 10,000 last night. What? Sold everything? Rui, you're not joking, are you? Sister Ho-Hot exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. It's true, Su Xiangyue beamed with happiness. The prospect of a bright future brought her contentment. Having money or not was one thing. The hope for a better life was another. Sister Ho-Hot remained skeptical and stepped closer to look into the tricycle. You really did sell everything. She gasped in astonishment. Thank you for your kind intentions, Sister Ho-Hot. Su Xiangyue expressed her gratitude, acknowledging the help she received. Meanwhile, at Yu Tao's doorstep, he and the others were unaware of Li Rui's conversation. What are they discussing so happily? Chen Xiong pondered aloud. Su Longji felt a pang of concern. If they sold their seafood, it would be more painful than if she had lost money herself. Impossible, Yu Tao confidently stated. Having already informed seafood vendors in nearby villages that he wouldn't accept Li Rui's catch. Uncle Yu, they've been chatting for quite a while. Why haven't they come over? Chen Xiong's mind was filled with questions. I reckon they're discussing how to sweet-talk me when they do come, Yu Tao thought. Brimming with pride. In this small corner of Yuya Island, connections were vital. Without them, even the best catch would be hard to sell. Ordinary seafood might find buyers at a street stall, but valuable items like tiger crabs and butter crabs were sought after only by wealthy outsiders. Uncle Yu, your quick thinking is impressive. Why didn't I think of that? Chen Xiong chuckled, patting Yu Tao's back. Had you been as clever as me, the seafood procurement in our village would have been yours, Yu Tao boasted. Su Longji spat out a sunflower seed shell, anxiously declaring, they're coming. Soon. Li Rui's tricycle arrived at Yu Tao's doorstep. Witnessing this, Yu Tao felt triumphant. He stood up from his small stool, smiling slightly. Rui, have you come to your senses? Planning to sell your seafood to me? Chen Xiong thought to himself. Uncle Yu is impressive. Experience is indeed invaluable. Li Rui had circled around without finding any buyers. Rui, when you left, didn't you say you wouldn't sell your seafood to Uncle Yu? Why are you back now? Su Longji taunted. Come in. Yu Tao opened his door, contemplating how to negotiate the price. To him, Li Rui was merely a piece of meat on his chopping board. He would dictate the terms. Seafood couldn't be stored for long. If left too long, it would perish and lose its value. Yu Tao's intention in opening his door was to facilitate Li Rui's entry into his yard with the tricycle. However, in the next moment, Li Rui leapt down from the tricycle with a mischievous grin and said, Uncle Yu, I am here to retrieve the bucket. Last time I visited your home to sell seafood, I seem to have forgotten to take it back. Upon hearing these words, Yu Tao froze in place. You rascal. I opened the door for you, yet you didn't even drive your tricycle inside. Are you toying with me? Before Yu Tao could react, Li Rui had already entered his yard and retrieved a red bucket. Li Rui, are you and your wife really not selling the items you collected from the sea last night? Chen Xiong, noticing Li Rui emerging from the small courtyard, hastily inquired. At that moment, Yu Tao perked up his ears. Su Longji also assumed the demeanor of a curious onlooker. They were sold long ago, Li Rui replied. And in the blink of an eye, he rode off on his electric tricycle, returning home. Sold? How could that be? Yu Tao was left dumbfounded. Su Longji quickly interjected. Uncle Yu, when Li Rui left just now, I noticed there was nothing in the back of his tricycle. It seems he truly sold those items. Upon hearing this, Yu Tao was on the verge of exploding with rage. He had spent a great deal of time strategizing how to lower the purchase price for those goods, only to find that Li Rui had sold them instead. Who could fathom such a feeling? Who, indeed, had broken the trust and purchased those seafood items? Yu Tao was seething with anger. The seafood vendors from nearby villages were utterly unreliable. Their words were as empty as air. This cannot be left unresolved. Let us hurry. Li Rui might go to the sea again. We should follow him. Su Longji tugged at her husband Chen Xiong's arm and whispered. Chapter 42. Father, you are amazing. Recently, Li Rui's luck had been remarkably good, a fact well known among the villagers. Su Longji intended to accompany Li Rui to the sea. Li Rui was feasting. She and her husband could at least save her some soup. Soon, Su Longji and Chen Xiong set off. Yu Tao was nearly beside himself with fury. I must find out who has disrupted the rules of Yaya Island, who has broken the regulations of Yaya Island. I will seek retribution. Yu Tao picked up a small stool, placed it in his home, and headed to Li Rui's residence. At that moment, inside Li Rui's home, he was busy preparing a meal. Having missed the opportunity to go to the sea during the day, Li Rui planned to venture out at night. In the kitchen, Li Rui was rinsing rice while Su Xiangyue was washing vegetables. A perfect partnership, they toiled together. Rui Zi, Xiangyue, Yu Tao called out from the doorway. With a smile on his face, Li Rui replied, Uncle Yu, we are in the kitchen. Hearing the response, Yu Tao entered. Rui Zi, to whom did you sell those seafood items? Yu Tao got straight to the point, feeling as though his financial fortune had been obstructed. Li Rui smirked coldly, Uncle Yu, what business is it of yours? Yu Tao was rendered speechless by the retort. Su Xiangyue merely glanced at Yu Tao without uttering a word. Rui Zi, I am merely concerned for you. I fear you might suffer a loss. Yu Tao said, putting on a brave face. Oh, really? Li Rui doubted Yu Tao's good intentions. Yu Tao pressed, Rui Zi, please tell me. Li Rui laughed. Why should I tell you? If you do not, I certainly will never purchase seafood from your family again. Yu Tao said, exasperated. If you don't, so be it, Li Rui replied, unfazed. Yu Tao, feeling frustrated, declared, fine, since you say so. Do not come to my home to sell seafood again. With that, he stormed out, his nose flaring with indignation. What nonsense! Yu Tao grumbled as he left. Just after he departed, Li Rui's mother, Li Feng, rushed over. Rui Zi, Xiangyue, does Zhu Fu Lu accept the seafood you brought? Li Feng asked anxiously. What if Zhu Fu Lu does not buy the seafood collected by you from the sea? She fretted. Mom, they do buy it. Li Rui reassured her as he emerged from the kitchen. Wonderful. Now I can finally ease my mind. Li Feng sighed with relief. Seeing her daughter-in-law in the kitchen, Li Feng hurried inside, a beaming smile on her face. Xiangyue, you should go outside. The kitchen is not a place for a girl like you. Saying this, she began to push Su Xiangyue outside. Today's daughters-in-law are nothing like before. Moreover, since Su Xiangyue was such a wonderful daughter-in-law, they should treat her well. Mom, please don't do that. I want to stay here to wash the vegetables and chat with Li Rui, Su Xiangyue protested, unwilling to leave. At noon, Li Rui prepared a spicy scrambled egg with chili, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and even caught 2 crabs. During lunch, as Su Xiangyue served the dishes, she remarked, Li Rui, let us not eat crabs anymore. They are quite expensive now. My dear, although our family is not well off, we should still enjoy our meals and drinks. Life is too short not to treat oneself well, Li Rui said, placing the picked crab meat into Su Xiangyue's bowl. He intended to repay all the debts he owed her from his previous life throughout his lifetime. Su Xiangyue beamed with delight. Oh, I don't like crabs. You eat them. As she picked up the crab meat to place it in Li Rui's bowl, he stopped her. If you keep insisting, I will be upset. Remember when we were dating, you often told me you wanted to eat crab meat that I had peeled for you. Did you think I forgot? Li Rui feigned anger. At that moment, Su Xiangyue grabbed another crab and began to peel it. Once she was done, she placed it into Li Rui's bowl. One for you, one for me. I can't eat them all myself, she said with a grin. If Guogua saw this, she would definitely suspect that I picked them up, Li Rui joked. And they both burst into laughter. Su Xiangyue added, shouldn't she suspect that they were a bonus for recharging? They erupted in laughter once again. Li Rui, living off collecting seafood makes me feel uneasy, Su Xiangyue confessed her worries. Xiangyue, I am now blessed by Ma Zhu. My luck will continue to improve when gathering seafood. Li Rui chuckled. Su Xiangyue rolled her eyes, dismissing his claims. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the school bus dropped Guogua off at their doorstep. Hand in hand, Li Rui and Su Xiangyue went to greet her. Daddy, Mommy, Guogua is back. Guogua exclaimed as she quickly ran from the bus to her parents. Li Rui gently touched Guogua's chubby little face and asked, did you eat well at kindergarten? Guogua nodded vigorously and replied, yes. After that, she waved her chubby little hand, signaling Li Rui to squat down. What do you want? Let Daddy squat down, Li Rui teased, but complied nonetheless, squatting before Guogua. Guogua spun around him and sniffled her little nose. Daddy, you are amazing, she blurted out, leaving Li Rui momentarily bewildered. Why am I amazing? He wondered. Because Daddy doesn't tease smoke, Guogua replied earnestly. Then, she continued in her sweet little voice, today, the teacher talked about the dangers of smoking and secondhand smoke in class. Smoking is harmful to health, and secondhand smoke severely endangers health. So, Daddy, you must keep it up and never smoke again. Su Xiangyue patted Li Rui's back and said, I used to ask you to quit smoking, but you wouldn't. Now that our daughter is asking you to quit, will you? Li Rui immediately replied, I will definitely quit smoking. For my daughter, I must quit. This time, he was resolute in his decision. For a long-time smoker, quitting was immensely challenging. Let us go? Daddy and Mommy, let us go home. If every day were like this, how wonderful it would be. Giggling, Guogua held one of her parents' hands in each of her own. heading towards home. Upon returning home, Guogua gazed at Li Rue with eager eyes and said, "Daddy, I want to have lollipops and ice cream." Before Li Rue could respond, Su Xiangyue sternly told Guogua, "You have already had lollipops and ice cream today. You cannot have any more. Children should not consume too much sugar." Guogua, feeling disheartened, shrank her head and pouted, replying, "All right." She then cast her hopeful gaze back at Li Rue. Su Xiangyue turned to Li Rue and advised, "Li Rue, remember to take Guogua out for lollipops and ice cream sparingly. Children's stomachs are delicate. They cannot indulge in such treats too often. A few times occasionally is acceptable." Li Rue nodded, acknowledging her words. Guogua's lips pursed like a small water ladle, evoking a sense of compassion. Chapter 43. The Challenges of Raising Children. Li Rue pondered why the system had not responded at all. It was unusual. Just then, the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 10,600 points, bringing your total to 14,388 points. Would the host like to purchase anything?" Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared before Li Rue, visible only to him. "I will not make any purchases for now," he communicated earnestly with the system. Although his attention was drawn to a yellow fishing rod named the Lucky Fishing Rod. "Understood," the system replied before vanishing. Li Rue contemplated when he might visit the town, wishing to keep the system's secret hidden from others. Meanwhile, Su Xiangyue was teaching Guogua addition. Her frustration was palpable as she exclaimed, "1 + 1 = 2. How many times must I tell you before you remember?" She roared at Guogua like an angry lioness. "Dear, Guogua is still quite young." Li Rue interjected with a smile. "There's no need to be so overbearing." In Li Rue's view, pushing the child excessively was less beneficial than focusing on one's own development. Many believe children must not fall behind from the start, but they fail to realize that the true starting line for children is their parents, not themselves. Being overly strict in childhood can lead to depression. Li Rue's expectations for Guogua were simple. He wished for her to be safe, healthy, and possess a sound moral compass. Beyond that, nothing more. While other children are learning addition, our child cannot lag behind. We cannot let her fall behind from the starting line. Su Xiangyue coldly shot a glance at Li Rue, clearly displeased with his words. Force-feeding education will only make Guogua resent learning. Li Rue articulated his perspective. Observing Guogua's pitiful expression tugged at his heartstrings. As a man supported by the system, how could his daughter possibly be like an ordinary girl? Su Xiangyue frowned, stating, "In this competitive environment, what will happen if Guogua doesn't study diligently?" Li Rue approached Su Xiangyue, gently massaging her shoulders. In dealing with women, one must first address their emotions before tackling issues. Otherwise, matters can become troublesome. "How does that feel?" he inquired. "Very comfortable," Su Xiangyue replied, visibly relaxed. After a while, Li Rue continued, "Dear, when it comes to educating our child, we should not pressure her excessively. We should foster her interests. Forcing a 3-year-old to memorize addition tables daily is merely tormenting her." Guogua, sitting on a small chair, nodded vigorously. She did not enjoy reciting monotonous formulas. It was too dull and tedious. "See, even the child agrees," Li Rue reasoned with emotion, hoping Su Xiangyue would adopt his viewpoint. "You're just looking for an excuse to be lazy," Su Xiangyue retorted, glaring at Guogua. Guogua lowered her head, her small hands clasped together, rubbing nervously. Li Rue's expression darkened slightly. "Xiangyue, Guogua is still so young. We cannot expect her to be perpetually busy like adults. What is the purpose of life? To be born and then spend the rest of it like a donkey, grinding away?" He attempted to shift Su Xiangyue's educational philosophy. Su Xiangyue countered, "One must first survive. Only by studying well can one live better, right?" Li Rue chuckled upon hearing this. "Who can't survive these days? I've only heard of people dying from exhaustion, not from hunger. We should interact with our children as equals. Guogua is a living being. I do not wish for her to become a mere exam machine." In today's world, many people in our country suffer from mental health issues, often stemming from their family environments. Although Guogua did not fully grasp Li Rue's words, she felt he was right and silently applauded him in her heart. Su Xiangyue's face darkened. "Li Rue, what do you mean by that? You know our family's circumstances. How can Guogua achieve success without studying? Studying is a valuable path, but it suits some and not others." Li Rue reiterated his viewpoint. "All right. Since you feel so strongly, you can handle the educational matters for the child from now on." Su Xiangyue, somewhat irritated, turned away, her back to Li Rue. "Children from ordinary families are raised this way. If I do not push Guogua now, she will surely fall behind later. Xiangyue, since we have brought Guogua into this world, we must love her and allow her to grow up in a nurturing environment. A person filled with love will not turn out poorly," Li Rue asserted. "Children are not tools. Loving a child means being tolerant, understanding, guiding, and setting an example. We must not hold the belief that children are meant to support us in our old age. If you love your child, they will feel it. When you grow old, they will naturally treat you well. Su Xiangyue abruptly stood up, her anger palpable as she glared at Li Rui. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I do not love our child? Not at all, Li Rui chuckled, gently guiding Su Xiangyue back into her seat. He continued softly. I know you love Guoguo immensely, but your way of expressing that love may be overwhelming for her. As parents, we must treat our children from an equal perspective. Before having children, we are not omnipotent beings, and after having them, we are still not omnipotent. Li Rui acknowledged that some of his parenting views might not be entirely correct, but in this life, he would ensure Guoguo received ample love. I am quite averse to the notion that one must push children to do things they dislike under the guise of what is best for them. Competing based on grades or circumstances can lead to psychological issues for children. We should allow them to be themselves, providing guidance as needed. After Li Rui's words, Su Xiangyue fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Guoguo clapped her hands and exclaimed, Daddy, what you said was wonderful. I really like it. Li Rui affectionately ruffled Guoguo's hair and then spoke with a serious tone. Your mother has not done anything wrong. Her intentions are good, but perhaps her methods are something you find hard to accept. Yes, Mama loves Guoguo too. Guoguo giggled, revealing her two shallow dimples. Reflecting on her past comparisons of Guoguo's performance with others and their family conditions, Su Xiangyue felt a pang of guilt and regret. As parents, they had been quite hypocritical. It was easy to imagine how double standards would manifest in their child as she grew older. From now on, let's not do that. In my eyes, Guoguo is the best and one of a kind, Li Rui advised. In today's world, the mental and physical well-being of children is equally important. When a child's mental health falters, various problems can arise. Guoguo, I am sorry. Mama should not have held double standards. Can you forgive Mama? Su Xiangyue squatted in front of Guoguo, gently stroking her little head and earnestly asking. Of course, Guoguo replied cheerfully. Chapter 44. A source of constant worry. Li Rui, you are right. Nurturing our child is far more important than nurturing ourselves. Su Xiangyue finally came to a realization. She had previously been overly harsh on Guoguo. Guoguo is a living, breathing individual, not merely an instrument for our purposes. Dear, we both need to put in our utmost efforts from now on. Guoguo's future life greatly depends on how hard we strive. Li Rui gently clasped Su Xiangyue's delicate hand and leaned closer. How embarrassing. Guoguo covered her large, glistening eyes with her tiny hands, peeking through her fingers at Li Rui and Su Xiangyue. Upon noticing this, Su Xiangyue immediately blushed and withdrew her hand from Li Rui's grasp. The child is still here. What are you doing? She thought that if they wished to indulge in mischief, it should wait until nightfall when Guoguo was asleep. Li Rui chuckled awkwardly and shifted the topic. Xiangyue, you go prepare dinner. I will keep the child company and contact Heir Junzi to discuss some serious matters. That evening, he planned to go beachcombing with Heir Junzi. Knowing his wife had to work the next day, he could not expect her to accompany him on the beach that night. For now, she did not intend to resign, and he did not wish to pressure her. All right, I will go cook. I hope you can maintain such a good mood while tutoring the child. Su Xiangyue replied after casting a stern glance at Guoguo before heading to the kitchen. Li Rui took out his phone and called Heir Junzi. Heir Junzi, please refrain from playing cards in the future. Tonight, come to my house for dinner, and afterward, we will go beachcombing. On the other end, Heir Junzi hesitated for a moment and reluctantly replied, Rui go. Beachcombing is quite unreliable. You hardly earn anything, and it's tiring. I think I'll pass. Li Rui's expression darkened, and he retorted, are you not aware of how much your sister-in-law and I earned beachcombing today? If I ask you to join me, you should simply comply without all this chatter. Heir Junzi shrank back, muttering, fine. As Li Rui put away his phone, he was ready to play with Guoguo when his cousin, Li Dalong, entered with a wide grin. Ruizi, come have a smoke. Li Dalong, whose face was pockmarked, held a cigarette in front of Li Rui, chuckling. Tat tat tat. Before Li Rui could respond, Guoguo, with her short legs, rushed to Li Dalong, vigorously waving her chubby little hand and urgently stating, my daddy doesn't smoke. The teacher said smoking is harmful to health. Secondhand smoke is even worse. Guoguo doesn't want to inhale secondhand smoke. Guoguo scrunched her little nose, thinking that adults were so inconsiderate. Why did they always offer cigarettes upon meeting? Li Rui helplessly smiled at Li Dalong. Cousin, please put the cigarette away. I've quit. How did you quit? Li Dalong asked, puzzled, ignoring Guoguo. What does a child know? Isn't there a child at home? Li Rui ruffled Guoguo's little head and replied with a smile. Is that really necessary? Li Dalong shook his head with a bitter smile. Li Rui replied firmly, yes. In his previous life, he had never cared about Guoguo's feelings. In this life, he vowed to respect her feelings. Li Dalong put away the cigarette and laughed. Ruizi, since you're so lucky lately, can you take your cousin along to beachcomb? Upon hearing this, Li Rue finally understood the purpose of Li Dalong's visit. Previously, Li Dalong had often spoken ill of him behind his back, claiming he was useless and had never offered help. Now that Li Dalong sought him out, he certainly would not take him along to beachcomb. With this thought, Li Rue tactfully declined. Cousin, you are an old hand at beachcombing, having consumed more salt than I've had rice. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to join me. Ruizi, your luck has been so good lately. While you feast, your cousin only wishes for a taste of the soup, Li Dalong replied with a wink, urging, just take your cousin along. Li Rue inwardly scoffed, thinking, you bring a cigarette to test my resolve. What kind of leader can withstand such a test? You wish for me to take you along to prosper without even offering anything in return. At your age, how do you not understand basic social etiquette? Moreover, although they were relatives, their relationship was not particularly close. He maintained a polite demeanor, saying, cousin, I'm afraid I cannot fulfill your request. Li Dalong's expression darkened immediately. Ruizi, what is this about? As your cousin, how can you deny me this simple request? With that, he turned and left in a huff. Cousin, why are you leaving? Come for dinner at my house tonight. Su Xiangyue called out politely. I won't eat. Li Dalong replied curtly, leaving without a backward glance. Su Xiangyue felt bewildered. In the living room, Li Rue merely chuckled coldly, dismissing the earlier incident entirely. Daddy, why do adults always offer cigarettes upon meeting? Wouldn't it be better to offer lollipops? Guogua pouted. Speaking of lollipops, Guogua smacked her lips. I really want to eat a lollipop. If only I could have one. You little foodie, all you think about is eating, Li Rue gently teased, giving Guogua's little nose a playful poke. Our kindergarten friends said that if you don't actively eat candy, there's something wrong with your head, Guogua asserted confidently. Li Rue burst into laughter at her words. Your kindergarten friends are quite right. He chuckled. Daddy, Guogua wants to eat a lollipop. Guogua pouted, gazing at Li Rue with big, pleading eyes. Your mother said you can't have any more ice cream today, so I can't buy you a lollipop. Li Rue actually disapproved of Guogua consuming excessive sweets. Knowing it was unhealthy for children, Guogua lifted her chin and quickly asked, then can I have a lollipop tomorrow? That depends on your behavior, Li Rue replied, seizing the moment to pick up a workbook and inquired, what is 1 plus 1? 1 plus 1 is. Guogua began counting on her fingers. 1 plus 1 equals 3. Li Rue listened without annoyance. He gently pointed to Guogua's fingers, patiently instructing, this is one finger, and this is another. 1, 2. Now, what is 1 plus 1? Daddy, I know. Guogua exclaimed excitedly. 1 plus 1 equals 2. I didn't get it wrong, right? Exactly, Li Rue smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, Li Rue continued passionately teaching Guogua addition. Guogua listened intently, occasionally asking Li Rue questions. Daddy, is mommy's temper good? She asked. When she teaches Guogua, she often loses her temper, and I don't like it. Guogua suddenly blurted this out. Guogua, what did you just say? At that moment, Su Xiangyue entered with a plate of spicy sour shredded potatoes. Upon seeing Su Xiangyue, Guogua hurriedly covered her mouth with her chubby hands. Mumbling, Guogua didn't say anything. Chapter 45. Am I going crazy? Or am I just feverish? Mommy heard everything just now, Su Xiangyue said with a huff. Guogua thought to herself, oh no. Su Xiangyue did not press the matter further and returned to the kitchen to serve more dishes. Daddy, mommy is really fierce. She isn't gentle at all, Guogua pouted. This time, she had learned to be clever, keeping her round, sparkling eyes fixed on the living room entrance. As soon as Su Xiangyue came back, she would promptly shut her mouth. Don't say that about your mother, Li Rue said sternly. Guogua stuck out her tongue and made a couple of sounds. Just then, Junzi, thin as a reed, rushed in. Rue go, I'm here. Junzi grinned sheepishly. Uncle Junzi, hello? Guogua waved her chubby little hand at Junzi, greeting him. Junzi approached, squatting down to pinch Guogua's little face. Guogua quickly retreated several steps. She vigorously waved her hands and earnestly stated, children's faces ought not to be pinched. Too much pinching can lead to drooling. Hey, you little one seem to know quite a bit, Junzi remarked, somewhat surprised. How could a child just over 3 years old possess such knowledge? Guogua promptly corrected him, asserting, Guogua is not a little one. Guogua is already over 3 years old and nearly 4. Junzi found this amusing. Guogua, a 3-year-old child, have you never heard of it? He teased. Of course. Guogua has heard of 3-year-olds, but Guogua is already over 3 years old, no longer a 3-year-old. Guogua insisted with utmost seriousness. Junzi burst into laughter. And Li Rue joined in, giving Guogua a gentle pat on the shoulder. Why don't you go play with your toys for a while? I need to discuss some important matters with your uncle Junzi. All right. Guogua giggled as she ran to the corner of the living room, where a plethora of toys lay scattered. Sitting on a carpet, she busied herself with several Barbie dolls, standing them all upright. Before Guogua eats, she will let Mama feed you all, she murmured to herself. After glancing at Guogua, Air Junzi turned to Li Rue and said with a smile, "Brother Rue, your daughter is quite amusing." Li Rue did not respond, but shifted to serious matters. "Air Junzi, let's discuss something important. If you follow me to the sea, I will pay you 200 a day. What do you think?" Li Rue asked earnestly. 200 a day is quite a decent wage on Yuya Island. Air Junzi was momentarily stunned, staring blankly for a while before exclaiming, "Brother Rue, have you lost your mind? Or are you running a fever? 200 a day is no small sum. Such high wages are rare on Yuya Island." Air Junzi thought to himself that in this day and age, earning 200 in a day from the sea is challenging, and he wondered how Li Rue could afford such a high salary. "I am perfectly sane. Just tell me if you are willing or not." Li Rue's tone turned cold. "No, absolutely not." Air Junzi shook his head vigorously, fearing Li Rue might incur a loss. After contemplating, he suggested, "Brother Rue, how about this? I will follow you to the sea, and if you earn money, give me 10%. If you don't, then no pay." Air Junzi believed Li Rue was merely caught up in a whim and would soon tire of it. All right. Li Rue agreed to Air Junzi's proposal. With the system backing him, even with a 10% share, Air Junzi could still fare well. However, he could not share this with Air Junzi. Instead, he said, "If we work hard, we can achieve great things together." Air Junzi nodded with a smile. But inwardly he scoffed, "Brother Rue, spare me. Do you really think I don't know the current state of sea foraging? Even seasoned foragers struggle to earn 200 a day. Great things? What a joke." Before long, Su Xiangyue returned with several dishes. The dining table was set with 4 dishes and a soup, spicy snails, shredded pork with green peppers, braised pig trotters, stir-fried bok choy, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. "Guogua, wash your hands and come eat," Su Xiangyue called out. After washing her hands, Guogua did not head to the table, but instead pulled Su Xiangyue over to her Barbies, earnestly stating, "Mama, they haven't eaten yet. Guogua will eat after they do." All right. All right. Su Xiangyue replied with a bemused expression as she pretended to feed the dolls. "Okay, they are full now. Guogua can eat." Seeing this, Guogua dashed to the dining table, climbed onto her small chair, and began to eat heartily with a spoon. During the meal, Air Junzi hesitated to speak. Su Xiangyue had begun to view Air Junzi more favorably. She glanced at him and asked, "Air Junzi, what do you want to say?" Just as Air Junzi opened his mouth, Li Rue interrupted, "No talking during meals. I know what you want to say. You are merely concerned that making a living from sea foraging is unreliable." "Exactly, Brother Rue knows me well," Air Junzi chimed in. Su Xiangyue also worried that Li Rue's good fortune might not last. Sea foraging relies heavily on luck, which is unpredictable. "Air Junzi, a few days ago, I was possessed by Ma Zhu. My luck with sea foraging will remain good," Li Rue joked. "Is that true?" Air Junzi exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. He was an avid reader of online novels, often encountering stories of impoverished individuals rising to success through fortuitous encounters. Was this reality mirroring fiction? Could Brother Rue truly be the chosen one? Noticing Air Junzi's reaction, Su Xiangyue interjected, "Air Junzi, don't listen to Brother Rue's nonsense. He is just rambling." "Sister-in-law? It might be true. I've seen such plots in online novels," Air Junzi said earnestly. Su Xiangyue rolled her eyes in response, realizing that Air Junzi was quite the eccentric youth. After finishing their meal, Li Rue and Air Junzi gathered the necessary items for sea foraging. As they were about to exit the house, Guogua exclaimed, "Daddy, Uncle Air Junzi, I want to go with you to the sea. It's so much fun." Su Xiangyue lightly tapped Guogua's head, insisting, "It's already dark. You have school tomorrow. You cannot go." Yet Guogua was determined. She pouted and said, "If I can't go, you must buy me candy tomorrow." Su Xiangyue's expression darkened, and she firmly replied, "No." At that moment, Li Rue and Air Junzi stepped outside. Instantly, a large crowd gathered around them, all intending to accompany Li Rue to the sea. Li Rue surveyed the scene and was taken aback. It seemed he had amassed a small army. Chapter 46. Not even a dog would pick it up. Air Junzi sensed the crowd behind him and turned to see, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Goodness, I can hardly believe it. Brother Rue, your entire village, men, women, and children, are all out here. Are they also going to forage the sea?" Air Junzi was utterly astonished. Behind him stood several elderly individuals, some toothless, who were out in the dead of night to forage. He had never witnessed such a sight in their village. "Let us go. Don't worry about them," Li Rue said, feeling a headache coming on. It seemed there was wisdom in the saying that silent wealth is best kept hidden. Air Junzi nodded and followed closely behind Li Rue. As they moved forward, the crowd trailed behind them. Upon reaching the shallow beach, Air Junzi exclaimed, "Brother Rue, there are so many bitter snails over there." He rushed to some nearby rocks, prying off the snails and tossing them into his bucket. Ku luo, also known as yin luo, scientifically termed as yao li ji, is typically oval in shape. measuring approximately 33 millimeters in height and 21 millimeters in width. The sizes vary, resembling the river snail, with the larger ones comparable to an adult's thumb. This delicacy is quite affordable, priced at roughly 10 yuan per pound. As Air Junzi shouted, those behind Li Rui surged towards him. They swiftly plucked the ku luo from the rocks and tossed them into buckets. During this time, Li Rui was indeed fortunate, as he managed to find treasures by following them. This is amazing, Chen Xiong exclaimed, gathering the shells excitedly. At that moment, Li Rui discreetly approached Air Junzi, pulling him aside. Why aren't you collecting? Air Junzi asked, puzzled. This area is filled with ku luo. If we don't gather them, others will. He was anxious. This was his discovery, and he didn't want anyone to take all the ku luo. Li Rui, however, remained unresponsive, guiding Air Junzi away from the crowd. What are you doing, Ruigu? Those ku luo are worth money. Air Junzi was both anxious and confused. Watching the frenzy around him, his heart ached. Li Rui whispered in his ear, those ku luo are worthless. Let us find something better. Air Junzi thought he misheard. What did you say? Follow me. We'll let them take the ku luo, Li Rui replied impatiently. Please, let us not leave. Air Junzi hesitated. Seeing his reluctance, Li Rui's expression hardened. Are we going or not? Feeling frustrated, Air Junzi conceded. All right, I'll follow you. Yet, as they walked away, he couldn't help but lament, my ku luo. After a while, once they distanced themselves from the crowd, Li Rui slowed his pace. Are you sure we came here to gather shellfish? Air Junzi was puzzled. While others meticulously searched, Li Rui seemed to prioritize a hasty retreat. Suddenly, Air Junzi exclaimed, there are tower snails. He discovered numerous tower snails in a low-tide area and rushed over, excitedly collecting them. Good thing we didn't gather ku luo back there. Tower snails differ from ku luo. They resemble small towers, hence their name. Their shells are generally thicker, offering protection for their soft bodies. With multiple layers, usually more than 7, their shells taper as the layers increase. Tower snails are more valuable, priced around 25 yuan per pound. Meanwhile, Li Rui spotted a mass of swimming crabs. Quick, come collect tower snails. They're worth a fortune. Air Junzi shouted excitedly. Come here, Air Junzi. Li Rui beckoned towards the crabs. Air Junzi responded, Rui go, aren't we gathering tower snails? He was eager, knowing their worth. If we finish collecting these, we could make a couple of hundred. Li Rui scoffed. No one cares for tower snails. Hearing this, Air Junzi's expression soured, feeling inferior. Yet, moments later, he beamed with joy, scampering towards Li Rui. Air Junzi, come quickly. There's a pile of swimming crabs, Li Rui urged quietly. What? Swimming crabs? A pile. Air Junzi, previously disheartened, discarded the tower snail he had just picked and dashed towards Li Rui, exclaiming, you were right. No one cares for tower snails. In a breath, he reached Li Rui's side, staring in disbelief at the multitude of swimming crabs. So many crabs, he could hardly count them. Tonight, we will surely prosper. Keep your voice down. Don't attract attention, Li Rui warned, glaring at him. Yes, yes, Air Junzi chuckled softly. Li Rui picked up a crab and handed it to Air Junzi, who deftly bound it and tossed it into the bucket. How much do you think we can sell all these crabs for? I really think you're blessed, Rui Gu. You must be the chosen one. Air Junzi rambled on excitedly. Shut up and focus on the task, Li Rui admonished. Air Junzi immediately fell silent. Before long, one bucket was filled to the brim with crabs. Both Li Rui and Air Junzi were exhausted. Noticing there were no more crabs nearby, Air Junzi pulled out a cigarette, offering it to Li Rui. Come on, Rui Gu, have a smoke. Let us take a break. I've quit, Li Rui firmly rejected. Is that necessary? You've given up gambling and now smoking too. Is there any joy left in your life? Air Junzi complained. Li Rui thought of Guogua and Su Xiangyue, a smile of happiness appearing on his face. There is joy. My greatest wish is to provide a happy and prosperous life for my wife and child. Guogua wants me to quit smoking. This time, I will definitely do it, Li Rui stated with determination. Come on, Rui Gu. Isn't Guogua just a little kid? Air Junzi was taken aback. Li Rui kicked Air Junzi lightly and replied earnestly, don't underestimate children. I promised Guogua I would quit, and I must keep my word. She has a keen sense of smell and can easily detect smoke. I don't want her to think I smell bad. You've changed so much, Air Junzi remarked, scratching his head and laughing. In the past, Li Rui often told him that cigarettes and alcohol go hand in hand, and a smoke after drinking was worth its weight in gold. Now, he was surprisingly determined to quit. I won't smoke if you don't, Air Junzi said, wisely putting the cigarette back in its box. Looking at the bucket full of crabs, he joked, Rui Gu, I'm not just making 200 tonight. Li Rui sat on a large rock and replied, of course not. Just this bucket of crabs could fetch 3 to 4,000. You'll earn 3 to 400. Hearing this, Air Junzi's eyes lit up. and his smile widened. Rue Gu, earlier when you offered me 200 for a day's work, I thought you were crazy. Now it seems you were right all along. Suddenly, Li Rue's expression turned serious as he spoke to Air Junzi. Let us clarify things. If you work with me in the future, I'll give you 10% of the income. If you disagree, don't follow me. We must keep our accounts clear among brothers. I have no objections, Air Junzi smiled. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be wandering aimlessly. Li Rue nodded slightly. Since you agree, we will proceed with this arrangement. Li Rue was confident about the future because he possessed a fishing reward system. While others searched the sea one area at a time, he could instantly see where the harvest was plentiful and where it was barren, greatly enhancing his efficiency. Moreover, earning money would allow him to accumulate points, which could be redeemed for lucky tools from the system. How could he not thrive as a fisherman? All right. Air Junzi spoke without a moment's hesitation, asserting that henceforth, all matters concerning money must be accounted for with utmost clarity. Li Rue added a supplementary remark, emphasizing the importance of transparency in their financial dealings. Air Junzi felt that his brother, Rue Gu, was being overly formal, and thus queried, Rue Gu, must we delineate everything so distinctly? It seems unnecessary. Li Rue patiently began to explain, Air Junzi, while we are working together, any financial matters must be meticulously accounted for. I am your elder, with experiences beyond your own. I have witnessed too many friendships and familial ties fray over monetary disputes. I have a wife, and you will too in the future. If we do not clarify these matters beforehand, when our wives whisper in our ears, it may jeopardize our bond. He recounted the tale of two brothers from Xingfu village, who fell out over issues of parental support and land distribution, an all-too-present cautionary tale. Rue Gu, please do not mock me. I lack your charm and dashing looks, and with no wealth to my name, how could I ever attract a wife? Air Junzi dared not hope for a partner in this lifetime. Air Junzi, trust me. Stick with me, and you will surely find a wife, Li Rue declared. Placing a reassuring hand on Air Junzi's shoulder, his gaze resolute. Instantly, Air Junzi felt a surge of confidence, exclaiming, Rue Gu, I believe in you. Li Rue envisioned their future travels with families in tow. Rue Gu, if I follow you, when I do marry, my parents will definitely pay their respects to you. Air Junzi jested. Enough. Air Junzi, can you not be so foolish? Li Rue rolled his eyes, bemused by the levity. Yet, Air Junzi's expression remained earnest. I am speaking the truth. Li Rue shifted from the large rock where he had been seated and stood up. Let us continue our search along the shore. But refrain from such jests in the future. Others might perceive you as naive. Do you understand? Women do not favor immature young men. They find them rather foolish. He advised while walking. Understood. Air Junzi nodded, trailing behind Li Rue. After a short while, Li Rue spotted a large sea anemone clinging to a rock. This creature, cylindrical in form, possessed a powerful suction cup at its base, allowing it to adhere to surfaces such as rocks and shells, thereby anchoring itself in place. Responding to the gentle waves, the anemone contracted tightly, enveloping itself akin to a curtain being drawn. This behavior served to safeguard its delicate and vulnerable tissues. Wow, what a massive sea anemone. At that moment, Air Junzi also noticed the anemone and approached, intent on grasping it with his bare hands. However, Li Rue swiftly intervened, cautioning, do not harm it. He then retrieved a small shovel and gently loosened the rock atop the anemone. Moments later, he carefully extracted the anemone from the rock. Gloved hands unperturbed by the toxins it might release in self-defense. Air Junzi, exercise caution when handling the anemones. Be sure not to injure them. There is another large one over there. Go and catch it, Li Rue instructed, gesturing to a nearby anemone. All right, Air Junzi exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement as he approached. Li Rue surveyed his surroundings, discovering numerous anemones of various sizes. He placed the anemone he had just collected into a bucket and set about capturing more. The two brothers worked vigorously. I must say, Rue Gu, your luck is truly extraordinary. We just gathered dozens of pounds of crabs, and now we stumble upon all these anemones. Tonight, we shall strike it rich, Air Junzi exclaimed, gazing at the anemones as if they were stacks of 100-yuan bills. There are simply too many to collect. He laughed heartily. Li Rue's expression grew serious as he shot Air Junzi a warning glance. Can you not be so overly exuberant? Are you not aware of how many people from our village are out here tonight? Hearing this, Air Junzi fell silent, hastily gathering the anemones. So many. His eyes sparkled with excitement. After half an hour, the two had cleared the area of anemones. Looking at the half-full bucket, Air Junzi's joy was palpable. Rue Gu, we truly hit the jackpot tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will sell these at my sister's. Do not rush. I have a feeling we may encounter even more treasures tonight. Li Rue replied with a slight smile, confidence radiating from him, as he sensed that further good fortune awaited. Could it be impossible? Air Junzi remarked, feeling quite content. Li Rue sat upon a large rock, suggesting they take a break before resuming their endeavor along the shore. Sitting beside Li Rue, Air Junzi instinctively retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to him. "Ah, I forgot you quit smoking." Air Junzi chuckled ruefully. "Are you hungry?" "Here." Li Rue replied, producing 2 eggs, 1 chicken egg and 1 salted duck egg. "If you seek flavor, take the duck egg." The eggs had been provided by his wife. Su Xiangyue. Air Junzi eagerly seized the duck egg, grinning. "Rue, go. I shall not hold back." The exertion of beachcombing had indeed left him feeling hungry. Just as he began to peel the shell from the duck egg, Li Rue remarked, "Tonight, our luck is truly dismal. We have found no good treasures." Air Junzi was momentarily taken aback. As he opened his mouth to respond, he noticed Li Rue giving him a knowing look. "What is happening?" Air Junzi was now thoroughly confused. "We have company approaching from behind," Li Rue whispered in his ear. Upon hearing this, Air Junzi immediately grasped Li Rue's intent and played along. "Indeed, our luck is quite poor tonight. We've only collected a few spicy snails. Had we known, we should have gathered bitter snails earlier." Just as he finished speaking, Chen Xiong's mocking laughter rang out from a distance. "Li Rue, why is your luck so lacking tonight? I just caught several large blue crabs, each one plump and robust. In beachcombing, I am quite the expert, while you are merely a novice. Luck cannot be your constant companion," Chen Xiong boasted, exuding an air of superiority. "Human nature is such that competitors rarely wish to see one another thrive." Air Junzi. "Let us explore elsewhere. We do not wish to appear foolish," Li Rue declared, jumping down from the rock and picking up a bucket as he moved forward. Air Junzi mimicked his actions, also leaping down and grabbing a bucket to follow suit. "Li Rue, wait. Come here and look at these large blue crabs in my bucket. They must weigh 3 or 4 pounds. Chen Xiong called out, his face beaming with glee upon hearing Li Rue mention being foolish. Li Rue and Air Junzi did not turn back. Witnessing this, Chen Xiong squinted, letting out a derisive snort. "Li Rue, are you not feeling quite so impressive? A few days ago, your luck was splendid, but today it seems you have faltered." His purpose for being there was to ascertain how much Li Rue and Air Junzi had collected. Should they have gathered a substantial amount, he would shamelessly latch onto them. For the sea belongs to no one. Even if he followed them closely, they would be hard-pressed to find fault with him. "Chen Xiong, how is Li Rue's luck tonight?" inquired the portly Su Lanji, panting as she approached. In recent days, Li Rue had profited significantly from beachcombing, igniting her envy. Her presence there that evening was to accompany Li Rue in his endeavors. "They merely collected a few spicy snails," Chen Xiong replied disdainfully. "Just a few spicy snails?" Su Lanji paused, then laughed. "Indeed, luck, like fortune, tends to rotate in cycles. It is said that Li Rue and Air Junzi only gathered a few spicy snails tonight," which delighted Su Lanji immensely. At this moment, Li Rue and Air Junzi finally slowed their pace. Air Junzi curled his lip and remarked, "What a joke. Brother Rue, as soon as that fellow Chen Xiong from your village heard we only collected a few spicy snails tonight, he smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum." Li Rue, however, appeared unconcerned. "This is the baser nature of humanity, to envy what you have and mock what you lack. Let us not concern ourselves with him." Upon hearing this, Air Junzi felt relieved. "Brother Rue, I truly wanted to show Chen Xiong what we have in these 2 buckets." Air Junzi stated indignantly. If Chen Xiong had seen the contents of our buckets, his face would surely have turned greener than a bitter melon. Li Rue cautioned, "Air Junzi, do not act rashly. Quiet wealth is enduring. If you had done that, Chen Xiong and his wife would surely follow us. Should we discover anything valuable, they would surely want to share." Air Junzi glanced at Li Rue and chuckled. "No need for a firearm. We can sneak into the village, right, Brother Rue?" Li Rue smirked. "Enough of your nonsense." Meanwhile, at the end of Xingfu village, Li Rue's home was ablaze with light. Su Xiangyue sat at the entrance, gazing longingly towards the direction of the door. She eagerly awaited her husband's return from the sea, feeling a pang of worry. At that moment, Guogua, with her chubby little legs, scampered into Su Xianyue's embrace. "Mama, this is a big white rabbit my little friend gave me, one for you and one for Baba." As she spoke, Guogua began unwrapping the candy. Su Xianyue looked down and saw that Guogua had already peeled off the wrapper from one piece. "Mama, open your mouth," Guogua chirped. A sweet smile graced Su Xianyue's face. "Ah." In the next moment, Su Xianyue opened her mouth wide with a smile in her eyes as Guogua stuffed the candy into her mouth. "Mama, this one is for you, and Guogua can't eat it. It's for Baba," Guogua said, placing a piece of the white rabbit candy into her little pocket. "Guogua is so thoughtful." Su Xianyue embraced her tightly. Guogua looked up into Su Xianyue's eyes and said in her innocent voice, "Mama, the teacher said children should learn to share. If Guogua has something delicious, she will share it with you and Baba." Su Xianyue smiled and replied, "And you should share with your little friends too. Tomorrow morning, Mama will pack some Wangzai snow cakes in your backpack. Remember to share them with your friends at kindergarten. Okay, it's a give-and-take relationship that can endure. She wanted Guogua to understand this principle from a young age. Understood, Guogua nodded earnestly like a little chick pecking at grains. Xiang Yue, Li Rui, and Heir Junzi have yet to return. As soon as Guogua finished speaking, Li Feng and Li Dafu entered her yard. The elderly couple arrived late to help sort the seafood. Su Xiangyue picked up Guogua and hurried to greet them. Li Rui and Heir Junzi haven't returned yet. Why are you both here so late? Grandma, Grandpa, Guogua waved her little hand vigorously. Guogua, Grandpa missed you so much. Li Dafu, usually stern, broke into a smile upon seeing Guogua. Li Feng responded with a cheerful grin. Your father and I are getting older and can't sleep at night. So we thought we'd come help you sort through the seafood. She was a restless spirit, always wanting to do something for her son's family. After a while, Guogua's eyelids began to droop, clearly tired. Su Xiangyue held Guogua close and whispered in her ear, sleep now. Guogua, with half-closed eyes, murmured, Guogua isn't sleeping. She's waiting for Baba to come back. When Baba returns, Guogua wants to feed him the white rabbit candy herself. Chapter 49, waiting for his return. Mom, Dad. It's quite late. You should head back. Su Xiangyue stood, cradling Guogua, preparing to lay her on the bed. Li Feng, with a warm smile, replied, it's nothing. Your father and I can't sleep anyway. You go put Guogua to bed. As Su Xiangyue entered the bedroom and placed Guogua on the bed, Guogua sleepily asked, Mama, is Baba back? She clutched the white rabbit candy tightly in her little pocket, eager to give it to Baba upon his return. However, as soon as she spoke, she could no longer keep her eyes open. In a moment, she drifted off to sleep. Back in the living room, Su Xiangyue sat on a chair, continuing to gaze at the entrance. Xiangyue, you have work tomorrow. You should get some rest, Li Feng said, feeling a twinge of concern for her daughter-in-law. I will wait for Li Rui to return before I sleep. Su Xiangyue felt uneasy without seeing Li Rui return. When urged to sleep, she found it impossible. After a few attempts to persuade her, Li Feng, seeing Su Xiangyue's determination, ceased her efforts, knowing that young people often dislike the nagging of the elderly. Meanwhile, in the shallows, Su Longji watched Li Rui and Heir Junzi in the distance and asked Chen Xiong beside her, shall we follow them? Follow them for what? Li Rui has no luck tonight. What is the use of following them? Are we to return empty-handed like them? Chen Xiong replied coldly. After speaking, Chen Xiong noticed a cluster of tower snails nearby. He waded through the water and rushed over. Wow, so many tower snails. Li Rui and Heir Junzi just passed by here. Are they blind? So many tower snails, and they didn't even see them. As he spoke, Chen Xiong bent down to collect the tower snails. Su Longji approached and began gathering them as well. She exclaimed, indeed, there are so many tower snails. There must be several pounds here. Chen Xiong, fortunately, I listened to you earlier and didn't follow them. If I had gone, I wouldn't be able to collect any tower snails now. Su Longji felt immensely relieved. On the other side, Heir Junzi had followed Li Rui for a while without finding anything worthwhile. Feeling somewhat deflated, he said, Brother Rui, let's rest for a while. Just then, Li Rui stopped in front of a patch of abalone. Heir Junzi, come here, Li Rui beckoned. What good stuff have you found now? Heir Junzi instantly perked up, hastily wading through the water to Li Rui's side. When his headlamp illuminated the abalone in the water, he stood in stunned silence. Stop dawdling, let us gather them, Li Rui urged as he collected the abalone. The abalone shell is a single shell structure that envelopes the soft body, providing protection. The size of the shell varies by species and age. Small abalones have shells that do not exceed 5 centimeters in length. Medium-sized abalones range from 5 to 20 centimeters, while large abalones can reach between 20 and 30 centimeters. Their shells are typically oval or flattened circular in shape and smooth on the surface. The soft body consists of the head, foot, and mantle. Abalone is a dioecious species with distinct sexual differentiation and is highly nutritious, offering benefits such as nourishing the lungs and stomach and clearing heat. Thus, they command a high price. When ordinary people mention abalone, they often perceive it as a gourmet ingredient, unaware that the shell can also be used in traditional medicine. Brother Rui, hunting for seafood with you feels like those wilderness survival vloggers on Douyin, suddenly finding wild takeout, and then a beautiful wild lady, Heir Junzi joked while collecting abalone. Are there really wilderness survival vloggers on Douyin who have found a wild lady? Li Rui inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Is that not absurd? Ridiculous beyond measure. Heir Junzi laughed and replied, those vloggers are labeled as wilderness survival experts, but in reality, they are comedic entertainers. In the distance, Chen Xiong and his wife, Su Longji, continued to gather tower snails while chatting. Chen Xiong chuckled, remarking, Li Rui's eyesight leaves much to be desired. Just a moment ago, I witnessed him and Heir Junzi strolling through this shallow coastal area. Yet they utterly failed to notice the abundant patches of conchs here. With that level of vision, what right does he have to pursue the tide? Su Longji finally offered Chun Xiong a compliment, saying, "Darling, you truly are remarkable. In our village, when it comes to gathering seafood, you are unparalleled." Li Rue pales in comparison. Hearing such praise, Chun Xiong felt a surge of pride. He boasted, "My dear, had you not heeded my advice and followed Li Rue, you would have returned empty-handed." Indeed, Su Longji thought contentedly about the profits they would make that night. By 9:30 in the evening, Li Rue and Air Junzi had filled their buckets. With the tide rising, Li Rue said to Air Junzi, "Let's head back." "All right," Air Junzi replied, brimming with excitement at the prospect of a bountiful return. On their way back, Li Rue's uncle, Li Delong, spotted them from a distance and called out, "Rue Z, how was the catch tonight?" "Not great, just a few worthless dashabai," Li Rue replied dejectedly. Dashabai is a type of bivalve mollusk, characterized by its large, white or pale yellow shell, nearly round in shape, and of little monetary value, about 10 yuan per pound. "No worries, next time you might come across something worthwhile," Li Delong said with a chuckle, glancing down at the bucket in his hand, revealing a satisfied grin. Although he hadn't collected much tonight, he had indeed gathered several large sea snails and a heap of bitter snails, totaling around 100 yuan, which pleased him immensely. He secretly rejoiced that earlier in the afternoon, when he sought Li Rue's company for gathering seafood, Li Rue had declined. Had Li Rue agreed, he too would have returned with nothing but the meager dashabai. The villagers who had accompanied Li Rue murmured amongst themselves, "It seems luck is fleeting." Li Rue had a string of good fortune these past days, yet tonight, it has abandoned him. "I believe we need not follow him any longer." Hearing their words, a subtle smile graced Li Rue's lips, for this was precisely the outcome he desired. "Wife, let us go and check Li Rue and Air Junzi's buckets," Chun Xiong said cheerfully as he ran towards them. "Stop right there." Su Longji scolded, "I can barely carry this. Take this bucket from me. What is so special about a few dashabai that we need to look?" She thrust the bucket into Chun Xiong's hands, leaving him speechless. "Indeed, just a few dashabai. There's nothing remarkable about that," Chun Xiong muttered to himself. "Rue go, your quick wit is commendable. I reckon we won't have anyone following us next time we go out," Air Junzi said, grinning broadly and giving a thumbs up to Li Rue. On their way back, Li Rue felt a deep sense of regret. Previously, he had sold his family's boat due to gambling, and now he lamented how slowly money came to him. If only he had a boat now, combined with his ability to see through things, he could amass considerable wealth. This matter required careful deliberation. "Rue go, how come you look so glum after such a fruitful night?" Air Junzi inquired, puzzled. "It's nothing," Li Rue replied, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, as many men do when feeling restless. However, he soon realized he was in the midst of quitting. "Damn it, why was I so addicted to gambling?" he thought, recognizing the deep hole he had dug for himself, which would take considerable time to fill. Upon entering his home, Su Xiangyue approached him with a jacket, saying, "It's getting chilly, put this on." Her tender gaze made Air Junzi feel as if he were witnessing a romantic scene. He wished for a caring wife of his own. Li Rue set down the bucket and donned the jacket, asking, "Why are you still awake? You have work tomorrow." "It's still early, it's not even 10:30. Su Xiangyue replied with a smile. At that moment, Li Fong and Li Dafu approached. Li Fong, grinning, said, "Your wife won't sleep until you return." Air Junzi thought to himself that he had had his fill of romantic sentiments for the night. "How was your night?" Li Fong peered into the bucket, her eyes widening in astonishment at the haul. "You've got quite a catch tonight," Li Dafu echoed, equally stunned. "Auntie, Rue go," Air Junzi began, eager to boast. But Li Rue pulled him aside, saying, "Let us head inside. It's easy for others to overhear us out here." He closed the door behind them. Soon, they found themselves in a spacious storage room furnished with a few basins, buckets, and small stools, alongside a makeshift trough for storing items. "Xiangyue, you should go to bed. We'll sort through this," Li Fong said as she plopped down onto a stool and rolled up her sleeves to begin sorting the seafood. "I'm not tired," Su Xiangyue insisted, joining her on another stool to help sort through the catch. Li Rue urged her to rest, but she remained adamant about staying awake, saying, "I'm too excited to sleep with all this seafood." Li Dafu remained silent, focusing on the task at hand, while Air Junzi chattered incessantly. "Rue go, your luck is incredible. Going out with you feels like picking up money. When I saw all this seafood, my adrenaline skyrocketed. It was exhilarating. If not for the presence of elders and women, Air Junzi would surely have let out a curse." Just then, Li Fong exclaimed, holding up 2 large abalone. "Goodness! These are 2-head abalone, quite a rarity nowadays." The term head refers to a measure of the size of abalones. 1 head denotes a large abalone weighing about a pound. 2-head abalones are exceptionally rare and valuable, typically found only in high-end seafood markets or auctions. Let me weigh them. Li Dafu, usually taciturn, took the two-head abalone in hand, weighed them briefly, and exclaimed with excitement, "This is indeed a two-head abalone." Li Fang continued to sift through the bucket, uncovering several more two-head abalones. After a thorough search, they discovered a total of 8 two-head abalones, weighing in total 4 pounds. These 8 alone could sell for over 1,000, Li Fang gasped. My son's luck is astounding. How could he find so many two-head abalones? The atmosphere grew increasingly lively as they worked, and none felt fatigued. Ruizi, as the old saying goes, when husband and wife work together, even dirt can turn to gold. Isn't that right? Li Fang remarked, glancing at Li Rui, her hands never pausing. Mom, I would say it's about family unity turning dirt into gold. Without your and Dad's support, our lives wouldn't be as good as they are now. Su Xiangyue chimed in with a smile. Li Rui responded, You're all correct. I was a fool before, and I apologize for that. I promise it won't happen again. A long-lost smile appeared on Li Dafu's weathered face. Junzi watched with envy as they worked together. After half an hour, all the seafood they had gathered was neatly sorted. Li Rui stood from the stool, stretching his back. What a tiring endeavor. Li Fang cheerfully remarked, Ruizi. Xiangyu, Junzi, we shall return now. Li Rui quickly procured a bag and filled it with several mud crabs, placing it next to his mother, Li Fang. Mom, take these mud crabs home and steam them for you and Dad. Although Li Rui initially contemplated giving his parents some monetary reward, he reconsidered, realizing it would seem distant and that his parents would likely refuse. Thus, he opted for a middle ground. Steaming the mud crabs is a straightforward method that preserves their exquisite flavor to the utmost. Your father and I are not particularly fond of this dish, Li Fang demurred. In her words lay a pretense, for in truth, she felt a pang of reluctance to part with the crabs. You should sell these crabs, Li Dafu admonished. His expression stern. Ruizi, if you truly wish to do something for your mother and me, focus on living well with Xiangyu. That was all he desired. Li Rui insisted, pushing the crabs into his mother's hands. Mom, take them quickly. If you refuse, next time we go crabbing, we won't let you help. In his previous life, he felt he had wronged his parents too much. In this life, he was determined to repay their kindness. All right then. Li Fang reluctantly accepted the crabs, promptly exchanging the larger ones for smaller ones within the bag. The price of larger mud crabs far exceeds that of the smaller varieties. After completing her task, she hastily exited the storage room. Following their departure, Junzi planned to leave as well. Stay overnight, Su Xianyu urged. No, sister-in-law. I snore and grind my teeth in my sleep, Junzi chuckled in response. Li Rui handed him a bag containing several mud crabs. Take this. Tomorrow morning. Come over, and we shall sell these together at your sister's place. Junzi contemplated refusing, but a sharp glance from Li Rui dissuaded him. If you don't take it, I'll kick you. Reluctantly, Junzi accepted the bag, bid farewell to Li Rui and Su Xiangyu, and rode off on his electric scooter. After seeing off Junzi, Li Rui felt the ache in his back and hands. Just then, Gua, clad in light attire and barefoot, dashed out from the inner room. Upon spotting Li Rui, she exuberantly exclaimed, Daddy, Daddy. Gua wants to feed you the dabai too. This little one had never truly slept deeply. Her mind preoccupied with the thought of treating her father to da by Tuesday moments before, she had awakened and rushed out with the candy. How did you come out? Your shoes are on the wrong feet. Li Rui knelt down, gently tapping her tiny nose. Daddy, open your mouth. Gua waved the candy enthusiastically in her chubby little hand. Li Rui promptly opened his mouth wide. Gua placed the candy inside. So sweet. Li Rui felt invigorated at that moment, completely forgetting his fatigue. Chapter 51. Fulfilling Gua's little wish. Daddy, Gua is sharing. When you weren't home, Gua also fed mommy a dabai too, Gua beamed. Wow, even little Gua knows how to share, Li Rui laughed, his joy radiant. Gua tilted her head proudly, declaring, This is what my teacher taught me. Quickly go to the bedroom and lie down. It's so cold, and you're dressed so lightly. Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? Su Xiangyu scolded with a frown. Had her hands not been dirty, she would have swiftly scooped Gua up and tossed her onto the bed, having just sorted through seafood and acquired an unpleasant odor. All right, mommy, Gua replied, scurrying to the bedroom and climbing onto the bed. With such an understanding daughter, work felt effortless and invigorating. Li Rui jokingly remarked that he felt like Popeye after eating spinach. At the break of dawn the following day, Li Rui rose quietly. Long ago, Gua had been clamoring in his ear for crabs. Today, he would fulfill her tiny wish. He retrieved 3 large mud crabs from the storage room and entered the kitchen, tying on an apron. Before steaming the crabs, Li Rui first placed cold water in the pot and added a bottle of beer. He knew this would eliminate the fishy odor from the crabs while preserving their natural flavor. Next, he positioned the steaming rack and placed the crabs atop it. Belly side up, with ginger slices inserted to prevent the crab roe from leaking. Covering the pot, he set the timer for 15 minutes. In the interim, he thought it an opportune moment to prepare some dipping sauce. As he busied himself with the garlic, Su Xiangyu entered the kitchen, just waking up. "You were so busy last night. Why are you up so early today to make breakfast?" she complained. Li Rue smiled and replied, "Making breakfast for my wife and child is a source of great happiness." Looking at him, Su Xiangyu felt a sense of unfamiliarity. In the past, Li Rue had always insisted that cooking was a woman's duty. "Quickly wash your face and brush your teeth," he urged, gently pushing her out of the kitchen to avoid the smoke. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangyu's expression shifted abruptly. "Li Rue, if I become a yellow-faced woman, will you still love me?" Li Rue smirked, retorting, "What do you think? If I become a yellow-faced woman, you definitely won't love me anymore." Su Xiangyu pouted. "Impossible. No matter how you change, you will always be the most beautiful in my eyes," he replied, removing his apron. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangyu wrinkled her nose. Knowing he was merely trying to placate her, she went off to wash her face and brush her teeth, while Li Rue headed to the bedroom to awaken Guogua. "Daddy, Guogua wants to eat crabs," she declared upon opening her eyes, the first words out of her mouth expressing her desire for crabs. At the mention of crabs, she couldn't help but smack her little lips together, drooling almost from the corners of her tender mouth. As Li Rue dressed her, he said, "Daddy just steamed crabs. After you get dressed and wash your face and brush your teeth, you can eat them." Just a moment ago, Guogua had been yawning, sitting on Li Rue's lap looking rather lethargic. Now, her big, sparkling eyes were wide open. "Really?" she asked, swallowing hard. "When has Daddy ever lied to you?" Seeing her reaction filled Li Rue with happiness. "Moi?" Guogua planted a big kiss on his cheek. "Daddy, I love you," she exclaimed, bursting with energy. Seated at the dining table, Guogua watched as Li Rue peeled crab meat, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Here," he said, placing the freshly peeled crab meat into her bowl. At that moment, Su Xiangyu also placed the crab meat she had peeled, dipped in sauce, into Li Rue's bowl. "I know you like stronger flavors, so I added some sauce for you. Enjoy," she said casually. Li Rue felt an inexplicable wave of happiness wash over him. In his past life, he must have saved the galaxy. He was beginning to understand modern women. They often demanded exorbitant bride prices, and, even if married, would leave if you lost your wealth. In contrast, his wife, Su Xiangyu, was different. So delicious. Guogua chewed on the crab meat, her short legs swinging adorably beneath the table. Soon, she would tell Yao Yao on the school bus, "This morning, I ate crabs." Seeing Guogua so animated, Li Rue and Su Xiangyu exchanged a glance, and both smiled. At 7:30, Su Xiangyu left for work. At 8 o'clock, Guogua boarded the kindergarten bus. On the bus, Guogua hummed a little tune. "Baba and Mama go to work, and I go to kindergarten." At that moment, Yu Tao arrived at Li Rue's doorstep, cheerfully inquiring, "Rue Z, I heard you only collected a few large sand white crabs last night. Is that true?" In this village, any minor commotion would be known throughout the entire community within an hour. Under the grand old locust tree at the entrance of Xingfu village, many women typically gathered, making it the village's information hub. Yu Tao had come to investigate. After all, if Li Rue had indeed found a bounty last night, he could profit handsomely by purchasing from him. "Last night, my luck was average," Li Rue replied nonchalantly, not wanting to create tension among neighbors. "Rue Z, could you tell me who bought your seafood last time?" Yu Tao asked with a grin. He had been irritated by the competitor who had snatched away his business. Despite his efforts, he had failed to discover where Li Rue had sold his seafood. "Uncle, that's unnecessary," Li Rue chuckled. Seeing Li Rue's reluctance to share, Yu Tao ceased his inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, he cheerfully suggested, "Rue Z, from now on, bring any good finds to Uncle, and I'll certainly offer you the highest price." "Let's discuss future matters later," Li Rue replied, while inwardly criticizing, "You old rascal. You offer a pitifully low price while claiming it's fair." "All right then, Uncle won't bother you anymore. I've got to head back," Yu Tao said. His smile noticeably diminished as he turned to leave, hands clasped behind his back. On his way home, Yu Tao muttered irritably, "What's the big deal? It's just 2 days of good luck and a few fines." "Uncle, I saw you chatting with Li Rue earlier. What were you discussing?" Chun Xiong emerged from his house, holding a bowl of rice. "I just asked Li Rue if he found anything good last night, and he told me he only found a few large sand white crabs," Yu Tao replied, secretly delighted. Chun Xiong laughed heartily. "That's about right. With his level of beachcombing skills, what good finds could he possibly have?" At that moment, Air Junzi rode past on his electric bike. Yu Tao pondered what brought Air Junzi here. Moments later, Li Rue appeared on an electric tricycle, towing Air Junzi, with the cargo area covered by a cloth. The wind blew, revealing mounds of sand crabs peeking through the gaps. Yu Tao spotted abalone inside. Chapter 52, The Ways of the World. Chen Xiong was taken aback. Yu Tao was lost in a daze. Uncle, I just saw piles of sand crabs on Li Rui's tricycle. Chen Xiong exclaimed, filled with doubt. Could he have misseen? Just then, Yu Tao came to a realization. I just saw many abalones on Li Rui's tricycle. He said, astonished. We've been deceived. Chen Xiong finally recognized that they had been tricked. Yu Tao's expression darkened. Why hadn't Li Rui sold those sand crabs and abalones to him? The more expensive the item, the greater the profit. Chen Xiong shouted in frustration. This is just bullying honest folks. Last night, in the dark, he had asked Li Rui how much he collected. And Li Rui had responded with only a few large sand white crabs. At the entrance of Xingfu village, under the grand locust tree, a group of middle-aged women began to gossip as they saw Li Rui's tricycle pass. Su Lanji, cracking seeds, remarked, let me tell you. Li Rui had exceptionally bad luck last night. He and Air Junzi only managed to find a few large sand white crabs. 2 grown men beachcombing and only finding that little. I'd say they might as well go work elsewhere. Su Lanji wore a smug expression. As soon as she spoke, several other middle-aged women chimed in, relieved. Good thing I didn't follow Li Rui last night. Otherwise, I wouldn't have picked up anything. Exactly. One agreed. Beachcombing depends on skill and luck. Luck is fleeting, but skill is tangible. Sister Hohot retorted, Su Lanji. Whether Li Rui and Air Junzi found anything good has nothing to do with you. Why are you so pleased? Aunt Hawa shot Su Lanji a cold glance. We're all from the same village. It's unbecoming to speak ill of others behind their backs. If I enjoy it, what business is it of yours? Su Lanji huffed. At that moment, Chen Xiong approached with a foul mood, pulling Su Lanji back home. Su Lanji spat out seeds on the ground and rolled her eyes, asking, what's wrong? Chen Xiong whispered, last night, Li Rui and Air Junzi collected quite a few sand crabs and abalones. I saw it with my own eyes. What? Su Lanji blinked in disbelief. Did Li Rui deceive us? Chen Xiong nodded. Yes, he wanted to keep it all for himself. Su Lanji slapped her thigh in frustration. Why didn't we just follow that Li Rui last night? If we had, we would have certainly gathered a lot of sand crabs and abalones. They aren't cheap. In her annoyance, Su Lanji slapped Chen Xiong on the head, leaving him dazed. Why did you hit me? He protested. Frustration doesn't vanish, it merely transfers. And at that moment, it was directed at Chen Xiong. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so greedy for those tower snails last night, I would have followed Li Rui and collected sand crabs and abalones, Su Lanji scolded. Chen Xiong hung his head, not daring to speak. He was notoriously afraid of his wife. When she directed him east, he wouldn't dare go west. Meanwhile, Li Rui and Air Junzi approached the entrance of Jufu Lu. Li Rui, while driving, cautioned Air Junzi, when we meet Chen Shirchong, don't give him a hard time. Chen Shirchong was the manager of the lobby at Jufu Lu. Last time, Li Rui had been stopped at the door by him. Rui go, I was a bit upset last time, Air Junzi replied. Li Rui interrupted, in this day and age, if we can avoid offending people, we should. We have no conflict of interest with him, and last time was just a minor incident. I didn't take it to heart. Air Junzi, being young, didn't understand the nuances of human relationships. Suppressing his anger, he replied, all right, Rui go. I'll follow your lead. As they conversed, they arrived at Jufu Lu. Chen Shirchong had been waiting at the entrance for them. Li Rui, Air Junzi, come. Have a smoke, he said, stepping forward and offering cigarettes with both hands. The cigarettes were Huazi. Li Rui accepted the cigarette from Chen Shirchong and tucked it behind his ear. Air Junzi followed suit and took a cigarette as well. Li Rui, I apologize for what happened last time. I owe you an apology, Chen Shirchong said with a smile. Manager Chen, you flatter me. What happened last time? Li Rui waved his hand dismissively. Chen Shirchong laughed heartily, thinking to himself that Li Rui was quite impressive. Capable of charming conversation and possessing a broad mind. Someone destined for great endeavors. Before long, Song Ling, dressed in professional attire, arrived with a tall, slender man. Prior to their arrival, Air Junzi had called his sister, Song Ling. Li Rui, let me introduce you. This is Bai Wenbin, the manager of our procurement department at Jufu Lu. Song Ling efficiently introduced Bai Wenbin to Li Rui. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Bai Wenbin. You can call me Wenbin. The tall, slender Bai Wenbin extended his hand to Li Rui, adopting a humble demeanor. Li Rui chuckled lightly a couple of times, and then said, Manager Bai, please refrain from addressing me in such a formal manner. Simply call me Li Rui. I am but a humble fisherman. Song Ling responded in a rather formulaic manner. Li Rui, in the future, when you come to our Jufu Lu to sell seafood, you will liaise directly with Manager Bai. Very well, Li Rui replied with a smile. Bai Wenbin took out a walkie-talkie and uttered a brief message. Before long, a group of kitchen helpers rushed over to unload the seafood from the tricycle. Goodness, there are so many abalone, Song Ling exclaimed in astonishment. The onlookers were equally taken aback. After weighing the catch, Song Ling led Li Rui and Air Junzi to her office. She began quoting prices. 2 abalones weighing 4 pounds at 500 per pound, totaling 2,000. 3 abalones and 4 abalones weighing 8 pounds 5 ounces at 300 per pound, totaling 2,550. 10 pounds 7 ounces of small abalone at 60 per pound, totaling 642. The total for the abalone comes to 5,192. Upon hearing this sum, Air Junzi was utterly bewildered. 5,192, his share would be 519. Sea harvesting is quite lucrative. Why did I not realize this before? He mused. 22 pounds 6 ounces of small crab at 50 per pound, totaling 1,025. 12 pounds 5 ounces of medium-sized crab at 90 per pound, totaling 1,125. 8 pounds of large crab at 120 per pound, totaling 960. The total for the crabs comes to 3,110. 30 pounds 8 ounces of sea anemone, which I deem of good quality. I will price at 100 per pound, totaling 3,080. The grand total is 11,382. As Song Ling quoted these prices, Li Rui listened attentively, noting that the prices exceeded his expectations. Consequently, he was quite eager to continue collaborating with her. Although Song Ling was Air Junzi's sister, business was business, and clarity regarding profits was paramount. He had witnessed too many relationships deteriorate over monetary disputes in reality. Let's make it 11,400. Song Ling stated with a serious demeanor. Whenever it came to work matters, she was exceptionally earnest. Li Rui clasped his hands together and smiled. Thank you, General Manager Song. At that moment, a smile graced Song Ling's face. Li Rui, you are being overly formal. My brother is working with you, so please be more accommodating. He may not excel at much, but he certainly is first-rate when it comes to eating. Sister, why do you speak so disparagingly about me? Air Junzi retorted with a slight pout. General Manager, Air Junzi is like my own younger brother. As long as he works with me, I will not treat him poorly. Li Rui declared, wishing to maintain a good rapport with Song Ling, as Air Junzi served as a bridge between them. Air Junzi looked at Song Ling and huffed. I had quite a decent income yesterday. He was brimming with pride. Be modest. A full bottle may not spill, but a half-full one will, Song Ling shot back, rolling her eyes at him. After exchanging pleasantries with Song Ling, Li Rui took the invoice she provided and headed to the finance office. This time, after accumulating points, he was determined to purchase 3 fishing rods, one for himself, one for Guogua, and one for Air Junzi. He silently calculated in his mind. He had never played with a lucky fishing rod before, and the thought of it made him eager. Upon receiving the funds, Air Junzi grinned. Brother Rui, just give me 200. You discovered everything last night, and I merely provided some muscle. Air Junzi, don't be absurd. We agreed beforehand that you'd receive 10% of the earnings. We made 11,400 today, so 10% amounts to 1,140. Li Rui reprimanded him with a glare. Without further ado, he transferred the sum of 1,140 to Air Junzi. A brotherly bond must be clear-cut when it comes to finances. Only then can our camaraderie endure. Brother Rui, let us play a couple of rounds. Air Junzi rubbed his hands together, looking mischievous. As soon as those words left his mouth, Li Rui kicked him lightly in the rear. Air Junzi staggered, nearly losing his balance. With a stern expression, Li Rui admonished, I have quit gambling. You must do the same. If you gamble again, I will take drastic measures. You're right, Brother Rui, Air Junzi replied, trembling slightly. Air Junzi, we are men, and as men, we must earn money. In this world, what can one accomplish without money? Li Rui imparted his wisdom. Air Junzi's gambling addiction was not solely his own fault. It was Li Rui's responsibility to guide him back to the right path. Brother Rui, I must tell you that when I returned home with the 200 you gave me yesterday, I explained everything to my parents. My mother said I finally did something sensible, and my father smiled with pride, Air Junzi said cheerfully. The two shared laughter as they arrived at the entrance of Ju Fu Lu. Just then, by coincidence, Li Rui encountered his mother-in-law. Chen Li Rui? Chun Yi exclaimed in surprise, then quickly added, Li Rui, Xiang Yue's brother is getting married, and they are short on the bridal price. Please help out a bit. Lately, Chun Yi had been overwhelmed with preparations for her son's wedding. She had just placed a call to Su Xiangyue, asking her to provide 100,000 yuan. Su Xiangyue had politely declined. Mother, I owe quite a bit of money myself, and was hoping to borrow some from you. Do you have any to spare? If you do, I promise to repay you once I am able, Li Rui replied with a smile that lacked warmth. He held no fondness for his mother-in-law. Furious, Chun Yi retorted, Li Rui, is this how you speak to your elders? I raised your wife, and you expect everything for free? Before she could finish her sentence, Li Rui interrupted. Mother, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. He hopped onto the tricycle with Air Junzi and sped away. Li Rui, you scoundrel. Is this how you treat your elders? Chun Yi fumed, stomping her foot in frustration as she watched them depart. Upon arriving at a fishing tackle shop, Li Rue instructed Air Junzi to buy some buns and snacks. Air Junzi dashed off in delight. With no one around, Li Rue slipped into a secluded alley. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Li Rue's mind. Congratulations, host, you have gained 11,400 points, including your previous points. You now have a total of 25,788 points. What would you like to redeem? As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual screen appeared before Li Rue, visible only to him. On the screen were several icons, each accompanied by a number. Li Rue's gaze fell upon 3 fishing rods, one orange, one white, and one pink mini short rod. All 3 were lucky fishing rods. The adult rod required 10,000 points, while the children's rod required 5,000. After some calculations, Li Rue realized that his accumulated points were sufficient to exchange for all 3 rods. He promptly issued a command to the system. Instantly, the orange fishing rod, the white rod, and the pink mini short rod materialized in his hands. The total consumption for this transaction is 25,000 points, leaving you with 788 points. The system informed him before vanishing. Shortly after emerging from the alley, Air Junzi returned with several buns and a plethora of snacks. Brother Rue, why did you buy 3 fishing rods? He inquired, perplexed. One for you, one for me, and one for my daughter, Li Rue replied. At that moment, Yu Tao was loitering near Li Rue's doorstep. Upon seeing Li Rue return, Yu Tao hurried over and asked, Rue Z, did you and Air Junzi gather a substantial amount of abalone and crab last night? Have you sold them all? Li Rue feigned ignorance. Uncle Yu, what are you talking about? Last night, Air Junzi and I only collected some large sand whiting. Everyone in the village knows that. Yu Tao became anxious. Rue Z, we are from the same village, and I am your uncle. Please do not keep this from me. If you sell those good items to me, I assure you that you will not suffer any losses. Uncle, what on earth are you talking about? Li Rue gazed at Yu Tao with a look of astonishment. Rue Z, just now when you passed by me on your tricycle in town, I saw the abalone on it, Yu Tao remarked, gesturing animatedly. Li Rue stubbornly insisted that Yu Tao was mistaken. Seeing that Li Rue was unyielding, and noticing the empty tricycle bed, Yu Tao shrugged and walked away, visibly exasperated. Air Junzi glanced at Yu Tao before snorting coldly. Ignore him, Li Rue said, shifting the conversation back to the matter at hand. Air Junzi, it's not good for our health to always go clamming at night. Today, we shall go during the day. Due to the gravitational pull between the moon and the sun, there are 2 tides each day, the rising and the falling. The interval between the 2 high tides is approximately 12.5 hours, allowing for 2 clam digs in a single day. Brother Rue, I trust your judgment. Whatever you say goes, Air Junzi chuckled. 10 minutes later, the 2 were ready and stepped out of the house. Chen Xiong and his wife Su Longji hurried up to follow Li Rue and Air Junzi. Why are you still following us? Last night, my brother Rue and I collected some big sand clams. Air Junzi turned to Chen Xiong and Su Longji, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Air Junzi, are you trying to deceive me? Last night, you and Li Rue gathered plenty of abalone and swimming crabs. My husband saw it all, Su Longji retorted, rolling her eyes. Chen Xiong quickly chimed in. Yes, I saw it too. Li Rue understood the situation immediately. From then on, wherever Li Rue and Air Junzi went, Chen Xiong and Su Longji followed closely behind. During this time, Li Rue, utilizing his fishing perspective ability, noticed a pile of yellow snails beneath a rock, but chose not to collect them. He knew that if he attempted to gather them, Chen Xiong and Su Longji would certainly rush over. The yellow snail, also known as Dongfeng Luo, has a thick and sturdy shell, smooth on the surface, with a yellowish hue. The meat is delicious and rich in amino acids and rare elements beneficial to the human body, making it highly absorbable. Thus, the price of yellow snails is quite high. Brother Rue, these 2 are too bothersome. They are practically glued to us, Air Junzi remarked, casting an exasperated glance at Chen Xiong and Su Longji. Ignore them, Li Rue pondered his strategy. The sea is a common resource. If they can come to clam, so can others. Unbeknownst to him, Li Rue arrived at a large area of wild oysters, which hold little value. He showed no interest in them whatsoever. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a wild oyster, and he internally cursed, what the heck? In chapter 54, he thought, this is not what I want. Li Rue then proposed. Air Junzi, let us collect oysters here this afternoon. He walked over to the oyster, picked it up, and tossed it into the bucket. Air Junzi was taken aback. Brother Rue, are you serious? Many coastal dwellers look down upon wild oysters due to their inconsistent size and low price. Collecting them requires keen eyesight. Thick wild oysters contain meat and are worth picking, while flat ones lack substance and are of little use. Chen Xiong and Su Longji were dumbfounded. Rue Z, you must be joking. Wild oysters sell for next to nothing here. At your Uncle Yu's place. They only fetch 2 yuan per pound. And he even scrutinizes the quality and sometimes haggles, Su Longji exclaimed in disbelief. Do I look like I'm joking? Li Rui replied, squatting in the seawater to gather oysters. The oyster he had just collected contained a large, round, flawless pearl. Even someone like Li Rui, who knew little about pearls, recognized its great value. This area of wild oysters harbored many pearls, all visible to him. The fishing perspective ability was indeed remarkable. What? Su Longji looked at her husband Chen Xiong, at a loss for words. They both regarded this area of wild oysters with disdain. Chen Xiong's eyes darted as he whispered to Su Longji, I suspect Li Rui is collecting wild oysters here to shake us off. We must not fall for it. Right. Su Longji nodded vigorously, recalling the previous night's experience. Resolute in their decision, Chen Xiong and Su Longji sat on a large rock, fixated on Li Rui, fearful he might slip away. Brother Rui, shall we look elsewhere? Junzi truly found no value in the wild oysters. He casually picked one up, inspected it, and declared, this oyster has little meat. He tossed it back into the sea. Li Rui shot him a glare. When I say to collect oysters, just collect them. Spare me the unnecessary comments. Junzi's face instantly broke into a smile. I will collect. I'm on it now. An hour later, Junzi's bucket was filled with wild oysters. This is really heavy. He grunted, trying to lift the bucket. Meanwhile, Li Rui was selecting wild oysters that contained pearls. Whenever he spotted one, he discreetly tossed it into the bucket. Chen Xiong, we can't just stand here watching. Our livelihood depends on clamming and fishing, Su Longji urged. Anxious. Yet, no matter how anxious she became, she was powerless. Li Rui continued to gather wild oysters without seeking anything of greater value, leaving her with no choice but to remain. It's still a closed fishing season on Crescent Island. We have a boat, but cannot venture out to fish. Shall we check elsewhere? Chen Xiong suggested, growing frustrated. No, Su Longji firmly rejected the idea, fearing that if they left, Li Rui might find something valuable elsewhere. Fresh in her memory from the previous night, suddenly, Chen Xiong jumped into the water, casually picking up a wild oyster. Wife, keep an eye on Li Rui. I will collect a few oysters myself. We can't return empty-handed. At that moment, Li Rui noticed the wild oyster Chen Xiong had picked up, realizing the danger. Inside that oyster was a pearl. He had refrained from collecting it earlier to avoid drawing Chen Xiong's attention. Darn, this oyster is too small, Chen Xiong muttered, tossing the wild oyster beside Li Rui. Chen Xiong, what are you doing? Junzi questioned angrily. Li Rui glared at Chen Xiong as well. Chen Xiong quickly apologized. Li Rui, I'm sorry, I accidentally tossed that oyster beside you. Please don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Li Rui decided to let it go. At this moment, he felt not anger but a slight thrill. He reached for the wild oyster. Brother Rui, why would you collect such a wild oyster? It's flat and thin, clearly lacking meat. Just as Li Rui was about to toss the oyster into the bucket, Junzi voiced his confusion. This shouldn't be. My brother Rui is from the coast. He should know that flat wild oysters are worthless and inedible. Junzi's words immediately caught Chen Xiong's attention. Rui Z, isn't that the wild oyster I just tossed? What do you want it for? Chen Xiong scoffed. Why are you so concerned? Li Rui naturally could not disclose to Junzi that he could see the pearl within the wild oyster. As for Chen Xiong, he ignored him. Su Longji was equally puzzled. What was wrong with Li Rui today? She kept her eyes fixed on him. Previously, he had collected several very small wild oysters, which Yutao would not accept and were inedible due to their lack of meat. After gathering all the wild oysters with pearls in this area, Li Rui straightened up and said to Junzi, let us head back. Junzi was taken aback. Brother Rui, you can't be serious. Last night, we made over 10,000. Today, his brother, Li Rui, went to the sea. But he could barely earn 80 yuan. Why such a stark contrast? As Junzi was lost in thought, Li Rui had already begun to walk back to shore. Rui Gu, wait for me. Junzi called out, snapping back to reality, and waded through the water to catch up with Li Rui. Wife, did you see that wild oyster Li Rui just picked up? The one he found is one I discarded. He treats it like a treasure. It's hilarious. After Li Rui and Junzi had walked away, Chen Xiong burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that his stomach hurt and his back bent. Su Longji, however, looked on with suspicion and said, Chen Xiong, don't you find Li Rui's behavior today quite unusual? She felt that something was amiss, but could not articulate why. Li Rui's actions were merely to prevent us from following him to find the good stuff, Chen Xiong reasoned. It must be so, Su Longji pondered, concluding that this was indeed the only plausible explanation. Seeing that Li Rui and Junzi had truly returned home, they began to concentrate on their task. Meanwhile, Li Rui and Junzi had arrived at Li Rui's residence. Rui Gu, what exactly are you up to? Junzi huffed, carrying a bucket filled with wild oysters. As they entered the storage room, Li Rui lowered his voice and said, my intuition tells me there are pearls among these wild oysters. Junzi looked skeptical. Rue go. How could that be? It's very rare for pearls to form in wild oysters. Li Rue picked up an oyster knife and began to pry open the wild oysters. The knife was short with a flat tip. Easily slipping into the oysters seems to pry open the shell. Rue go, stop wasting time, Junzi frowned, squatting beside Li Rue. In the next moment, as Li Rue opened an oyster, a lustrous, plump pearl emerged. In an instant, Junzi was dumbfounded. Chapter 55, 38 Pearls Unveiled. Junzi leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, "Wow, it really is a pearl." With no one else around, he spoke freely. A stark contrast to his demeanor in front of Su Xiangyue and Li Fang. "Help me pry some more." Li Rue felt a surge of joy. Just as he was about to toss the oyster he had opened aside, Junzi shouted, "Rue go. This oyster is the one Chun Xiong discarded earlier. It has 2 white spots, and I remember their exact position. It's identical." After a moment of reflection, Junzi confidently pointed at the oyster in Li Rue's hand and insisted, "Yes, that's the one. I'm absolutely sure. I'll go get a box. You hurry and pry these oysters." Li Rue nodded and headed to the living room. Once he calmed down, Junzi picked up an oyster knife and quickly set to work. "Rue go. Your luck is extraordinary today." He casually pried open another oyster and discovered a pearl. It is known that only one pearl is found in every 20,000 oysters. Before long, Li Rue returned with a small box and placed it between himself and Junzi. Junzi dropped the oyster knife and picked up a pearl from the box. Holding it up to his eye, squinting with one eye to examine it closely. "It's plump and shiny, with just a tiny black spot," he said. Suddenly, he looked up at Li Rue with excitement. "Rue go. This pearl looks great. It should fetch a handsome price." Li Rue looked at Junzi with surprise. "You know about pearls?" Junzi chuckled sheepishly. "My brother-in-law used to give my sister pearls when he was courting her, so I know a little." Li Rue took this to heart. Junzi's sister, Song Ling, had a wide network and would likely be able to find buyers for the pearls. "Wow, there's another pearl in this oyster." Junzi exclaimed excitedly as he too found a pearl. Carefully extracting it from the oyster's flesh, he swallowed hard and said, "Rue go, here's another pearl. It's a bit smaller, but its color is pure and bright. Let us keep going. I have a feeling we'll uncover many pearls from this batch," Li Rue anticipated, remaining calm while Junzi was brimming with enthusiasm. "Yes." Junzi obediently placed the pearl into the small box. The two of them continued to extract pearls from the oysters intermittently. Junzi's excitement grew. "Rue go. We're going to strike it rich," he declared exuberantly. "No, we're both going to strike it rich," Li Rue corrected him. Junzi scratched his head awkwardly. "Rue go, I really only did a bit of the grunt work. I don't think it's right for me to take 10% of the earnings." Li Rue shot him a disapproving glare. "Stop talking nonsense. We agreed on this beforehand." With Junzi by his side, Li Rue felt secure. He valued Junzi's loyalty and sincerity. "Rue go, I think we can sell these pearls through my sister," Junzi suggested cheerfully. "My sister, Song Ling, knows a lot of wealthy people, including a good friend in the jewelry business." "Oh, your sister has connections?" Li Rue asked with interest. "She does," Junzi replied immediately. "My sister has a close friend who is currently in the jewelry business. We could sell the pearls through her without any costs." Li Rue, however, had a different viewpoint. "Junzi, if we go through your sister, we must give her a commission." Junzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Rue go, she's my sister. Would she really ask us for money? If she dares to, I'll have my parents set her straight." "Junzi, you're an adult now. Don't be so naive. Your sister's help is a favor, and not helping is the norm. If you approach her with that mindset, she will eventually have an opinion about you," Li Rue explained. "People are inherently driven by profit. Without benefits, there is no motivation." After some thought, Junzi realized the truth in Li Rue's words. "Besides, I don't have much of a relationship with your sister. If we want her to assist, we ought to compensate her." Li Rue continued. "She is merely helping us with an introduction. We really don't need to pay her." Junzi remained steadfast in his belief. Li Rue sighed, thinking that Junzi's mind was as hard as a rock. "Junzi, let me ask you. If we don't go through your sister, will we easily find buyers?" Junzi shook his head. Li Rue pressed on. "If we go through your sister, the buyers give us a little extra out of respect for her. Even if they don't, they certainly shortchange us." Junzi found this reasoning compelling. "That settles it then." Li Rue spread his hands. "We must spend what needs to be spent." After Li Rue's explanation, Junzi no longer insisted on his viewpoint. He smiled foolishly. "Rue go, I'll follow your lead. In the future, when you dine at your sister's place, don't go empty-handed. Your sister may not mind, but your brother-in-law might. In our dealings, we should aim to avoid giving others a reason to complain." Li Rue advised gently. "Rue go, your words are worth more than 10 years of schooling." "I never thought of such things before," Junzi replied gleefully. After a moment, He blinked and asked, "What should I say if my sister tells me not to bring anything when I come over for dinner?" Li Rue was rendered speechless. That's just politeness. Can't you say, "I know you like apples, so I brought some. When I visit, it's like going home. So what is wrong with picking up a little something on the way?" If you say this, your brother-in-law will think you're capable and articulate, and he'll feel better about it. As they chatted, they continued to pry open oysters. After finishing 2 buckets, they had unveiled over 30 pearls. Rue, go. Let me count how many pearls we have. Junzi, filled with excitement, cast aside his oyster knife and carefully picked up a small box, counting with great care. 1, 2, 3, 38. After speaking, he looked up with a beaming face at Li Rue and exclaimed, "Brother Rue, we have a total of 38 pearls. We are going to strike it rich." In truth, harvesting pearls from oysters is a rather unprofitable endeavor, as it takes 20,000 oysters to yield just 1 pearl, resulting in substantial losses once costs are factored in. Reflecting on this, Junzi repeatedly praised, "Brother Rue, you are truly remarkable. Following you to the sea has undoubtedly been the wisest decision of my life." Wiping his hands, Li Rue took out his phone and contacted Song Ling. "President Song, I've just opened some pearls. Could you assist me in finding buyers? I won't ask for anything in return. Once the deal is struck, you can take a 5% cut," Li Rue said with a smile. "I'll help you find buyers, but no need for a cut. Isn't my brother working with you? Just look out for him." Song Ling readily agreed. Li Rue, with a smile that hinted at mischief, replied, "President Song, if you want to take a cut, then we can forget about this. Let us keep things clear, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Song Ling couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, I'll follow your lead." She thought to herself that Li Rue was far superior to her brother. Chapter 56, Psychological Pricing. Song Ling, being astute, understood that Li Rue wished to avoid owing her a favor, so she chose not to call it out directly. "President Song, about Junzi." Li Rue originally intended to mention Junzi's shortcomings, but at the last moment, he changed his words. "You can rest assured about Junzi following me. I may have led him astray before, but I will take good care of him from now on. In my heart, he is like my own brother." "Thank you." Song Ling expressed her gratitude, as her brother was quite the source of concern for her, and she was already quite weary of him. "President Song, when can Junzi and I come to see you?" Li Rue pressed eagerly. "I'll ask my friends and get back to you," Song Ling replied, engaging in light conversation with Li Rue before ending the call. At that moment, Li Fong entered Li Rue's courtyard. "Ruezy, are you home?" she called out, having come to prepare a meal. "Mom, I'm here," Li Rue responded from the storage room. Soon, Li Fong entered the storage room as well. "Ruezy, when I arrived, I heard villagers say that you and Junzi just harvested a bunch of wild oysters. Don't be disheartened. That's just how it is with gathering from the sea. It's all up to fate," Li Fong said, hoping to comfort her son and prevent any feelings of disappointment. "Mom, take a look at this," Li Rue said excitedly, pointing to the small box filled with pearls on the floor. Li Fong, filled with curiosity, asked, "What is it?" Upon bending down to look, she was rendered speechless for several seconds. After regaining her composure, she gasped in a hushed tone, This is oyster pearl. This is an astonishing amount." Having lived for so long, she had only seen oyster pearls twice before, and those instances yielded only 2 tiny pearls. Yet now, there were dozens, some quite large. "Mom, how much do you think these pearls could sell for?" Li Rue sought to establish a psychological expectation. Having never bought or sold pearls, he was unaware of their value. "Let me take a look first," Li Fong said, preparing to bend down to grab the box. Seeing this, Li Rue quickly placed the small box before his mother. Li Fong picked up the pearls one by one, examining them closely. Ultimately, she concluded, these oyster pearls could sell for over 10,000. "What? Over 10,000? Junzi exclaimed in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. If that were the case, he would earn a substantial sum. Goodness! Today, after just a few hours of work, I could make over 1,000. Such a thought would have been unimaginable before. I see. Li Rue thought he had established a rough expectation. Ruezy, Junzi, remember, this matter should remain confidential. Quiet wealth is the key to longevity, Li Fong advised seriously. Aware of the treachery that could lurk in people's hearts, Li Rue chuckled. "Mom, even if you don't say anything, I wouldn't share this with anyone." Junzi patted his chest, assuring, "Aunt, don't worry, I will absolutely keep this under wraps." At this moment, Junzi was filled with excitement. After this, he turned to Li Fong and asked, "Aunt, can I tell my parents about this?" "Yes," Li Fong replied with a kind smile. "Surely, Junzi's parents would understand the principle of quiet wealth." "Quickly wash up. I'll start cooking," Li Fong said before heading to the kitchen. Inside, she busied herself. In the storage room, Li Rue took out 4 pearls from the small box. "Junzi, here is one for you to keep. When you find yourself in a romantic relationship and feel it's the right moment, You can give it to her. Li Rui placed a pearl of moderate size before Junzi. He intended to keep the remaining 3, one for his wife, one for his daughter, and one for his mother. Brother Rui, I'll follow your advice, Junzi said joyfully, holding the pearl tightly in his hand. He then looked up at Li Rui and inquired, Brother Rui, why not give this pearl to the girl while pursuing her? Li Rui rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated. You fool. If you give it to her while courting, what if she doesn't agree in the end? Junzi's naivety was almost comical. Of course. This is something you must gauge yourself. If you believe you can win her over, then by all means, give it. Li Rui felt a bit drained. Oh. Junzi replied, clearly confused about matters of love. At noon, Li Fong prepared stir-fried oysters, spicy ribs, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and seaweed soup. Junzi was in the living room playing on his phone while Li Rui headed to the kitchen. Mom, this pearl is for you, Li Rui insisted, forcing a pearl into Li Fong's hand. No, please don't, Ruizi. Your mother is already so old. What do I need with pearls? Sell it for money. You need it now, Li Fong said, her eyes brimming with tears as she declined. My son has finally grown up. She felt a sense of pride. Mom, let us not do this. We don't want to give Junzi a spectacle, Li Rui said before darting out of the kitchen. Hey, Ruizi, selling this pearl would be a great idea. He gives it to me, and I have no use for it. Li Fong carefully placed the pearl into a small bag before tucking it into her pocket. After the meal, Junzi let out a satisfied belch. He glanced at Li Fong and Li Dafu, blushing as he said, Aunt, Uncle, I apologize for making you feel like outsiders. Mom, it's your cooking that is so delicious, which is why Junzi had 2 extra bowls of rice today, Li Rui interjected to smooth things over. Exactly. Junzi nodded vigorously. Upon seeing that everyone was full, Li Fong began to clear the dishes. Noticing this, Junzi quickly stood up to help with the cleanup. Junzi, sit down. You and Ruizi have been to the sea twice, and that is quite exhausting. Let me and my husband handle this little task, Li Fong said sternly. You stay put and chat with Ruizi, Li Dafu chimed in. Li Rui sat in his chair, feeling far too tired to move. He was genuinely exhausted, thus he refrained from the usual pleasantries with his parents. After Li Fong and Li Dafu retreated to the kitchen, Junzi turned to Li Rui, full of enthusiasm, and asked, Brother Rui, shall we go to the sea again tonight? Junzi was clearly relishing the experience. We want to go to the sea tonight. I think once a day is sufficient, Li Rui replied. Brother Rui, with your luck, not going to the sea tonight would be such a waste, Junzi urged. Let us go fishing in the afternoon. The mention of fishing sparked anticipation in Li Rui's eyes. He had yet to try the lucky fishing rod, and was curious about its effectiveness. Upon hearing this, Junzi also became interested. All right, it's been a while since I last went fishing. At noon, Li Rui and Junzi lay down for a while. Upon awakening, they realized it was already 5 in the afternoon. Wow, how did we sleep for so long? Junzi expressed his regret as he hurriedly got up from the sofa. Had he known, he would have set an alarm. Li Rui emerged from the bedroom, saying, It's exactly 5 o'clock. I'm off to pick up my daughter. Later, the 3 of us will go fishing together. Daddy, did you miss Guogua? As soon as Guogua got off the school bus, she spotted Li Rui and swiftly leapt into his arms. Li Rui picked her up and said, In a bit, Daddy will take you fishing, all right? Guogua excitedly waved her little fists, exclaiming, Guogua wants to go fishing. Guogua wants to go fishing. At that moment, Junzi stepped out and remarked, It's a bit windy now. Li Rui took the cue and replied with a smile, The stronger the wind and waves. Just as he was about to continue, Guogua interrupted, cheerfully stating, The fish get more expensive. Hee. Ah, Guogua is quite knowledgeable. Junzi laughed heartily. He gently patted Guogua's little face and said, Guogua, Uncle Junzi has a question for you, all right? Guogua tilted her little head, asking in her sweet voice, What does Uncle Junzi want to ask Guogua? Ahem. Junzi cleared his throat and replied seriously, The royal jade liquor, 180 a cup. Guogua immediately chimed in with the next line. Junzi's playful spirit soared as he looked at Guogua and said, A rooster that lays eggs, the fighter jet among roosters. Oh yeah. Guogua flailed her chubby little arms, mimicking the poses of Song Dandan, creating a variety of amusing gestures. Both Li Rui and Junzi burst into laughter, with Junzi nearly bursting. After a moment, he continued, Which company excels in excavator technology? Without hesitation, Guogua blurted out, In Shandong, China, find Lanxiang. The wind of reform blows across the land. The Chinese people truly excel. No matter what Junzi said, Guogua responded effortlessly, and the two enjoyed themselves immensely. A minute later, Junzi found himself at a loss for words, but Guogua began to imitate Song Dandan again, saying, I was born in the old society, grew up under the red flag, and walk in the spring breeze. Rui go. I believe Guogua has grown up enough to perform imitations. In the future, Her achievements in imitating will be nothing short of remarkable. Air Junzi nudged Li Rui playfully, winking at him. Get lost. My daughter cannot go into showbiz when she grows up. I want Guogua to become a wealthy second generation. Li Rui shot a cold glance at Air Junzi. Though he spoke from the heart, Air Junzi took it as a joke, laughing exaggeratedly. Stop joking around, Rui Gu, he said. Who is joking with you? I'm serious. Li Rui replied earnestly. Seeing Li Rui's serious demeanor only made Air Junzi laugh harder. Guogua suddenly chimed in with a grin. Guogua wishes her father to become a dragon. Absolutely correct. Li Rui responded in agreement. Rui Gu, your daughter is simply a little adult. Her mind is remarkably sharp. Air Junzi sincerely admired Guogua's intelligence. Li Rui proudly replied. Well, just look at whose daughter Guogua is. Guogua echoed. Uncle Air Junzi, you should also consider whose daughter Guogua is. Air Junzi's face broke into a wide grin, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. The trio chatted and laughed as they gathered their fishing gear. Li Rui and Air Junzi held more equipment, while Guogua merely carried a pink fishing rod. Fishing required various items: a fishing rod, line, hooks, floats, sinkers, bait, a net, a chair, and a keep net. None could be overlooked. Upon reaching the seaside, Li Rui utilized his fishing insight to locate a spot abundant with fish. Let us fish here, he declared, setting down his bag. He opened it, attached a small white shrimp to Guogua's hook, and proceeded to teach her how to cast the line. Daddy, where did you buy this pink fishing rod? I love it, Guogua exclaimed cheerfully. Li Rui smiled and replied, I bought it at the fishing tackle store. Just as Air Junzi picked up his white fishing rod, an unexpected voice echoed in Li Rui's mind. Host, the system has detected that a non-blood-related person is using the lucky fishing rod purchased from the system. Would you like to cancel the lucky function on their rod? Li Rui was stunned. This system was astonishing. While he was still in shock, the voice continued. The system has noted that the host does not mind the other person using the lucky fishing rod, hence the lucky function remains intact. With that, the system automatically exited. Li Rui could not help but mutter, wow, this system is impressive. Moments later, he regained his composure and prepared to attach a small shrimp to his own hook. However, at that moment, Guogua's float suddenly plunged into the water. Ah, Daddy, I've hooked a fish, Guogua exclaimed, standing up from her little stool, bouncing with excitement. Li Rui dropped what he was holding and embraced Guogua tightly around her waist, fearing she might be pulled into the sea. Wow, a fish hooked so quickly. This must be some beginner's luck. Air Junzi marveled at Guogua's fishing rod in disbelief. In front of Guogua, he refrained from using foul language, knowing Li Rui would not take kindly to it. Using his fishing insight, Li Rui discovered that the fish on Guogua's hook was a 10-centimeter-long grouper, allowing him to relax. Guogua, gently lift the rod, but use less force and be quick about it, he whispered softly in her ear. Okay, Daddy, Guogua replied, carefully lifting the rod. With her effort, the hook pierced the grouper's mouth. Li Rui watched the scene unfold in the water with clarity. Daddy, it's so strong, Guogua exclaimed with excitement. The difference between fish in the water and those on land was significant. In the water, they had much more strength, while the energy of fish on land diminished greatly. Guogua gritted her teeth and pulled with all her might. Soon, the grouper broke the surface of the water. Seeing the grouper, Guogua joyfully shouted, Daddy, look. The fish is above the water. I see it. Do you see it too? Yes, Daddy sees it, Li Rui replied with a smile. Groupers are a common species in the ocean, characterized by their stout bodies and flattened sides, often spindle or oval-shaped. Typical varieties measure between 35 to 45 centimeters in length and weigh around 4 to 5 pounds, displaying a color palette of brownish red with stripes and spots. Guogua exclaimed, I want to pull it onto the shore. After some effort, she finally managed to drag the little grouper onto land. Once on shore, the little grouper began to flop around. Rui Gu, is this beginner's luck? In such a short time, Guogua has caught a little grouper, Air Junzi expressed with envy. Don't rush. I have a hunch that the three of us will catch quite a few fish today, Li Rui stated. Air Junzi seemed skeptical. Really? No sooner had he uttered those words than his hook was bitten by a fish. His float plunged into the water with a startling splash. Air Junzi, who had intended to exclaim in surprise, held back, thinking of Guogua beside him. Rui Gu, I've got a fish too, and it's making quite a commotion. With that, he sprang up from his little stool, kicking it behind him. Steadying the fishing rod, Air Junzi lifted it to a certain angle to absorb the fish's force. In that moment, he felt both tense and exhilarated. Chapter 58, Protecting Animals. Rui Gu is a massive fish, putting up quite a struggle. I cannot haul it in just yet. Air Junzi is exhilarated, his heart racing. Every angler can empathize with Air Junzi's excitement at this moment. Li Rui timely advised. Air Junzi, do not exert yourself too much. Take your time and tire it out. Air Junzi nodded, refraining from further speech. conserving his energy to reel in the fish. Meanwhile, the large fish in the water was desperately thrashing about, attempting to shake off the hook. Fearing the line might snap, Junzi eased up on the tension. After 10 seconds, the fish calmed down, allowing him to gradually reel it in. Baba, Uncle Junzi, seems to be catching a big fish. Guogua exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the fishing line. It seems so, Li Rue nodded slightly. Junzi was significantly fatigued. At this moment, he dared not relax even a fraction. After a considerable while, he finally managed to pull the base from the water, a process that took about 10 minutes. The base was fierce and powerful, making it a prolonged struggle. Rue go, I saw it. Haha, Junzi exclaimed, filled with excitement yet cautious, fearing the fish might escape. He believed he would cry if it did. When the base was brought to the shore, Junzi didn't rush to net it. Stretching his neck to observe, he noticed its belly was upturned, no longer thrashing. Only then did he take the net and drag it onto the land. It's enormous. Guogua's eyes widened in awe. Exhausted, Junzi plopped down onto the ground, a smile gracing his face. What a challenge, truly remarkable, he gasped. Despite his exhaustion, he felt immense joy. Having just begun fishing, he had already caught a 5-pound bass. How could he not be thrilled? After properly placing the fish, Junzi resumed fishing. At that moment, Hu Yi from the village approached, carrying a bag. As he reached Li Rue, he smirked and said, Ruizi, why aren't you chumming the water while fishing? Sea fishing is inherently difficult. Without chumming, how can you expect to catch fish? Hu Yi, aged 69, was remarkably robust for his age. He was renowned in Fuxing village as an avid fisherman. As he put it, he could forego a meal for a day, but not a day without fishing. Hu Taiyi, Guogua just caught a fish. Guogua proudly pointed to the bucket beside her, tilting her head in delight. Wow, Guogua, you actually caught a fish? Let Hu Taiyi take a look. Hu Yi leaned in for a closer look, bursting into laughter. Isn't this a bit too small? Does it even weigh 2 taels? After saying this, he moved to the side, setting up a small chair and then tossing generous handfuls of Antarctic shrimp bricks into the seawater. Antarctic shrimp bricks are commonly used as bait for sea fishing. Made from Antarctic shrimp and possessing a strong fishy odor that many sea fish find irresistible. Ruizi, do you see this? This is what professionalism looks like. Hu Yi turned to Li Rue with a smug expression, using a trendy internet phrase. Just as he finished, Li Rue pulled up a 3-pound dongxing ban. This fish, adorned with vibrant colors of blue, red, brown, and yellow, was long and robust, with tender flesh and rich nutrition, making it quite prized. Fetching around 400 to 500 yuan per pound. Upon seeing the dongxing ban on the hook, Hu Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Dongxing ban. This one must weigh 3 to 4 pounds. He exclaimed, utterly surprised. Nowadays, wild dongxing ban are rare and difficult to catch. Baba, you're amazing. That fish is so beautiful. What is its name? Guogua's cheeks flushed with excitement as she stared at the dongxing ban, unwilling to blink. After dragging the dongxing ban ashore, Li Rue patiently explained, this is a dongxing ban. Junzi dashed over, while Guogua crouched beside the dongxing ban. Inspecting it closely, Rue go, this dongxing ban could easily sell for 1 to 2,000 yuan, Junzi said, exhilarated. His sister's restaurant featured a signature dish made from dongxing ban, costing over 2,000 yuan. We can't keep this. Li Rue removed the dongxing ban from the hook. Why not? Junzi was taken aback. Li Rue replied, because it is currently a protected species. With that, he tossed the dongxing ban back into the sea. Junzi's heart sank at the sight. How had the dongxing ban become a protected species? Baba, my sister's restaurant has a signature dish made from dongxing ban, Junzi quickly added. The dongxing ban at your sister's restaurant is certainly farmed, not wild. Li Rue smiled. In this day and age, it's best to avoid protected species. Previously, Li Rue had seen a news story online about a university student sentenced to 10 years for collecting bird eggs. Baba, what are protected species? Guogua, sitting beside Li Rue, activated her curious mode. Li Rue gently patted Guogua's head and replied with a smile. Protected species are scarce and endangered. We must not harm them and need to protect them. Common animals, on the other hand, have stable populations, do not require protection, and can be consumed. Earlier, Li Rue had considered bringing the wild dongxing ban home, but upon reflection, he deemed it not worth the unnecessary risk. To him, it was crucial to avoid breaking the law at all times. Guogua understood, nodding her head. Ruizi, what a pity. If this had been earlier, that dongxing ban you caught would have sold for at least 1,000. Hu Yi remarked from a distance, slightly regretful. Aware that wild dongxing ban are protected, Li Rue, however, felt no sense of loss. Let's continue fishing, he replied with a gentle smile. On their side, with the aid of their lucky fishing rods, they kept catching fish. In contrast, Hu Yi had yet to catch a single one. Rue go. Our luck today is exceptional. In less than an hour, we've already caught over 20 fish, Junzi exclaimed, in high spirits. A true fisherman finds joy in every catch. Guogua mainly caught sardines, while Junzi and Li Rue primarily caught bass and Shijiogong. Sardines are relatively small, typically ranging from 15 to 30 centimeters in length, with a slender, streamlined body. Their bellies are usually blue-green and deep blue, while their undersides are silver-white. Due to their abundance, sardines are not particularly expensive, costing around 20 yuan per pound. Shijiogong is generally also small, measuring about 15 to 25 centimeters. With a large head comprising roughly 1/3 of its body and 12 to 14 hard spines on its belly. I want to be skunked today, will I? Huerya's expression darkened. He glanced over at Li Rue and the others. Just then, Li Rue's fishing rod was yanked into the water by a large fish. Realizing what was happening, Li Rue gripped the rod tightly. We have a big catch. Using the fish finder feature, he spotted a 4-pound yen weiban. Having just been eating a chicken leg, he immediately discarded it onto the ground as a sign of respect for the fish. Chapter 59. Hueryi, a man of unyielding spirit. Wow, a big fish is on the line. Hueryi exclaimed, filled with excitement. However, a quick glance at his own rod quickly dampened his spirits. With only 3 meters separating him from Li Rue, who was continuously reeling in fish, he found himself increasingly frustrated with his empty line. The more he thought about it, the more dejected he felt. I won't fish anymore. I'll go take a look. Hueryi withdrew his fishing rod from the water and placed it on the shore. Then he strode briskly towards Li Rue, eager to offer guidance. Upon reaching Li Rue, Hueryi energetically remarked, Rue Z, don't exert too much force. Overexertion will snap the fishing line. Release some line. Hueryi was even more animated than Li Rue. After a considerable struggle, Li Rue finally managed to drag the fish to the shore. Hueryi examined it closely and noticed that the fish had turned white and ceased to struggle. He promptly grabbed the fishing net and scooped the fish onto the land. What a catch! It was a yen weiban weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. Unconcealed envy sparkled in Hueryi's eyes. The yen weiban, scientifically known as suya lu, has an oval shape and typically weighs between 3 to 4 pounds. Its body is adorned with vibrant colors and covered in blue-purple star-like spots, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky, making for a stunning appearance. The flesh is delectable, has an exquisite texture, and is devoid of any fishy odor, while the skin is rich in collagen, making it particularly favored by women. Hueryi approached, firmly grasped the yen weiban, and deftly removed it from the hook. In my years of fishing, I've never encountered such a large yen weiban. This one must weigh over 4 pounds. Hueryi weighed the fish in his hands. Hueryi, how much do you think this fish could sell for? Li Rue inquired with curiosity. Hueryi pondered, at least over 2,000. Upon hearing this price, Li Rue remained largely unfazed. However, Junzi was utterly exhilarated, exclaiming, Rue go, your luck is astounding. This fish you caught could fetch over 2,000. Guogua proudly declared, my daddy is the best. Rue Z. Hueryi has a humble request. I wonder if you could oblige? Hueryi hesitated for a moment, fidgeting slightly as he spoke. Hueryi, we are from the same village, and you are my elder. Please feel free to express whatever you wish, Li Rue encouraged, hoping Hueryi would speak candidly. Hueryi, mustering his courage, said, could you sell me a few fish? I don't want to return empty-handed. It would be quite embarrassing in front of the villagers. Most importantly, my wife would mock me. Hueryi's request was difficult for him to articulate. Fishermen dread returning without any catch, but they relished the thrill of showcasing a bountiful haul, not for monetary gain, but for pride. Understanding his plight, Li Rue immediately grasped Hueryi's intentions. How many fish could you sell me? Hueryi gazed at Li Rue with hopeful anticipation, adding, ideally a few larger ones. He wanted to bring them back to the village to display. Seeing that Hueryi had laid his cards on the table, Li Rue agreed to his request. Rue Z, we must agree that when we return to the village, you must not disclose this matter to anyone. I, Hueryi, require my dignity. Hueryi stressed earnestly. The money was of little consequence. What mattered was not returning empty-handed. There was no way he could face the village without a catch. Rest assured, Hueryi, I won't divulge this to anyone, Li Rue replied, half amused, reflecting on Hueryi's tenacious spirit. Hueryi grasped the gills of the fish weighing over 5 pounds. This one, I shall take. And that 2-pound Shijiogong, I shall take as well. Hueryi beamed. Junzi kindly placed the 2-pound Shijiogong into Hueryi's net bag. Rue Z, I just calculated. These 2 fish are worth about 500. Here is 600 for you. Please accept it, Hueryi insisted, pressing 600 into Li Rue's hands. Before Li Rue could respond, Hueryi placed the 5-pound base into his net. Junzi chuckled. Rue go, your Hueryi is quite the character. Indeed. Li Rue chuckled in agreement. At that moment, Li Rue recalled how Hu Eryi had previously boasted about his fishing successes, and suddenly it dawned on him. Previously, every time Hu Eryi returned from sea fishing, he returned laden with catches. Villagers praised him as a master angler. But now, it seemed not entirely accurate. Hu Eryi was enjoying himself. Now I can return to the village with great pride. With that thought, Hu Eryi called out to Li Rue, Rue-zi, you must keep your promise. Hu Eryi, you can rest assured. I will certainly uphold my promise, Li Rue assured with a gesture. Subsequently, Li Rue, Junzi, and Guogua continued to catch fish incessantly. Hu Eryi, watching from a distance, was utterly astonished. My goodness, are they three truly defying the odds today? Hu Eryi marveled. Guogua giggled, Daddy, fishing is so easy. Hearing this, Hu Eryi nearly choked. A little child over 3 years old caught more fish than he did. Who could he complain to? Rue-gu, I've never had such luck fishing before. I don't know what is happening, but today, everything seems to be going splendidly. Junzi expressed with unexpected delight. Just good fortune, Li Rue chuckled. He had no intention of revealing the secret of the lucky fishing rod. No sooner had he spoken than he spotted a large huangyu swimming around his bait. Oh my, a huangyu. This species is extraordinarily expensive. A huangyu weighing around 1 pound typically costs about 600, while one weighing approximately 1.5 pounds can command 800 per pound. The heavier the huangyu, the more exorbitant the price. Some exceptionally large huangyu have fetched astronomical prices at auctions. Hurry and bite. Li Rue's eyes fixated on the huangyu, fervently wishing it would take the bait. However, the cautious huangyu sniffed the bait and resolutely refrained from biting. Rue-gu, I caught an 8-pound bass. Come quickly. Junzi shouted excitedly. What extraordinary luck today. The bait was barely cast before a fish bit. It's quite astonishing. Is there perhaps some mysterious force orchestrating all this? Silence. Li Rue commanded, not sparing a glance at Junzi. At that moment, all his focus was on the large huangyu. He had no time to acknowledge the bass that Junzi had caught. In the distance, Hu Eryi watched in envy as Junzi reeled in another 8-pound bass, his eyes burning with jealousy. Oh fish, why won't you bite my hook? Hu Eryi muttered, furrowing his brow. Rue-gu, what's wrong? Junzi questioned, puzzled. Silence. Li Rue's expression darkened. Chapter 60. It's all right for her to speak. My goodness, what a massive bass. Hu Eryi's eyes nearly bulged from his head as he completely lost his composure. He was not far from Junzi, who was continuously landing large fish. Meanwhile, he had not even seen a glimpse of one. Guogua clapped her hands, exclaiming, Uncle Junzi, you're amazing. The commotion Guogua caused was quite significant, but Li Rue paid it no mind. Guogua, be quiet. Junzi shot a disapproving glare at her. It's fine for her to speak, Li Rue interjected. Junzi was taken aback, questioning why there was a double standard. Meanwhile, Li Rue successfully dragged the large huangyu from the water. Is that a huangyu? Upon witnessing this, Hu Eryi tossed his fishing rod onto the shore and hurriedly approached Li Rue, his gaze fixated on the large huangyu without blinking. It truly is a huangyu. Goodness, this one must weigh at least 3 to 4 pounds. Hu Eryi exclaimed, stretching his neck in awe. Upon hearing this, Junzi held his breath. Could it really be a huangyu? They are quite rare and difficult to catch nowadays. He peered into the water and confirmed the presence of the large huangyu. Indeed, it was a huangyu. The size of this large yellow croaker is quite impressive. Junzi's eyes widened in astonishment. Taking a deep breath, he whispered, Rue-gu, you drag it towards the shore, and I will scoop it up with the net. Li Rue slowly began to pull the large yellow croaker towards the bank. At that moment, the fish struggled fiercely, almost escaping the hook. This scene startled Li Rue considerably. He decided to let it tire itself out a bit longer, not rushing to haul it ashore. This yellow croaker must weigh over 3 jin. How much could a wild yellow croaker weighing over 3 jin sell for? Rue, let out some line, urged Hu Eryi anxiously. We can't let this big fellow get away. Li Rue focused all his attention on handling the yellow croaker. After a full 20 minutes of careful maneuvering, he slowly dragged the exhausted fish to the shore, its belly turning pale from fatigue. This time, Li Rue effortlessly brought it to the bank. Junzi quickly picked up the net and swiftly captured the yellow croaker. Even at this stage, he did not dare to be complacent. With a vigorous tug, he pulled both the net and the fish onto the shore. Rue-gu, it's up, it's up! Junzi exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms. This yellow croaker must weigh around 3.5 jin. A 3.5 jin yellow croaker could fetch at least 10,000. Hu Eryi said, trembling with excitement. While others were fishing, he too was trying his luck, pondering the stark difference in their fortunes. Is the yellow croaker a protected species? Li Rue asked, his heart racing with concern. What if wild yellow croakers were also protected? Would they have celebrated in vain? From his recollection, wild yellow croakers seemed to be protected species. This thought tightened Li Rue's chest. The yellow croaker is not a protected species, Who are ye replied with a smile. Li Rue slapped his forehead, realizing he had been reborn. Currently, wild yellow croakers were not protected, but in another decade or so, they would be. Rue, you are truly fortunate. You've caught a wild yellow croaker, Who are ye remarked with awe. Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed in Li Rue's mind, proclaiming that his luck for the day had been exhausted. Using the lucky fishing rod now will not yield any more fortune. Stunned, Li Rue had intended to press on and catch another yellow croaker, but this now seemed unrealistic. Daddy, Guogua wants to eat fish, came the crisp voice of Guogua, startling Li Rue. This remark brought to mind a classic line from a television drama in his past life. Lauimo, I want to eat fish. I'll cook some for you tonight, he said, gently patting Guogua's little face. Hee, Guogua giggled, her little tongue swirling around her mouth. Li Rue placed the yellow croaker in the net bag and began to reel in his fishing rod. Seeing this, Junzi grew anxious. Rue, what are you doing? You aren't planning to leave now, are you? Our luck is just starting. There will be other opportunities. We're not fishing anymore today. Li Rue replied as he packed up his rod. Not fishing. This is unbelievable. Rue, you just caught a large yellow croaker. While your luck is high, you should fish a little longer. Perhaps you can land another. But Li Rue remained unperturbed. Pack up. We are going home. There will be chances in the future. Even if we fish again, we likely won't catch anything good. The system just reminded me that today's luck has been exhausted. Daddy, these fish were caught by Guogua. Am I as skilled as you? Guogua pointed at the small fish in the net, beaming with pride. Indeed, Guogua is as talented as Daddy. Li Rue replied with a smile. Junzi did not argue further, well aware that once Rue made a decision, it was set in stone. Reluctantly, he began to pack up the fishing gear. Are you really leaving? Who are ye exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, we are leaving, Li Rue answered decisively. Confirming this, Who are ye hurried to a nearby spot, picked up his fishing rod, and returned to Li Rue's location, setting bait and praying, Mazu. Bless me with a yellow croaker as well. With Li Rue abandoning this prime spot, it was fortuitously freed up for him. On the way home, Li Rue asked Junzi to record a video of the yellow croaker and send it to Songling. As soon as the video was sent, Songling called. Junzi, quickly, bring that yellow croaker to my restaurant. Songling's voice was urgent. Jufu Lu was in dire need of quality ingredients, and wealthy patrons were always on the lookout for exquisite delicacies. Jufu Lu's reputation had spread far and wide, attracting affluent individuals from across the nation to savor its culinary delights. Sister, the yellow croaker wasn't caught by me. It was Rue. Junzi scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Songling immediately grasped his intent and stated plainly, Junzi, for that yellow croaker, I am willing to pay 20,000. 20,000? Junzi was taken aback by the amount, aware that yellow croakers were expensive but still shocked by such a price. My goodness, a fish weighing over 3 gene can actually fetch such an exorbitant price? This was something he had never even dared to dream of before. Songzong. Rue and I will bring the fish over shortly, Li Rue declared, taking Junzi's phone and speaking clearly. The price of 20,000 exceeded his expectations, and he had no qualms about doing a favor by selling the yellow croaker to Jufu Lu. Great, I will be waiting for you in the restaurant lobby. Songling eagerly anticipated their arrival. That phrase is called shuzhbging. Upon seeing Li Rue put away his phone, Junzi shot him a glance, hesitating to speak. Just say whatever is on your mind. Don't hold back. Li Rue knew Junzi well enough to understand his intentions. Were Guogua not present, he would have certainly expressed his thoughts. Rue, I won't take a share of the money from selling this yellow croaker. What is that phrase again? Shuzhbging? Junzi scratched his head as he spoke. During his schooling, he had not applied himself to learning. Guogua looked up at Junzi and cheerfully said, Uncle Junzi, I know. That phrase is shuzhbging. Recently, Su Xiangyue has been teaching me a few idioms. A few days ago, Guogua had just learned the idiom shuzhbging. Yes, that's it. Junzi nodded vigorously, feeling somewhat disheartened that he was outshone by Guogua. Li Rue's expression darkened, his tone growing colder. Junzi, if you think about breaking our previous agreement again, you can stop following me. Junzi shuddered in fear. Rue, no. I will follow you for life. I feel secure with you. Such talk should not be repeated, Li Rue warned. Understood. A smile broke across Junzi's face. Upon returning to the village, those who saw Junzi and Li Rue carrying several fish were filled with envy. Wow, how did you catch so many fish? Is that a yellow croaker? They gathered around, peering closely at the fish, pointing and exclaiming in awe, their astonishment echoing. Within a quarter of an hour, it was sure that everyone in Xingfu village would know of this event. Rue, how did you catch them? Teach me, uncle. An elder from the village called out. Uncle Chun, I just had good luck. There's no skill in my fishing, Li Rue replied with a smile. At that moment, Li Fong approached, holding a chicken. She intended to prepare it for her son, who had been worn out from beachcombing lately. Today, she felt it was necessary. Rui, what's going on? How did these people manage to surround you? Li Fong squeezed through the crowd, her curiosity piqued. Upon finishing her inquiry, she noticed Li Rui, Air Junzi, and Guo Guo with their catch of fish. So many fish. Among them were a Yenwei band and a large Huangyu. Li Fong's mouth dropped open in amazement. Mom, we caught some fish. Later you must take a few home to eat, Li Rui said with a smile. As they spoke, they entered the house. Li Fong laughed heartily, saying, there are so many fins on the fish. Your father and I are not accustomed to eating fish. What a waste it would be for them to go uneaten. Selling them is the practical choice. Mom, I know what you are thinking. After a lifetime of hardship, you are reluctant to indulge. What have you gained in this life? You must take a few home later, Li Rui insisted. All right then, Li Fong laughed, realizing her son had grown up and now cared for her feelings. Air Junzi noticed the chicken Li Fong was holding and asked, Auntie, why do you have a chicken? With a beaming smile, Li Fong replied, this is for you and Rui to replenish your strength. You both have been exhausted these past few days. Just as she finished speaking, Guoguo's bright voice chimed in. Grandma, Guoguo wants to eat chicken. Guoguo wants chicken legs. Okay, Grandma will slaughter the chicken for you, Li Fong said, affectionately patting Guoguo's round little head. Mom, you arrived just in time. Please keep an eye on Guoguo. Soon Xiangyue will be back, and Air Junzi and I need to sell these fish. Li Rui explained, as they needed to hurry to Song Ling, who was waiting for them. The fresher the fish, the more valuable they were. Li Fong urged them to go quickly, saying, hurry up and sell them while they are still alive. Children, I will watch over things here. I will send your father over. He can look after the child while I cook. The elderly couple might not have many skills, but they could do their part for their son. Guoguo quickly exclaimed, Daddy, I want a Barbie doll. When I come back, I will bring you a Barbie doll, Li Rui said, pinching Guoguo's little nose. Moments later, Li Rui mounted his family's tricycle, carrying Air Junzi, and they sped out of the house. However, at that moment, Yu Tao rushed over, arms wide open to block the tricycle. Li Rui furrowed his brow slightly, but soon relaxed, smiling as he asked, Uncle Yu, is there something you need? They were all from the same village, and maintaining a pleasant demeanor was essential. Air Junzi's expression darkened as he glared at Yu Tao, recognizing him as the unscrupulous seafood dealer from Xingfu village. Rui, I just heard you caught a large Huangyu. Is that true? Yu Tao asked, moving closer to the tricycle and peering into the back. Upon seeing the fish, he was momentarily stunned. Wow, so many fish. And there is indeed a large Huangyu. Yes, it is true, Li Rui replied with a smile. Rui, sell these fish to your Uncle Yu. I promise I will give you a good price this time. Yu Tao urged, his eyes gleaming with greed. The more expensive the catch, the greater his profit margins. These fish already have owners, Li Rui smirked. Well aware of Yu Tao's intentions. You think I don't know how greedy you are? Yu Tao, sensing the rejection, became agitated. Rui, we are from the same village. If you don't sell these fish to me, how can you sell them to outsiders? I will give you 12,000 for that large Huangyu. In Yu Tao's mind, such an offer would surely tempt Li Rui. Before Li Rui could respond, Air Junzi, standing on the tricycle, chuckled. What are you dreaming about? Uncle, these fish are already promised to someone else. They are waiting for me. I won't discuss this any further. With that, Li Rui revved the throttle, and the tricycle sped away. Rui, if you think the price is too low, we can negotiate, Yu Tao called after them, but soon found himself left far behind. Upon reaching Chen Xiong's house, Yu Tao squatted down, gasping for breath. Uncle, what happened? Chen Xiong asked as he emerged from his door. I was chasing after that kid Li Rui, Yu Tao replied, still catching his breath. He just caught a large Huangyu weighing 3 to 4 jin. I wanted him to sell it to me, but he refused and is now selling it in town. What? Li Rui caught a 3 to 4 jin Huangyu? Su Longji hurriedly rushed out from her living room. Yu Tao nodded. Su Longji slapped her thigh in frustration, exclaiming, why does all the good fortune fall to Li Rui? It's just a large Huangyu. What's so impressive about that? Chen Xiong added sourly, if you are so skilled, why not catch a 3 to 4 jin Huangyu yourself? Recently, Su Longji's disdain for Chen Xiong seemed to grow. Chen Xiong hung his head in silence. Yu Tao sighed, wondering why Li Rui wouldn't sell it to him. If he had sold that 3 to 4 jin Huangyu, he could have made over 1,000 yuan. About 10 minutes later, Li Rui and Air Junzi arrived at the entrance of Jufu Lu. Li Rui, Air Junzi. You are here, by Wenbin. The purchasing manager of Jufu Lu had been waiting for them for over 10 minutes and greeted them with a beaming smile. As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to each of them. Li Rui tucked the cigarette behind his ear. Air Junzi wanted to smoke too, but remembering that Guoguo disliked the smell of smoke, he also placed it behind his ear. That little one would surely complain that Uncle Air Junzi smelled bad if she caught a whiff. Manager Bai, please take a look at the fish we brought, Li Rui said, glancing at the back of the tricycle. Li Rui, don't call me that. I am just a worker. You can call me Wenbin. We will be interacting frequently, so let's not be so formal. Bai Wenbin laughed heartily. Li Rui pondered for a moment and agreed. As Bai Wenbin approached, he gazed into the tricycle's cargo area. Wow, that's a huge base. This base must weigh around 7 to 8 jin. And their SA Yinwei band too? At that moment, Bai Wenbin was searching for the large Huangyu. Upon spotting it, he exclaimed, indeed, this is a 3 to 4 jin Huangyu. He looked up at Li Rui, giving him a thumbs up, praising, Li Rui, you are truly impressive. I respect you. He, too, was an avid fisher, usually going night fishing due to his daytime job. So far, he had never seen anyone catch such a large Huangyu. At that moment, Song Ling, dressed in a fitted suit and high heels, stepped out, saying, let me see the Huangyu quickly. Sister, it's over there, Junzi pointed. As Song Ling laid eyes on the large Huangyu, her face lit up with delight. After weighing it in the kitchen, they discovered that the Huangyu weighed exactly 3 jin and 6 liang. The base weighed 32 jin and 8 liang, the sardines 9 jin and 6 liang, the Shi Jiugong 7 jin and 5 liang, and the Yinwei band 4 jin and 3 liang. In Song Ling's office, she began calculating the prices using her calculator. The Huangyu was priced at 20,000, the base at 32 jin and 8 liang at 35 each, totaling 148. The sardines at 9 jin and 6 liang for 25 each, totaling 240. The Shi Jiugong at 7 jin and 5 liang for 100 each, totaling 750. And the Yinwei band at 4 jin and 3 liang for 500 each, totaling 150. The grand total was 288. Looking up at Li Rui, Song Ling smiled and said, I will give you 300. What do you think? Hearing this figure, Junzi's expression became quite exaggerated. They had earned over 20,000 this afternoon from fishing. That was extraordinary. Converting it to a tenth, it amounted to 430. Manager Song, I trust your judgment. Li Rui replied with a smile. Conducting business with Song Ling, a prominent figure, is exceedingly gratifying. Not only is she magnanimous, but she also possesses a generous spirit. As for you Tao from their village, let us not delve into that. It would only dampen my mood. Holding the invoice, I proceeded to the finance office to collect the payment. Song Ling rose from her chair and placed an invoice before Li Rui. Time and again, Li Rui has managed to procure excellent goods, which has garnered Song Ling's respect for him. Song Zong, regarding the pearls, could you inquire about them at your convenience? Li Rui took the invoice and smiled at Song Ling. Upon hearing Li Rui mention the pearls, Song Ling lightly tapped her forehead, realizing she had almost forgotten about it. She looked at Li Rui and continued, I have already inquired about the pearls. A friend of mine plans to visit tomorrow. Please bring the pearls along and let her take a look. If the price is right, you may sell them. If not, we can discuss it further. What do you think? Naturally, Li Rui could not refuse. All right. He had no alternative routes available. Li Rui, you go to the finance office to collect the money. I need to have a private chat with my brother, Song Ling expressed, wishing to discuss something confidential. Okay, you two chat, Li Rui replied, taking the invoice and heading to the finance office. At that moment, only Song Ling and Junzi remained in the office. Junzi grinned and said, Sister, isn't my brother Rui impressive? Song Ling playfully patted Junzi on the back. Be serious. Tell me, do you and Li Rui still play cards? Not anymore. Both my brother Rui and I have quit gambling, Junzi replied. Hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Song Ling's face. Let me ask you again. How much does Li Rui pay you for working with him? Junzi proudly lifted his head and declared, I earn a 10% share working with my brother Rui. Today, I made 24.30 while fishing. Song Ling was somewhat surprised. She hadn't anticipated Li Rui to be so generous. Your brother Rui treats you well, she thought to herself, feeling content that her brother was doing well alongside Li Rui. Of course, my brother Rui is like my reborn parents, Junzi said with a huff. Song Ling playfully tapped Junzi's head twice. Can you be serious? If he is your reborn parent, what should I call him? Understanding this, Song Ling resolved to assist Li Rui more in the future, primarily because of her brother, Junzi. Upon exiting Jufu Lu, Li Rui immediately transferred the 2,430 yuan to Junzi. Brother Rui, let's go out for a grand feast. Li Rui rubbed his hands together, grinning. My mother is cooking at home, Li Rui stated, then turned to Junzi, reminding him, Junzi, save this money well. We big men shouldn't keep asking our families for money. One day, you'll need to marry and have children. He genuinely regarded Junzi as his younger brother. Their bond had spanned over a decade. Marry and have children? Can I do that? Junzi scratched his head, feeling somewhat insecure. In this day and age, the costs of marriage and parenthood are substantial. The bride price, the 3 golden gifts, along with the expenses for the wedding banquet, and other miscellaneous costs. Just thinking about it made Junzi's head spin. As they spoke, They hopped onto a tricycle, and Li Rue said, Junzi, as long as you stick with me, I promise you will find a wife. Upon hearing this, Junzi immediately regained confidence. Brother Rue, I believe you. Junzi, don't spend money recklessly. We will spend wisely on what is necessary, but refrain from unnecessary expenditures, Li Rue advised as he rode the tricycle to a large supermarket. Entering the supermarket, Li Rue headed to the toy section, selecting a Barbie doll. He purchased a large pink Barbie for over 100 yuan. Brother Rue, you are so thoughtful. When we came, Guogua asked you to buy a Barbie doll, and I completely forgot, Junzi said cheerfully. That is my daughter. How could I forget a promise made to her? Li Rue's eyes sparkled with hope for the future. Life was improving, and the day he could clear his debts was drawing near. Previously, he had borrowed a total of 218,000 yuan online due to gambling. He had repaid 8,000 in the last installment and intended to pay back more this time. Living debt-free felt liberating. Being shackled by debt always made him feel as if he were bound and unable to move freely. Upon returning home, before Li Rue could even park the tricycle, Guogua came running with her little legs, calling out, Daddy, Daddy. Her face radiated pure joy. Guogua, don't go over there. Guogua was ecstatic, but Li Dafu, who was watching over her, was alarmed and hurried after her. If Guogua were to trip and fall, he would feel deeply distressed and guilty. Soon, he caught up with Guogua and stopped her. Why aren't you listening, little one? Li Dafu scolded affectionately. The little one paid no heed to Li Dafu's words. She waved at Li Rue repeatedly, asking, Daddy, where's my Barbie doll? Li Rue parked the tricycle, approached Guogua, bent down, and gently patted her backside, saying, Next time you see the tricycle, be careful, all right? Got it. Guogua nodded like a little chick pecking at grain, then looked up at Li Rue with hopeful eyes, exclaiming, Daddy, where's Guogua's Barbie doll? Just then, Junzi jumped down from the tricycle's compartment, holding the Barbie doll and presenting it to Guogua. Tada! He exclaimed while waving the doll. Upon seeing the Barbie, Guogua's eyes lit up instantly. She opened her short arms and embraced the Barbie doll tightly. So beautiful. Guogua adored it immensely, unwilling to let go, pressing her little face against the fluffy doll. Dinner is ready. Wash your hands. At that moment, Li Fong peeked her head out of the kitchen, calling to everyone. Su Xiangyue emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of stir-fried chicken. She had returned early, at 6 o'clock, and helped Li Fong with some vegetable preparations. Despite Li Fong's repeated suggestions for her to rest, she had declined each time. It smells so good. Guogua sniffed the air and, clutching her Barbie doll, followed closely behind Su Xiangyue. Let your father take you to wash your hands. Su Xiangyue glanced back. Li Dafu approached, took Guogua's hand, and led her to the restroom. Soon, everyone took their seats at the table. The table was adorned with stir-fried chicken, sauteed oysters, fried lotus root slices, and a flavorful seafood soup. Junzi, your aunt's cooking isn't great. You should take more, Li Fong said with a smile. Aunt, your cooking is fantastic, far better than my mom's. I absolutely love your dishes. Junzi replied, picking up a piece of lotus root and enjoying it heartily, exclaiming, So delicious. Li Fong's smile widened. Li Rue remained silent, lifting a chicken leg with his chopsticks, just as Li Dafu, sitting at the head of the table, suddenly swatted the chicken leg from Li Rue's chopsticks. Dad, what are you doing? Li Rue was taken aback. Li Dafu, with a stern face, declared, The chicken leg is for Guogua. You can't have it. Before he finished speaking, he placed the chicken leg into Guogua's small bowl, which was adorned with cheerful images of happy sheep and gray wolf. He then looked at Guogua, adopting a tender expression. Guogua, you were just shouting for a chicken leg. Grandpa has put it in your bowl. Eat up. Give it to Daddy, Guogua chirped back. Daddy doesn't want to eat. You eat it, Li Dafu bent down, smiling broadly at Guogua. He then turned to Li Rue, frowning as he asked, Don't you like chicken legs? Li Rue was speechless. Yet, he smiled at Guogua, saying, Grandpa is right. Daddy doesn't have a taste for chicken legs. I was just trying to give it to Guogua. Please, enjoy it. Guogua nodded vigorously. Having spoken, she finally grasped the chicken leg with her tiny hands and began to gnaw at it heartily. How delightful. Hee. Guogua laughed joyfully. Junzi stifled a laugh, nearly causing himself internal injury. At that moment, he wished to tell his brother Rue, Brother Rue, I think you were a gift from your father for topping up his phone. Su Xiangyue looked at Li Rue with a smile. Li Fong then placed a piece of chicken breast into Li Rue's bowl, urging him to eat. After this little interlude, everyone resumed their meal. Once dinner was over, Junzi bid farewell to the group and hopped onto his little electric scooter. Junzi, don't rush off. I have a few words to say to you. Li Rue called out as he stepped out of the living room into the yard. Brother Rue, what's up? Junzi asked, puzzled. Li Rue approached and advised. Don't spend your money frivolously. The money I sent you should be saved. If you feel the urge to spend, keep a little for yourself, but let most of it be managed by your mother. Heir Junzi's mother was a frugal and diligent woman. With her managing the finances, Li Rui felt reassured. Brother Rui, I'll keep 500 and let my mom save the rest, Heir Junzi replied with a grin after a moment's thought. All right, Li Rui waved his hand. You can go now. Remember to come by early tomorrow. We'll head to your sister's together. Heir Junzi acknowledged and rode away on his electric scooter. After dinner, Su Xiangyue helped Guoguo wipe her mouth. Guoguo raised her right hand and exclaimed, Daddy, Mommy, I want to play at the beach. Can you take me? Let's go. Li Rui took Guoguo's right hand. Seeing this, Su Xiangyue took her left hand. The family of three headed towards the beach. Upon reaching their doorstep, Li Rui turned back and said, Mom, leave the dishes there. I'll wash them when I return. I'm not going to the sea tonight. In the kitchen, Li Fang pretended she hadn't heard him and continued washing the dishes. Li Dafu was busy wiping down the table. Xingfu village was very close to the sea. Before long, Li Rui, Su Xiangyue, and Guoguo arrived at the seaside. Old Hu, why haven't you gone home yet? Li Rui spotted Old Hu still at the spot where he had been fishing. He approached to see how many fish Old Hu had caught. Old Hu hurriedly pulled in his fishing line and packed up his gear. How embarrassing. After nearly 2 hours, he had only caught a minuscule fish. Old Hu, let me see how many you caught, Li Rui inquired as he stepped closer. Old Hu remained silent, picking up his gear and net, heading homeward. At that moment, Li Rui noticed that Old Hu had only 3 fish in his bag, 2 of which he had purchased from him. The remaining one was scarcely the length of a finger. Realizing this, Li Rui understood why Old Hu had ignored him. Upon seeing him, he hastily packed his gear and retreated home. Daddy, Mommy, there's a bulging thing here. Come look, Guoguo exclaimed, removing her shoes and squatting on the beach. Pointing excitedly. Soon, Li Rui and Su Xiangyue reached Guoguo's side and squatted down beside her. What is this? Guoguo asked curiously. Li Rui examined closely and deduced what the bulging object was. He dug into the sand, picked up a cat's eye snail, and squeezed it hard, causing the water inside to splash everywhere, drenching Guoguo's face. Ah! Guoguo cried out, waving her hands at the air in front of her. Chapter 64, a surprise for you. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 300 points. You can purchase anything from the system at any time. The host now has a total of 88 points. The system's voice echoed in Li Rui's mind. He had long grown accustomed to it. While other systems would announce points immediately upon receipt, his sometimes experienced delays. Daddy, you are so naughty, Guoguo shouted. Moments later, her eyes widened in curiosity as she gazed at the cat's eye snail in Li Rui's hand. The cat's eye snail is a marine mollusk named for its shell. Resembling a cat's eye, when relaxed, its flesh lies flat on the beach, but upon sensing danger, it rapidly retracts into its shell. When one squeezes it, the flesh squirts water in all directions. Daddy, this is so much fun. Let me try? Guoguo reached for the cat's eye snail in Li Rui's hand, squeezing it with all her might, but it barely reacted. Seeing this, Guoguo looked up at Li Rui in confusion. Daddy, why isn't it spraying water like before? Li Rui smiled and explained, this is called a cat's eye snail. The one in your hand was just squeezed by me. So it sensed danger and most of its body has retreated into its shell. That's why it didn't squirt water when you squeezed it again. Squeezing cat's eye snails is particularly stress relieving. I want to give it another squeeze. Oh, I see. This cat's eye snail isn't fun anymore, Guoguo said, placing the snail back onto the sand. Look, there's another cat's eye snail. Li Rui discovered another one by his feet. Upon hearing this, Guoguo quickly shuffled her little body to the new snail. She felt a bit scared and timidly pointed at it, asking, Daddy, will it bite? No. You can take it without worry, Li Rui chuckled. Knowing that the cat's eye snail wouldn't bite, Guoguo gingerly picked it up. Then, she squeezed it tightly. With a hissing sound, the snail squirted water in all directions while its body rapidly retracted into its shell. This is so much fun, Guoguo exclaimed, giggling with delight. Mommy, there's another cat's eye snail. Su Xiangyue picked one up and squeezed it, causing it to squirt water everywhere. The sunset bathed the faces of the three in a rosy glow, and their smiles never faded. Suddenly, Guoguo picked up a cat's eye snail and presented it to Li Rui, squeezing it hard, and the resulting spray drenched his face. Haha. This scene sent Guoguo into fits of laughter. Li Rui wiped his face and, following suit, picked up a cat's eye snail, squeezing it to spray water all over Guoguo. Before long, Su Xiangyue joined in the water fight. The family of three enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Just then, Sister Hohot called out to Li Rui from the shore, Rui-zi, are you going to the sea tonight? She wished to follow him. Recently, Li Rui had been exceptionally lucky, and she was envious. Rui-zi, stop playing and hurry to the sea. Aunt Hua beside her chimed in. Many villagers were eager to accompany Li Rui to the sea, hoping to share in his bounty. Sister Hohot, Aunt Hua, I'm taking a break tonight. Li Rue had no desire to be like a donkey endlessly turning the millstone, having gone to the sea with Air Junzi in the morning and fished in the afternoon. He had no intention of going again that evening. What's the point of earning money if it costs your life? Hearing that Li Rue wasn't going to the sea tonight, Sister Ho-Hot and Aunt Hua sighed repeatedly. As time passed and darkness fell, just as they had arrived, Li Rue and Su Xiangyue held Guoguo's hands on either side as they walked home. Daddy, Mommy, tomorrow Guoguo will give you a surprise, Guoguo said, tilting her head to glance at Li Rue and Su Xiangyue, pretending to be mysterious. What surprise? Su Xiangyue asked, filled with curiosity. Guoguo pouted and replied, I can't tell you or Daddy now, you'll find out tomorrow. At this moment, Guoguo had conceived an idea. Tomorrow, there would be an art class, and she planned to create a vibrant illustration of her parents holding her hands against the backdrop of a setting sun. Her father was eagerly anticipating this. Li Rue, with a smile, remarked as they reached the doorstep, where they coincidentally encountered Li Rue's parents. Li Fang was preparing to lock the door. Nai, yi. Guoguo waved her small hand and hurriedly exclaimed, I was just playing with Ba and Mama on the beach, searching for cat's eye snails. They are so much fun, they squirt water. As long as Guoguo enjoys it, Li Defu squatted down to gently caress Guoguo's little face. Li Rue then spoke, Xiangyu, please take Guoguo home first. Su Xiangyu nodded and took Guoguo's hand, leading her into the living room. Ma, here is 2,000 yuan for you. Li Rue pulled out the money he had prepared in advance and firmly placed it in his mother's hands. Ruizi, what are you doing? Your father and I are not short of money. Take it back. Li Fang feigned anger, yet her heart brimmed with joy and sweetness. Realizing her son had grown up and understood how to care for them, Li Rue calmly replied, Ma, please listen to me. If it weren't for you and Dad supporting Xiangyu and me all these years, she might have left me long ago. This money is a token of my gratitude. Use it to buy something nice to eat, or perhaps a couple of new outfits. After saying this, Li Rue dashed into his home and locked the door behind him. Ruizi, come back. Li Fang called out loudly, but with a sigh, she accepted the 2,000 yuan, thinking, since that little rascal wishes to give us some money, it is a gesture of his filial piety, we shall accept it. Li Defu chimed in, though not one for many words. He too felt a stirring in his heart. Ma, you and Dad should head back now. It's getting late and dark. Please be careful on the road. Li Rue turned and waved his hand. Reluctantly, Li Fang tucked the 2,000 yuan into her pocket. Upon turning around, tears welled up in her eyes. Wife, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Li Defu asked, puzzled. It's just that I am moved. In the past, we always supported Ruizi, and now he understands gratitude and gives us money. Li Fang wiped away her tears. Li Defu took a deep breath and couldn't help but express, indeed. Ruizi has matured. We have finally endured hardship and are now enjoying the rewards. Upon returning to the living room, before Li Rue could speak, Su Xiangyu, with great understanding, said, I know you just gave money to your parents. It is only right, as they have contributed so much to our family. You are truly wonderful. Li Rue exclaimed as he embraced Su Xiangyu. Chapter 65, Settling Accounts. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door, causing Li Rue to feel slightly annoyed. He coldly asked, who is it? It's Uncle Yu. Yu Tao stood at the door with a cheerful expression. Chun Xiong and Su Lanji, waiting nearby, anticipated accompanying Li Rue to the beach that night. Moments later, Li Rue opened his door. Uncle Yu, what brings you here so late? Li Rue inquired with curiosity. Come in and let us talk. Yu Tao waved the cigarettes and liquor he held, 2 packs of Hua cigarettes and a bottle of Shangxi Fingio, displaying a friendly attitude. Seeing what Yu Tao brought, Li Rue understood the situation. This old fellow was likely hoping to buy the seafood he caught in the future. It was somewhat amusing. Previously, villagers would bring gifts to this old man to ensure he offered a fair price when purchasing their seafood. Now, he was visiting Li Rue in the middle of the night to present gifts. Come in. Li Rue, not wanting to send him away directly, thought it better to be polite. Entering the living room, Su Xiangyu poured a cup of tea for Yu Tao. Uncle Yu, please have some tea. Su Xiangyu politely placed the cup beside Yu Tao. He waved his hand, then turned to Li Rue and got straight to the point. Ruizi, in the future, if you catch anything good, sell it to Uncle, all right? After speaking, he placed the cigarettes and liquor on the table. This is a small token of my appreciation. Uncle Yu, what are you saying? You are the only seafood vendor in our village. How can you say that? Li Rue smiled. Most of us rely on you for our livelihood. His words left Yu Tao feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yu Tao managed a forced smile. Ruizi, you are different. You are sharp-minded. Uncle sincerely wants to buy the seafood you catch in the future, and I assure you the price will satisfy you. Uncle, I genuinely wish to agree. But I have a contract with a restaurant in town, and I cannot afford the penalty for breaking it. Li Rue feigned an intention to comply with Yu Tao's request. At this point, Yu Tao understood the situation. All right then, it's getting late. You and Xiang Yu should get some rest. I'll be heading back. He picked up the cigarettes and liquor and exited. Damn, this monopolistic fish vendor is truly pathetic, Li Rui muttered after Yu Tao left. Su Xiangyu chuckled lightly. In the past, villagers would bring gifts to Uncle Yu, but tonight he actually came to our house to offer us gifts. Li Rui scoffed. Uncle Yu is not a benevolent man. He has his own agenda. I will not sell him anything good. Take the large yellow croaker, for instance. He tried to play the emotional card, offering to buy it for 12,000, while Song Ling, Erjun's sister, immediately offered 20,000. After leaving Li Rui's home, Yu Tao was seething with rage. Spotting Chen Xiong and Su Lanji still lurking nearby, he coldly remarked, "Why are you still here? Uncle, come, have a smoke." Chen Xiong stepped forward, offering a cigarette. As Yu Tao began to smoke, Chen Xiong smiled and said, "My wife and I are waiting for Li Rui to go to the beach. I bet you've heard how lucky he has been lately." The mere mention of Li Rui's name irritated Yu Tao. "Don't mention Li Rui to me." Before he could finish, he angrily walked towards the village head. His home was at the village entrance, while Li Rui's was at the end. It was only a 3-minute walk. It was clear that Yu Tao had suffered a setback at Li Rui's house. Su Lanji, munching on sunflower seeds, approached, embodying the role of a bystander. Chen Xiong couldn't help but express, "Wife, I have to hand it to Li Rui, who in our village speaks to Uncle Yu without courtesy. Everyone hopes for a better price for their seafood, yet Li Rui managed to make Uncle Yu look foolish. In the past, when he brought his seafood to town, no one would buy from his family. He had even tried setting up a stall, but it hadn't gone well. Yueliang Island was relatively isolated, making it difficult for islanders to conduct business with those from the mainland. All of this stemmed from the high costs involved. Indeed, Su Lanji agreed with Chen Xiong, sharing her grievances about Yu Tao, as he always offered low prices. A chill breeze swept through, causing Chen Xiong to sniffle. He gazed at Li Rui's house and murmured, "When is Li Rui going to the beach tonight?" No sooner had he spoken than he saw Li Rui. "Wife, Li Rui is coming out." Chen Xiong appeared excited. Su Lanji was alert, but in the next moment, they saw Li Rui lock his door. In rural households, doors are secured from the inside at night. During the day, they are locked from the outside, unlike urban apartments. "He locked the door," Su Lanji whispered. "Why did he lock it? Is he not going to the beach tonight?" Chen Xiong expressed disappointment. Li Rui returned to his bedroom, where Guo insisted on hearing a story from him. "I will tell you a story, my dear." Li Rui smiled and said, "Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and within that mountain stood a temple where an old monk resided. Before long, Guo had drifted off to sleep. At that moment, Li Rui took the initiative to address Su Xiangyue, saying, 'My dear, today, Junzi and I sold fish, earning a total of 24,300. Junzi took his 10%, which amounted to 2,430. I gave our parents 2,000. Thus, what's left is 21,870. Upon hearing this figure, Su Xiangyue was taken aback. Why is there so much? Fishing can actually yield such profits. This shattered her previous understanding. Today, Junzi and I were fortunate. I caught a large yellow croaker that sold for a full 20,000. Li Rui continued. Li Rui, tell me honestly, how much do you still owe? Su Xiangyue fixed her gaze on Li Rui's eyes, understanding that without trust, their life together would be difficult. After a moment of contemplation, Li Rui replied, I still owe 210,000 in online loans. Upon saying this, he quickly grasped Su Xianyue's hand and reassured her, Dear, please rest assured. I will repay this amount as soon as possible. I believe in you, she responded, not blaming him, but instead comforting him. Everyone makes mistakes. Do not be too hard on yourself. Who hasn't faced obstacles in life? United as a couple, our lives will surely improve. By the way, dear, this morning, Junzi and I went to the shore and collected a heap of oysters. We discovered over 30 pearls among them, Li Rui recalled. What? Su Xianyue exclaimed. Before she could finish her sentence, Guo, who had been sleeping on the bed, furrowed her brow and turned over. Noticing this, Su Xianyue quickly lowered her voice. Li Rui, your luck is astonishing. If we sell the pearls tomorrow, I estimate I can repay half of my debts. Li Rui smiled. The thought of his online loans made him want to give himself a slap. Without those debts, he could have gone to the city tomorrow to buy a pickup truck. That's wonderful. Su Xianyue sighed in relief, as Li Rui's loans had been a constant source of distress for her, affecting her sleep and appetite, though she had kept it to herself. Chapter 66. I won't let her lose. Su Xianyue struggled momentarily before picking up her phone from the bedside. What are you doing with the phone? Aren't you going to sleep? You have work tomorrow, Li Rui asked, puzzled by her unusual behavior at this hour. Without replying, Su Xianyue tapped a few buttons on her phone. Shortly after, Li Rui's phone chimed, notifying him of a deposit of 40,000. What's going on? Li Rui was somewhat bewildered. Upon checking, he realized that Su Xianyue had just transferred him 40,000. He looked up abruptly, staring intently at her. Dear, why did you send me such a large sum? With a gentle smile, she replied, this money is for you to repay your online loans. I secretly saved 50,000 and am giving you 40. I will keep the remaining 10 as a backup. Li Rui hesitated to accept this money, intending to return the 40,000 to Su Xiangyue. However, just as he was about to do so, Su Xiangyue pressed down on his hand and phone. Don't transfer the money back. We are a family, and I want you to repay your online loans as soon as possible. A debt-free life is a light one. I understand this principle, Su Xiangyue said earnestly, looking into his eyes. Li Rui's eyes glistened with emotion. Dear, you are truly wonderful. This is what I should do. I was willing to transfer my savings to you because I have seen the changes in you these days and the hope you embody. Please do not let me down. She teased lightly, wanting to alleviate any psychological burden he might have. As a family, we should work together and unite our hearts. I will not let you down. Li Rui replied with unwavering determination, realizing how fortunate he was to have such a supportive wife. At that moment, Li Rui suddenly recalled an incident from a few days prior when his mother-in-law had asked him to lend her money, which he had declined. She must have approached his wife first, and at the time, it seemed his wife had not lent her any money. This thought struck a chord deep within him. Li Rui, sleep now. Do not put too much pressure on yourself. We will work hard together, and our future will surely be bright, Su Xiangyue said softly. Li Rui closed his eyes, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. At the entrance of Li Rui's home, Chen Xiong and Su Longji were shivering like two old men in the cold. They had not yet departed. Damn it. Li Rui is really not going to the shore tonight, Chen Xiong grumbled. Li Rui is so unambitious. He has been lucky lately by not going to the shore. Isn't he wasting his good fortune? Su Longji looked dejected. With that, they set off towards the shore, as their family relied heavily on fishing for their livelihood. During the current closed fishing season, a day without going to sea meant no income. The next morning, Li Rui rose quietly from bed at 7 o'clock. Guo and Su Xiangyue were sound asleep, oblivious to any noise. In the kitchen, Li Rui prepared seafood noodles, starting by handling the ingredients, taking out a piece of halibut and a few small crabs from the fridge. He cleaned the halibut and removed the gills from the crabs. Then rinsed the crabs and some greens. After heating oil in the pan, he stir-fried the ingredients. In no time, he had prepared a pot of delicious seafood noodles, the aroma wafting throughout the kitchen. Li Rui inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful scent. At 7:30, the family of three sat down at the dining table. Guoguo's large eyes were half open and half closed. Daddy, when will we have a holiday? She asked, having only been in school for 2 days and already longing for a break, reminiscent of Li Rui's childhood. Just 3 more days until the holiday, Li Rui replied, ruffling Guoguo's little head. How long is 3 days? She pouted, her curiosity evident. Li Rui patiently explained it again. But Guoguo still struggled to grasp the concept of 3 days. Come on, eat. If you don't, Mommy will eat your share, Su Xiangyue said, extending her chopsticks towards Guoguo's bowl. The little one was quite protective of her food. She picked up her small chopsticks, expertly twirling the noodles, and slurped them down in one go. After breakfast, Su Xiangyue left for work, while Guoguo headed to kindergarten. Just as Li Rui was about to clean the dishes, his phone buzzed. Li Rui, my friend will arrive at my office at 9. Bring the oyster pearls with you and try to arrive around that time. It was a call from Songling. The previous day, after hearing from Air Junzi that Li Rui shared profits with him, she had taken a keen interest in Li Rui's affairs. Last night, before going to sleep, she had called her friend Qin Yu, asking her to be straightforward. Qin Yu understood immediately and promised to provide a reasonable price the next day. Song, I appreciate it. Air Junzi and I will definitely arrive before 9. Li Rui responded excitedly. His mother had mentioned that the oyster pearls could fetch a significant sum, though he was uncertain of the exact amount. The anticipation heightened his excitement. All right, I will wait for you in my office, Song Ling concluded before hanging up. After washing the dishes, while Li Rui was wiping down the living room table, Air Junzi arrived on his electric bike. Brother Rui, I'm here. Air Junzi entered the living room, equally exhilarated. The mystery of how much the 30-odd pearls would sell for was about to be revealed. Let me help with that, Air Junzi said, seizing the cloth from Li Rui's hands and diligently wiping the table. As he worked, he shared, Brother Rui, when I got home last night, I transferred 930 to my mom. She was shocked, thinking we had done something illegal. But when I explained the situation to her, her eyes turned red. Tears glistened in my father's eyes as he remarked that we had finally set ourselves on the right path. Air Junzi spoke of this moment with a profound sense of accomplishment. Previously, he had caused his parents much worry. But now he had secured a respectable job and earned a decent income. How could his parents not be delighted? He was determined to work diligently, with hopes of marrying and starting a family in the future. Li Rui patted Air Junzi on the shoulder. Indeed, Air Junzi nodded emphatically. In the past, he never dared to dream of marriage and children, but now he felt a flicker of confidence. A man with wealth possesses a certain assurance. This truth remains unchanged throughout the ages. Come on, Air Junzi, Li Rue called, as he picked up a small box containing oyster pearls and made his way to his yard, preparing to ride his tricycle to town. Hold on. Let me clean your dining table first, Air Junzi shouted from the living room, hastening his pace as he wiped the table. 15 minutes later, the two arrived in town. Li Rue glanced at the time and noted it was only 8:20. He looked up at Air Junzi and inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet." Air Junzi scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "I'll take you for breakfast," Li Rue said, as he rode his tricycle to a noodle shop. Air Junzi hurriedly jumped off and rushed to a nearby bank. Li Rue, puzzled by his sudden errand, asked, "What are you up to?" "Just mind your own business," Air Junzi replied. At the bank, he withdrew 1,000 yuan, intending to give it to Li Rue's mother as living expenses. Eating at Li Rue's house daily, without contributing, felt uncomfortable to him. After returning with the money, Li Rue asked, "What did you go to the bank for?" Air Junzi laughed awkwardly, avoiding the truth. "Just withdrew some cash. It feels more secure to have some on hand." As they chatted, the owner brought over a bowl of beef noodles and a steamer of dumplings. Prices on the island were higher than on the mainland. The beef noodles cost 18 yuan a bowl, and the dumplings 12 yuan a steamer. "Brother Rue, this is quite extravagant," Air Junzi said with a silly grin. They used to eat seaweed and tofu noodles, and had seldom indulged in beef noodles and dumplings. Li Rue raised his head and declared, "We're in a different situation now. We can earn money, and our lives should improve. You have the beef noodles, and I'll have the dumplings." Saying this, he pushed the bowl of noodles toward Air Junzi. "I won't hold back," Air Junzi exclaimed, eagerly picking up his chopsticks and devouring the food. Just as Li Rue lifted his chopsticks to eat a dumpling, he noticed Air Junzi's bowl was already empty. That was incredibly fast. "Air Junzi, are you a starving ghost reincarnated?" Li Rue shot him a glance, then called for another steamer of dumplings. "Brother Rue, you truly understand me," Air Junzi admitted, still unsatisfied. After finishing breakfast, Li Rue paid via scan code. Air Junzi chuckled beside him. "Brother Rue, our lives are indeed getting better. This breakfast cost us 40 or 50 yuan, something we would never have dared to do before." "Enough chatter, get in the car. We need to reach your sister's office before 9. Li Rue said as he rode his electric tricycle to the entrance of Jufu Lu. Upon entering the hall, the manager, Chen Shichong, approached them with a cheerful demeanor, offering cigarettes. As Li Rue was familiar with him, he declined politely. "Manager Chen, I've quit smoking, so please refrain from offering me any more." "Understood," Chen Shichong replied with a smile, placing a cigarette back in the box before turning to Air Junzi. "And you?" "I'm in the process of quitting as well," Air Junzi said, refusing the offer. He intended to dine at Brother Rue's home frequently, and if Guo caught a whiff of smoke on him, she would surely avoid him, branding him as the smelly uncle. Chen Shichong was somewhat astonished, internally marveling at the remarkable change in Air Junzi. "President Song is waiting for you in her office. You may go in," he said, keeping the conversation brief due to the pressing matters at hand. Moments later, the two entered Song Ling's office. Li Rue greeted her courteously, while Air Junzi, feeling quite at home, rummaged through a drawer and retrieved a box of premium Longjing tea, preparing a cup for Li Rue. "Brother Rue, have some tea," Air Junzi said with a grin. Li Rue found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to accept or decline. "Drink up. That's high-quality Longjing my friend gifted me. Let me know how it tastes," Song Ling encouraged, shooting Air Junzi a stern glance. "Why can't you behave properly?" Li Rue accepted the teacup and took a careful sip. To his surprise, the flavor was quite delightful, sweet upon the palate. "Please wait a moment. My friend will arrive shortly," Song Ling said with a smile. Just as she finished speaking, there was a knock at the office door. "Come in," she called. Soon, a tall, jewel-adorned young woman entered the room. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my friend, Qin Yu," Song Ling said, stepping between Li Rue and Qin Yu to facilitate the introduction. "This is Li Rue." "Hello," Qin Yu greeted, extending her hand to shake Li Rue's, her demeanor exceedingly friendly. Air Junzi, having met Qin Yu before, did not engage in formalities. "Please, take a seat." Song Ling gestured, positioning them at a table where they could converse face to face. "Mr. Lin, I hear you have over 30 oyster pearls. May I see them?" Qin Yu asked directly as soon as they were seated. Li Rue responded with a smile, "Of course." He carefully retrieved a small box from his pocket and placed it before Qin Yu. Air Junzi teased, "Sister Yu, do give us a fair price." Qin Yu smiled slightly. "Rest assured, I'll offer you a fair price. After all, I'm friends with your sister." Opening the box, Qin Yu examined the oyster pearls closely. Initially, her expression bore a light smile, but as she continued to assess the pearls, her smile broadened. After a considerable time, she looked up at Li Rue and said, "Mr. Lin, the quality of these oyster pearls is quite good, Only a few have significant flaws, while the rest are excellent. I can offer you 400,000 per gene for them. Upon hearing this price, Junzi became noticeably anxious, his breathing growing heavy. Li Rui was equally taken aback. And even Song Ling was surprised. Are oyster pearls really that expensive? Miss Qin, I will sell these oyster pearls to you. This price far exceeded Li Rui's expectations. The pearls weighed about 3 or 4 liang, equating to over 100,000 yuan at 400,000 per gene. But in the next moment, Li Rui felt a pang of anxiety. We don't have an electronic scale here. Before Li Rui could finish his sentence, Junzi eagerly chimed in. I'll go buy one. With that, he dashed outside. No need to trouble yourself. I have an electronic scale in my drawer, Song Ling interjected. She had purchased one specifically the night before and had brought it with her that morning. Junzi immediately gave his sister a thumbs up. Sister, you're so thoughtful. Treat me to a grand meal sometime. As Song Ling retrieved the electronic scale from her drawer, Junzi readily agreed. Of course, I will. Cautiously, Qin Yu and Li Rui placed the oyster pearls onto the electronic scale. Soon, the scale displayed 190 grams. Converting that to liang, it was 3 liang 8. At 400,000 per gene, 3 liang 8 amounted to 1,520,000. Qin Yu took out her phone, calculated the total, and announced, the price for these oyster pearls is 1,520,000. Upon hearing this figure, Junzi nearly leapt from his seat. Wow, those oyster pearls can actually sell for that much. He and brother Rui had struck it rich. Li Rui's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. Mr. Li, allow me to add you on WeChat, and I shall transfer the money to you through it. Qin Yu is engaged in the jewelry business. Having encountered substantial wealth numerous times, she maintained a composed demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, Li Rui acquiesced. Once Qin Yu connected with Li Rui on WeChat, she promptly transferred 1.52 million yuan to him. Upon receiving the funds, Li Rui was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of disbelief, as if he were ensnared in a dream. Mr. Li, should you discover any exquisite treasures in the sea in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Qin Yu remarked. Her family specializes in jewelry, and when fine jewels are in her possession, selling them at a lucrative price is never a concern, as the affluent are ever eager to acquire rare and unique artifacts. For those truly wealthy and powerful, money is merely a number. Very well, Li Rui replied with a smile, and they shook hands, solidifying their partnership. Even now, Li Rui has yet to fully grasp the reality of his situation. Upon mentally calculating, he realized he had made a profit of 12.92 million yuan after deducting all expenses. Chapter 68, Casting the Net. Junzi appeared unusually elated. Over 10,000 is about to come in. Lingling, Li Rui, I'm heading back. Qin Yu expressed her desire to return early, wishing to consult her jewelry craftsman about the potential creations from the oyster pearls she had procured. She possessed a strong intuition that once these oyster pearls were fashioned into jewelry, they would fetch a commendable price. Yuer, stay for lunch. I will have the kitchen prepare some signature dishes, and we can enjoy a bit of red wine together, Song Ling urged. Next time, Qin Yu, in her excitement, had little inclination to dine. As Qin Yu departed with enthusiasm, Li Rui turned to Song Ling and said, General Song, your commission at 5% amounts to 7,600. With that, he transferred the sum to her. I merely made a few calls. I cannot accept this money. Song Ling politely declined. General Song, without you, Junzi and I would never have sold those oyster pearls so smoothly. This money is rightfully yours, Li Rui spoke truthfully. Although oyster pearls are expensive, without suitable buyers, they cannot command a high price. Earlier, he included Junzi in the deal to strengthen his connection with Song Ling. For regardless of the era, relationships are of utmost importance. Sister, you used to say I was useless, only good at asking you for money. What do you say now? Junzi remarked, feeling quite content. Previously, when he gambled with Li Rui, most of the money spent was from his sister, leading her to look down on him, often declaring he was beyond redemption. In front of Li Rui, Song Ling seized Junzi's ear, causing him to yelp in pain. How dare you speak to me like that? Now that you've made a bit of money, you think you're all that, do you? Song Ling raised an eyebrow, increasing her grip. Sister, please let go. I was wrong. Junzi immediately complied, becoming docile. After releasing him, Song Ling admonished, keep up the good work. But you must never gamble again. Should you choose to do so, I will not intervene. Li Rui felt a pang of embarrassment, knowing Junzi's gambling habits were influenced by him. Junzi, your share amounts to 15,200, Li Rui stated as he transferred the funds. Upon hearing the notification of the transfer, Junzi dramatically embraced Li Rui's arm, exclaiming, Brother Rui, you are like my reborn parents. Song Ling, overhearing this, kicked Junzi playfully. Must you be so melodramatic? Li Rui rolled his eyes in amusement. At that moment, a voice from the system announced, Congratulations. The host has acquired 152,000 points. The total points now stand at 167,088, which can be redeemed for tools from the system at any time. Concurrently, a virtual screen appeared before Li Rue, displaying a plethora of fishing and coastal tools. Upon closer inspection, he was drawn to a white casting net that could be redeemed for 150,000 points. Damn it, why is it so expensive? Li Rue internally grumbled, suspecting the system aimed to deplete his points with such exorbitant prices. Brother Rue, I was merely using a metaphor. Junzi scratched his head awkwardly. Song Ling lightly tapped Junzi's head. Is that how you speak? If our parents heard this, what would they think? What would I think? I understand. I won't say such things again, Junzi quickly assured. General Song, Junzi and I must take our leave. Li Rue glanced at the time before continuing. He intended to find a secluded spot to purchase a lucky casting net from the system. All right, you two can go, Song Ling smiled. In the future, anything you catch in the sea can be sold here. Even small fish and shrimp, I will accept them. Witnessing her younger brother's newfound success filled her with genuine joy, primarily because he would no longer request money from her. General Song, as for the small fish and shrimp, I shall keep them for myself. I have a penchant for them. Expensive seafood is too precious for me to eat, so I'll just settle for the small ones, Li Rue responded, acknowledging her generosity. He knew that Zhu Fu Lu was an upscale restaurant known for its high-end cuisine, and small fish would be less sought after there. After leaving Zhu Fu Lu, Li Rue drove a tricycle with Junzi back to the fishing tackle shop. Junzi, please buy me 2 chicken legs. Li Rue glanced back at him. On it. Junzi leaped off the tricycle, rushing towards the supermarket. Noticing the street was deserted, Li Rue slipped into a narrow alley. Using 150,000 points, he purchased the white lucky casting net from the system. When Junzi returned and spotted the casting net in the vehicle, he expressed his surprise. Brother Rue, why did you buy a casting net? It seems rather small for catching fish in the sea. The net was indeed small, creating a limited surface area when thrown into the water. Get in. No time for chatter, Li Rue frowned. Oh, Junzi complied, climbing into the back of the tricycle. On their way back, Li Rue contemplated whether to purchase a pickup truck first or settle his debts. A pickup truck would be ideal for transporting fish and goods, providing shelter from the elements. The last time he drove the tricycle to town with Guagua, she had been shivering from the cold. Brother Rue, when we return, are we going fishing or going to the beach? Junzi eagerly inquired. Yesterday, he and his brother Rue had made an astonishing sum of 170,000 in a single day. Had he not experienced it himself, he would never have believed it. Earning 180,000 in a day translates to 5 million in a month and 7 million in a year. As he pondered, a grin broke across Junzi's face. We'll head to the beach and cast the net as well, Li Rue replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Having just acquired the lucky casting net from the system, he was eager to see what surprises it would bring. Brother Rue, perhaps we should leave the casting net behind. It seems rather impractical without a boat. We can only cast it from the shore, where the chances of catching fish are slim. Junzi expressed his thoughts. He had experience with casting nets. Using one from the shore proved ineffective. In deeper waters, among schools of fish, the results would be far more promising. I want to give it a try. Li Rue was resolute. If you wish to play, then by all means, do so. Junzi felt his brother Rue's stubbornness would only lead to disappointment. Recently, their fishing and beachcombing ventures had been quite profitable, making the use of a casting net unnecessary. Upon arriving home, Junzi jumped off the tricycle and swiftly approached Li Fong, who was washing clothes beneath a water pipe. Aunt, here is 1,000 yuan, which shall serve as my living expenses, Junzi declared, producing a 1,000 yuan note and forcefully stuffing it into Li Fong's pocket. Junzi, what are you doing? Quickly take it back. Li Fong's expression darkened. Her hands were soaked, rendering her unable to retrieve the money to return to Junzi. Stepping back a few paces, Junzi earnestly remarked, Aunt, if you do not accept this money, I shall refrain from dining at Rue Ji's home in the future. With this contribution, I can eat with peace of mind. Chapter 69, Twofold Preparation. Observing his mother wiping her hands on her clothing and rising from the small stool, Li Rue spoke up. Mother, take the money Junzi has given you. If you refuse, he will feel uncomfortable dining at our home, and besides, he is not lacking for money at the moment. Yes, 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 Junzi chimed in repeatedly. Upon hearing her son's words, Li Fong ceased her objections. She sat back down, looked at Junzi, and laughed heartily. Junzi, why are you being so formal? Junzi hastily explained, Aunt, this is not merely a matter of formality, it is a principle. If I were to dine at your home for a day or two, it would be inconsequential. But dining there every day without contributing living expenses is simply unacceptable. Hearing this, Li Fong fell silent, continuing to wash her clothes. Air Junzi, let us prepare ourselves. Shortly we shall go to the sea and cast a net to test our luck. Li Rue smiled at Air Junzi. Li Rue's foresight stemmed from the belief that it is better to be prepared. Many villagers were envious of him, eager to follow in his footsteps and gather treasures. With a throng trailing behind him and Air Junzi, even if he were to stumble upon something valuable, there would be little for him and Air Junzi to claim. Excellent. Air Junzi was somewhat impatient. At the village entrance, beneath the shade of a tree in front of Yu Tao's home, a group of individuals, spanning all ages, held sea-gathering tools, their gazes fixated on Li Rue's doorstep. Recently, fortune had favored Li Rue. Just yesterday, he had caught a sizable yellow croaker weighing 3 to 4 pounds, an impressive catch indeed. A fish of such weight could fetch a handsome sum. Seizing upon Li Rue's recent good fortune, they intended to accompany him to earn some extra money. The group chattered among themselves. Yet their eyes remained glued to Li Rue's home. Among them, Su Longji's eyes were nearly strained from staring, not once blinking. Presently, they observed Li Rue and Air Junzi emerging from the door, tools in hand, along with a fishing net. In the next moment, they rushed forward, closely following Li Rue and Air Junzi. Air Junzi glanced back in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, why are there so many people? There are even more than last time." Li Rue had anticipated this development, thus he was not overly surprised. "Why do you all keep following us?" Air Junzi asked, feeling frustrated. "Air Junzi, your words are rather displeasing to me. We merely happened to be walking behind you. When have we ever followed you?" Su Longji retorted loudly. Li Rue tugged on Air Junzi, advising him not to engage in frivolous banter with Su Longji. If they wish to follow, let them. It is beyond their concern. "Air Junzi, is this road yours?" Chen Xiong smirked. Air Junzi grew anxious. He whispered to Li Rue, "Brother Rue, what shall we do? With so many following us, how can we gather at the sea?" "We shall not go to the sea just yet." Li Rue smiled knowingly. "If we are not going to the sea, then what shall we do?" Air Junzi was taken aback. Li Rue waved the fishing net in his hand, smiling. "We shall cast a few nets." Air Junzi, somewhat speechless, replied, "Very well then." Wherever the two went, Chen Xiong and Su Longji followed. Soon, they arrived at a large rock. "Rue Zi, you are not planning to cast your net here, are you?" Li Rue's uncle, Li Dalong, asked in surprise. The others behind Li Rue also expressed their astonishment. Fishermen typically cast nets during high tide. However, Li Rue was attempting to do so at low tide. Was this not contrary to common practice? Sea gatherers would occasionally cast nets by the shore, yet in today's Xingfu village, very few engaged in such activities, not for lack of desire, but due to the meager returns. What on earth is Li Rue attempting? Chen Xiong felt agitated, having followed Li Rue in hopes of finding treasures, only to see him casting a net among the rocks, which seemed a sheer waste of his time. Su Longji whispered to Chen Xiong, "I suspect Li Rue is doing this to encourage us to leave. He does not want us trailing behind him at the sea." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong's eyes brightened. "My dear, you are clever. Let us not leave, but remain here and observe him cast his net." After speaking, Chen Xiong settled onto the rock, fixating his gaze on Li Rue. With all eyes upon him, Li Rue cast the net. Unfortunately, due to excessive force and poor aim, the net did not unfurl, clumping together and sinking into the sea. Witnessing this, Chen Xiong slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. "Li Rue, you are quite the comedian. Do you even know how to cast a net? Who casts a net like that? With a cast like yours, the net 1 spread, and if it doesn't spread, how can you catch any fish?" Li Rue's uncle, Li Dalong, shook his head in disapproval. The onlookers stifled their laughter. Some were doubled over in mirth. Even Air Junzi covered his face with his palm. "Brother Rue, let us go to the sea. Watching your net casting is unbearable." Li Rue understood that he had not fully unfurled the net. "Do not fret. Let us see if we have caught anything," he stated, swiftly pulling the net back up. Chen Xiong, a skilled fisherman, declared, "That net is clumped. It will be difficult to catch any fish." Li Dalong nodded slightly, evidently agreeing with Chen Xiong's assessment. The crowd stood on tiptoe, their eyes fixed intently on Li Rue as he retrieved the net. "There are fish. A large one," someone shouted. In the next moment, Li Rue pulled the net from the water. Within it were 7 or 8 fish, predominantly grouper, with the largest weighing a full 5 pounds. How could there be so many fish? Chen Xiong leapt up from the rock, his eyes nearly bulging as he gazed at the catch. Li Dalong was equally incredulous. "Goodness, there truly are quite a few fish. Rue Zi's luck is simply extraordinary. He casually cast the net, albeit poorly, and still managed to catch so many." Li Dalong exclaimed in astonishment. The others fell silent. "Brother Rue, you are truly remarkable." Air Junzi grinned broadly. With another pull, Li Rue drew the net onto the shore. On Yaya Island, There are clear regulations permitting the casting of small nets even during the fishing ban in this rocky area, while large nets are strictly prohibited. This policy was implemented to attract tourists to visit, allowing them to experience the thrill of net casting. Yeya Island places great emphasis on its tourism industry. At that moment, the fish within the net flopped energetically. Brother Rue, there are so many fish. Junzi dashed over with a bucket, scooping up the fish and tossing them inside. The onlookers were left speechless. Chen Xiong, filled with indignation, muttered, "How can Li Rue be so fortunate? If it were anyone else, they would be lucky to catch 2 fish." After Junzi collected several grouper, he suddenly exclaimed, "There is something good." The crowd collectively leaned in to see. Chapter 70, finally pulled ashore. Brother Rue, there really is something good. Junzi was elated. His words sparked immense curiosity among the group. What exactly is this good thing? They could only hear Junzi incessantly proclaiming that there were treasures in the net, yet the specifics remained elusive to them for the time being. "Bring it up for us to see." Li Rue approached to take a glance, but he too could not discern anything remarkable. At that moment, Junzi excavated a fish known as the Lao Shu ban from among several stonefish. The Lao Shu ban, scientifically referred to as the Tuobei Lu, is also called Qing ban or Aou. Its body is elongated and oval, laterally compressed and robust, with a large mouth adorned with irregular spots that vaguely resemble a mouse. Instantly, the surroundings erupted into commotion. It truly is a Lao Shu ban. The Lao Shu ban is quite valuable. It can fetch up to 450 yuan per kilogram at Yutao's place. Goodness, has Li Rue been exceptionally fortunate lately? He casually tossed the net, and to his astonishment, he caught a Lao Shu ban. Chen Xiong's eyes turned green with jealousy. Su Longji gasped in astonishment. It really is a Lao Shu ban. Li Dalong was utterly speechless. Why was it that all the good fortune seemed to be falling upon Li Rue lately? He could not fathom it. Brother Rue, this Lao Shu ban is probably 3 to 4 kilograms. Junzi assessed the fish's weight with his hands, his face lighting up with joy as he looked at Li Rue. The price of Lao Shu ban is quite high. At his sister's place, it could sell for at least 500 per kilogram, with larger ones reaching 800. Put it in the barrel, Li Rue chuckled, thinking how fortunate he was with the fishing net. Even in the water, he managed to catch something of value. Junzi placed the Lao Shu ban into the barrel. Then, he raised his thumb towards Li Rue, exclaiming, "Brother Rue, you're truly impressive. Enough chatter, quickly throw all the fish from the net into the barrel. As for the small fish and shrimp, toss them all back into the sea." Li Rue intended to capitalize on the moment and catch more. Understood. Junzi swiftly tossed the larger fish into the barrel while discarding the smaller fish and shrimp back into the ocean. As Chen Xiong approached to take a look, he remarked sourly, "This Lao Shu ban isn't that big." Li Dalong stared at Chen Xiong in shock. "What are you talking about? This Lao Shu ban must weigh 4 kilograms. And you say it's not big?" Sour grapes. Aunt Hua shot a cold glance at Chen Xiong. Meanwhile, Li Rue crouched down to untangle the fishing net. When he cast the net, he had failed to spread it properly, causing it to clump together. "Brother Rue, the net is tangled. Let me help you untangle it," Junzi said, rushing over to assist. Upon seeing Junzi untangling the mess, Li Rue centered himself and, using the momentum of his turn and the power of his arms, spread the net out beautifully. With a plop, the net gracefully descended into the sea. Li Rue, having been born by the sea, was once a genuine fisherman. However, for the past 2 years, he had been engrossed in gambling, temporarily forgetting the art of casting a net. With a moment of reflection, he recalled the technique. This time, he anticipated that his luck would not be as fortuitous as before. His previous success was merely a stroke of beginner's luck, a phenomenon he had also experienced. Chen Xiong spoke up. "Li Rue won't have such luck again." Li Dalong murmured, "I once cast a net in the reef area, and the results were disappointing. I only caught a few small fish and shrimp, none of which were worth keeping, so I released them all." The onlookers craned their necks, eager to see what fish Li Rue would catch this time. "Brother Rue, quickly pull the net in," Junzi urged anxiously. "No rush." Li Rue calmly explained to Junzi that in deep waters, one should wait about 30 seconds before retrieving the net, while in shallow waters, 15 seconds would suffice. There is a technique to casting a net. In shallow areas, the net sinks quickly, allowing for a shorter waiting time. However, in deeper waters, it takes longer for the net to descend completely, thus requiring a bit more patience. Chen Xiong couldn't help but admire Li Rue's knowledge. After a moment, Li Rue gradually lifted the edges of the net with both hands, guiding the fish together. "It's so thin, too thin," Chen Xiong remarked. Impressed by Li Rue's professionalism, Li Dalong and the other seasoned fishermen also acknowledged Li Rue's expertise. Before long, the net emerged from the water. As it surfaced, the onlookers could see the fish bouncing energetically within. Wow, how did so many large fish end up in there? Chen Xiong thought to himself, feeling the flames of envy. Li Dalong exclaimed in astonishment. This haul appeared to surpass the previous one, with at least a dozen fish. Li Rui's luck was indeed unparalleled. The others on the shore expressed their amazement. Junzi stood in a daze. As Li Rui attempted to pull the net up, he felt an immense strain. Junzi, why are you just standing there? Come help me. Li Rui shot a disapproving glance at Junzi, who was standing idly like a fool, oblivious to the effort required. Brother Rui, I'm coming. Junzi snapped back to reality, rushing over to grasp the net with both hands, pulling alongside Li Rui to hoist it ashore. Chen Xiong could no longer maintain his composure. Goodness, how many fish are in that net? Li Rui, a grown man, found himself unable to pull it up alone. Li Dalong, upon seeing the abundance of fish, could only utter exclamations of disbelief. Despite not having caught so many fish himself, the mere act of witnessing it was exhilarating. At that moment, a 10-kilogram bass was thrashing vigorously within the net, causing both Li Rui and Junzi to struggle. Brother Rui, we've got a big catch. Junzi, filled with joy, exerted all his strength to pull the net. Junzi, we must coordinate our efforts. We can't have you pulling while I'm not. And vice versa. Li Rui gritted his teeth. Both of their hands were turning red from the strain of the net. Junzi, confused, asked, what do you mean? Brother Rui, why are you so slow? I'll count to 3, and we'll pull together, understood? Li Rui couldn't help but roll his eyes at Junzi. Understood, Junzi replied quietly, feeling somewhat drained. They then counted together, 1, 2, 3. On 3, both exerted their strength and finally managed to haul the net onto the shore. Chapter 71, An Abundance of Fish. The two collapsed onto the rocks, their bodies slumping against the surface. Li Rui finally relaxed, stretching his limbs and gazing up at the sky, his muscles twitching from exertion. Junzi was panting heavily. Both were thoroughly exhausted yet exhilarated, having just pulled up a net full of fish. Brother Rui, today we struck gold. Thank goodness we listened to you and cast the net. Otherwise, how could we have gathered such a bounty? Junzi, breathless, looked at Li Rui. Their eyes met, and after a moment of silence, they burst into joyous laughter. Chen Xiong, look at them, and then look at you. I want to even comment. You're sleeping on the sofa tonight. Su Lanji chastised her husband, pointing at Chen Xiong. What did I do to deserve that? Why must I sleep on the sofa tonight? Chen Xiong protested. What a magnificent sea base. Li Dalong exclaimed in awe. The onlookers on the shore stood in stunned silence. In recent days, Li Rui had been fishing by the shore, casting his net, and miraculously, he had struck a bounty once again. This was indeed a scene pulled straight from a dream into reality. Meanwhile, Li Rui and Junzi were laughing heartily. After some time, Li Rui finally staggered to his feet from the rocks. All right, enough laughter. Let us quickly put the fish into the bucket. As per our usual practice, let us toss the small fish and shrimp back into the sea. Li Rui approached Junzi and nudged his ankle with his foot. Junzi nimbly climbed up from the rocks. All right, he exclaimed, then began filling the bucket with fish from the net. The two were bustling with excitement. Rui go. Rui go. There's a mouse grouper here weighing over a pound. Junzi shouted excitedly as he picked up the fish. Li Rui glanced over and instructed him to place the fish in the bucket. The spectators nearby were envious beyond measure. With so many fish, how much could this yield? And there's even a mouse grouper among them, a precious catch. When will we ever haul in such a net? I'd wake up laughing from the dream. Junzi joyfully lifted a 10-pound sea bass, beaming as he said, Rui go, it's so big. Our bucket is almost full. With that, he placed the hefty sea bass into the bucket. Chen Xiong, observing the scene, had a crafty thought. Perhaps he could also cast his net in the rocky area and pull up some treasures. With this in mind, he tugged at his wife, Su Lanji's arm. What is it? Su Lanji glared at Chen Xiong, her temper flaring. Wife, there are so many fish here. I'll run home and fetch our casting net. And throw a few nets right here, Chen Xiong whispered in her ear. He feared others might overhear, so he hurried back home to retrieve the net for fishing. The more people there were, the fiercer the competition would be, leading to diminished returns for him. Su Lanji's eyes lit up. Hurry back, she urged, waving her hand. Her voice laced with excitement. She too was wary of others overhearing their conversation. Chen Xiong retreated a few steps, quickly turned around, and dashed towards the village. Meanwhile, Junzi let out another shout. Good heavens, there's even a tiger grouper in here. He cautiously lifted the tiger grouper from the net. The fish thrashed angrily, slipping from his grasp onto the ground. Li Dalong stood nearby, eyes wide in disbelief. That's a tiger grouper. It must weigh around 3 pounds. The tiger grouper, scientifically known as Epinephelus fuscogitatus, typically measures 0.5 meters in length, can grow up to 1.2 meters, and weigh a maximum of 22 pounds. Its body is oval, laterally compressed, and robust. The coloration ranges from yellow to light brown, with golden yellow being the most prized, adorned with numerous small brown spots. Fierce and suspicious by nature, it boasts immense strength and a volatile temperament, commanding a high market price. Wild tiger groupers sell for approximately 200 to 300 yuan per pound, with heavier specimens fetching even higher prices. By heavens, not only are there mouse groupers, but also a tiger grouper in this hall. Li Rue is extraordinarily fortunate. The bystanders were consumed by envy. Li Rue and Air Junzi continued to gather fish, their hands weary, yet they felt no fatigue. At that moment, Chen Xiong arrived, carrying his small casting net over his shoulder, brimming with excitement. Make way, he shouted eagerly. He planned to throw a few nets at the very spot where Li Rue had just fished, knowing that it was abundant with fish. Seizing the opportunity while Li Rue and Air Junzi were busy collecting their catch, he intended to throw his nets in that very location. Upon seeing Chen Xiong rushing over with his net, Li Dalong lamented, why was I a step too late? I should have gone home to fetch my casting net as well, he exclaimed, sprinting towards home, casting aside his fishing tools without a second thought. Atop the large rocks, the others finally regained their senses. In the next moment, they all followed suit, abandoning their tools and rushing homewards, creating a scene reminiscent of a zebra migration. Rural folk are fond of following trends. Seeing others profit from this, they too were eager to join in. In no time, almost everyone on the rocks had departed, leaving only Li Rue, Air Junzi, and the Chun couple behind. Chen Xiong, hurry and cast, Su Longji urged impatiently from behind him, eagerly anticipating the moment he would cast the net. Chen Xiong skillfully threw the casting net into the sea. Wife, don't rush. Let us wait for the net to sink, he replied with a smile, glancing back at her. The sea was deep, and after casting the net, they needed to wait about half a minute for it to settle and trap the fish. Su Longji nodded eagerly, closing her eyes and clasping her hands in prayer. More fish, more fish, more fish, she continuously chanted in her mind. Air Junzi, while gathering fish, grumbled, Rue go. That Chen Xiong is casting his net where we just were. His tone was tinged with irritation. Forget him, let us focus on collecting fish. Li Rue replied with a slight smile. His casting net had been procured from the system and was a lucky net. Chen Xiong's net was merely an ordinary one. It would be no easy feat for Chen Xiong to catch anything of value in this rocky area. Rue go, aren't you the least bit angry? I want to drive that Chen Xiong away. He is encroaching on our spot. Air Junzi clenched his fists. What is the use of being angry? We Haven T claimed this spot. If he wants to cast his net here, let him. Li Rue was unconcerned. The ability to catch fish was not dictated by location, but rather by the quality of the net. Air Junzi pondered this, but still felt a sense of imbalance. Meanwhile, Chen Xiong was eagerly pulling up the net. Goodness! With this cast, I must pull up several mouse groupers and tiger groupers. He grinned with anticipation. It's coming up, it's coming up, Su Longji exclaimed excitedly, stretching her neck to watch intently as the net emerged from the water. Surely, there must be many fish inside. What kind of fish might it be? A large sea bass? A mouse grouper? Or perhaps a tiger grouper? Su Longji was filled with hope. Such a promising spot. Casting a net there should yield a significant catch. Air Junzi turned to glance at the net in the water and expressed his displeasure. Only Li Rue wore a faint smile. In the next moment, Chen Xiong saw that the net had surfaced halfway with hardly any fish, and he felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he quickly reassured himself. There must be plenty of fish beneath the net. Such a prime spot couldn't possibly yield nothing. Chen Xiong thought to himself, rallying his spirits. Hurry up, Su Longji urged, her impatience palpable. Hearing this, Chen Xiong pulled forcefully, and the net emerged completely from the water, revealing only a few tiny fish and shrimp the size of fingers. Why are there no good catches? Su Longji's emotions surged with disappointment. The saying rings true, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Just moments ago, Su Longji had been filled with hope, and now she was equally filled with despair. Damn it! Chen Xiong angrily tossed the net down at his feet. This scene elicited hearty laughter from Air Junzi. Rue go, that Chen Xiong didn't catch anything. He chuckled. Chen Xiong, how useless can you be? In the same spot where Li Rue cast his net and struck gold, you only brought in a few tiny fish and shrimp. Su Longji was fuming, lamenting her earlier fervent prayers. Chen Xiong, with a furrowed brow, lamented, Wife, I cannot fathom why this is happening. After speaking, he tidied his net and cast it once more into the water. He refused to believe that his luck could be so utterly dismal today. At that moment, others from the village began to arrive one after another. With a splash, those standing on the large reef hurled their nets into the water, creating a magnificent scene. The splashes rose higher with each wave, and the faces of the fishermen were illuminated with joy, eagerly anticipating a bountiful catch. Rue go, shall we cast our nets again later? Asked Air Junzi. Li Rue was contemplating this very question when suddenly the voice of the system echoed in his mind. The host's fortune has been nearly depleted today. Should you cast the fishing net again, you shall no longer receive the blessings of luck. With this revelation, Li Rue promptly made his decision. Noticing that the fish in the net had been fully collected, he stood up, stretched lazily, and declared, "Let us head to the shore. We shall not cast the net for fishing today." Upon hearing this, Junzi grew anxious. "No, Rue Gu, your luck is flourishing. Why not continue fishing?" Li Rue patted Junzi on the shoulder and imparted a profound saying, "What rises must eventually fall. What is in excess will decline." Junzi blinked in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" Li Rue explained, "Everything that reaches its peak will eventually descend. There are no waves that only rise without receding. Do you understand?" "I think I understand, but perhaps I do not." Junzi scratched his head in bewilderment. Li Rue, carrying a bucket, walked towards home. "Let us return home first, place these fish inside, and then we shall go back to the shore," he said as he walked. Junzi wiped his hands and took out his phone to snap a few pictures of the bucket, sending them to his sister, Songling's sister. "Rue Gu and I have had a bountiful harvest today," he wrote, accompanied by a grinning emoji. At Jufu Lu, Songling, upon viewing the photos in her office, widened her eyes in astonishment. "Wow, they actually caught both the tiger grouper and the mouse grouper. Rue Li and Junzi have truly struck gold today." After taking a deep breath, she called Junzi. "Junzi, you and Li Rue must take those fish to Jufu Lu immediately," she commanded without room for argument. They had specialized tanks for keeping marine fish at Jufu Lu, and once the fish died, their value would plummet. "Sister, that might not be possible right now. Rue Gu and I still plan to go to the shore," Junzi replied playfully. "Forget the shore for now. You and Li Rue must take those fish to Jufu Lu at once," Songling reiterated, her tone growing more serious. "Tiger grouper and mouse grouper are high-quality seafood. Their prices will significantly drop once they perish." After hanging up, she called Li Rue via video to relay her demands. Li Rue readily agreed without hesitation. Upon returning home, they found that Li Fong had not yet prepared the meal. "Rue Zi, Junzi, why are you back so early?" she asked curiously. "Aunt, take a look at our bucket," Junzi boasted. As he approached Li Fong, she peered into the bucket and was instantly taken aback. "Why are there so many fish?" she exclaimed. "Rue Gu had good luck today. He only cast the net twice and caught all these fish." Junzi chuckled. Li Fong was bewildered. "Is it truly so easy to catch fish now? This defies logic." "Mom, Junzi and I are heading to town. His sister is eager to buy these fish." Fearing they might die, Li Rue stated. "Hurry, hurry." Li Fong smiled broadly. "This is wonderful news." Just then, Yu Tao intruded unexpectedly. "Rue Zi, I just heard someone say you cast the fishing net and had a bountiful catch. Is that true?" he asked curiously. "Uncle Yu, it indeed is true. This cannot be hidden as many have witnessed it," Li Rue replied, and Yu Tao's face filled with astonishment. "It's real." With that, he switched to a more jovial expression. "Rue Zi, we are from the same village. You should consider selling to me first. Selling to others means an extra trip that is hardly worthwhile." Yu Tao aimed to profit from the difference. Li Rue deflected. "Uncle, didn't I tell you last time you visited? I signed a contract with a major boss in town. The penalty for breach is substantial. The good catch I obtain must be sold to her." It was absurd for this old man to repeatedly come to his home with such requests. He had not behaved this way previously. "Rue Zi, don't mislead your uncle," Yu Tao began, but was interrupted by Li Rue. "Uncle, the big boss in town is waiting for me. I must take my leave now." In no time, Li Rue and Junzi loaded 2 buckets filled with fish onto the tricycle. Upon seeing the catch, Yu Tao couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, there are actually mouse grouper and tiger grouper. If he could get his hands on those, he would make a significant profit." "Rue Zi," Yu Tao attempted to speak again, but Li Rue swiftly closed the tricycle door, causing it to hum as it sped away. Yu Tao's expression darkened, feeling utterly slighted. Why would he not give me any face? I am the elder. "Uncle, we now adhere to the principles of contracts and respect for laws and regulations. My Rue Zi cannot help it. Please do not take it to heart," Li Fong smiled. Courtesy must be observed. They lived in the same village and would often encounter one another. Chapter 73, A Tale of Contrasting Fortunes. "This is outrageous," Yu Tao exclaimed, his face darkening. "Sister-in-law, how are you raising your child?" "I am an elder," and, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Fong. "Yu Tao, if you continue to speak this way, I cannot agree. I believe my son has done nothing wrong. Please do not speak ill of him." Anger colored her face. Yu Tao, suddenly deflated, decided to retreat. "Forget it. I won't bother with you any longer," he said, turning to leave. "Do not speak of my son in such a manner in the future," Li Fong warned sternly. Li Fong knew Yu Tao's true character better than anyone. He was a cunning opportunist. He accelerated his pace, departing in disgrace. Some individuals behave this way, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Meanwhile, the reef area was crowded with people, including Chun Xiong and others, who were still tirelessly casting and hauling their nets. Why are there no fish? This is illogical. So many of us are here fishing, yet we have caught nearly nothing. While Li Rui caught an abundant haul, Chun Xiong exclaimed in frustration, I refuse to believe that I cannot catch something good today. The group, disheartened by their empty nets, was filled with gloom. Chun Xiong, infuriated, began to curse. Exhausted, Chun Xiong finally collapsed onto the large reef, gasping for breath. How could this happen? Su Longji sighed, kicking Chun Xiong lightly. Do you still have the face to rest? Chun Xiong, breathless, murmured, Wife, I truly have no strength left. Please let me rest for a moment. At that moment, the others also collapsed on the reef, panting heavily. What is going on these past few days? Has the heavens turned a blind eye? All the good fortune has fallen upon Li Rui. Why does it not rain blessings on everyone equally? Su Longji sat beside Chun Xiong, her expression darkened. Who knows? Chun Xiong scratched his head, feeling incredibly frustrated. In the past, he was the most adept at sea fishing in the village, but now, Li Rui had emerged as a formidable competitor, leaving him far behind. Hu Iri weakly remarked, This is exhausting my old bones. Why can't I catch a tiger grouper or a mouse grouper? It was only at this moment that they accepted reality. Today, as they cast their nets for fish, it became evident that there was little hope of retrieving anything worthwhile. Let us go. Let us not waste any more time here, Aunt Hawa said, shaking her head as she walked away. These individuals arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In no time, they had nearly all left. Chun Xiong, however, remained undeterred. After resting for a while, he finally felt reinvigorated. I'll cast the net a couple more times, he declared, rising to his feet, a fishing net in hand, and tossed it into the water. Su Longji rolled her eyes and quipped, Enough already, don't waste time. Pull it up quickly, we need to go beachcombing. If the tide comes in, we'll find nothing today. Just as she finished speaking, Chun Xiong excitedly shouted, Wife, there is something heavy in the net. Upon hearing this, Su Longji immediately stood up on the large reef, squinting to see the fishing net line. It was indeed heavy. Chun Xiong struggled to pull the net, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It must be a big fish, Su Longji exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Hurry, pull it up. Hard work pays off. And they were finally about to reap a substantial catch. This haul of fish must weigh at least 60 or 70 pounds, Chun Xiong chuckled. 60 or 70 pounds. Su Longji was even more exhilarated. Quick, pull it up. At that moment, she was eagerly awaiting to collect the fish into a bucket. Moments later, Chun Xiong finally pulled the fishing net from the water. With a sudden exertion of strength, he dragged the net ashore. But the force caused him to tumble onto the large reef. Su Longji ignored Chun Xiong and rushed forward to inspect the net, only to discover it contained a heap of old clothes with metal bits. Dear, what's in there? Is there anything good? Chun Xiong eagerly inquired as he jumped up. Just a pile of rags, Su Longji replied, cursing, which heartless individual throws such rubbish into the sea? After rummaging through the pile of old clothes, she only found a small shrimp. The little shrimp squirmed in her hand before leaping back into the sea. No way. Chun Xiong crouched down to search through the pile of tattered clothing for fish or shrimp, but found nothing. Meanwhile, Li Rui and Air Junzi had already arrived at the entrance of Ju Fu Lu. Brother Rui, we're going to make a good profit this time, Air Junzi exclaimed, jumping down from the tricycle. After hopping off, he rubbed his hands together and continued, My sister offers a high price for mouse groupers and tiger groupers. I once saw someone sell a tiger grouper here for over 3,000. Li Rui nodded slightly, feeling a hint of anticipation. Just then, Bai Wenbin, the purchasing manager of Ju Fu Lu, hurried over. Li Rui, Air Junzi, I hope I haven't kept you waiting long, Bai Wenbin said with a smile, offering a cigarette. Manager Bai, I don't smoke. Li Rui waved his hand. Bai Wenbin chuckled awkwardly. I forgot. You mentioned that before. He quickly got to the point. Where are the fish? Let me see them. I've heard there are tiger groupers and mouse groupers, which are in high demand at our restaurant. Many wealthy patrons specifically come to enjoy these two types of fish. Reservations are required for them. Bai Wenbin, knowing that Li Rui and Air Junzi were not outsiders, spoke candidly. Brother Bin, the fish are in the compartment. Go take a look, Air Junzi said cheerfully. Bai Wenbin looked at Air Junzi in surprise, thinking to himself that Air Junzi had grown up. In the past, he would have addressed him as Bai Wenbin directly. Brother Bin, don't look at me like that. It's Brother Rui who told me to address you this way, Air Junzi explained, feeling uncomfortable under Bai Wenbin's gaze. Li Rui, I'm a few years older than you. You can just call me Brother Bin from now on. No need for formalities. Bai Wenbin laughed heartily as he walked towards the compartment. Brother Bin, you're too humble. You're still quite young, yet you're already a senior white-collar worker. I envy you, Li Rui said, not wanting to be overly formal. When you're out in the world, If you can't communicate effectively, you'll find yourself in quite a bit of trouble. At that moment, Bai Wenbin spotted the tiger grouper and mouse grouper in the bucket, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow! This large mouse grouper must weigh around 4 pounds. That tiger grouper is over 3 pounds." Bai Wenbin stared intently at the tiger grouper and mouse grouper in the bucket. These are highly sought after by the wealthy, especially those from Guangdong province. The affluent in Guangdong may wear loose shorts and flip-flops, but they spare no expense when it comes to food. "Brother Bin, please give us a price," Junzi eagerly asked. "The 4-pound mouse grouper will be priced at 1,000 per pound, the 3-pound tiger grouper at the same rate, and the smaller mouse grouper at 500 per pound." Bai Wenbin offered a fair price. Chapter 74, Improving Life. "I haven't seen such a large tiger grouper in a while," Bai Wenbin said as he reached for the tiger grouper in the bucket. Just as he grasped it, the tiger grouper thrashed violently, splashing water all over him. "Oh, tiger grouper is indeed vigorous and fierce," Bai Wenbin chuckled, but the tiger grouper slipped from his hands and fell back into the bucket. The enraged tiger grouper began thrashing about in the bucket, nearly toppling it over. At that moment, several kitchen assistants rushed out to lift the bucket into the kitchen. They followed one after another into the kitchen. Bai Wenbin had the fish weighed while he kept track. The tiger grouper weighed 3 pounds and 8 ounces. The large mouse grouper weighed 4 pounds and 2 ounces, and the small mouse grouper weighed 1 pound and 2 ounces. The sea bass added up to 10 pounds and 2 ounces. Sardines weighed 20 pounds. Stonefish weighed 5 pounds. As for the remaining small fish, Li Rue did not have them weighed. "I'll take these small fish home to fry for drinking," Li Rue smiled. "Since you've brought them, let us weigh them all. Our restaurant offers 20 per pound for them," Bai Wenbin said generously. This price was quite reasonable. Small fish are often difficult to process and typically fetch a low price. However, Li Rue insisted on packing all the small fish into the bucket. "Brother Bin, Junzi and I worked hard to catch these fish. We must have a share." "All right, as you wish," Bai Wenbin laughed heartily. Everyone was a smart individual, and Bai Wenbin understood Li Rue's intentions. He didn't want to take advantage of their restaurant. The tiger grouper fetched 3,800. The mouse grouper 4,400. The sea bass at 45 per pound totaling 459. The sardines at 20 per pound totaling 400. And the stonefish at 100 per pound totaling 500. The total came to 9,559. Bai Wenbin calculated the accounts meticulously. After finishing, he looked up at Li Rue, saying, "Li Rue, I've already sent the accounts to General Song. Later, you and Junzi can go to General Song's office to pick up the receipt and then head to finance to collect the payment." After a pause, Bai Wenbin added, "Please don't find it troublesome. Our restaurant has these procedures." Li Rue smiled slightly. "I understand. That's just how it is in a large restaurant. The procedures are formal. Brother Rue, shall we cast a couple more nets later?" Junzi whispered excitedly in Li Rue's ear. "If we cast 2 more nets, we could earn nearly 10,000. The thought made Junzi feel impatient. "Let us call it a day." Li Rue knew that his luck had run out for today. Casting the net again would not yield such fortune. "All right then," Junzi said, looking disappointed. Bai Wenbin, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback. "You caught all these fish with a fishing net?" "Yes," Junzi replied, nodding vigorously, then added, "To be precise, it was Brother Rue who caught them with the fishing net. I just helped collect the fish. Brother Rue has been extraordinarily lucky lately. I suspect he is the reincarnation of Mazu." After saying this, Junzi burst into laughter. "Li Rue, you are truly remarkable. As far as I know, it is quite difficult to catch fish using a cast net nowadays." Bai Wenbin sincerely praised Li Rue. Currently, it is the fishing ban period. On Yuya Island, there are certain areas where one can use a cast net to fish, but in those places, it remains challenging to catch anything. The prized species, such as the tiger grouper and the mouse grouper, are nearly impossible to capture. "Brother Bin, just call me Rue Z," Li Rue replied with a smile. "All right." Bai Wenbin conceded without hesitation. After exchanging a few casual words, Li Rue and Junzi proceeded to Song Ling's office. Song Ling handed Li Rue the prepared invoice directly. "I have reviewed the accounts, and the invoice is ready. This time it amounts to 9,600. Sister, why are you so stingy? Can't you just give us a round number?" Junzi pouted, seemingly dissatisfied. "Junzi, your sister is already quite generous. Do not push your luck." While Junzi could speak to Song Ling in such a manner, Li Rue could not, shooting a disapproving glare at Junzi. The accounts showed 9,559, and Song Ling's willingness to round it up to 9,600 was already generous. Yet, Junzi audaciously sought 10,000. "Junzi, you should learn from Li Rue," Song Ling retorted with a roll of her eyes. "Sister, I learn from my brother Rue every day," Junzi candidly expressed. This remark reminded Li Rue of the time he had taken Junzi to the chess room for gambling, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. After receiving the money, Air Junzi said to Song Ling, "Sister, I'll treat you to a meal later." He had earned 960, while Li Rui pocketed 8640. When is later? How about today at noon? Treat me to a 4-pound Australian lobster. We just received one at the shop, Song Ling teased, her spirits lifted. Previously, not only had her parents worried about Air Junzi, but she, as his sister, had also been quite concerned. Now, however, things were looking up. Air Junzi was making progress, associating with the right people and earning money. As a sister, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Brother Rui, let us go," Air Junzi exclaimed, hastily pulling Li Rui out of his sister's office. He glanced back at his sister, his eyes seemingly conveying, "This woman clearly isn't a good person." Li Rui waved back at Song Ling, "President Song, see you later." "See you later," Song Ling waved in return. Once Li Rui and Air Junzi disappeared from her sight, she burst into laughter. Upon exiting Ju Fu Lu, Li Rui decided to buy some alcohol and dishes. "Brother Rui, where are we headed?" Air Junzi inquired from the back of the vehicle. "First, we'll go to the marinated meat shop to buy some pig's head and pig tongue. Then we'll stop by the supermarket for 2 bottles of liquor, some peanuts, and cucumbers. If we see anything else we fancy, we can buy more." Li Rui expressed his desire for a drink. Now that he had money, it was time to improve his quality of life. In the past, he had been consumed by gambling, neglecting the importance of living well. Now his mindset had shifted. Pig tongue is another term for pig's tongue. "How about Finjio? I prefer it. Erguo 2 is too strong for me," Air Junzi said, nearly drooling. Pig head, pig tongue, peanuts, and smashed cucumber are all delectable accompaniments for drinking. Just hearing about them made one's mouth water. After some thought, Li Rui replied, "Let us get 2 bottles of yellow cap Finjio. It's reasonably priced and tastes good. I used to drink it often." "All right," Air Junzi agreed without objection. Yellow cap Finjio is 53 degrees, which he could tolerate. Red cap Finjio is 42 degrees, with a softer taste, though its aroma is not as rich and enduring as the yellow cap. In any case, both types of liquor have their merits. After spending about half an hour, Li Rui and Air Junzi purchased 1 pound of pig head, 1 pound of pig tongue, 1 pound of marinated beef, half a pound of fried peanuts, 2 fresh cucumbers, and 2 bottles of yellow cap Finjio. "Brother Rui, it's been a while since we've had a hearty drink. Let us indulge today," Air Junzi chuckled. "Such days are truly pleasant. Just don't get drunk. It's best to reach a pleasant tipsy state. Drinking too much leads to excessive chatter, and too much talk can lead to mistakes," Li Rui cautioned. "Drinking is fine, but it must not interfere with important matters or lead to embarrassment." Chapter 75, A Toast for Our Bright Future. Congratulations, host, for earning 9,600 points. You now have a total of 26,688 points. The system's voice echoed in Li Rui's mind. He paid it little mind, as he was currently riding an electric tricycle, with no time to dwell on such matters. Upon returning home, Li Rui took it upon himself to cook, with his mother, Li Fong, assisting nearby. "Mom, step aside. I can manage on my own," Li Rui said with a smile. "Let me help," Li Fong insisted, seizing the spatula. Li Rui gently pushed her aside. "Today, I will cook. Air Junzi and I are not going to the sea." On the way back, he mentally calculated that he had approximately 200,000 yuan on hand. This amount was almost enough to pay off his online loans. Contemplating this brought Li Rui immense joy. "All right," Li Fong relented. After over an hour of effort, the dishes were finally ready. Air Junzi, drawn by the aroma, cheerfully entered the kitchen. "Brother Rui, it smells amazing." He grabbed a freshly cooked small fish and popped it into his mouth, chewing eagerly. "Have you washed your hands?" "And you are just eating." Li Rui lightly kicked Air Junzi's backside. "I'll wash my hands," Air Junzi declared. After washing his hands, he merely brought the dishes to the table. Seeing the pig head and pig tongue made his mouth water. Li Fong and Li Dafu, the elderly couple, also entered the kitchen to help serve. Happiness radiated from their faces. Once seated, Li Rui brought out 4 wine glasses and placed them in front of him. "Are we drinking?" Li Fong asked, surprised. "Mom, today is a joyous occasion. It deserves a toast," Li Rui proclaimed cheerfully. "A little drink won't tea hurt." Li Dafu chimed in. Li Fong shot her husband a glare. "You old man, your drinking habit is acting up again. I senti it?" Li Dafu glanced at his wife. "Why all the fuss?" The couple shared a laugh, having exchanged such banter countless times throughout their lives. Li Rui poured the drinks. 2 glasses were filled to the brim, and one was half full while the last held a little less. "Dad, this is your drink. Mom, this is yours." Li Rui poured half a glass for his father and a smaller portion for his mother. Li Fong beamed, her eyes squinting with joy. "I'll have a bit too." Air Junzi, seated nearby, was preoccupied with the food. "You still want me to pass it to you?" Li Rui kicked Air Junzi's calf, signaling him to bring the drinks over. "I wouldn't dare." Air Junzi hurriedly brought the drink to himself. At the head of the table, Li Dafu picked up his chopsticks and said, "Let us eat first to line our stomachs. It's not good to drink on an empty stomach." With that, he grabbed a piece of pig head meat and fed it to his mouth. "Uncle, I want to be polite. I'm starving," Junzi declared, eagerly loading his chopsticks with meat and devouring it like a ravenous wolf. In Li Rui's home, he felt completely at ease. Li Fong intended to say something encouraging to Junzi to remind him to be polite, but upon seeing him so unreserved, she smiled and kept quiet. Moments later, Li Rui raised his glass and began to toast, "Here's to our bright future." As soon as Li Rui finished speaking, Li Fong, Li Dafu, and Junzi all lifted their glasses in unison. The three echoed, "Here's to our bright future." The four of them clinked their glasses together in perfect harmony before taking a sip. "Rui Z, seeing your recent changes has truly made me happy," Li Fong said, her eyes glistening with emotion. Since Li Rui succumbed to the vice of gambling, she has scarcely enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. She frets over her daughter-in-law Su Xiangyue and the possibility of her divorce from Li Rui. She is troubled by the ever-growing burden of Li Rui's debts. She worries that Guogua may call another man daddy and another woman grandma. An overwhelming tide of concerns constricts her breath. "Old lady, what troubles you? You seem happy today, yet your eyes are filled with tears," Li Dafu remarked solemnly. "I am fine." Li Fong wiped the tears from her eyes and quickly managed to smile. Li Rui pondered for a moment, then raised his glass and stood up from his chair. "Mom, I toast to you. Over the years, you have endured so much for me. I am deeply sorry." After saying this, Li Rui took a hearty gulp of baijiu. Li Fong brushed her rough hands and hurriedly gestured for Li Rui to sit down. "Please, sit down. Why say such things? I am your mother. It is my duty to do all this for you." Li Rui responded earnestly, "You have done more and better than other mothers." He then turned to his father. "Li Dafu, Dad, I also toast to you, in appreciation of your silent sacrifices over the years." Li Rui took another large sip. Junzi watched and thought to himself, "When will my brother toast me?" However, he dared not voice his thoughts. "Let us not chatter. Let us drink," Li Dafu said tersely, lifting his glass and downing it in one go. "Old man, drink slowly. You are not as young as you once were." Li Fong's expression darkened. Junzi raised his glass and continued to toast in turn. Before long, he and Li Rui had finished a glass. "Brother Rui, allow me to pour you another drink," Junzi said, filling Li Rui's glass. He then symbolically dripped a couple of drops into the glasses of Li Fong and Li Dafu. Li Fong, with a serious expression, looked at Junzi and Li Rui. "You two must not pour any more." "Okay," Li Rui agreed. "Aunt, we have just the right amount. We will not drink anymore," Junzi replied cheerfully. After dinner and drinks, Li Rui switched to tea while Junzi collapsed onto the sofa, fast asleep. "Rui, you have earned quite a bit recently. How much more do you need to pay off your online debts?" Li Fong inquired, seeing Junzi asleep and turning her attention to her son. This matter had been weighing on her mind. In the past, when her son was addicted to gambling, she was understandably reluctant to give him money. Now, however, the situation was entirely different. Her son had shown ambition and was dedicated to working hard for the family. Naturally, she was willing to provide him with financial assistance to alleviate some of his burdens. "Mom, you needn't worry about the money," Li Rui replied calmly after sipping his tea. "Your father and I are aging, and our expenses are decreasing. Our money will eventually go to you. Since you have outstanding online debts, we can help shoulder part of it." Li Fong preferred a debt-free existence, which is why she hoped her son could clear his online debts swiftly. Li Dafu, usually taciturn, also interjected, "Rui, listen to your mother." Li Rui sighed. "Dad, Mom, please do not interfere in this matter. If I were to ask for money again, would I still be a man?" In the past, he had frequently asked his parents for money to fund his gambling habits, and he had never repaid them. "Enough. No more discussing this matter. It is settled," Li Rui declared firmly when he noticed his mother opening her mouth to speak again. "Fine." Li Fong chose to respect her son's decision, and simultaneously, a smile of relief spread across her face. Li Dafu remarked, "Rui, you have grown." Li Rui had a strong tolerance for alcohol. After downing 2 glasses, he remained remarkably sober. "Dad, Mom, you should go rest. I will clean up the dishes," he said, placing his teacup down and standing up. "I did not drink much at noon. I will take care of it." Li Fong rushed to collect the dishes, positioning her body to block Li Rui from doing so. At that moment, his uncle Li Dalong cheerfully entered the living room. In the past, when Li Rui was engrossed in gambling, Li Dalong had kept his distance, fearing Li Rui would seek to borrow money from him. Li Dalong had even made disparaging remarks in the village, predicting that Li Rui would eventually squander his family and that his wife would surely leave him. Therefore, Li Rui harbored no fondness for this uncle. "Dalong, what brings you here?" Li Fong asked, surprised. It had been over 2 years since Li Dalong had set foot in their home. Li Dafu, smoking, cast a sidelong glance at Li Dalong. remaining seated without any intention of rising. Li Rui said nothing. Sister-in-law, I would like to invite you and your family for a meal. It has been a while since you all have used my bowls and chopsticks, Li Dalong said with a hearty laugh, casting a few sidelong glances at Li Rui. Li Fong was momentarily taken aback and then replied, Dalong, it's neither a holiday nor a festival. What meal do you wish to treat us to? She knew him all too well. He was someone who never came without a purpose, and a miser at that. Sister-in-law, we are relatives. Does it require a holiday to share a meal? Li Dalong played the familial bond card, laying the groundwork for his ulterior motives. Li Fong inwardly scoffed, recalling how he used to avoid them like the plague. However, she smiled and said, Dalong, there's no need to go to such trouble. We appreciate your kindness. But we shall not dine with you. Sister-in-law, I truly wish to treat your family to a meal. We are genuine relatives, and it is essential to maintain our connection. Otherwise, we may grow distant, don't you agree? Li Dalong pressed on. Dalong, if you have something to say, please speak plainly, Li Dafu, disliking circumlocution, interjected bluntly. Brother, what could I possibly need? Li Dalong rubbed his hands together, smiling broadly. I merely wish to strengthen the ties between our families, and by the way, have Rui take me along. I would like to learn from him and earn a bit of pocket money. Li Rui, with a slight smirk, recognized that Li Dalong's visit was solely to seek his assistance. Rui, when you go out fishing again, I would like to lend a hand and earn a little money. What do you think? Li Dalong asked, his gaze fixed on Li Rui, all smiles. Uncle, my recent success is merely due to good fortune. I cannot afford to take you along. Li Rui tactfully declined Li Dalong's request. Li Dalong was too cunning. Working with such a person made Li Rui uneasy and restless. Moreover, recalling the unpleasant things Li Dalong had done in the past ignited his anger. We are all relatives. You come to others and slander your own kin. Is that how one behaves? Rui, you need not pay me a salary. I would only ask for a 10% share, no costs at all. Li Dalong said with a grin. Before coming, he had calculated the potential earnings. If he assisted Li Rui, taking a 10% share, he could earn a considerable amount. With Li Rui's good fortune recently, he intended to ride that wave. If Li Rui's luck turned sour, he would find an excuse to withdraw. A profit is a profit, he thought. Li Rui couldn't help but chuckle. Li Dalong truly had the audacity. Before he could respond, Li Fong quickly interjected, no. Li Dafu also opposed the idea, though he remained silent. Sister-in-law, why not? Li Dalong frowned, again playing the familial card. Hearing Li Dalong utter the word relative made Li Rui feel nauseated. When you are useful, everyone is a relative. When you are not, you have no connection with me. It is simply unacceptable. No further explanation is necessary, Li Rui stated firmly. Rui, how can you speak to your uncle like that? Li Dalong's expression darkened. He then pointed at Junzi, who was fast asleep on the sofa, and shouted, Junzi, you are willing to take him, yet why not take me? I am your uncle. Junzi has no familial ties to you. Li Dalong appeared quite irritated. Li Rui sneered. You are not the same as Junzi. In what way am I different? Li Dalong insisted on digging deeper. Uncle, some things are better left unsaid. Li Rui wished to spare Li Dalong from embarrassment. Li Fong quickly smiled to ease the tension between them. Dalong, it is generally unwise for relatives to work together. We wouldn't want to end up at odds and lose the bond of family, allowing outsiders to revel in our misfortune. Having witnessed numerous such instances, she spoke from experience. Li Dafu then declared with finality, Dalong, you must refrain from pursuing this matter further. Rui cannot possibly allow you to assist him. As an elder, how could you serve under him? Observing the resolute stances of Li Rui, Li Dafu, and Li Fong, Li Dalong stormed out. Once outside Li Rui's home, he scowled and muttered under his breath. Rui has made a little money and has forgotten his roots. Is earning a few measly coins truly something to boast about? I don't care for it at all. In the living room, while tidying up the dishes, Li Fong remarked, why is Dalong so shameless? Doesn't he remember how he treated our family? Surely, he must know. Li Dafu shot her a disapproving glance, urging her to speak less. Have I said something wrong? Li Fong retorted angrily. Turning to Li Rui, she advised, Rui, regardless of what your uncle says, do not entertain him. I know his character well. I have seen enough to understand. Her son was now doing well, while Li Dalong sought to reap benefits without contributing anything. There's no such fortune in this world. Mother, even if you didn't say anything, I would never consider involving my uncle, Li Rui assured, wrapping an arm around his mother's shoulder. After exchanging a few casual words, Li Rui reclined on the sofa and fell asleep. At 4:50 p.m., an alarm clock roused Li Rui from his slumber. Groggily, he opened his eyes, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and hurried to pick up Guagua. The kindergarten bus typically arrived at his doorstep around 5 p.m. Meanwhile, Junzi remained sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep. Daddy, do you remember the surprise Guagua told you about? Guogua exclaimed as she hopped off the bus and dashed into Li Rue's embrace. I remember. Li Rue replied with a beaming smile, eagerly anticipating Guogua's surprise. Since Guogua had mentioned it the previous day, he had been looking forward to this moment. Daddy, you'll soon see your surprise, Guogua chimed, rummaging through her small backpack, which was adorned with her name and class, along with the phrases Tongming Wuyo and Zhuozhuang Chengzhong. Upon reaching the living room, Li Rue set Guogua down, and upon hearing Air Junzi's snoring, Guogua remarked in astonishment, Daddy, why does Uncle Air Junzi's snoring sound like thunder? That's just how he is, Li Rue shrugged dismissively, ignoring Air Junzi. Guogua then shifted her attention back to her backpack and produced a drawing. The moment Li Rue laid eyes on it, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 77. Even a 3-year-old is more talented. Abstract. It was far too abstract. Li Rue nearly burst into laughter upon seeing Guogua's rendition. Is this person supposed to be Daddy? He asked, pointing at the sole male figure in the drawing. His expression one of skepticism. The man depicted sported 2 large front teeth with a conspicuous gap between them. How could Guogua portray him in such a way? Guogua nodded vigorously, answering without hesitation, yes. Then, with a cheerful grin, she asked, Daddy, doesn't he look just like you? You recognized it at once. Similarity? Li Rue's facial muscles twitched. The drawing depicted a family of 3 standing under a sunset. The abstraction of Li Rue was self-evident. While Su Xiangyue was even more abstract, her head was portrayed with merely 3 strands of hair, her mouth wider than that of a crocodile, and her feet represented as 3-inch golden lotus shoes. Guogua's head was disproportionately large, with a nose resembling a cone. The only thing somewhat resembling reality was the setting sun. Daddy, isn't mommy beautifully drawn? Guogua asked with her head tilted, beaming with pride. Beautiful? Li Rue's expression gradually contorted. The depiction of Su Xiangyue bore no resemblance to beauty at all. She was nothing short of an exaggerated caricature. He couldn't voice this thought. Surely, when mommy returned, she would feel the same. Guogua proudly shook her head. Li Rue chuckled awkwardly, but ultimately resolved to frame Guogua's first drawing. Whether it was aesthetically pleasing was irrelevant. Its sentimental value was paramount. On the day Guogua got married, he could present it to her as a cherished memory. The thought of his daughter marrying one day tightened his heart. How unfortunate that the daughter he raised would belong to someone else. Rue go Guogua. What are you looking at? At that moment, Air Junzi awoke, crawling off the sofa and approaching the drawing. After just one glance, he burst into hearty laughter. Guogua, turning to him, curiously inquired, Uncle Air Junzi, what are you laughing at? Oh, nothing. I just think your drawing is absolutely delightful, Air Junzi replied, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter, fearing divine retribution. Guogua clapped her hands in glee. Uncle Air Junzi thinks my drawing is beautiful too. At that moment, Li Rue wished he could capture Guogua's current expression with a camera. Oh right, I have a phone. It can take pictures too. With that thought, he propped up the drawing. Guogua, stand next to the drawing. Daddy will take a few photos. Li Rue instructed as he held up his phone. Air Junzi, feeling like an obstruction, caught Li Rue's irritated glare, move aside. Their attitudes were distinctly different. Rue go, can you treat me like you do Guogua? Air Junzi mumbled. What? Do you want to be my daughter? Li Rue shot back, unimpressed. Air Junzi's expression stiffened as he hastily waved his hands. No, no, no. Li Rue returned his focus to Guogua. Seeing him point the phone's camera in her direction, Guogua struck a playful yay pose, exclaiming, Tianqi, while her left leg kicked back in a playful manner. Li Rue captured the moment perfectly. Air Junzi observed enviously, wishing he too had a daughter. Ah, when will I ever get married? He sighed. Daddy, let me see. Guogua trotted over to Li Rue, her big eyes wide with anticipation as she stared at the photo he had just taken. Guogua, you're quite the little star. How did you know to pose like that? Li Rue asked in astonishment. Guogua, beaming with pride, replied, I learned it in kindergarten. The teacher shows us how to pose before taking pictures. Li Rue couldn't help but marvel at how much children nowadays understand. They are so much more confident than he and his peers had been at their age, when they would shyly avoid speaking to strangers. Looking at the photo on his phone, Li Rue internally criticized the poor quality of the pixels. He contemplated when he might venture into town to purchase 2 new phones and a camera, intending to document Guogua's growth journey. Guogua, go ahead. Daddy will take a few more pictures. For now, let's make do with this. Once I get the new phone and camera, I'll take more. All right. Guogua nodded enthusiastically and dashed back to the drawing. This time, she cupped her chubby hands around her little face and puckered her lips adorably. Air Junzi witnessed this scene and could not help but chuckle bitterly, thinking to himself how he was even inferior to a 3-year-old child. So beautiful, truly splendid, Li Rue remarked with a smile. Subsequently, Li Rue captured several photographs of Guogua, each time eliciting a unique pose from her. This made Li Rue feel that the 5,000 yuan tuition for Guogua over the past 6 months was well spent. Guogua, you are so perceptive. Uncle Air Junzi admires you greatly for being able to strike such charming poses. Air Junzi's words were not mere flattery, but heartfelt admiration. Guogua giggled in response. Air Junzi, are you thinking of having a child? Li Rue nudged Air Junzi's thigh playfully. Brother Rue, would someone like me really be liked by anyone? Air Junzi looked up at Li Rue, his voice tinged with insecurity. In matters of romance, Air Junzi always seemed to feel inferior. He had never been in a relationship nor held a girl's hand. Yes, Li Rue affirmed encouragingly. Air Junzi, you must have confidence in yourself. The next time you meet a girl, do not cower. Which girl is attracted to a timid boy? Do I really? Air Junzi questioned, lacking conviction. Upon reflection, he realized that he indeed behaved that way, especially in the presence of attractive girls. At that moment, Guogua's innocent voice chimed in his ear. Uncle Air Junzi, our teacher said that everyone deserves to be liked. This made Air Junzi chuckle. Li Rue nudged Air Junzi again, saying, see, that makes perfect sense. Brother Rue, I will strive to change, Air Junzi declared, as if having made a significant resolution. Guogua looked up at Li Rue with a beaming smile and said, Daddy, today our teacher taught us a song. Guogua will sing it for you now. Li Rue leaned back against the sofa, resting his hands behind his head, nodding slightly to signal Guogua to begin. In the little garden, dig, 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 plant little seeds, bloom little flowers. In the big garden, dig, 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 plant big seeds, bloom big flowers. Guogua sang while animatedly gesturing. Li Rue was captivated, a smile of happiness spreading across his face. How did I sing, Daddy? Guogua asked, snuggling into Li Rue's embrace with a joyous grin after finishing her song. It sounded wonderful, Li Rue replied, holding Guogua tightly. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Really? She asked, her head snapping up. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Rue answered, of course it is true. Then Guogua will sing it again for you. With that, Guogua began to sing once more. Air Junzi also found it delightful. The catchy children's song, paired with Guogua's crisp, bright voice, was as melodious as the sound of silver bells ringing. Midway through her song, Guogua hopped in front of Li Rue. Why did you stop singing? Li Rue inquired, puzzled. Daddy, Guogua wants to plant flowers. I want to plant many flowers in our yard, Guogua declared, spreading her arms wide to illustrate her vision. All right, Li Rue readily agreed. For what else could he do but indulge his daughter? He then took out his phone and typed, tomorrow's purchases, 1 Sony camera, 2 Huawei phones, several pots of flowers. He feared he might forget when they headed into town the next day. As the saying goes, a poor memory is no match for a bad pen. Guogua wants flower seeds, she quickly added. Guogua wants to dig in the little garden, plant little seeds, and bloom little flowers. At last, Li Rue understood Guogua's intent. She wished to bring the lyrics to life. All right, I promise you, Li Rue said, playfully pinching Guogua's little nose. Brother Rue, let's go fishing, Air Junzi exclaimed. Eager for the activity, he desired to fish not only for the thrill, but also for the potential earnings. Recently, he had become somewhat addicted to making money. With their current good fortune, they could earn a considerable sum. Yet, the future remained uncertain. Fishing by the sea was akin to farming. It depended on the whims of nature. Daddy, Guogua wants to go fishing with you. Guogua pouted. But I still have homework to finish. Just then, Su Xiangyue, freshly returned from work, walked in. No, you cannot go. It's too dangerous for a little child to fish. She scolded, her expression stern. She had previously expressed her disapproval when Li Rue took Guogua fishing. It is far too perilous for a 3-year-old. Guogua was being mischievous, and Li Rue was indulging her whims. Guogua, do you wish to be punished? Su Xiangyue's demeanor darkened as she approached Guogua, towering over her. Li Rue gently stroked Guogua's little head, advising, listen to your mother. You stay home and do your homework, and she will help you. Guogua pouted in reluctant agreement. 10 minutes later, Li Rue and Air Junzi arrived at the sandy beach. Together, they dug for sandworms, intending to use them as bait for fishing. Those who have fished in the sea would know what sandworms are. They are segmented creatures, typically around 10 centimeters long, adept at crawling and swimming. Their colors range from pale pink to yellowish green, and they possess a strong, fish-attracting scent that spreads rapidly in seawater. Additionally, they are difficult to detach from the hook, making them ideal for fishing. Brother Rue, that's enough. Let us go fishing. Air Junzi looked up at Li Rue and shouted. The sea breeze was rather strong today, necessitating quieter voices. Let us go. Li Rue washed his hands and waved for Air Junzi to follow. 5 minutes later, the two settled on a large rock to fish. Air Junzi admired his white fishing rod and asked, Brother Rue, where did you buy this rod? It feels quite comfortable. I want to get one for my dad. I forgot, Li Rue replied curtly, focus on fishing. The rod was purchased from the system, and his was in a light yellow hue. Air Junzi's rod was white, and Guogua's was pink. He could never reveal the nature of the system to anyone. Oh, Junzi said, slightly disappointed. Rue, Junzi, you two are fishing again? Uncle Hu approached, carrying a bag of fishing gear, smiling as he greeted them. Uncle Hu was a seasoned fisherman. Though he had grown old and could no longer engage in strenuous activities, he spent his time fishing. In China, there are many elderly men like Uncle Hu. Uncle Hu, find a spot and join us, Li Rue invited, glancing back at him. That day, when Uncle Hu failed to catch any fish, he had bought 2 large ones from Li Rue for 600 yuan. Previously, Uncle Hu would always return home with a bountiful catch, earning him the village's praise as an excellent fisherman. Who knew that Uncle Hu would find himself in such a predicament? Li Rue couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. The proud Uncle Hu would spend any amount to avoid returning empty-handed. Rue, Junzi, you both had good luck the other day and caught quite a few fish. Today, I fear the luck may not be as favorable, Uncle Hu said with a grin as he baited his hook with fresh shrimp, not sandworms. Just as Uncle Hu prepared to cast his line, Li Rue's bait was suddenly seized by a large fish. The bobber plunged sharply beneath the water. Seeing this, Li Rue tightened his grip on the rod, allowing some line to run out. Fishing requires skill. Once a big fish is hooked, it tests the angler's composure. One must not rush. Haste could lead to losing the catch. What kind of fish is this? It's so strong, Uncle Hu exclaimed, taken aback. Rue's luck is simply extraordinary. He has only just arrived and has already hooked a big one. Li Rue remained calm as he skillfully played the fish. He skillfully manipulated the elasticity of the fishing rod, alternately pulling the fish left and right, then up and down. His intention was to prevent the fish from frantically escaping in a single direction. When the fish swam to the right, Li Rue tugged the rod to the left. When it swam to the left, he pulled it to the right. In this manner, he gradually exhausted the fish's strength. How large could the fish that had taken the bait be? Hu Iri, observing Li Rue's struggle with the fish for over 20 minutes without success, blinked curiously. Even if one cannot catch a fish themselves, watching others reel in a big catch can be quite exhilarating. Junzi, with keen eyes, stood at the water's edge holding a landing net. What kind of fish could it be? He craned his neck to observe the commotion in the water. It's coming up, Hu Iri exclaimed excitedly, pointing frantically at the fish surfacing. The fish was being slowly drawn towards the shore by Li Rue. When Junzi saw the fish flip over, revealing its white belly, he knew it was exhausted. This was the perfect moment to scoop it up with the net. Bring it to me. Junzi gently captured the fish in the net and with a firm tug, pulled it onto the shore. Those who have fished for larger catches understand the physical toll it takes. Let me see what kind of fish it is. Hu Iri rushed over to examine the catch closely. It was a black sea bream. The black sea bream is laterally compressed, elongated, and typically exhibits a dark bluish or silver-gray hue. It resides year-round in harbors, docks, and breakwaters, is carnivorous, possesses sharp teeth, and has a keen sense of smell. Its culinary value is high. Wild black sea bream typically fetches around 70 to 80 yuan per pound. Damn it, why can't I catch a big fish? Hu Iri lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. Chapter 79, The Cunning Little Yellow Fish. Brother Rue, my fishing rod has a bite too. Junzi exclaimed as he saw his rod being pulled away. He dropped the landing net and rushed over, quickly retrieving his rod to haul in his catch. The fish on his hook was relatively small, weighing only half a pound, yet it was also a black sea bream. Hu Iri's envy was palpable. I need to come over here to fish. There must be a school of black sea bream here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be catching them constantly. Excitedly, Hu Iri brought his fishing rod to Li Rue and cast it into the water. Today must be my lucky day. I ought to catch a few big ones. At that moment, Li Rue's rod bent again, signaling another large catch. It was yet another sizable black sea bream, weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds. This is infuriating, Hu Iri fumed, punching the air. Meanwhile, Junzi continued to reel in small black sea breams, while Li Rue consistently caught larger ones, leaving Hu Iri merely watching in frustration. Come on, bite already. Hu Iri pounded his chest in agitation, anxiously hoping for a fish to take his bait. After over an hour of catching numerous large black sea bream, Li Rue's arms grew weary. He decided to toss his rod onto the shore and recline to rest. No longer wishing to fish. Brother Rue, give me some sandworms. Hu Iri believed his bait was unappealing, which was why he hadn't caught any fish. Li Rue and Junzi were using sandworms as bait, while he used live shrimp. Help yourself, Hu Iri, Li Rue huffed, taking a few deep breaths. He then lay back on the large boulder, gazing up at the sky. Continuously catching large fish had exhausted him. As a fisherman, he had never anticipated the ease with which he could catch fish today. In the past, he had never experienced such ease. Brother Rue, I've caught another black sea bream. Junzi exclaimed excitedly. His catch weighed over 10 pounds, consisting mostly of half-pound black sea breams. Li Rue's catch was over 40 pounds of large black sea breams. most weighing 5 to 8 pounds. After attaching a sandworm to his hook, Iri cast it into the water, convinced that changing bait would surely land him a large black sea bream. Damn it, Brother Rue, I think I have a small yellow fish on my line. Junzi stared intently at his hook, where a half-pound small yellow fish was now caught. Hearing this, Rue sprang up from the boulder. Wild small yellow fish were quite valuable, especially during the fishing ban period when their prices surged. Junzi, be careful, Rue cautioned. Just then, due to Junzi's delayed reaction, the wild small yellow fish finished the bait, sensed the hook, and violently shook its head, causing it to slip free. Junzi pulled up an empty hook. The small yellow fish had already fled. Junzi, your technique is lacking. You were too late. The fish devoured the bait and escaped, Iri teased with a laugh. Damn it, how did it get away? Junzi lamented. At Jufulu, the prices for wild small yellow fish were exorbitant. Smaller ones could fetch around 1,000 yuan per pound, while larger ones could command between 13 to 1,400. That half-pound fish could have netted him several hundred yuan. It's gone now. We can catch another one, Rue said, his enthusiasm for fishing rekindled. He had no desire for more black sea bream, but was eager to catch small yellow fish, as their prices were incomparable. Quickly, Rue rebaited his hook with a wriggling sandworm and cast it into the sea. Shortly after, the small yellow fish returned to the bait on Rue's hook, and he could see it clearly through his fishing catch perspective feature. The small yellow fish was cautious, not immediately biting the bait. It circled around the bait several times without touching it. This little yellow fish is quite prudent, Rue thought to himself. Junzi, watch how your elder catches small yellow fish. You're too inexperienced. Iri exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Meanwhile, the small yellow fish gently nudged the bait with its mouth, causing Rue's float to dip. Brother Rue, you've got a bite. Reel it in. Junzi shouted urgently, eager to rush over and help pull Rue's rod from the water. Rue smiled slightly. The fish hasn't taken the bait yet. It's just nibbling. If he didn't have the catch perspective feature, he would have yanked the rod up the moment the small yellow fish started nibbling, potentially scaring it away. Some crafty fish test the bait by lightly touching it with their mouths to assess whether it is safe to consume. Only after confirming there is no danger do they swallow the bait whole. This behavior is known as nibbling. Sure enough, before Rue could finish his thought, the float rose again. Iri gave a thumbs up. Rue, you're incredible. Your judgment is spot on. Even he, an experienced fisherman, sometimes struggled to discern whether a fish had truly taken the bait or was just nibbling. Rue, however, was able to determine it at once. Truly, the student surpasses the master. Damn, the fish is getting clever. Junzi muttered in frustration. Junzi, when fishing, impatience is the enemy. Stay calm and don't rush. If you act like this, you won't be able to manage a big fish when it comes along, Rue advised calmly. Junzi chuckled sheepishly, not replying further, and continued to fish. Meanwhile, the small yellow fish, sensing no danger from the bait, still hesitated to bite. Different species of fish have distinct methods of consuming bait. For instance, many freshwater fish like crucian carp and carp primarily suck in the water and bait together. Conversely, some predatory fish, equipped with sharp teeth, bite down on the bait. After several circles around the bait, it still hadn't taken the hook. Suddenly, it paused and began nibbling again. Rue observed this entire sequence with clarity. Had it not been for his catch perspective feature, he would have prematurely pulled up the line, scaring the small yellow fish away. After several back-and-forth struggles, the small yellow croaker finally opened its mouth and bit the bait. Observing this, Rue did not hesitate for a moment and swiftly pulled the fish onto the shore. The wild yellow croaker possesses elongated fins that can easily cover their eyes. With red lips and a white tongue, their tails are relatively long, dark in color, and their gills are a vivid red. Due to their delectable taste, tender flesh, and lengthy production cycle, their price is notably high. Rue, go, that's it. It's the one. Junzi's eyes were fixed on the small yellow croaker that had just bitten his hook. It had a large gash in the middle of its mouth, a detail he remembered vividly. Nearby, Yi trembled in astonishment, exclaiming, Rue Z, how did you manage to catch a wild yellow croaker? A surge of envy and jealousy welled up in Ye's heart. This fish was exceptionally cunning. Had he not been patient, it would surely have escaped. As Rue spoke, he deftly removed the small yellow croaker from the hook and tossed it into the fish keeper. Chapter 80. The Three Great Taboo in Life. Junzi rushed over and grabbed the small yellow croaker from Rue's fish keeper. Rue assumed Junzi wanted to inspect the fish, but to his surprise, in the next moment, Junzi delivered 2 resounding slaps to the fish. That S for escaping the hook earlier. Junzi vented his frustration. Although the fish now belonged to them, it was still Rue who had caught it, and that distinction mattered. Junzi, what on earth are you doing slapping the fish? Li Rui laughed. Having only seen someone slap a stray dog by the roadside, but never a fish caught on a hook. Hu Eryi wore a gloomy expression. Why aren't we catching any more fish? Junzi responded by slapping the yellow croaker again. Enough. If you keep that up, you'll kill the fish. And it won't be worth anything. Li Rui said, somewhat exasperated. I've got a fish on my hook. Hu Eryi exclaimed with immense excitement. Leaping up from his fishing chair. In no time, he landed a black bream weighing about half a kilogram. Finally, I've caught one. Hu Eryi beamed with joy, his eyes nearly disappearing in his smile. At that moment, Li Rui picked up the landing net and scooped up a larger yellow croaker weighing over half a kilogram. Upon seeing this, Hu Eryi couldn't stop exclaiming in disbelief. Is this really happening? Rui Z, your luck is incredible. Could it be that you're possessed by Mazu? Junzi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Why had he never realized that his Rui Gu was such an adept fisherman? Li Rui retrieved the yellow croaker and placed it into the fish keeper. I merely had good fortune. That fish swam close to the shore and caught my eye. Li Rui said, brushing his hands off with a faint smile. Another fish was on the line. Junzi pulled up his rod, revealing a black bream weighing over a kilogram that flopped at his side. As he unhooked the fish, he chuckled. Rui Gu, I've never had such a smooth fishing experience before. Yesterday and today have both been remarkably fortunate. It feels like a dream. Li Rui interjected. Junzi, do you know what this is called? What is it called? Junzi asked with a smile. It's called luck, when luck comes. Not even a door can block it, Li Rui replied with a smile. Over at Hu Eryi's spot, he was also catching black bream intermittently, which made him grin widely, exposing his few remaining teeth. Rui Z, you're so lucky. Fishing with you is a delight. In no time, I've caught 8 black bream. Hu Eryi chuckled. Hu Eryi, it's your skill. If you didn't have skill, could you catch so many fish? Li Rui complimented. Elderly folks enjoy being praised. Upon hearing this, Hu Eryi's eyes squinted with happiness. My skills aren't as good as you say. Each time he went fishing, if he didn't catch any fish, he would buy some from others. In his words, it's impossible to come back empty-handed. That is simply unacceptable. Rui Z, could you sell me a larger black bream? After laughing for a while, Hu Eryi's expression turned serious as he looked at Li Rui. Hu Eryi was originally a teacher from Pingang Town. He had been retired for over a decade, with a pension that was quite substantial. Both of his children were successful abroad, so he wasn't short on money. Hu Eryi, haven't you caught enough fish? Why are you still asking us to sell you fish? Junzi inquired, surprised. Li Rui thought Junzi's question was unnecessary. Hu Eryi sought to buy fish from them for the sake of face. Without waiting for Hu Eryi to respond, Li Rui agreed to his request. Hu Eryi, I'll sell you one, Li Rui said, shooting a glare at Junzi. Hu Eryi spent 700 to purchase a 7.5 kilogram black bream from Li Rui. Rui Z, Junzi, this is our little secret. You must never tell anyone that I bought fish from you, Hu Eryi said mysteriously. This was crucial for his reputation. Li Rui chuckled, assuring him, rest assured. We won't say a word. Junzi also promised to keep it confidential. This old man was quite amusing. At this moment, the fish weren't biting as much. Li Rui sensed that the luck of the day was nearing its end. Rui Gu, it's so frustrating. Just earlier, fish were biting one after another. And now not a single one is taking the bait. Junzi lamented, feeling a great sense of disappointment. It was akin to someone accustomed to gourmet delicacies suddenly being served simple fare. Certainly, one would struggle to adapt. This mirrors the adage that it is easier to transition from frugality to luxury than from luxury to frugality. Good luck is fleeting. Li Rui, however, remained unfazed. At this moment, he decided to pack up and leave. However, just then, Li Rui spotted a large fish fiercely biting his hook. The float shot into the water like a torpedo, moving with lightning speed. Li Rui gripped the rod tightly, first letting out some line, then reeling it in. After repeating this back and forth over 20 times, the fish in the water still fought vigorously, resisting with great strength. How large could this fish be? Hu Eryi watched Li Rui fishing, his eyes not blinking once. Junzi was equally captivated. After a while of tiring out the fish, Li Rui rested the rod against his abdomen. Rui Gu, why don't I help you with this? Junzi tossed his rod aside and eagerly approached, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Hu Eryi couldn't help but roll his eyes. A fisherman would never let anyone else handle his rod at such a critical moment. In Hu Eryi's view, there are 3 great taboos in life. First, one must never allow another man to touch his wife. Second, one must never lend his car to others. He had once lent his car to his nephew, which ended in a tragic accident that haunted him. Third, when one hooks a big fish, no matter what happens, one must never let anyone else touch their fishing rod. Get away, Li Rui said without even glancing at Junzi. Junzi grinned foolishly, saying nothing. Hu Eryi scoffed. Junzi, do you not understand the rules of fishing? If someone has a big fish on their line and they don't ask for help, You cannot touch their rod. That's a taboo. Junzi scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. I don't understand. Meanwhile, Li Rue was being pulled back and forth by the fish in the water. At that moment, Li Rue felt an exhilarating thrill, his heart racing. Any fisherman could relate to the exhilaration he felt. Junzi, go grab the landing net. When the fish gets close to the shore and is exhausted, you can scoop it up, Li Rue instructed. In truth, Li Rue was reluctant to speak. He wished to conserve his energy and continue the pursuit of the fish. If that fish were to escape, he would feel quite disheartened for a considerable time. Understood. Junzi, in a rather juvenile manner, replied, then picked up the net and stood by the shore, vigilantly observing the large fish in the water. Be careful, Junzi. If you let it slip away this time, you and Ruiz will no longer be brothers, Ye jested. Chapter 81. Finally, it surfaced. The large fish was about to slip from Junzi's grasp. Li Rue surmised that he would likely reprimand Junzi. Ye stroked his chin, contemplating this. Junzi dared not let his guard down. He focused intently on the fish. I wonder how much longer you can endure. Li Rue, however, remained unperturbed. The fish in the water was a Huang Tiaoshi, weighing approximately 10 odd jin. After about 28 minutes of struggle, the Huang Tiaoshi finally ceased its thrashing, its belly beginning to float upwards. At this moment, Li Rue slowly reeled the Huang Tiaoshi towards the shore. What a sizable catch! Junzi marveled internally. Observing that the Huang Tiaoshi had exhausted itself and was no longer struggling, Junzi cautiously employed the net to scoop it up. Just then, however, his foot slipped, and the edge of the net collided forcefully with the fish's head. This sudden impact startled the Huang Tiaoshi, which immediately resumed its vigorous thrashing. Junzi nearly lost his grip on the net due to the fish's formidable strength. Damn it! Junzi exclaimed multiple times, as the tail of the Huang Tiaoshi whipped wildly in the water, splashing him thoroughly. Soaked, Junzi was scolded by Li Rue. What on earth are you doing with that net? Thus, he was once again compelled to chase after the fish. When using a net, one must be steady, gentle, and precise. Yet, Junzi's previous actions had been too hasty, provoking the Huang Tiaoshi and necessitating further effort. At this moment, noticing signs of the fish slipping off the hook, Li Rue's heart leapt into his throat. Regaining his composure, he adjusted the angle of the fishing rod, angling it upwards to maintain tension on the line, ensuring the hook would remain securely in the fish's mouth. Rue, go, I slipped earlier. Causing the net to hit the fish's head, Junzi explained, visibly upset. It's all right, just refrain from speaking, Li Rue replied, focusing solely on bringing the Huang Tiaoshi ashore. Ye watched anxiously. If the fish were to escape, wouldn't Ruiz scold Junzi mercilessly? This was a notably large fish. Utilizing the fish-catching perspective feature, Li Rue discerned that the Huang Tiaoshi had not slipped off the hook, though it showed signs of doing so. Stop struggling, come up peacefully. With great caution, he proceeded with each step, fearing the hook might fail. At this point, he was drenched in sweat. Ultimately, through his unwavering effort, he managed to drag the Huang Tiaoshi to the shore. Junzi, be careful, do not slip again, Li Rue admonished sternly. If the fish were to be frightened once more, he would truly be enraged. I won't, Junzi replied softly, then gradually moved the net. Li Rue cooperatively maneuvered the Huang Tiaoshi into the net, ensuring the entire body of the fish was in the net. Junzi held his breath and steadily lifted it upward. Only after the net had successfully brought the fish ashore did he dare to exhale. Phew. Junzi released a long breath, his tension gradually easing. Finally, I've managed to haul this creature ashore, Li Rue sighed in relief. He could finally take a break. Ye approached, examining closely, and remarked, this is a Huang Tiaoshi. The Huang Tiaoshi has a fusiform body, elongated and slightly flattened on the sides, typically reaching lengths of up to 1 meter or even longer, with weights up to 20 jin. Larger specimens can exceed 100 jin. Junzi gestured with his arm, then looked up at Li Rue, smiling. Brother, this fish must be around 80 or 90 centimeters long. It's truly quite lengthy. Ye circled the Huang Tiaoshi, resting his chin on his hand, stating, this Huang Tiaoshi must weigh around 13 or 14 jin. As they conversed, Guogua came running from a distance. Daddy, how many fish did you catch? Let me see. Guogua was being led by Su Xiangyue. Li Rue was not worried about her tripping. Following Su Xiangyue and Guogua were several villagers. Wow, what a big fish. Daddy, did you catch this? Guogua looked at Li Rue with admiration. It was caught by Daddy. Li Rue intended to pat Guogua's little head, but as he extended his right hand, he pulled it back, having gotten his hands dirty while baiting the hook. Daddy, you're so amazing, Guogua exclaimed joyfully. As soon as she finished speaking, her little friend Chun Yaoyao approached, and was also astonished by the sizable Huang Tiaoshi. Chun Yaoyao was left speechless. Chun Xiong, with a hint of envy, remarked. It's just luck. His eyes were filled with jealousy. Su Lanji glanced at Chen Xiong and scolded. Look at how skilled Li Rue is at fishing. The other villagers could not help but murmur among themselves. Rue Zi has been incredible these past few days. He goes to the sea and finds many treasures. He casts nets and catches good things. And now he even catches such a large fish while fishing. Goodness. It seems Li Rue has a half-gene small yellow fish in his catch. Not just one, there are two. The onlookers were astonished. Some even doubted their own eyes. It truly is small yellow fish. Chen Xiong exclaimed as he approached, his eyes wide as saucers. Su Xiangyue also found it hard to believe. Small yellow fish are challenging to catch and quite expensive. It was merely good fortune, Li Rue said, wishing to evade the crowd's attention. After placing the Huang Tiaoshi in the fish basket, he and Air Junzi carried their catch back towards the village. Su Xiangyue held Air Junzi's fish basket. Guogua. Looking at her friend Shin Yaoyao, bragged, Yaoyao, isn't my daddy amazing? Shin Yaoyao pouted, her eyes downcast, and said nothing. Chen Xiong, feeling disgruntled, said, I'm going to get a fishing rod and cast a few lines here too. If Li Rue can catch small yellow fish, so can I. We're both built the same. With 2 shoulders and 1 head. I'm not any worse than Li Rue. Daddy, can you do it? Shin Yaoyao asked, her eyes filled with hope. Of course I can. I will definitely catch many fish soon. Chen Xiong replied with determination. Su Lanji shot him a cold look and said, Chen Xiong, can't you stop bragging for once? I've noticed you becoming less capable lately. Though she used to feel envious of herself, despite her own lack of beauty, she had found a good husband. Recently, however, she had begun to feel increasingly that her husband was rather useless. At Li Rue's home, Li Fang was busy cooking while Li Dafu was busy gutting small fish and shrimp. Grandma, Grandpa, come quickly and see how many fish Daddy caught. Guogua burst into the house, placing her hands over her little mouth, shouting. Shortly after, Li Fang, wearing an apron, emerged, followed closely by Li Dafu, who still had fish entrails on his hands. Oh my! Li Fang exclaimed upon seeing the fish in the basket, unable to contain her surprise. Li Dafu stood in shock, utterly amazed. Is it really this easy to catch fish by the seaside? In less than 3 hours, Rue Zi and Air Junzi had caught so many fish that Li Dafu was left dazzled. Chapter 82, Waiting for you to eat. Black bream, Huang Tiaoshi, small yellow fish. Li Dafu approached for a closer look, his mouth agape in astonishment. Li Rue and Air Junzi tossed the fish basket into the back of the tricycle. The vehicle sank slightly under the weight, and its tires appeared somewhat flattened. Su Xiangyue, straining to hold Air Junzi's fish basket, was about to place it in the compartment when Li Rue swiftly snatched it away. Let me handle this, he declared, before tossing the basket into the back himself. Li Rue, Air Junzi, you both did remarkably well. After just 2 or 3 hours of fishing, you managed to catch so many fish, Li Fang exclaimed. A broad smile spreading across her face, causing the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes to deepen with joy. Just then, the acrid scent of something burnt wafted through the air. My dish, Li Fang exclaimed, rushing into the kitchen only to discover that the green pepper and egg dish she was preparing had turned to char. Guogua scampered over to Li Dafu, grinning broadly as she asked, Grandpa, isn't my daddy amazing? Indeed, indeed, Li Dafu replied with a hearty laugh. It was only in Guogua's presence that he allowed himself to show such warmth. With others, he typically maintained a stern demeanor. I wonder how the taste of this little yellow croaker will be, Li Rue murmured, extracting a lively fish from the basket. Su Xiangyue, seeing this, quickly snatched it away. The little yellow croaker is expensive and not very tasty, she retorted, placing it back into the basket, fearful that Li Rue might consume it. Daddy, Guogua wants to eat fish, the little girl piped up cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangyue promptly nudged Li Rue away from the fish in the tricycle. Subsequently, she retrieved a black sea bream weighing over a pound from the basket. Tonight we will have black sea bream. Its flavor is exquisite. Far superior to that of the yellow croaker, she asserted. Brat, you and Air Junzi should hurry and sell the fish, Li Dafu remarked with a hint of annoyance, casting a disapproving glare at Li Rue. The audacity of Li Rue to contemplate eating the yellow croaker was truly infuriating. Li Rue forced a smile. All right, Dad. As he drove the tricycle with Air Junzi out of their gate, Su Xiangyue called out, Li Rue, return early. I'll be waiting at home. Guogua, mimicking her mother, chimed in, Daddy, come back soon. Guogua will be waiting for you. Li Rue glanced back at his wife and child, a wave of sweetness washing over him. I will return soon, he promised. This scene filled Air Junzi with envy. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jufu Lu, by Wenbin, the purchasing manager, was taken aback upon seeing the fish in the tricycle. Li Rue, Air Junzi, you two are truly fishing experts. You brought in a cartload of fish in the morning, and now another cartload in the afternoon. Bai Wenbin joked. At this rate, I might as well resign as purchasing manager and become a fisherman myself. Brother Ben, we rely on the weather for our livelihood. It's not as stable as your job. I truly envy you, Li Rue replied with a smile. As they chatted, a kitchen assistant from Jufu Lu hurried out to weigh the fish. The Black Sea bream weighs 152 pounds and 8 ounces. The yellow striped bass weighs 14 pounds and 3 ounces. The little yellow croaker weighs 1 pound and 3 ounces. Li Rue, Air Junzi, we are not outsiders here. And I see these fish are quite impressive, so I will offer you a higher price. But please do not discuss this outside, Bai Wenbin cautioned seriously. He was not concerned about Li Rue revealing this to outsiders, but he feared Air Junzi might. Li Rue, composed, reassured him, Brother Ben, Air Junzi, and I will certainly keep this confidential. Air Junzi nodded in agreement. Bai Wenbin then announced, the Black Sea bream weighs 91 pounds, totaling 13,752 for that. For your large yellow striped bass, I will give you 6,500, and for the wild little yellow croaker, it's 300 per pound, which comes to 390. The grand total is 20,642. Upon hearing this figure, Bai Wenbin was nearly overwhelmed. They earned over 20,000 in just one afternoon fishing. Who would believe that? Li Rue, over 20,000. Air Junzi exclaimed excitedly in Li Rue's ear. Stay calm, Li Rue replied with a gentle smile. In the past, he would have shared Air Junzi's excitement, but now, he had greater aspirations. A mere 20,000 was not significant in his eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin was busy sending a message to Song Ling. In her office, Song Ling could hardly believe her eyes upon receiving Bai Wenbin's message. Li Rue and Air Junzi have been incredibly lucky lately. They earned over 9,000 in the morning from net fishing and now over 20,000 from angling in the afternoon, she exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, Song Ling called Bai Wenbin. Have them come to my office. I haven't left yet, and the finance team is still working late. Once in Song Ling's office, she patted Air Junzi's shoulder enthusiastically. Air Junzi, you really did well. Air Junzi glanced at Li Rue before responding. It's all thanks to my brother Rue's good fortune. Li Rue, here's the invoice, Song Ling said, handing him a pre-prepared document. Song Zong, it's getting late. My wife and child are waiting for me at home. I should head back, Li Rue stated. Eager to return home, and thus not inclined to engage in idle chatter with Song Ling smiled. Li Rue, you should go back early. She then turned to Air Junzi, saying, Air Junzi, stay behind. Let's have dinner together. Forget it. I don't want to hear you preach. Air Junzi replied with an expression of disdain. He was weary of his sister's lectures whenever they were alone, reminding him to be more considerate and not worry their parents. How dare you speak to your sister like that? Song Ling's expression darkened immediately. Sister, we can have dinner together another time, Air Junzi said. Making a hasty exit from her office, glancing back to wink at Song Ling, I won't listen to your sermons. Li Rue chuckled at the banter between the siblings. Air Junzi, are you itching for trouble again? Song Ling playfully threatened him. After the brief exchange, Li Rue collected 2,700 yuan from the finance room at Jufu Lu. He transferred 2,070 yuan to Air Junzi. Upon receiving the funds, Air Junzi's face lit up with excitement. Brother Rue, following you has been the best decision of my life. In one day, he had earned over 3,000 yuan, equivalent to many people's monthly salary. Save some for yourself, and let your mother manage the rest, Li Rue advised. Air Junzi smiled brightly and promptly transferred 1,800 yuan to his mother. Upon receiving the money, she was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, after hardship comes happiness. Meanwhile, as Li Rue drove the tricycle through their gate, Su Shunyue rushed over. Holding Guoguo's hand. Daddy, dinner is ready. Mama, Grandpa, Grandma, and Guoguo are all waiting for you. The little girl exclaimed, her face brimming with delight. Chapter 83, Settling the Debt. Congratulations, host, you have earned 2,700 points. You now have a total of 47,388 points. You may exchange these points for items in the system at any time. The system's voice echoed in Li Rue's mind. Li Rue paid it little attention, deciding to ponder the system's matters when he had more time. At that moment, Air Junzi felt a twinge of melancholy. His brother Rue truly was fortunate, with a loving wife and child. As for him, he was just a single man, without a spouse or children. Air Junzi, come down. Let us all have dinner together. Li Fang called out, noticing Air Junzi's glum expression. Uncle Air Junzi, come eat with us. Guoguo chimed in cheerfully. In an instant, a smile blossomed on Air Junzi's face. All right, he replied, leaping down from the tricycle's basket. He approached Guoguo and gently caressed her little face, asking, Guoguo, what do you desire? Without a moment's hesitation, Guoguo exclaimed, I want candy, lots and lots of candy. Tomorrow, Uncle Air Junzi will go to town and buy you plenty of candy. Is that all right? Air Junzi replied with a smile. Air Junzi, it's not good for children to eat too much candy, so please don't buy too much for Guoguo, Su Xiangyue interjected. Her concern was not about Junzi's expenditure, but rather her genuine wish for Guogua to avoid excessive sugar, which is detrimental to both children and adults alike. Junzi looked up at Su Xiangyue and smiled softly, saying, "Sister-in-law, I'll buy a little less, but I don't want to go back on my word to Guogua." The group entered the living room, filled with laughter. The table was already set, waiting for Li Rue and Junzi to return for dinner. "You all go ahead and eat. Junzi and I are not outsiders," Li Rue said after washing his hands and taking a seat. The phrase "not outsiders" warmed Junzi's heart. He echoed with a smile, "Exactly. I'm not an outsider." Guogua quickly chimed in. "Grandpa asked me to eat, but I firmly said no. I want to wait for Daddy to come back and eat together." "Oh, and Uncle Junzi too." Li Dafu, concerned about Guogua going hungry, had previously suggested she eat first. In his view, the adults could wait for Li Rue and Junzi. He could not bear the thought of his precious granddaughter being hungry. "This child is too attached to her father," Li Fong remarked jovially. "Everyone, let's eat," Li Dafu announced, picking up his chopsticks. With his words, the others felt free to begin. Li Rue picked a shrimp and placed it in his bowl, starting to peel it. "Daddy, Guogua wants to eat shrimp," she said, sitting in her high chair, her little legs swinging. She pointed at the shrimp on the plate with her chopsticks. Tonight's dinner was quite lavish, featuring fried small fish, fried shrimp, steamed black sea bream, green pepper scrambled eggs, pig's head meat, and a large bowl of tofu soup. It all looked appetizing. "I knew you would want shrimp," Li Rue said as he placed the peeled shrimp into Guogua's bowl. Guogua attempted to pick it up with her chopsticks, but struggled. Seeing this, Li Rue fed her the shrimp. "It's delicious, so delicious," Guogua mumbled as she chewed. "Dad, shall we have a drink tonight?" Li Rue suggested. "After fishing, there's a lot of humidity. Drinking can help with that. If you want a drink, go ahead," Li Dafu replied gruffly. Li Rue fetched a bottle of liquor and poured half a cup for himself, his father, and Junzi. Suddenly, Guogua had a thought. After a moment, she glanced at the three men and cheerfully said, "Although drinking is nice, don't overindulge." She had learned this phrase from television. No drinking too much, definitely not. Li Dafu burst into laughter at her words. After dinner, Junzi rode his electric bike home. Li Dafu and Li Fong began to clear the table while Guogua played with her toys in the corner. "Wife, I have something to tell you," Li Rue said with a twinkle in his eye. "What is it?" Su Xiangyue asked, preparing to tidy up the dishes and urging her in-laws to rest early. They had worked hard all day and deserved a break. "I just calculated, and I currently have about 220,000 yuan, while I owe 210,000 yuan online," Li Rue said. Before he could finish, Su Xiangyue excitedly interrupted, "Really?" Her eyes sparkled with hope. This was a day she had awaited for far too long. As the saying goes, a debt-free life is a light one. The online debt Li Rue owed had kept her restless. "Yes," Li Rue nodded. He then expressed his thoughts. "Should we buy a pickup truck first or pay off the online loan?" "Pay off the loan first," Su Xiangyue replied without hesitation. "We can buy a car later. The sooner we pay off the loan, the more at ease I will feel." "All right then." Li Rue took out his phone and paid off the entire 210,000 yuan debt. Seeing the display on Li Rue's phone, Su Xiangyue let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, we are debt-free. She felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. Li Rue looked forward to buying a pickup truck soon, as their current tricycle was proving insufficient. When they went to sell fish today, the tricycle's cargo area was nearly overflowing. "Honey, why do I feel like all of this is a dream?" Su Xiangyue murmured softly. "Just a few days ago, I was in tears, and Guogua and I were almost at our wits' end. I even considered taking Guogua to work outside." She spoke quietly, fearful her in-laws might overhear. Li Rue grasped Su Xiangyue's hands firmly, meeting her gaze. "Wife, I apologize for my past mistakes. What's done is done. There's no need to dwell on it. What matters is the present," Su Xiangyue replied, not wishing to revisit old wounds. "I'm so glad to have you." Li Rue wrapped his arms around her waist, and she nestled against him. After a while, Su Xiangyue gently pulled away. "It's getting late. I have work tomorrow. You go wash Guogua's face and feet while I help my parents with the dishes." With that, she made her way to the dining table. While Li Rue went to find Guogua. "Dad, Mom, you can go home now. I'll take care of the cleaning here," Su Xiangyue said as she wiped the table. "Xiangyue, you've worked hard all day. Don't worry about the housework. Your father and I are free. We can help with it," Li Fong said with a smile. The usually reticent Li Dafu chimed in, "Xiangyue, go rest." Both Li Fong and Li Dafu regarded Su Xiangyue as a wonderful daughter-in-law. Ultimately, the three of them finished the household chores together. Li Rue was busy washing Guogua's feet. "Daddy, when are we going to town to play again?" Guogua licked her lips, clearly craving something. She glanced at Su Xiangyue, who was not far away, then beckoned to Li Rue, signaling him to lean closer. Li Rue leaned in with a smile, asking, "What else with the secrecy?" "Daddy, you must secretly give me candy without letting Mama know, okay?" Guogwa whispered softly. Chapter 84. Money truly does not last. At some point, Su Xiangyue quietly approached. Guogwa, what did you say? She asked, her expression serious. Guogwa jumped in surprise, her little hands flailing like a windmill. Guogwa, didn't he say anything? Do you think Mama didn't hear? You just asked Daddy to secretly give you candy. Su Xiangyue's face darkened. Mama, I will definitely eat less candy in the future, Guogwa pouted. Seeing Guogwa's expression, Su Xiangyue felt a pang of sympathy. She squatted down and gently stroked Guogwa's little head, saying, it's not that Mama doesn't want you to have more candy, but too much sugar is bad for your health. Listen to Mama and eat less candy, all right? Guogwa nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. Okay. Li Rue smiled wryly. From now on, you can only eat less candy. Daddy will also listen to Mama. Guogwa replied. Half an hour later, the three of them lay in bed. Guogwa nestled between Li Rue and Su Xiangyue. Mama, I forgot to show you the picture I drew at kindergarten today, Guogwa suddenly exclaimed, looking at Su Xiangyue. She quickly climbed off the bed and rummaged through the drawer in the living room to find her drawing. What kind of drawing is it? Su Xiangyue asked curiously, with a hint of anticipation. Soon, Guogwa presented the picture to Su Xiangyue. Daddy praised me for my good drawing. Mama, do you think it's pretty? Upon seeing the drawing, Su Xiangyue's expression turned to one of disbelief. What on earth is this? 3 individuals were depicted in the drawing, and they appeared rather unattractive. This one represents Mama. That one is Baba, and the figure in the middle is Guogwa. Guogwa pointed at the 3 figures in the painting and, upon finishing her explanation, perked up her little ears, eagerly awaiting her mother's praise. Su Xiangyue frowned slightly. Was it truly the case that these 3 figures represented their family? Guogwa's portrayal was rather unflattering. In the drawing, her own head was depicted with merely 3 strands of hair. Mama, isn't Guogwa's art beautiful? Guogwa clapped her hands and inquired. Yes, very beautiful, Su Xiangyue replied somewhat reluctantly, her smile appearing forced. Upon hearing this, Guogwa danced with joy. Fully confident that her mother would respond in such a manner, Guogwa truly possessed a talent for painting. Li Rue turned to Su Xiangyue and remarked, tomorrow morning, I plan to head to town to purchase a frame to properly display this artwork. Su Xiangyue found this idea quite agreeable. After all, it was Guogwa's very first painting. Though it lacked beauty, it held significant sentimental value. Guogwa, when you grow up and get married, your father and I will bring out this painting to show you, all right? Su Xiangyue and Li Rue shared a mutual thought. All right. Guogwa clapped her hands in delight. Witnessing this scene, both Su Xiangyue and Li Rue couldn't help but laugh. One could only wonder what expression would grace Guogwa's face on that day. Guogwa, it's time for bed. Li Rue wished for Guogwa not to wake too late the following day. Baba, Guogwa wants to hear a story. Guogwa looked at Li Rue with expectant eyes. After a moment's thought, Li Rue began, tonight, Daddy will tell you a story about the beautiful dream journey of a little bear. Once upon a time, in a lush forest, there lived an adorable little bear who, every night, would lie in its warm little bed and listen to its father tell stories. Li Rue had scarcely spoken a few sentences before Guogwa fell asleep, her tiny mouth drooling slightly. This little one was quite the handful. Li Rue gently lifted Guogwa and placed her in the center of the bed. Sleep well. Su Xiangyue turned off the light and switched on the small lamp by the bed. Guogwa preferred to sleep with the light on. Regardless of whether she was asleep or not, the light had to remain illuminated. The next morning, Li Rue rose early. He busied himself in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. The weather was dreary, overcast, and Li Rue decided to take a day off. Guogwa would attend kindergarten as usual, while Su Xiangyue would go to work. Li Rue thought it prudent to discuss with Xiangyue the possibility of her resigning. He found the factory work rather monotonous and dreary. Now that he had the means, he naturally wished for his wife to enjoy a more leisurely life. Early that day, he sent a message to Heir Junzi, instructing him not to come over. Riding his tricycle, Li Rue ventured into town, where he encountered his mother-in-law, Chen Yi. Pinggang town was small, making their meeting quite likely. Li Rue, I was just about to look for you. Chen Yi halted Li Rue's tricycle. Mom, what do you need? Li Rue frowned slightly. Chen Yi sharply replied. My son is about to get married, and we are short on the bride price. You need to figure out a way to gather some money. Upon hearing this, Li Rue felt his lips twitch. Mom, I'm still in debt myself. I was hoping to borrow some money from you to pay off my debts. He would not dare mention his recent earnings. Li Rue, how can you be like this? I raised my daughter, and you think she was given to you for free? Chen Yi was getting angry, rolling up her sleeves. Mom, I have things to attend to, so I won't chat anymore. Li Rue swiftly turned his tricycle to evade Chen Yi. She chased after him. Li Rue, how can you do this? Just contribute a little. If my daughter hadn't married you, she would have surely married a wealthy man. Now, I ask you for a little money, and what is wrong with that? Chen Yi ran until she was exhausted and finally stopped, squatting on the ground, panting and muttering to herself, "I'll call my daughter later and have her divorce you." At this moment, Li Rue arrived at an art gallery. Despite its small size, Yuya Island had everything one could need. "Sir, do you have any frames for mounting paintings?" The owner, a middle-aged woman, greeted Li Rue as he entered and stated his purpose. "We have 3 types of frames. Please choose which one you prefer." The owner was very welcoming, leading Li Rue to view the 3 types of frames in her shop. The first was a standard wooden frame, reasonably priced at 30. The second was made from foam material, of poor quality, priced at 15. Li Rue was unimpressed by the first 2 options and was drawn to the third, a high-quality solid wood frame costing 200. This one, Li Rue indicated a 7-inch high-end wooden frame. After making the payment, he also purchased 2 Huawei phones and a Sony camera. The 2 Huawei phones cost 4,005, Model 11, while the Sony camera was 5,000, Model 1. Goodness, money truly doesn't last. Li Rue couldn't help but lament as he noted that his more than 10,000 had dwindled to just over 800, prompting him to consider ways to earn more. Upon exiting the camera shop, he grumbled to himself that without money, it was impossible to provide a good life for his wife and child. Upon returning home, Li Rue meticulously framed Guagua's first painting. Once completed, he hung it on the wall, admiring it from every angle, unable to tire of gazing at it. At 10 o'clock that morning, Li Rue picked up his phone and called Air Junzi. "Air Junzi, let us go catch some fish today." Li Rue spoke into the phone. "Great. I've been itching to go," came the enthusiastic reply from Air Junzi. Chapter 85, quite good. Air Junzi arrived on his electric bike in a hurry. "Li Rue, have you framed the painting?" Upon entering the living room, he spotted the eye-catching artwork on the wall, nearly impossible to miss. "What do you think?" Li Rue asked with a smile. Air Junzi gave a thumbs up. "Really nice." At that moment, Li Fong arrived. She had come to wash clothes and prepare meals. With her son and daughter-in-law busy, she had some free time to lend a hand. "Li Rue, Air Junzi, are you going fishing?" Li Fong asked as she washed clothes under the water pipe. Seeing both of them with a net and a bucket, Air Junzi cheerfully replied, "Aunt, Li Rue and I are going fishing. Recently, Li Rue has been lucky. We'll surely catch plenty." Li Rue glanced at his mother. "Mom, we're off." Li Fong waved her hand, expressing concern. "Be careful. The sea claims many lives every year. It's best to be cautious." In the past, when her husband, Li Dafu, would go out fishing at night, she would lie in bed alone, anxious about his safety. "We will be careful," Li Rue assured as they departed. At the village entrance, in the shade, Old Hu spotted Li Rue and Air Junzi and quickly approached them, eager to observe. He seldom engaged in fishing with a net anymore, as his age had diminished his strength. In his leisure, he preferred to fish with a rod and enjoy the seaside view. Su Longji, noticing him, hurried home and soon returned with a small fishing net, trailing behind Li Rue and Air Junzi. Her husband, Chen Xiong, had gone to the sea. "Li Rue, Air Junzi, are you going fishing again?" Old Hu smiled. His perception of them transformed. Previously, they had spent most of their time in the game room, but now they exhibited enthusiasm, vitality, and a diligent work ethic. Who wouldn't appreciate such spirited youth? "Old Hu, we are indeed going fishing," Li Rue replied with a smile. Su Longji remained silent. She planned to cast her fishing net beside Li Rue and Air Junzi later, hoping to share in their good fortune. Recently, Li Rue and Air Junzi had made quite a bit of money, which left her feeling envious. I stood by, merely indulging my eyes. Hu Er Yi grinned and said, "When will you go fishing again? Can I join you?" Hu Er Yi, "Sometimes we fish, sometimes we gather at the sea, and sometimes we catch fish with nets. It's not fixed," Li Rue replied. It was impractical for him to summon Hu Er Yi every time before they went fishing. Hu Er Yi had a retirement pension and no burdens, unlike Air Junzi, who had a wife and children to support. Air Junzi aspired to earn money to marry. Sometimes he envied Hu Er Yi, the retired elder, whose salary was significantly higher than that of younger individuals, with no family obligations. "That's true," Hu Er Yi laughed heartily. Air Junzi noticed Su Longji behind them, furrowing his brow but not speaking. The group chatted and laughed as they approached a large rock in the reef area. Li Rue did not rush to cast his net. He found a spot closer to the water and then threw his fishing net out. The net fell gracefully into the sea. After several attempts, casting the net had become second nature. Su Longji stumbled over to Li Rue and then cast her small net. "Su Longji, why are you so close to my brother Rue?" Air Junzi said, unable to hold back his irritation. "This reef area is yours, Air Junzi." "I can stand wherever I please," Su Longji shot back, rolling her eyes at him. Air Junzi was tempted to slap her. Li Rue was also slightly annoyed by Su Longji. No matter what he and Air Junzi did, she followed them like an inescapable adhesive. 30 seconds later, Li Rue began to pull up the net, finding it somewhat laborious. Seeing this, Air Junzi was exhilarated, sensing that there was quite a catch. He chuckled. "Hu Er Yi, standing at the back, tiptoed and craned his neck to see the net in the water. At that moment, a small yellow fish jumped from the bottom of the net. A little yellow fish. Who are ye? Exclaimed excitedly. Junzi hurried over to assist Li Rui, but Li Rui admonished him. Junzi, be careful. If you run too fast and slip, what will happen? Junzi immediately slowed his pace. The next moment, Li Rui pulled the net out of the water. Instantly, the fish within it began to leap about frantically. Who are ye? Clapped his thighs in amazement. Goodness, how come there are so many fish? Last time, when everyone from their village stood on the reef area casting nets, hardly anyone caught anything substantial. Next to Li Rui, Sulanji could not hide her envy as she saw the fish in his net. Brother Rui, I will be more careful next time, Junzi said with a sheepish smile. Meanwhile, Li Rui had already dragged the net ashore. This catch weighed approximately 20 to 30 pounds. Not too little, not too much. Aside from a few small yellow fish, there seemed to be nothing of great value. Who are ye? Leaned closer to inspect. Junzi took the snakeskin bag from the bucket and placed it on the rock, securing it with a large stone. He then swiftly began to collect the fish. The sound of fish being tossed into the bucket echoed as Junzi worked efficiently. Li Rui observed that most of the catch was sardines, which were not particularly valuable. Priced around 20 yuan per pound. The prices of seafood fluctuated greatly. Today it might be 200, and tomorrow only 100. Many factors influence seafood prices, including time and weather. Oh, here's a sushu ban. Who are ye? Remarked idly, squatting on the large rock to help Li Rui and Junzi pack the fish. He picked up a sizable sushu ban. Sushu ban, also known as coral grouper, is a type of grouper. Visually, it bears little distinction from regular groupers, characterized by an oval, slightly flattened body. Predominantly light brown and dark brown colors, adorned with unique spots that differ significantly in hue from the base color of the fish. Who are ye? Weighed the sushu ban in his hands and said with delight, this one must weigh over 3 pounds. Brother Rui, there's another sushu ban in here, Junzi added excitedly. Nearby, Sulanji shouted, I caught a little something in my net too. Indeed. She had shared in Li Rui's good luck, pulling up 3 to 4 pounds of fish, mostly sardines, along with a small yellow fish weighing about a pound. Goodness. She really knows how to ride on others' coattails. Junzi felt somewhat displeased. Li Rui shared in the sentiment, feeling a bit irked by Sulanji. Junzi, let us ignore her and focus on collecting the fish, Li Rui suggested, as he also found a sushu ban weighing over 4 pounds. In his mind, he calculated that his net yielded over 10 pounds of sardines, more than 8 pounds of small yellow fish, about 15 to 16 pounds of sushu ban, and a few pounds of assorted fish. Overall, it was a decent haul. Brother Rui, this catch could easily fetch several thousand yuan. Junzi laughed heartily. How come there are still sushu ban? Sulanji asked in disbelief. In contrast, she had only caught 3 to 4 pounds of sardines and a small yellow fish weighing about a pound. This comparison left her feeling quite discontented. Come on, Lanji. You caught quite a bit too. Who are ye? Exclaimed. Who are ye? My catch pales in comparison to Li Rui's, Sulanji replied as she continued to collect fish. Sighing, she realized that while Li Rui and Junzi feasted on meat, she was left with mere broth. Li Rui understood that Sulanji had indeed benefited from the good fortune of casting her net alongside him. He pondered how to prevent similar situations in the future. While it was acceptable for those with a good relationship with him to share in the luck, Sulanji, who was not particularly close to him, was another matter. Sulanji, could you refrain from casting your net so close to my brother Rui? Junzi shot her a cold glance. This woman irritated him immensely, following him and brother Rui like an unwelcome shadow. Junzi, what's the matter? Is the sea owned by your family? Can only you cast your net here while I cannot? Sulanji retorted, pouting. The more Junzi reacted, the more she clung to him and Li Rui. Junzi opened his mouth to retort, but Li Rui gave him a look, signaling him to cease the unnecessary argument with Sulanji. Junzi, this is our Xingfu village, not your Wang village. I haven't yet asked you to leave, yet you dare to scold me. Sulanji continued unrelentingly. Junzi was momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter Sulanji's remarks. Li Rui smiled slightly and said, Sulanji, the sea is a common resource, and no one has exclusive rights over it. If Junzi wishes to fish here, he is entitled to do so, just as you are. Sulanji pointed at Junzi and shouted at Li Rui, then why did Junzi say anything to me just now? You just rode on my brother Rui's luck, Junzi shouted back, his frustration boiling over. Sulanji scoffed several times. Junzi, how can you prove I rode on Li Rui's luck? Is there any scientific basis for luck? Junzi was left speechless. All right, Junzi, let us conserve our energy for the tasks ahead, Li Rui suggested, glancing at Junzi to indicate he should not engage Sulanji further. Brother Rui, I'm just really frustrated, Junzi confessed. Li Rui chuckled. Soon she will no longer benefit from my fortune. Upon hearing this, Junzi instantly perked up. Really? When have I ever deceived you? A subtle smile curved at the corners of Li Rui's mouth. Wonderful. Junzi's face was alight with anticipation. After a brief respite, Li Rui prepared to cast his net once more. As he stood up, net in hand, Su Longji approached him, with only a mere 3 meters separating them. At that moment, Li Rui stepped onto a small reef, which could barely accommodate 3 people. Surrounded on 3 sides by rocky crevices, and one side open to the vast sea. Seeing this, Su Longji refrained from following. It was not that she did not wish to join him, but that the small reef could not support 2 individuals casting nets simultaneously. Rui, you should change your location. That spot is dangerous, Su Longji called out. Junzi, observing the scene, smiled inwardly, thinking, how splendid. Now that Rui Gu is casting his net there, Su Longji cannot approach at all. Without turning back, Li Rui replied, you need not worry about my safety. With that, he flung the net into the water. Su Longji had no choice but to cast her net from several meters away. Once she confirmed that her net had settled on the seabed, Li Rui swiftly began to pull it up. A short distance away, Su Longji followed suit, tugging at her net. How heavy, Li Rui remarked, feeling that this haul was more bountiful than his last. Meanwhile, Su Longji had effortlessly pulled her net ashore, revealing only a tiny fish the size of a pinky finger. Her frustration was palpable. Why is there nothing in my net? Su Longji's expression darkened. She completely disregarded the minuscule fish, deeming it too insignificant to bother with. Simultaneously, Li Rui's net began to surface, revealing several fish leaping towards the surface. Hueryi could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, so many fish. At his exclamation, Su Longji swiftly turned to gaze at Li Rui's net. Indeed, there were numerous fish. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Are those little yellow croakers? Junzi stared, captivated. After considerable effort, Li Rui finally dragged the net onto the shore. Seeing this, Junzi hurried over, and together they pulled the net to a flat area. There must be at least 40 pounds of fish in here, Hueryi exclaimed in disbelief. The others in the village had never experienced such ease in fishing. Just the other day, Hueryi had chatted with Li Rui's mother, Li Fong, who mentioned that Li Rui's luck had been extraordinary lately. At the time, he had been skeptical, but now he found himself slightly persuaded. In coastal regions, many people hold beliefs in deities, and fishermen almost universally venerate Ma Zhu. Su Longji was infuriated. If only Li Rui had not gone to that small reef to cast his net, she could have shared in his luck. Now, while Li Rui's second haul was brimming with fish, hers was utterly empty. Humph. Junzi shot Su Longji a triumphant glance. Earlier, she had adamantly denied riding on Rui Ji's luck. Now, the evidence was undeniable. He kept these thoughts to himself, as he recalled Rui Ji's advice to conserve energy for the tasks ahead. Although there were plenty of fish, few were of high value, Su Longji remarked sourly. Before she could finish, Hueryi beside Li Rui chimed in. Look, there's a red lamp in the net. The term red lamp refers to a type of rose grouper. The locals on Yuya Island commonly call the rose grouper red lamp, while those in the Liangwang region prefer red ding. The nomenclature varies by region. The rose grouper, known scientifically as Epinephelus fuscogitatus, resembles other groupers in shape, being oval, laterally compressed, and stout, with a large head, wide mouth, and small eyes. Its striking coloration ranges from orange-red to reddish-brown, adorned with triangular black spots along its dorsal fin. Hueryi, where's the red lamp? Junzi, excited, glanced at the fish in the net but failed to spot the prized catch. Eagerly turning to Hueryi, the red lamp is quite valuable, fetching prices upwards of 600 at his sister's place, though he could not recall the exact amount. Is there a rose grouper? Su Longji searched Li Rui's net for the elusive fish. Hueryi, where's the red lamp? Li Rui searched diligently, but found no rose grouper. Hueryi, rummaging through the pile of fish, finally unearthed a brilliant rose grouper, holding it proudly before him. You youngsters, how can your eyesight be so poor? He chuckled. The red lamp is right here. The fish was plump, its belly round and full. Oh my, it really is a red lamp. Su Longji exclaimed. Rose groupers are notoriously difficult to catch. In the past, during the fishing season, her family's boat would take a long time at sea to land just one. Junzi gazed at the rose grouper in Hueryi's hands, his grin widening. It's so fat. This red lamp must weigh over 3 pounds. Rose groupers grow slowly. It takes about 10 years for them to reach a length of 37 to 38 centimeters, typically not exceeding 5 pounds. This slow growth contributes significantly to their high market price. Goodness, Rui, what luck you have! Hueryi exclaimed. When fishing, you catch big yellow croakers. When netting, you haul in little yellow croakers, sushu groupers, and red lamps. As a retired teacher, Hueryi was generally composed and rarely used coarse language. But he couldn't help himself at this moment. Others in the village would be thrilled to catch even a single small yellow croaker, while Li Rui seemed to catch only the most valuable fish. It appeared that Li Rui's mother, Li Feng, was indeed correct. He had truly been blessed by Mazu lately. Coastal residents tend to believe in such things. It's simply good fortune on my part, Li Rui humbly replied with a smile. Junzi's grin remained unwavering as he tossed the fish from the net into the bucket. Before long, the bucket was filled to the brim. Rui Gu, We've struck it rich again today. Junzi beamed with joy. At that moment, Li Rui approached the snakeskin bag, retrieving it. Before coming, he had thrown a snakeskin bag into the bucket, thinking it prudent to be prepared. Oh, there's another red lamp here, though it's a bit smaller. Weighing just over a pound. Yi found yet another rose grouper among the fish. Sulanji, standing several meters away, was astounded. Li Rui was catching fish in the rocky area while she, in the same location, was yielding such a starkly different result. Yi, don't bother. You'll only dirty your hands and clothes, Li Rui smiled, glancing at him. I'm not worried, Yi replied, enjoying the task. Observing this, Li Rui intended to offer Yi a few pounds of miscellaneous fish as a gesture of gratitude for his assistance. It was only right to reciprocate. He could not allow Yi to toil in vain. Meanwhile, Su Lanji was seething with anger. Taking a deep breath, she ran to the spot where Li Rui had stood earlier and cast her net into the sea. Li Rui caught a whole net of fish here. Surely, I can catch plenty as well, she thought. However, when she pulled her net up, she found only a few small sardines, weighing less than a pound. Damn it. This shouldn't be happening. Su Lanji cursed under her breath. Not far away, Chen Xiong, who had been gathering seafood, ran over with a bucket in hand. Darling, today I finally had a bountiful harvest. Chen Xiong waved his hand excitedly. Soon, he arrived at the spot. Upon seeing the fish caught by Li Rui, his eyes widened in amazement, sparkling like bright bulbs. My goodness, Li Rui, how did you catch so many fish again? Chen Xiong stared at the fish in the net. Overwhelmed. The net contained sardines, stonefish, and rosy groupers. How could there be rosy groupers? They are quite valuable, weighing over a pound each, selling for several hundred. The purchase price at Yutao's place seemed to be around 400 per pound. Chen Xiong glanced at the large blue crabs and turban shells in his bucket, along with various other items, and suddenly felt less pleased. Junzi, let us transfer all the fish from the bucket into the snakeskin bag. It will be easier for us to carry. Once all the fish were packed, Li Rui stood up and examined the bucket and the snakeskin bag. With just the two of them, they could lift the snakeskin bag slightly more easily. Uncle Hu, grinning, chimed in, let me help you carry the bucket back. Thank you. Uncle Hu, Li Rui replied without hesitation, planning to give Uncle Hu a few extra pounds of miscellaneous fish later. Uncle Hu waved his hand cheerfully and said, Ruizi, it's just a small favor. Watching you catch fish with the net is truly delightful. Today, I've had quite the visual feast. Junzi propped open the top of the snakeskin bag, and upon seeing this, Li Rui quickly poured all the fish from the bucket into it. The two each grabbed an end of the snakeskin bag and headed toward the village. Uncle Hu carried the bucket containing the fishing net, walking alongside Li Rui. Ruizi, could you sell me some sardines? They are delicious when pan-fried, and pair excellently with drinks. Uncle Hu smacked his lips, saliva pooling in his mouth. When sardines are fried to a golden crisp on the outside while remaining tender inside, each bite offers a delightful contrast in texture and a rich aroma. Accompanied by a little wine, it's simply exquisite. Uncle Hu had previously bought sardines from Yutao, but found the prices steep, purchasing only 2 or 3 times. What are you talking about, Uncle Hu? You helped us so much earlier. Taking a few sardines from us doesn't require payment. Naturally, Li Rui did not decline. He had already contemplated giving Uncle Hu a few pounds of miscellaneous fish. No, you must pay, Uncle Hu insisted sternly. If your parents find out, they will surely say I'm taking advantage of you. We are all from the same village, so let us not be too formal. Li Rui joked playfully. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hu pointed at Li Rui and laughed heartily. You really know how to speak and handle matters. At that moment, Uncle Hu was taken aback. He was astonished that Li Rui, who used to be inept with words and social interactions, had now become articulate and adept, leaving him with no faults to pick. If you ever need anything from your Uncle Hu, just ask. Uncle Hu accepted this goodwill. The snakeskin bag contained around 70 to 80 pounds of fish. Junzi felt no fatigue as he carried one end, wishing there were even more. Hearing Junzi's remark, Li Rui couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking, being young and single is wonderful. There's an endless supply of energy. He was already fatigued. After a few minutes of walking, Li Rui panted and said, let us take a break. I need to catch my breath. Before he even finished, he placed the snakeskin bag on the ground. Junzi rubbed his hands together and cheerfully said to Li Rui, Brother Rui, how about letting me throw a few nets next time? I want to experience the thrill of a big catch. Sure, next time you can throw a few more nets, Li Rue replied eagerly, hoping Air Junzi would exert more effort. After a brief rest, Li Rue and Air Junzi lifted the fish again and continued toward the village. Noticing they were struggling, Uncle Hu refrained from chatting further, understanding that when people are exhausted, they have little desire to converse. As they approached the village, a crowd of old and young gathered excitedly in the shade at the village entrance. Yu Tao stood at his door, anxiously watching as Li Rue and Air Junzi carried the fish. Rue Z, Air Junzi, how did you have such a bountiful harvest again? Are the fish in the sea that easy to catch now? My goodness, that bag of fish must weigh at least 70 pounds. The onlookers gasped in awe as they followed Li Rue into his house. Just put it here, Li Rue said, setting the snakeskin bag down. Then, leaning against the wall, he took deep breaths. At this moment, Air Junzi also looked quite fatigued, squatting on the ground without a word. You two silly kids. Why didn't you give me a call? If I had known you caught so many fish, I would have taken our tricycle to the beach, Li Fong scolded, half worried and half annoyed. Mom, it's fine. Air Junzi and I are still young. We'll just take a nap if we're tired. Li Rue finally caught his breath, though his speech still stumbled a bit. Air Junzi joked, Brother Rue and I are working out our muscles. Upon hearing this, Li Fong waved her hand in the air. Next time, don't be so foolish. Rue Z, your father and I are just at home doing nothing. She complained a bit more before heading to the kitchen. Once Li Rue felt rested, he fetched 3 clean plastic bags from the kitchen. What fish do you have in the snakeskin bag? And he kept peering into the bag. Some common fish we easily catch. Li Rue smiled, and then emptied the fish from the bag. Suddenly, all the fish Li Rue and Air Junzi had caught appeared before everyone's eyes. And he, sharp-eyed, immediately spotted several sushu groupers. Wow, so many sushu groupers. They aren't cheap. And he exclaimed. The others around began to chatter excitedly. Not only were there sushu groupers, but also small yellow croakers. Goodness, there's even the rare rosy grouper. It's hard to even catch one of those at sea. How did Rue Z manage to net them? Wow, it really is rosy grouper. We haven't caught one of those in years. Li Rue ignored the commotion and grabbed several handfuls of sardines, placing them into a plastic bag. Uncle Hu here, he said, presenting a bag containing over 3 pounds of sardines. Rue Z, I am truly grateful. Uncle Hu chuckled as he accepted the bag, acknowledging the gesture. He would repay this kindness in the future. It is only natural to reciprocate. Observing this scene, Li Dalong pushed through the crowd to Li Rue's side, loudly demanding, Rue Z, you give Uncle Hu so many fish, why don't you give me some? Hearing this, Li Rue frowned. His uncle truly had a bold face. While Uncle Hu had helped him earlier, his uncle had done nothing but now openly asked for fish. Maybe next time, Li Rue politely declined. Rue Z, what do you mean by that? Do you think an outsider is closer than your own uncle? Li Dalong huffed. Aunt he rolled her eyes and shot a glance at Li Dalong. Dalong, you're old enough. Why embarrass yourself like this? Rue Z gives Uncle Hu fish because he just helped out. You haven't done anything. How can you just ask Rue Z for fish? As elders, we shouldn't take advantage of our age. With so many people around, if Rue Z gives fish to everyone, how much would he have to give? Hearing Aunt He's words, Li Rue felt even more indifferent toward his uncle. If Aunt He understood this basic principle, why couldn't he his uncle? Uncle DeLong, please refrain from such actions in the future, someone interjected. For a moment, Li DeLong felt a sense of shame wash over him. After a brief pause, he shook his hand dismissively and retorted, I was merely jesting. I had no genuine intention of asking Rue Z for fish. If I wanted to eat fish, I would procure it myself. How much could a few pounds of fish possibly cost? With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Li Rue, however, prepared 3 portions of fish. One he handed to Hu Yi, another was intended for Air Junzi, and the last he planned to keep for himself. Air Junzi, let us pack these fish into the container and load them onto the cart, Li Rue remarked, glancing at Air Junzi. No sooner had Li Rue spoken than Hu Yi set down the plastic bag in his hand and picked up the woven sack from the ground, propping it open with both hands. Upon witnessing this, Li Rue thought that if his uncle possessed such discernment, he would surely gift him a few pounds of fish. Nearby, Aunt He Hua and Sister Gue Hua rolled up their sleeves, ready to assist, but were obstructed by Li Rue's form. Aunt He Hua, Sister Gue Hua, you needn't trouble yourselves with this trivial matter. I'd prefer you not soil your clothes, Li Rue said with a smile. Before long, the fish were securely packed and loaded onto the tricycle. Li Rue exchanged greetings with his mother before setting off with Air Jun Z to sell the fish in town. As they passed by Yu Tao's doorstep, Yu Tao's expression soured considerably. This Li Rue is utterly unreasonable. He would rather sell his catch to others than to me. Does he not care about my feelings at all? Yu Tao simmered with resentment. 10 minutes later, Li Rue and Air Junzi arrived at the entrance of Ju Fu Lu. As usual, they were greeted by Baiwen Bin, the procurement manager of Jufu Lu. Rui Zi, Erjun Zi, what treasures have you brought today? Baiwen Bin welcomed them with a broad smile. Upon closer inspection, he noticed only a single woven sack, which only intensified his curiosity. Brother Bin, have someone take this into the kitchen and empty the fish. Then you will see what delightful treasures Erjun Zi and I have procured, Li Rui teased. You lot, hurry and carry this woven sack inside, Baiwen Bin commanded. Immediately, several helpers behind him lifted the sack filled with fish and transported it to the back kitchen. Li Rui, Erjun Zi, and Baiwen Bin followed closely behind. As the fish were poured out, not only did Baiwen Bin's eyes widen in astonishment, but those of the helpers nearby did as well. So many rare fish. You two are incredibly fortunate. You've managed to catch Su Shu Ban, Xiao Huangyu, and Mei Gui Ban, which are quite uncommon. I seriously suspect that you two have been possessed by Mazu lately. After Baiwen Bin's exclamation, everyone burst into hearty laughter. Brother Bin, please have them categorize and weigh these fish, Li Rui urged eagerly, as he was keen to discover how much he and Erjun Zi had earned this time. Though the quantity of fish they caught this time was less than their previous haul, the quality was significantly superior. Selling seafood at Jufu Lu was exceedingly pleasant. Firstly, the prices offered were quite satisfactory. Secondly, they were not required to sort the fish themselves. If they were to sell seafood in their village, not only would the prices be lower, but they would also have to categorize it themselves. You lot, please expedite the categorization and weighing of these fish, Baiwen Bin directed. Before long, the fish were sorted and placed into bowls. One could not help but commend the efficiency of the kitchen's operations. Old Kai weighed the fish while Baiwen Bin recorded the numbers. Mouse Ban, 16 Jin and 1 Liang. Xiao Huangyu, 9 Jin and 2 Liang. Sardines, 28 Jin and 6 Liang. Mei Gui Ban, 4 Jin and 1 Liang. Shi Jiu Gong, 12 Jin and 3 Liang. Miscellaneous fish, 8 Jin and 9 Liang. Mouse, 501 per Jin, totaling 8,211. Xiao Huangyu, 300 per Jin, totaling 2,760. Sardines, 35 per Jin, totaling 651. Mei Gui Ban, 650 per Jin, totaling 2,665. Shi Jiu Gong, 100 per Jin, totaling 1,230. Miscellaneous fish, 10 per Jin, totaling 89. The grand total amounts to 15,606. After tallying the accounts, Baiwen Bin suddenly looked up at Li Rui and Erjun Zi, as if they were extraordinary beings. My goodness, Rui Zi, Erjun Zi, if I accompany you fishing in the future, what you earned in a single morning would equal my entire monthly salary, Baiwen Bin said enviously. Brother Bin, you jest. Someone of your stature as a high-ranking white-collar worker, assured of a stable income, could never become a fisherman like us. Erjun Zi and I are merely scraping by. Li Rui chuckled. Erjun Zi, however, was still dazed by the earlier figures, lost in elation. What high-ranking white-collar worker? After receiving this month's salary, I spent it all at once. That's the true essence of being a white-collar worker, Baiwen Bin teased. With that, Baiwen Bin handed the accounts to Song Ling. Li Rui patted Baiwen Bin on the shoulder and smiled. Brother Bin, I shall treat you to a drink later. For now, Erjun Zi and I must visit General Manager Song's office. I am quite serious. Do not go back on your word. Baiwen Bin pointed at Li Rui, assuring him, I will not break my promise. 5 minutes later, Li Rui and Erjun Zi emerged from Jufu Lu. As was customary, Li Rui transferred 10% of the earnings to Erjun Zi. Rui go, where to now? Erjun Zi inquired curiously, noticing that Li Rui was not heading in the direction of Xingfu village. To the flower market, Li Rui replied, intending to purchase several types of flower seeds suitable for planting on the island. Erjun Zi was momentarily taken aback. Why go there? Li Rui smiled gently. Guogua wishes to dig and plant little seeds in her tiny garden to grow little flowers. He had forgotten about this request from Guogua during his last trip to town. Now that it came to mind, he was determined to fulfill her wish. As a parent, he felt it was essential to set an example and to be a father who keeps his promises. Guogua is delightful and entertaining. Rui go. I truly envy you, Erjun Zi remarked, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face at the thought of Guogua. That little one is simply too much fun. Upon reaching the flower market, Li Rui entered a flower shop. Erjun Zi, lacking interest in flowers, remained outside with the tricycle, off to buy vegetables and alcohol. The shopkeeper was a plump middle-aged woman. Sir, what would you like to see? The proprietor inquired warmly. I wish to buy some flower seeds suitable for planting now and for our Yu Dao, Li Rui stated, revealing his intent. The shopkeeper smiled and said, Sir, you may not be very familiar with flowers, so let me explain briefly. Flowers are categorized into annual and perennial types. Annual flowers complete their life cycle from seed germination to flowering and dying within a year, such as white flower grass. Perennial flowers, on the other hand, have a life cycle exceeding 2 years, blooming multiple times. They take 2 to 3 years to flower after planting, but thereafter bloom every year. Li Rue pondered for a moment before responding. Please provide me with 2 types of annual flower seeds and 2 types of perennial flower seeds. The shopkeeper walked to the counter and retrieved 4 packets of seeds. One packet contained Persian daisy seeds, another contained zinnia seeds, a third held coreopsis seeds, and the last packet contained lupin seeds. The first 2 were annual flowers, while the latter 2 were perennial. The shopkeeper explained each type to Li Rue and labeled each packet accordingly. Sir, these 4 types of seeds I've given you will easily root and sprout, blooming and bearing fruit on our Yuya Dao, the shopkeeper said with a smile, handing the 4 packets to Li Rue. How much do these cost in total? Li Rue inquired directly about the price. 60, the shopkeeper replied. After paying, Li Rue took the initiative to add the shopkeeper's contact information. The boss instantly discerned Li Rue's intentions and spoke. Sir, feel free to ask me whenever you encounter something you do not understand. All right, Li Rue replied with a smile. Just as Li Rue exited the flower shop, Air Junzi arrived, maneuvering his tricycle with an exceptionally flamboyant spin, almost causing it to topple. Li Rue approached and kicked him gently, saying, Can you drive more steadily? Must you always perform such flamboyant antics? All right. Air Junzi scratched his head, wearing an awkward grin. Subsequently, Li Rue and Air Junzi visited a store that sold electric tricycles. Li Rue requested the owner to install a fully enclosed canopy on the tricycle. The last time he took Guo to town, she had shivered from the cold while riding. For now, he would have a canopy added to his own tricycle as a temporary solution. In the near future, he planned to acquire a brand new pickup truck, which would serve dual purposes of transporting catches and shielding against the elements. I must hasten my efforts to earn money, Li Rue thought to himself. After the canopy was installed, he paid 1,000 yuan. Due to the high prices on the island, the cost of adding a fully enclosed canopy to the tricycle was several hundred yuan more than on the mainland, where it would only cost around 600 to 700 yuan. On the way home, Li Rue mentally calculated that he currently had approximately 14,000 yuan in hand. Upon returning home, Air Junzi unloaded a case of fungio from the tricycle. Did you buy this, Air Junzi? He encountered Li Fong, who was serving dishes. Aunt, this is my purchase, Air Junzi replied with a goofy smile. Li Fong frowned slightly and asked, You have already given your living expenses. Why would you buy alcohol? Air Junzi chuckled and explained, Aunt, now that Brother Rue is helping me earn money, isn't it only right for me to bring a case of wine? Without Brother Rue's guidance, I would still be wandering aimlessly outside. We must show gratitude. By the way, Aunt, I also bought a roast chicken and a plate of pickled peanuts on my way back. I'm bringing them over now. He intended to share a drink with Brother Rue over lunch. Fishing by the seaside brings dampness. Alcohol can help dispel the chill. Keeping some alcohol at home is beneficial. Without waiting for Li Fong to respond, Air Junzi merrily dashed outside. Li Fong shook her head, smiling wryly. This child is too considerate. After washing his hands, Li Rue joined Air Junzi at the table. Today, Li Dafu had slaughtered a chicken, and Li Fong had prepared the meal. The dining table was adorned with 2 plates of stir-fried chicken, a plate of roast chicken, a plate of fried small fish, a plate of pickled peanuts, a plate of chives, and a large bowl of winter melon and shrimp soup. Air Junzi gazed at the spread with his mouth watering. The meal was far superior to what he usually ate. Li Rue set the cups on the table. This time, Air Junzi displayed perceptiveness, eagerly bringing a bottle of wine and pouring for the 3 of them. He filled Li Rue's and his own cups, while only half filling Li Dafu's. Uncle, this is yours. Air Junzi presented the cup to Li Dafu with both hands. Li Rue swiftly took a cup for himself. Air Junzi grinned and said, Brother Rue, it's truly a blessing to be with you. I earn money and enjoy delicious food. Li Rue glanced at Air Junzi and replied, If you wish to eat something, help yourself. I do not enjoy serving others on my table. Feel free to treat this as your own home. The older generation often prefers to serve others, but the younger generation seems less inclined. Li Rue himself dislikes serving others, except for his wife and daughter. Brother Rue, I know. How could I feel constrained in your home? You are like my own brother. No, you are my brother, Air Junzi declared, taking a piece of chicken breast and savoring it. After clinking glasses, they each took a sip. Ah, Li Dafu exclaimed, contorting his face. Li Fong shot him a glance and remarked, If the wine tastes so awful, why drink it? Just give it up. What do you know? The wine is difficult to swallow at first, but after savoring it, it is rich in flavor with a subtle sweetness, Li Dafu retorted with a glare. During the meal, Li Dafu picked up a peanut, hovering it in midair. He turned to Li Rue and asked, Rue Z, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to continue fishing, save more money, buy a pickup, and eventually invest in aquaculture. Li Rue replied earnestly, setting down his chopsticks. A pickup can be purchased sooner. But a boat is not urgent at the moment since it is currently a closed fishing season, prohibiting offshore fishing. As for aquaculture, that is a future endeavor. Have you finished repaying your debts, Ruizi? Li Dafu inquired further. As soon as he spoke, Li Fang produced a savings book from her pocket and placed it before Li Rue, saying, Ruizi, take this money. Your father and I are aging, and our need for money is diminishing. Please repay your debts as soon as possible. Until you do, I feel unsettled. I cannot sleep soundly at night. She recalled hearing that Li Rue still had some outstanding debts. Mom, take back this savings book. I have repaid all my debts. I am now free as a bird. Li Rue replied with a light-hearted smile. You finished repaying? So quickly? Li Dafu asked, astonished. 20,000 in online loans. And you've paid it all off just like that? Li Fang's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it is paid off. At this moment, Li Rue pulled out his phone and displayed the online loan page to his parents. His intention was not to boast, but to put their minds at ease. The stress from his online loans had turned their hair gray. Phew. Li Fang exhaled deeply, then sighed. Heaven has opened its eyes. Finally, fortune has turned in our favor. As she spoke, tears of joy welled in her eyes. Noticing this, Li Rue hurriedly grabbed a tissue from the table to wipe her tears away. Mom, what are you doing? I am just so happy, Li Fang replied, her voice choked with emotion. She considered Air Junzi as one of her own, which was why she reacted this way. Air Junzi, not daring to look up, focused intently on his meal. After wiping her tears, Li Fang transformed her sorrow into joy and admonished Li Rue and Air Junzi, saying, Ruizi, Air Junzi, keep your earnings to yourselves, do not speak of them. Wealth should not be flaunted, understood? I understand, Li Rue affirmed, fully aware of the malice in human hearts. And I understand. Air Junzi nodded like a diligent chick pecking at grain. After the meal, when Air Junzi attempted to clear the table, Li Fang stopped him. You have worked hard all morning. Go rest, she said, her tone serious. And then I will lie down for a bit, Air Junzi smiled. Go on, Li Fang replied cheerfully. Generally, after drinking, Li Rue does not retire to bed. Both he and Air Junzi slept on the sofa in the living room, while Li Dafu assisted in tidying up. At around 4:30 in the afternoon, Li Rue and Air Junzi awoke. Air Junzi, what do you think about renting a house in our village? Li Rue patted Air Junzi's thigh. He appeared still drowsy and not fully awake. Although Xingfu Village and Laiwang Village are not far apart, the daily commute for Air Junzi is quite burdensome, especially after drinking when he rides his electric bike home. Sure, Air Junzi replied enthusiastically, as he too wished to avoid the daily back and forth. Li Rue noted this thought for the future. At this moment, he considered going fishing, but the system's voice interrupted him. Host, please be advised. Today's lucky fishing rod is no different from an ordinary one. Upon hearing this, Li Rue abandoned the idea of fishing and suggested that Air Junzi finish his dinner before heading home. All right, I will follow your advice. Air Junzi finished speaking and lay back on the sofa, drifting into slumber once more. This lad seems to possess an insatiable appetite for sleep. Li Rue rose from the sofa, stretched languidly, and then made his way to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. After indulging in alcohol, he typically cleanses his mouth to avoid the overwhelming scent of liquor reaching Guagua. At 5 o'clock, Li Rue stood at the door, awaiting Guagua's return from school. As soon as she alighted from the kindergarten bus, Guagua leapt into Li Rue's embrace. Baba, did you buy the seeds? She inquired eagerly. Guagua wished to dig in the little garden, planting tiny seeds to blossom into small flowers. She animatedly waved her hands while speaking, showcasing her youthful exuberance that brought a smile to Li Rue's face. Indeed, I bought them. Let us go plant flowers right now, Li Rue replied with a grin. He retrieved 2 small shovels from the storage room, and together they ventured to the corner of the yard, where the ground was unpaved, perfect for planting flowers. Baba, Guagua chirped, what are we planting today? When will I see the flowers? She gazed at Li Rue with wide, curious eyes, momentarily setting aside her playful demeanor. Guagua, whatever you do, do not rush. We must focus on our tasks, and in due time, the seeds will bloom, Li Rue said gently. Guagua seemed to grasp part of this wisdom, responding with an innocent "oh." Before long, Li Rue and Guagua had collaboratively dug a small hole. Both worked slowly, but the act of planting was secondary to the joy of companionship. Guagua clapped her hands and exclaimed, Baba, can we scatter the seeds now? Yes, Li Rue replied, playfully rubbing her nose, leaving a bit of mud on it. Baba, let me throw the seeds, Guagua exclaimed, seeing Li Rue holding a packet of seeds. She hurried over, cupping her hands to present them to him. These are the seeds of the cosmos flower, Li Rue explained as he placed a few seeds gently in her palm. Guagua was careful, afraid of dropping even one. Approaching the freshly dug hole, she threw the seeds with all her might, scattering them into the earth. After completing this task, she clapped her hands together, chanting, "Seeds, seeds, bloom quickly." Squatting down, her little head close to the ground, she gazed intently at the seeds, cheerfully encouraging them to grow. Li Rue chuckled, amused by her impatience. He realized he had yet another task ahead, watering and fertilizing the plants. "Guogua, let us cover the seeds," he said, pulling up his sleeves to push the soil over the seeds, and he encouraged Guogua to do the same. "All right," she responded enthusiastically. Together, they buried the cosmos seeds. The essential elements for plant growth, light, temperature, moisture, soil, nutrients, and air, were all crucial. Cosmos flowers thrive when sown in spring or autumn, and as it was April, it was an opportune time. Both of their hands were now coated in mud. "Baba, this is so much fun," Guogua squealed, rubbing the mud between her hands, revealing her bright, little teeth in a joyful smile. "If it's fun, then enjoy it a little longer," Li Rue thought, appreciating the connection to nature and its beauty. After a while, Guogua looked up at Li Rue, insisting, "Baba, let us keep digging in our little garden to plant more seeds and grow more flowers." "Indeed," Li Rue replied, resuming his task of digging. Guogua mirrored his actions, albeit more playfully than purposefully. She moved the mud around, treating it like a delightful game. Once they had dug a hole, Guogua planted the seeds of the marigold. Unlike the cosmos, marigolds are annual flowers that grow quickly, blooming within a season before dying. As Guogua and Li Rue were immersed in their joyful activity, Air Junzi emerged from the living room, yawning and stretching. "Rue Gu, Guogua, what are you two up to?" he asked, bleary-eyed. "Uncle Air Junzi, Guogua and Baba are planting flowers," she answered quickly, even before Li Rue could respond. Upon seeing Air Junzi, Li Rue seized the opportunity to enlist him as free labor. "Air Junzi, please go to the living room and fetch the camera for me. It's in the drawer beneath the Mazu statue," Li Rue instructed him. Air Junzi rubbed his eyes and replied with a sure, before rushing off to retrieve the camera. He returned, snapping candid photos of Li Rue and Guogua. "Baba, when Mama comes back, she will see us all muddy. Won't she scold us?" Guogua asked anxiously. "Not at all," Li Rue assured her calmly. "What childhood is complete without playing in the mud?" Upon hearing this, Guogua's face lit up with a beaming smile. "Baba, I want to paint on your face," she giggled. Without hesitation, Li Rue leaned in, inviting her to express her creativity. "Be careful not to get mud in Baba's mouth or eyes," he reminded her gently. Guogua nodded in acknowledgement. With that, her little finger began to draw all over Li Rue's face. "Ha ha ha, Baba, your face looks like a big calico cat," she laughed, pointing at him, her grin stretching from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Air Junzi, positioned on the cement floor, snapped away, capturing the delightful chaos. "Let us continue planting flowers. We still have 2 kinds of seeds left to sow," Li Rue suggested. "All right," Guogua replied, eagerly picking up her small shovel to dig once more. 10 minutes later, the father-daughter duo had successfully planted the remaining seeds. Just then, Li Fong entered. "Rue, what happened to your face?" she exclaimed, startled at the sight. In the dark, she might have thought he was a ghost. Guogua stood up, proudly raising her muddy hands, and cheerfully declared, "Grandma, Baba's face was painted by Guogua." "Rue, why are you indulging Guogua in such antics?" Li Fong questioned disapprovingly. Following her closely was Li Dafu, who interjected, "Darling, watch your words. Guogua enjoys this play, and Rue is merely engaging in a parent-child activity, not mischief." Seizing the moment, Air Junzi continued capturing Guogua's playful spirit, her innocence and charm shining through the lens. The resulting photographs were bound to be delightful. "Very well, call yourself whatever you wish. I shall go prepare dinner. Soon, Xiangyue will be back." Li Fong cast a sidelong glance at Li Dafu before retreating into the kitchen. "Guogua, would you like to draw on Grandpa's face?" Li Dafu approached with a smile, revealing a multitude of wrinkles etched across his face. Guogua immediately responded, "Sure." Upon hearing this, Li Dafu promptly squatted down, allowing Guogua's tiny fingers to dance across his visage. "Guogua, be careful not to get it in Grandpa's eyes or mouth," Li Rue hastily reminded. Observing this scene, Li Rue was reminded of his father's youth. Back then, his father would often threaten, "I'll count to 3, or resort to a belt if he misbehaved. Any significant transgression would inevitably lead to a severe reprimand. Oh, the affection across generations. All right, Guogua, enough of the fun. You should wash up with Daddy," Li Rue said in a stern tone. He then instructed Air Junzi to bring a basin of warm water, once again enlisting him as free labor. In no time, Air Junzi placed a basin of warm water on the living room steps. "Rue, go. I just captured dozens of photos. You'll be completely satisfied when you see them," Air Junzi boasted from the side. "Uncle Air Junzi, Guogua wants to see them later," Guogua exclaimed, gazing up at him. After washing for a while, Li Rue managed to cleanse his hands and face, followed by Guogua's. Junzi gently patted Guogua's little head with a smile. Good. Once they were both clean, Guogua joyfully admired the photos Junzi had taken. Meanwhile, Li Rui was engrossed in learning about the intricacies of gardening. Cultivating flowers requires time and perseverance. He was still unfamiliar with the specifics of fertilization, including what type to use and when to water, and thus felt a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 92. A Stroll on the Beach. Li Rui took out his phone and engaged in light conversation with the flower shop owner. Learning about the required fertilizers for the 4 types of flowers he had planted, as well as the watering procedures. Every half-month, a diluted liquid fertilizer must be applied. Too much can burn the roots, while too little will deprive the plants of necessary nutrients. Daily watering is essential, once in the morning and once in the evening, to keep the soil moist, avoiding water accumulation that could rot the seeds. Goodness. There are quite a few considerations, Li Rui thought, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Yet, gazing at Guogua's cheerful face, he resolved to invest whatever effort was necessary to nurture the flowers. After all, the seeds held profound significance as they were planted by both him and Guogua. Mommy, you're back. At that moment, Guogua dashed to the living room door, spreading her chubby little arms to embrace Su Xiangyue's legs, beaming with joy. Li Rui, has the dirt in our yard been dug up by the chickens? Su Xiangyue inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. She had noticed numerous holes there just moments ago, assuming they were the work of chicken claws. Li Rui chuckled, I was just planting flower seeds there with Guogua. Ah, I see. Su Xiangyue said, enlightenment dawning upon her. Sister-in-law, while Rui Gu and Guogua were planting seeds, I was taking pictures from the side. Junzi chimed in, fiddling with his camera. Su Xiangyue's attention was immediately drawn to the camera. Whose camera is that, Junzi? Previously, she had contemplated purchasing a camera to document Guogua's growth, intending to present it to Guogua in the future. However, she ultimately dismissed the idea, considering the expense and her limited time and energy for photography. The thought of having Li Rui buy a camera for her had never crossed her mind. Honey, I bought the camera, Li Rui replied with a smile. Moments later, he retrieved 2 brand new Huawei phones from the drawer. This pink Huawei phone is for you, and this blue one is for me. In my eyes, these phones are like couples' phones. He handed her the pink device. Su Xiangyue's current phone was 5 or 6 years old and frustratingly slow. My phone is still usable. Why spend that money? She joked, though her heart was brimming with joy. The amount of money mattered little. What truly counted was that Li Rui cared for her enough to spend on her. With that, Su Xiangyue took the phone. Your phone has long been unusable, Li Rui said, feeling a pang of guilt. Had it not been for his gambling, she would have replaced her phone long ago. Su Xiangyue happily played with her new phone. This phone is wonderful, she exclaimed, turning to Li Rui to remind him. Let's avoid unnecessary spending from now on. As the child grows, there will be many expenses for education. We need to save more. My dear, buying you a phone is a justified expense. Li Rui's words warmed Su Xiangyue's heart. After dinner, Junzi departed. Li Feng and Li Dafu stayed behind to tidy up the dishes. Hand in hand, Li Rui, Su Xiangyue, and Guogua made their way to the beach. Li Rui hung the camera around his neck. The 3 of them removed their shoes and socks, stepping onto the soft sand, feeling a connection to nature as their feet sank into the grains. Although the weather had been poor in the morning, it had improved by afternoon. The sun had yet to set completely, casting a warm glow on their faces. Su Xiangyue, facing the wind, raised her arms above her head and spun around on the sand, relishing the sensation of freedom. It felt delightful. After a long day at work, she felt a bit fatigued. The factory job was monotonous and mechanical, leaving her feeling numb. For the sake of survival, she had to endure it. At that moment, Li Rui noticed how beautiful Su Xiangyue appeared in the sunlight. He began taking numerous photographs of her with the camera. Mommy, Guogua wants to spin too, Guogua exclaimed, quickly starting to twirl on the sand. Seeing Guogua spin like a top startled both Su Xiangyue and Li Rui. If Guogua got dizzy and fell, it would not be amusing. Guogua, be careful. Su Xiangyue rushed over. After just 2 spins, Guogua felt dizzy and fell face first into the sand. Su Xiangyue reacted swiftly, catching her. Li Rui arrived a moment later. You little rascal, are you dizzy? Su Xiangyue gently patted Guogua's bottom. Mommy, why do I see little stars? Guogua asked, pointing ahead with a puzzled expression. This remark elicited laughter from both Su Xiangyue and Li Rui. Kneeling beside Guogua, Li Rui explained with a smile. There are no little stars, Guogua. It's just that you spun too fast and got dizzy. But Mommy spun too, and she was fine. Guogua's wide, curious eyes were fixated on Li Rui. With great patience, Li Rui replied, That's because Mommy is an adult and you are a child. Adults can get dizzy too, but they have better stability, which is why Mommy didn't fall. Plus, she spun much slower than you. When you spin fast, you get dizzy faster. Guogua nodded with a semblance of understanding, exclaiming, Oh. At that moment, Su Xiangyue turned around suddenly, waving at Li Rue and Guogua, saying, Li Rue, Guogua, come here quickly. Su Xiangyue appeared quite exhilarated. Xiangyue, what is it? Li Rue grasped Guogua's hand and walked towards Su Xiangyue. Come quickly, Su Xiangyue reiterated. Li Rue, still holding Guogua's hand, quickened his pace. The little one urged Li Rue, Baba, hurry up, let's go. Behind them, large and small footprints appeared in succession. The waves surged forth, washing away the footprints. Before long, Li Rue and Guogua reached Su Xiangyue's side. At that moment, Su Xiangyue was crouched on the beach, pointing at a starfish beside a small stone. The starfish, with its unique star or multi-angular shape, had a flat body composed of a central disc and multiple arms. Typically 5, but sometimes up to 50. Its surface was adorned with numerous spiny protrusions and tubercles, exhibiting a variety of colors, predominantly orange, red, and purple. Due to its distinctive appearance and remarkable vitality, many people enjoyed keeping them as pets. Wow, it's so beautiful, Guogua exclaimed, eagerly grasping the starfish from the seawater, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Chapter 93, Grasping. The starfish in Guogua's hand was red. At that moment, its body was tense, with its normally soft arms slightly bent, a defensive posture to protect its vulnerable underside and tube feet. It's truly beautiful, Su Xiangyue remarked, a smile gracing her lips as she observed the starfish in Guogua's hand. Baba, Guogua wants to take this starfish home, Guogua pleaded with Li Rue, her gaze filled with innocence. Typically, such requests were directed at Li Rue rather than Su Xiangyue. Li Rue's heart softened. He often acquiesced to her desires. Take it home to raise? Li Rue blinked. Yes, Guogua nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, her face alight with anticipation. Li Rue hesitated. Raising such a creature would require considerable time and effort. Baba, please agree to it. Guogua really likes it, she implored, clutching the starfish with one hand while tugging at Li Rue's shirt with the other, pouting adorably. Seeing Guogua in such a state, Li Rue resolved his indecision. Yes, we must take it home to care for it. After all, he was a devoted father. Thus, he had acquired an additional responsibility, nurturing the starfish. Just as Li Rue finished speaking, Guogua planted a kiss on his cheek, beaming as she said, Baba, you're so wonderful. You little rascal. You certainly know how to charm your father, Su Xiangyue remarked, ruffling Guogua's hair. Mama, what does charm mean? Guogua turned to Su Xiangyue, who was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Rue stepped in to explain. It means you are very good at getting your father to do what you want. Guogua understood instantly. She was quite clever. You all play, and I will take some pictures, Li Rue decided, noticing the splendid scenery that day and wishing to capture moments with Guogua and Su Xiangyue. After all, what is a camera for if not to take pictures? Su Xiangyue, holding Guogua's hand, walked toward the setting sun. Li Rue crouched on the beach, finding an excellent angle and snapping several photos of the duo. It was a mistake to let Air Junzi leave so early. I should have kept him to help, he mused. With Air Junzi gone, their family of 3 could not take a group photo. Li Rue, give me the camera. I'll take a few pictures of you and Guogua, Su Xiangyue said, turning to face Guogua with her outstretched hand. All right. Li Rue handed the camera to Su Xiangyue. He lifted Guogua in his arms, raising her high above him. Meanwhile, Su Xiangyue snapped away. After playing for over half an hour, the trio returned home. Li Feng and Li Dafu had tidied the house to perfection, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Baba, where do you plan to keep this little creature? Guogua waved the red starfish in her hand. I'll find a small fish tank in the storage room to keep the starfish for now, Li Rue said as he rummaged through the storage room, locating a dirty fish tank with a small crack, uncertain if it would hold water. Under the water pipe in their yard, Li Rue rinsed the tank thoroughly. After a considerable effort, he finally cleaned it to satisfaction. Truly, it echoed the saying, a father's every whim is a daughter's command. Baba, is it ready? Guogua approached eagerly. Yes, Li Rue replied, taking the starfish from Guogua's hand and placing it into the tank. Starfish typically thrive in saltwater environments, where salinity is maintained between 1020 and 1025, requiring regular monitoring with a hydrometer. Fortunately, they had a small supply of seawater at home, just right for this purpose. After a busy day, Li Rue finally finished his task. At that moment, Guogua rested her chin on her hands, elbows propped on the table, gazing intently at the starfish in the tank. Baba, can it grow up with Guogua? She asked, looking at Li Rue. Yes, he assured her, planning to visit the town the next day to buy a hydrometer and learn about starfish care. It sounded simple enough, but the reality was far more complex. At 8:30 that evening, Li Rue, Su Xiangyue, and Guogua finally lay down in bed. Baba, Guogua wants to hear a story, Guogua said, resting her head on Li Rue's chest, her eyes already drowsy. Her big, shiny eyes were half closed, clearly indicating her fatigue from the day's adventures. Tonight, I will tell you a story called Little Rabbit Picks Mushrooms. Here we go. MHM. On a sunny morning, little rabbit Nini bounced out to the forest to gather delicious mushrooms. Before long, Guogua was fast asleep, drooling slightly onto Li Rue's shirt. He paid it no mind, relieved that the little one had finally drifted off. Exhausted, he gently laid Guogua between himself and Su Xiangyue. As usual, Su Xiangyue turned on the bedside lamp and switched off the main light in the bedroom. Li Rue, Su Xiangyue said softly, you really don't need to keep that starfish. With my job and your busy schedule, we hardly have time to care for it. I want to give Guogua a joyful and fulfilling childhood, Li Rue replied with a faint smile. In his previous life, he had been a scoundrel, causing Guogua great distress. In this life, he must make amends. Otherwise, he could not live with himself. Su Xiangyue pouted slightly. I also want to give Guogua a happy and enriching childhood. But we need to be realistic. She was primarily concerned for Li Rue. She had witnessed how exhausted he was today. Xiangyue, let this matter rest. I am full of energy, Li Rue insisted. Changing the subject, he added, Xiangyue, consider resigning soon and see how things go. Su Xiangyue still believed that Li Rue's fishing venture was not stable. If he lost his income, the family would rely solely on her. Women can hold up half the sky. Men can provide for the family, and I can too, she asserted. Everyone experiences low points. Previously, when Li Rue had indulged in gambling and brought no income while taking money from her, she had hoped that one day he would turn over a new leaf. During that challenging time, she had tirelessly supported the family until she finally saw the light. Li Rue, stop urging me to resign. Fishing is quite unstable. You and Air Junzi probably didn't earn much today, did you? Su Xiangyue scoffed. Fishing is entirely dependent on the weather. Luck is crucial. Today, Air Junzi and I earned 15,600, Li Rue replied with a hint of pride. How did you earn so much? You two have been remarkably fortunate lately. Su Xiangyue found it hard to believe. For several consecutive days, both Li Rue and Air Junzi had earned over 10,000. Such luck is truly extraordinary. Li Rue pinched Su Xiangyue's delicate face and chuckled. Did my mother not say that I have been blessed by Ma Zhu? I am the chosen one, from now on. I shall earn a fortune while fishing. How is that even possible? Su Xiangyue retorted, rolling her eyes. Even if Ma Zhu has blessed you, it can only last for a limited time. That is not necessarily the case, Li Rue replied with a grin. As long as the system was operational, he could continuously amass wealth. Such foolishness. I cannot fathom where your confidence originates. Su Xiangyue turned away, pulling the blanket over herself, closing her eyes to contemplate resigning from her job. If Li Rue truly earned over 10,000 daily, she might as well quit. Working at the factory was not only frustrating, but also made it difficult to balance family responsibilities. By 8:30 in the morning, Li Rue was the only one left at home. At that moment, he was brushing his teeth when the sound of a hand tractor abruptly echoed outside, growing louder as it approached. Holding his toothbrush and cup, he walked into the living room, where Air Junzi was driving the hand tractor through the front gate. Li Gu. Today, we are using this tractor to haul fish. With this tractor, who needs a bicycle? Air Junzi exclaimed, his bright smile revealing a set of white teeth. Before long, the tractor came to a stop in Li Rue's yard. One of the few advantages of rural life was having a personal yard, allowing for convenient storage of various items. Unlike in the city where one must purchase or search for parking spaces. Is this tractor yours? Li Rue approached, spat out some foam, and kicked the left front wheel of the tractor. The vehicle had an air of nostalgia, its dark front covered in grease and bearing a dent, evoking memories of the 80s and 90s. It belongs to my family. It hasn't been used in years. Yesterday, my father had it overhauled, and now it's operational. This cargo area can hold over a ton of fish, Air Junzi said, patting the tractor's bed with a grin. Is it easy to start? Li Rue inquired. Looking at Air Junzi lifted the wooden seat of the tractor, pulled out a starting crank, and hurried to the front of the tractor, inserting it into the engine's starting hole. He then looked back at Li Rue and smirked. Li Gu, watch closely. With that, Air Junzi vigorously cranked the handle while bracing himself against the front of the tractor. The wheels began to spin rapidly, and the front of the tractor lifted slightly, producing a loud noise. After a prolonged effort, Air Junzi failed to start the tractor. Noticing that he hadn't pressed the decompression button, Li Rue kicked him lightly. Stop cranking. You're wasting your energy, he shouted, as the noise of the tractor drowned out their conversation. Breathing heavily, Air Junzi paused. What's wrong? I cranked it over 10 times in under 30 seconds. He was now drenched in sweat, having intended to impress Li Rue. You didn't even press the decompression button. No matter how long you crank, it won't start, Li Rue replied, exasperated. Having driven tractors a few times, Li Rue knew that one must hold the decompression button while cranking. Just as the engine seemed ready to start, it needed to be released at the right moment. Air Junzi scratched his head sheepishly. He then grasped the crank with one hand and pressed the decompression button with the other. Taking a deep breath, he resumed cranking. However, this time he released the button too soon, resulting in another failure to start. Step aside, let me try. Li Rui took the toothbrush and cup from Air Junzi's hands and squatted down. Grasping the crank with one hand and the decompression button with the other, he cranked it 3 times, and the engine roared to life, emitting a plume of black smoke from the exhaust. Air Junzi inhaled deeply, relishing the smell of gasoline. Moments later, he began to praise Li Rui. Li Gu, you're amazing. When I came here, it was my father who got the tractor to start. Li Rui moved to the tractor's seat and flipped the decompression lever, cutting off the engine. Have you had breakfast? He asked Air Junzi. Today, Su Xiangyue prepared breakfast. She ate, and then went to work, Air Junzi replied hesitantly. Seeing you like this, it's clear you haven't tea eaten. Li Rui took back the toothbrush and cup and said, come eat breakfast with me. Afterwards, we will go to the rocky area to cast a few nets. Let us work extra today. Previously, even when they caught a significant amount of fish, they had nowhere to store them. Now, with the hand tractor, even if they caught a ton of fish, they would not worry about storage. After breakfast, they drove the tractor to the rocky area. Villagers who came to fish couldn't help but tease Li Rui and Air Junzi are quite amusing. Do they think the sea is their personal fishing ground? Driving a hand tractor here is just ridiculous. Chen Xiong approached Li Rui with a squinting smile. Li Zi, you've gone too far. You even brought a tractor. Li Rui chuckled. How is that going too far? You and Air Junzi have already fished out all the fish in the rocky area. How can you expect to catch something big? The marine resources of a given area are limited. Chen Xiong glanced at the hand tractor and scoffed. Bringing the tractor is unnecessary. My Li Gu is lucky. He can catch plenty of fish with just a cast net. Air Junzi jumped down from the tractor's bed. At that moment, Li Rui heard the system's voice in his mind. Congratulations, host. Today, your luck for casting the net is at an all-time high. You can have a great catch. Upon hearing this, Li Rui felt exhilarated. With favorable circumstances, today he was bound to earn a considerable sum. Previously, whenever he cast the net, the system would notify him that his luck had been exhausted. Surely today, he could catch several nets. The fish in the rocky area are definitely scarce. You two would be better off fishing in the intertidal zone, Chen Xiong remarked as he walked toward the tidal flats. An area situated between the average high tide and low tide, ideal for fishing. Just because you can't catch fish in the rocky area doesn't mean my Li Gu and I can't. Air Junzi shouted back at Chen Xiong. Li Rui, unable to wait any longer, urged Air Junzi, let us go. As they walked and conversed, Air Junzi excitedly asked, Li Gu, can I cast a few nets first today to test my luck? He was eager to experience the thrill of a successful catch, having witnessed Li Rui's previous successes. Sure, but when we get to the big rocks, you must prioritize safety. While we earn money, we must also ensure our well-being, understood? Li Rui warned with a serious expression. Air Junzi was adventurous but often impulsive, lacking patience in his actions. I understand, he replied with a smile. Upon reaching the large rock, just as Air Junzi was setting up the net, Air Yi rushed over, panting heavily. He idled at home with nothing to do, so he ran over to indulge his curiosity. Rui Zi and Air Junzi, you two truly possess foresight. Today, you have surprisingly arrived with a hand tractor. Air Yi's eyes sparkled with encouragement. In Air Yi's view, it sufficed for Li Rui to bring over his family's tricycle. There was no need for a hand tractor. Nevertheless, Li Rui and Air Junzi had already brought the tractor. He certainly couldn't douse their enthusiasm. Just as Air Yi finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in Li Rui's mind. The system detected that the host consented to Song Jun's use of the lucky fishing net. Thus, the effectiveness of the lucky fishing net would not diminish. When others used the lucky fishing net, its effectiveness would be reduced. At this moment, as Song Jun employed the lucky fishing net, its efficacy had indeed waned. Please be informed, host. Upon hearing these words, Li Rui couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. This system was remarkably astute. It could actually detect his consent or dissent. Moreover, if he himself did not use the lucky fishing net, its effectiveness would inexplicably diminish. Air Yi, your words are truly comforting. Li Rui remarked this aloud, inwardly lamenting. Air Yi is indeed a retired teacher. His speech always envelopes one in a refreshing warmth. Air Junzi grinned widely. Air Yi. Today my brother Rui and I aim to fill this tractor's bed. Air Yi laughed heartily. Young men are ambitious. Without further idle chatter, Air Junzi gathered his strength and cast the fishing net. However, due to his overzealous excitement, he clumped the first net together. Sorry, Rui Gu. Air Junzi turned to Li Rui with an awkward smile. It's all right. Every endeavor has its process. Li Rui reassured Air Junzi instead of scolding him. Air Junzi slowly pulled up the net. To his astonishment, there were fish. A sizable sea bass, no less. As he gazed at the 3-pound sea bass within the net, Air Junzi's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, the net contained a large sea bass and several small sardines. Wow! Air Junzi, your luck is exceptional. Even with a clumped net, you managed to catch so many fish. Hu Er Yi applauded, slapping his thigh. Others from their village had also cast nets in the rocky area. Yet the catch had been scant. Small fish, shrimp, soft-shelled turtles, and crabs did not count. Holding the net, Air Junzi rushed down to toss the fish into the tractor's bed. Observing this scene, Chun Xiong smirked slightly. Thinking he knew Li Rue and Air Junzi would not catch many fish with the fishing net in the rocky area. And as expected, he was right. Chun Xiong wore a smug grin. He then continued to scour the shore. The other beachcombers nearby exchanged whispers. Echoing sentiments similar to those before, Air Junzi and Li Rue had spent a long time only to catch a 2 or 3 pound fish. No matter how lucky they were, it was improbable for them to catch many fish daily in the rocky area. The marine resources there had nearly been depleted. In the blink of an eye, Air Junzi reached the large rock. Seeing Air Junzi anxiously preparing to cast again, Li Rue grasped his arm. Hold your horses. Don't rush to cast. When casting the net, your feet should be shoulder-width apart, 1 foot forward, 1 foot back, and lean slightly forward. Li Rue patiently explained the key points of casting the net. Air Junzi listened attentively. He had rarely used a fishing net before, so he was unfamiliar with these techniques. Do you understand? Li Rue confirmed after finishing his explanation. I understand. Air Junzi nodded earnestly. Li Rue stepped aside a few paces and then said to Air Junzi, all right, you may cast the net now. Remember the points I just mentioned. He needed to create some space for Air Junzi to throw the net. Splash. This time, Air Junzi adeptly cast the fishing net. The net unfurled and fell into the water. Air Junzi, you certainly learn quickly, Hu Er Yi remarked. Chun Xiong and the other beachcombers, noticing that Air Junzi and Li Rue had yet to return from the large rock, became increasingly convinced of their prior assumptions. At this time, the marine resources in the rocky area were dwindling. Today, Li Rue and Air Junzi would not find anything worthwhile in the rocky area. Meanwhile, atop the large rock, Air Junzi was pulling the net with all his might. Wow, wow, wow. Air Junzi exclaimed repeatedly, then exclaimed excitedly. Rue go. It's so heavy. I feel like there's a ton of fish in the net. Hearing this, Hu Er Yi stepped forward, tiptoeing and craning his neck to see the net in the water. However, Li Rue remained calm as a still lake. He had mentally prepared for this. So many sardines. Hu Er Yi pointed at the flopping sardines in the net, his eyes glued to the sight. This haul was brimming with sardines. As the net gradually surfaced, Air Junzi became increasingly restless. Rue go, I've hit the jackpot. Air Junzi exclaimed with fervor. Stop yelling, quickly pull the net up. The more excited you are, the more you must keep your composure. Don't fall in with the net. Li Rue hurriedly warned him, moving closer to prevent Air Junzi from tumbling due to his exuberance. Goodness, Air Junzi is still too young. He cannot maintain his composure when faced with a situation. Joy is acceptable, but it must be timely. All right. Air Junzi exerted all his strength to pull the net ashore. Once the net was on land, Air Junzi plopped down on the large rock. Gazing at the mound of sardines in the net, he couldn't bear to blink. Air Junzi, your luck today is extraordinary. Just now, despite a clumped net, you still caught a large fish, and now you have hit the jackpot. Hu Er Yi trembled in astonishment. What luck Rue Zi and Air Junzi have had lately. The catch in the rocky area is exceedingly scarce. Yet, these two, using the fishing net, are catching fish with precision, as if they were simply picking up money. This haul must be worth over 1,000 yuan. Li Rue estimated the fish in the net. There were about 30 pounds of sardines. At 30 yuan per pound, that amounts to over 1,000. Hearing this figure, Air Junzi beamed. Rue go. I'm quite lucky, am I not? Stop grinning. We need to carry these fish down together, and then we can return to cast the net again. Li Rue was somewhat dismissive of this catch. The system had previously indicated that today's lucky fishing net would yield exceptional results. The system had never mentioned this before. The two of them could usually earn over 10,000 yuan fishing here. Today, with the system's statement, it significantly raised his expectations. Chun Xiong had not wandered far as he continued to scour the shore. After a while, he would lift his head to glance at the tractor below in the rocky area. Li Rue and Air Junzi were not having much luck today. So far, the money they had earned together was still less than what he had earned alone. Chun Xiong smiled, feeling a twinge of pride. He had just collected several large blue crabs, estimating they would fetch 300 to 400 yuan.